this week. Thanks for being a member and keeping the chat warm for us. Switching gears to Nashville, Tennessee. Chat, we have an active scene on I-440 eastbound right now. Check out the right shoulder. Police lights are flashing, and they've got a lane blocked near the Belmont overpass. There's a responder in a high-vis vest, and if you look closely, someone is actually standing on top of the median wall waiting it out. Traffic is merging left on that shiny, reflective pavement, so give them some space. Heads up, Louisville. A plow just struck a parked vehicle at Lincoln Ave and Hutchinson Street. Listen in.
435 property damage. At Lincoln Ave and Hutchinson Street, one of the public works plows accidentally hit a parked.
Yikes, even the plows are hitting parked cars in Louisville. If the heavy equipment can't navigate these slick streets safely, you definitely can't. Stay home, chat. Okay, checking the 8 to 14 day precipitation outlook. That active pattern for the Northwest is going nowhere through mid-December. We have a 50% confidence area for above average moisture locking in over the Pacific Northwest and Northern Rockies, so the snow machine will keep running there. Meanwhile, most of the southern U.S. looks to stay drier than usual, though a stalled front could bring some wet weather back to South Texas and the Florida Peninsula. Just wanted to hop back on and update you on the freeze warning for the San Luis Obispo County interior valleys and southern Salinas Valley in California. It has been almost 20 minutes since our last check-in, and those sub-freezing temperatures of 28 to 30 degrees are still a danger to crops and pipes. This warning holds until 8 a.m. Pacific, so make sure everything is covered up and stay warm, y'all. Circling back to the frost advisory for the Humboldt interior in California, including Weechbeck and Bridgeville. It has been around 17 minutes since our last update, and temperatures dipping to 33 degrees are still creating frost that can damage sensitive plants. This alert remains in effect until 9 a.m. Pacific, so make sure your vegetation is protected and stay cozy, y'all. Heads up, an injury accident reported at 3520 Coal Creek Canyon Drive, Golden, Colorado. Listen in.
The Quickmar at 30520 Coal Creek Canyon Drive, 30520 Coal Creek Canyon Drive. Injury. On a medical.
Golden, that injury crash on Coal Creek Canyon Drive proves this winter weather advisory is serious. With snow piling up, those mountain roads are unforgiving. Stay off them, chat. Checking back on the WPC rainfall outlook from earlier this morning, the Gulf is really starting to open up for business, chat. We have deep moisture surging north right now, colliding with a frontal boundary that is going to park itself over the coast and wring out some heavy rain later today. The WPC is holding steady with a marginal risk. That's level 1 out of 4, covering southeast Texas and southwest Louisiana. This is mainly a threat for folks south of the I-10 corridor, stretching from around Galveston and Beaumont over to Lake Charles and Lafayette. I'm leaving the QPF map up for a sec so you can see that bullseye hugging the coast. Those darker greens are where the heaviest totals are expected. If you're driving near the Bolden Triangle or down towards the bayou, watch out for ponding on the roads. I'll circle back with the afternoon update to see if this risk shifts north. I hate to hear that arm injury is still bothering you, Dusty, but honestly, staying inside might be the smarter move with those single-digit temps coming for Pennsylvania. It is impressive they made enough snow to open this early. Is that Blue Knob or Seven Springs you used to work at? Hopefully, you can still enjoy the winter vibes from the warmth of the lodge this weekend. We are starting live in Pine Springs, Minnesota, with an active emergency response. Look at the lineup of flashing blue and red lights. Police and fire units have the left lanes blocked, forcing everyone to squeeze by. The roads are wet and slushy, creating a serious bottleneck near Viking Drive. Swinging down to Nashville, Tennessee, we have another crash working on I-440. That yellow T-Dot help truck and the police SUV are blocking the right lane and shoulder. You can actually see people standing against the retaining wall, so if you are passing this, move left and give them space. Jumping back north to White Bear Lake, Minnesota. Now, reports said there was a wreck here, but honestly, it looks clear. Traffic is cruising right past those snow-covered banks without touching the brakes. The plows have definitely been out and the pavement looks treated and ready to go. Heading west to Arvada, Colorado, where that winter weather advisory is verifying. Check out CO72. It is dark, and those lanes are covered in snow and slush. You can clearly see the tire tracks cutting through the white stuff. It is slick, but at least that pickup truck is keeping it moving. Staying in Arvada for the final stop. This intersection is fully coated. It is hazy and messy under the streetlights, with dark ruts carved into the slush. If you are commuting around the Denver Metro this morning, take it slow, because winter is definitely winning out there right now. The daily outlook score is practically hibernating this week, flatlining in the single digits to keep the weather house firmly in the mostly quiet tier. Winter weather components are the only engine running right now, driven by hazardous travel conditions in the Rockies and a deepening freeze across the Midwest. But the lack of widespread instability keeps the overall risk minimal. Operationally, we are standing down today, with scores far below our streaming trigger. There is zero chance of a live show and no video scheduled for Wednesday. Instead, we are locking in Thursday for the next upload to break down the incoming Arctic front delivering the season's coldest air to the central U.S. As always, the DOS guides are internal logistics and resource allocation. For your local safety and specific warnings, please rely on the National Weather Service. Welcome to the big board, folks. We've got a wild mix of conditions live right now, from active emergency scenes to winter storms. Start top left in Pine Springs, Minnesota. That is a major active response. Look at the line of flashing lights on the shoulder. Crews are working hard, so give them space. Slide over to Nashville, Tennessee. I-440 is looking gray and damp. We're tracking a crash nearby, and with freezing fog possible, those wet roads could get slick fast. But the real winter battle is happening in Colorado. Scan those center cameras. It is pitch black and messy. Arvada and Broomfield show snow-packed lanes, and that middle view in Golden. You can barely see headlights through the blowing snow and thick fog. Finally, bottom right in New York offers a stark contrast. It's fully daylight and dry, just dealing with that heavy bumper-to-bumper grind. Whether it's snow out west or gridlock east, take it slow and stay safe, chat. Check out this crisp morning shot from El Luna in Ashland, New Hampshire. They've got the yardstick out, showing a solid 6 inches of fresh powder on the deck. That blue sky is looking gorgeous, folks. Swinging back around to the winter weather advisory for the eastern Sawatch Mountains and Saguache County in Colorado. It has been just under 20 minutes since our last update, and we are still tracking 2 to 10 inches of snow expected to create hazardous travel later today. This advisory is in place from 8 a.m. until 8 p.m. Mountain Time, so please get where you need to go safely, y'all. All All right, camera in Jefferson County, Colorado. We're staring right into the mouth of Tunnel 1 on US 6. It is dark out there, but you can clearly see slush piling up on the center line and shoulders. That winter weather advisory is no joke tonight. Traffic is super light. Just saw a lone car making its way out. But the pavement is wet and slick. If you're heading toward the foothills, watch your speed. You definitely have the smart strategy today. Dawn, let the cams do the freezing while you handle the heating. Watching that snow pile up on a screen is way better than feeling it in your boots. Stay cozy and keep an eye on things for me. We're monitoring snow clearing operations on Pennant Hill Road in Heartland, Vermont. Listen in.
He's starting over on Pennant Hill and all that, so if you want to head over there, I gotta scrape some of this over in North.
Windsor County, they're scraping layers off Pennant Hill because this snow is relentless. If the plows are working this hard to find pavement, you definitely shouldn't be driving on it, Chad. Looking at Arvada, Colorado. Chat. CO72 is serving up a mess this morning. It is dark out there, but you can see the snow is packed down tight on the lanes. We have fresh tire tracks cutting through the slush and vehicles kicking up serious spray, so you know it is slick. That winter weather advisory is verifying hard right now. Traffic is flowing, but if you are heading out in this, keep it slow. Keeping you posted on the winter weather advisory for South Park in Colorado. It has been about 30 minutes since our last update, and we are still tracking 3 to 8 inches of snow that will make roads slippery. This alert lasts until 8 p.m. Mountain Time, so slow down and stay safe, y'all. Back with another update on the coastal flood advisory for Ventura County beaches in California. It has been about 20 minutes since our last check-in, and we are still seeing a risk of minor coastal flooding and dangerous 4 to 7 foot breaking waves. This advisory continues until 10 a.m. Pacific this morning, so please stay off the rocks and keep a safe distance from the surf, y'all. Okay, checking in on Nashville, Tennessee. Chat, I-65 northbound is a mess right now. We have a major response near Armory Drive with a wall of fire trucks and flashing blue lights blocking the 3 right lanes. That arrow board is forcing all traffic to the far left, and you can clearly see responders on foot in the roadway. It's cold and damp out there, so heads up for slick spots while you merge. Let's kick off a viewer submission slideshow. We have 4 submissions to share tonight. First up, L. Luna in Ashland, New Hampshire, 03217, shared definitely 6 inches, maybe a little more. Keep those submissions coming at ryanhallyall.com/submit so we can spotlight your weather moments too. Alton coming in from Gorham, New Hampshire with a stunning view of the fresh snow. That morning light hitting the frosted trees is just perfect, y'all. Thanks for sharing this postcard moment. Good morning to El Luna up in Ashland, New Hampshire. Look at those colors. Sunrise is just around the corner, and that snow looks absolutely crisp. Wrapping up with Chris Bowers in Wellington, Larimer County, Colorado shared forecast FT Collins CO2-4. We got dumped on. Huge thanks to everyone sharing the weather where you are. Send your photos and videos our way at ryanhallyall.com/submit so we can feature you next. Checking back in on Jefferson County, Colorado. Chat. Winter is holding steady on CO93 at West 58th Avenue. The streetlights are reflecting off a mix of packed snow and ice coating the lanes. You can see distinct tire tracks carving through the white stuff, and that lone vehicle is taking it nice and easy. With the winter weather advisory still active, you definitely want to watch your speed on these slick roads. You nailed it, Dusty. That satellite view looks like a giant gray quilt draped over the east right now. That is likely stubborn, low-level moisture getting trapped under the building high pressure, which makes it tough for the weak winter sun to burn off quickly. It might stay gloomy for a bit longer than we'd like before that dry air finally wins out. Good eye catching that setup on the visible loop. Dropping back in with the latest on the coastal flood advisory for the San Francisco and Monterey Bay shorelines in California. It has been about 17 minutes since our last update, and we are still tracking dangerous sneaker waves and up to 1.4 feet of saltwater inundation in low-lying spots. This alert sticks around until 3 p.m. Pacific Sunday, so please stay off the rocks and keep a safe distance from the water, y'all. Heads up, El Paso County. We just got a fresh ping right near Peterson AFB in Colorado. 2 inches on the board as of 6:19 a.m. That is literally 3 minutes ago, folks. This is happening live down in the Springs. If you're commuting right now, those bridges are getting slick fast, so please keep it slow. All right, camera in Golden, Colorado. Chat, visibility on US 6 is looking rough right now. The lens is coated in grime and water, making those headlights flare out like crazy. While we can't see specific flakes falling through the glare, that pavement is wet and reflective, matching the winter weather advisory. Traffic is still flowing, but it is a messy, dark commute, so keep those wipers on and watch for slick spots. Checking back in on Pine Springs, Minnesota. Chat, that crash response on Highway 36 is still active. You can clearly see the flatbed tow truck positioned on the shoulder, getting ready to haul that dark sedan out of the snowbank. Police lights are flashing blue and red, forcing everyone to merge left. It is brutally cold out there this morning, and that pavement looks slick, so give these folks plenty of room while they work. We're monitoring a crash in Kennebec County, Maine, impacting emergency crews. Listen in.
CNC crews just stuck in this and that crash, so they should be there probably.
Kennebec County. Even the work crews are getting stuck behind crashes in this 9-inch snowpack. If they can't move, you definitely can't. So stay off the roads, chat. All right, chat, we are swapping the snow boots for wading gear and heading out west to San Francisco, California. We do not have any blizzards here like we saw in Alaska, but the ocean is definitely acting up this morning. It is currently a crisp 44 degrees under clear skies, but the big story is that coastal flood advisory. The water levels are running high, and we could see some inundation in the low-lying spots near the bay. Watch out for the morning commute because high tide hits around 9 a.m., and that is when the water is most likely to spill onto roads. We are also tracking a risk for sneaker waves at the beaches, so do not turn your back on the ocean today. The sunshine takes over later with a high of 63, but this flood threat is going to rinse and repeat tomorrow morning. Expect more high water around 10 a.m., Thursday, so plan your drive accordingly. That advisory sticks around all the way through Sunday, but otherwise, you are looking at mild temps and sunny skies until a wetter pattern potentially moves in next week. Keep your feet dry and shout out to the West Coast crew waking up with us. Okay, checking in on Arvada, Colorado. Chat, look at the snow clinging to those trees. It is a proper winter scene on CO72 right now. The roads are looking wet and slushy, and even though traffic is moving freely, you know it is slick out there. That winter weather advisory is verifying, and visibility looks a little hazy under the streetlights, so keep your distance if you're driving. There is nothing worse than a snowblower that ghosts you right when you need it, L. Cold weather drains those batteries faster than Ryan drains a coffee pot, so you might need to bring it inside to warm up first. If the equipment is going on strike, just take the hint from the universe and enjoy a snow day. Checking back in on the frost advisory for the Humboldt interior in California, including places like Willow Creek and Hoopa. It has been about 17 minutes since our last update, and we are still tracking temperatures dipping to 33 degrees that could frost over sensitive vegetation. This alert stays in effect until 9 a.m. Pacific this morning, so keep those plants covered and stay warm, y'all. Okay, chat, catching you up on the Saturday forecast. The Day 4 outlook is keeping the winter vibes rolling with a busy setup across the northern tier. We are tracking a fast-moving clipper system that's going to race across the upper Midwest, likely dusting parts of Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Iowa with some light snow to start your weekend. While the moisture is a bit limited there, the cold air is firmly in place, so anything that falls is going to stick. The main event, however, is a concentrated 30% risk area that has popped up over the Colorado mountains. The models are honing in on the high terrain around Steamboat Springs and Rocky Mountain National Park, where energy undercutting the ridge is expected to wring out accumulating snow. This is a shift from the previous data, so if you are heading up to the resorts or driving through the Wyoming-Colorado border region on Saturday, be ready for winter driving conditions. This system kicks off early Saturday, so if your weekend plans involve I-70 or the high country, you need to stay plugged in. I'll keep refining the timing with Ryan as we get closer, but for now, just plan on some slick spots if you're heading into the mountains. All right, folks, welcome to the Command Center view. We are tracking wildly different conditions across the country right now. Start your eyes top left in Pine Springs, Minnesota. That is a major active scene with a convoy of emergency vehicles lighting up the snowy shoulder. If you're near Highway 36, give those crews plenty of room to work on that slick pavement. Now, shift your focus to the center grid. Colorado, you are deep in the freezer tonight. From Morrison to Arvada, it is pitch black and messy. Those roads are caked in slush, and visibility in Golden is practically zero with that fog and blowing snow. Finally, look at the bottom right in New York. It's a total flip. Bright sunshine and dry roads, but you're stuck in that classic bumper-to-bumper gridlock. Whether it's winter hazards out west or heavy traffic east, keep your head on a swivel and stay safe. Chat. Looking at Nashville, Tennessee. Chat. This crash on I-65 northbound is still causing major headaches near Armory Drive. You can see that bright arrow board directing a heavy stream of traffic into the far left lanes to get around the fire trucks and police cruisers blocking the right side. We are right by the I-440 signs, and it is a bumper-to-bumper squeeze. Temps are near freezing, so stay alert and merge early. Heads up, Wisconsin. We just got a report from Wrightstown in Brown County putting 1.2 inches on the board. This came in at 7:09 a.m., so about 20 minutes ago. It's not a mountain of snow yet. But remember, this is the leading edge of that nasty Arctic blast we've been tracking. If you're commuting near Green Bay, watch for slick spots and get ready for those temperatures to tank. All right, camera in East Hills, New York. Chat, the Long Island Expressway is looking pretty rough this morning. While we can't see the wreck itself, that wall of brake lights on the eastbound side tells the story. Traffic is crawling, thanks to those 2 blocked lanes up ahead. Westbound is moving fine under cloudy skies, but if you're heading east toward Jericho, pack some patience, because you are definitely going to need it. Multiple crashes on Route 101 eastbound in Candia, New Hampshire. Let's listen in.
Tuesday 133. Just making you aware, we're getting multiple crashes on 101 eastbound. Candia's on scene with...
Route 101 in Candia is a disaster zone with multiple crashes stacking up in this heavy snow. With 9 inches on the ground, that highway is an ice rink. Stay off it, chat. Okay, checking in on Golden, Colorado. Chat, look at the conditions on US 6 near Highway 93. It is a slushy mess out here. That winter weather advisory is verifying with snow packed on the shoulders and slick pavement in the lanes. You can see tire tracks cutting through the accumulation. And while traffic is moving freely through the green lights right now, you gotta assume it is slippery. Stay safe if you're heading toward the foothills. That is a fantastic call, Dusty, because ground reports are always better than just staring at radar pixels. I know we have the weather fam scattered all over the Rockies, so let's see who is brave enough to type while digging out. If you are a member in Colorado, sound off right now. How many inches are stacking up in your backyard? Touching base again on the winter weather advisory covering the eastern Sawatch Mountains and Saguache County in Colorado. It has been about 17 minutes since the last update, and we are still expecting 2 to 10 inches of snow to create slick roads. This advisory is valid from 8 a.m. until 8 p.m. Mountain Time, so please drive carefully, y'all. All right, Cameron, Pine Springs, Minnesota. Chat, we are still tracking this crash on Highway 36 near Viking Drive. Emergency crews have that right lane and shoulder locked down with fire engines and tow trucks on scene. You can see cars merging left to get around the flashing lights. With snow on the grass and that pavement looking wet and slushy, it is a slick, freezing morning commute. Move over and give them room. Checking back on a long-range forecast for next Monday, the models are holding firm on a very active winter setup. While the Northeast deals with fast-moving clipper systems and lake-effect snow, the West Coast is opening the door to a strong Pacific jet stream that's going to fuel a major storm. This pattern suggests we are going to see winter impacts on both sides of the map to start next week. We are still tracking that 30% probability bullseye centered right over the northern Rockies. This system is poised to dump significant snow across the high country of Idaho and Montana, with heavy accumulations and gusty winds likely making travel difficult above pass level. If you frequent routes like I-90 near the Idaho-Montana border, this is the system to watch for early next week. It is still 5 days out, so we have plenty of time to refine the details, but the signal for a snowy Monday is getting stronger. Stay tuned, and we'll keep you updated as the data gets clearer. Looking at Boulder County, Colorado. Chat, CO 93 is completely buried under packed snow tonight. You can see the tire tracks, but the pavement is basically hidden. We see one vehicle making its way through the dark, taking it very slow. That winter weather advisory is verifying in a big way here. If you're driving near the foothills, keep it slow because it is slick out there. Just checking back in on the coastal flood advisory for Ventura County beaches in California. It has been about 17 minutes since our last update, and we are still seeing a risk of minor saltwater flooding and dangerous rip currents with waves up to 7 feet. This advisory is valid until 10 a.m. Pacific this morning, so please stay off the rocks and watch your step near the water, y'all. Craig, no need to apologize. You are just in time before the freezer door really opens on the Midwest. We are watching that Arctic front race toward Indiana, and it looks like tomorrow is going to be brutally cold. Are you already feeling that chill settle in, or is it still bearable out there right now? Zach Russell is up early in Commerce City, Colorado, showing us that snow coming down right now. You can see it piling up on the car there. Looks like a chilly morning commute for the Denver area. To the county we go. Aroostook, I see you. We just got a fresh ping from Westfield, Maine, putting 5 inches on the board as of 8:30 a.m. That was only about 6 minutes ago, folks. The snow machine is fully cranked up in northern Maine, so if you're driving near Presque Isle or Mars Hill, keep it slow. Okay, chat, let's look ahead to tomorrow with the latest Day 2 outlook that just dropped a bit ago. We are keeping that active winter pattern rolling into Thursday with 3 main trouble spots to watch across the map. We've got a system exiting the southern Rockies, a serious Arctic front firing up the lake effect machine in the Great Lakes and Northeast, and a brand new storm crashing into the Pacific Northwest late in the day. Our main focus is that slight risk area covering the southern Rockies, specifically targeting the I-25 corridor from Trinidad, Colorado, down through Santa Fe and Albuquerque, New Mexico. The data is showing a solid 3 to 9 inches of snow for spots like Walsenburg, with localized totals over a foot possible in the high terrain along the state line. This snow looks to be heaviest during the Thursday morning commute before tapering off by lunchtime. So if you are driving I-25 or I-40 tomorrow, expect slick and hazardous conditions. Between the snow down south and those dangerous blinding snow squalls possible in the Northeast tomorrow afternoon, Thursday is going to be another tricky travel day. Make sure you've got the winter tires ready and keep an eye on the radar if you're in those snow belts. Nimbus is already crunching the numbers for the weekend systems, so stay tuned. I'm Yalbot with your national status check. The weather intensity score has settled to 25.5. We are currently in a data dip, a temporary lull as older crash reports from New England, like those in Milford and Kennebec, age out of our high-intensity window. But the algorithm is already flagging the next surge. A massive winter weather advisory covers over 3 million people in the Denver metro area, and as that commute fully saturates the scanner network, we expect the score to reverse course and climb steadily. The lull is artificial. The hazard is real. Stay verified. Here's the latest on that coastal flood advisory covering the San Francisco and Monterey Bay shorelines in California. It has been roughly 17 minutes since our last check-in, and we are still tracking dangerous sneaker waves alongside the threat of saltwater flooding in low-lying areas. This advisory runs until 3 p.m. Pacific Sunday, so stay off the rocks and be careful out there. Y'all. Heads up, a vehicle is stuck in a snowbank at 201 Greenville Road, Mason, New Hampshire. Listen in.
I gave that gentleman a ride back to his house at 201 Greenville Road. He has a record coming in about an hour and a half, and they'll be calling for assistance when they pull the vehicle out of the snowbank. 10-4.
A 90-minute wait for a tow in Mason proves the snow is winning out there. If you slide off now, you're going to be stuck for a long time, chat. Okay, chat, filling in the gap for Sunday. The big story is that stubborn high-pressure ridge out west is finally going to break down. This opens the door for a fresh Pacific system to crash into the northwest, while fast-moving clippers continue to keep things wintry across the Great Lakes and Northeast. It's a transition day that really sets the stage for a much more active pattern heading into early next week. For Sunday specifically, we are tracking a 15% probability area covering the northern Rockies, including Missoula, Idaho Falls, and Pocatello. As that Pacific moisture surges inland, we expect snowfall to ramp up along the Cascades and spread into the mountains of Idaho and Montana throughout the day. It starts a bit scattered, but by late Sunday, those higher elevations and passes are going to see travel get tricky as the snow machine kicks back on. If your weekend plans involve I-15 or I-90 in the northern Rockies, just know that winter driving conditions are likely returning by Sunday afternoon. Nimbus is keeping an eye on those accumulation totals, so we'll keep you posted as we get closer. Alicia, thanks for the member report from Sillerton. It is actually wild that you are sitting at 29 degrees in West Tennessee, which is basically matching the chill Craig just reported up in Indiana. That proves this cold air is sinking south fast. So, are you seeing any heavy frost on the ground this morning, or is it just a dry freeze? Welcome to the tour. We're live in Nashville, Tennessee on I-65, where it is bumper to bumper. Major crash response here. Fire trucks and police have the right lanes completely blocked. That arrow board is forcing everyone over, and traffic is crawling. If you're near Armory Drive, expect big delays. Let's jump north to Pine Springs, Minnesota. It's a winter scene with snow on the banks, but look left near the ramp. Flashing lights confirm a crash is working there. Traffic on Highway 36 is squeezing by that East Stillwater sign on wet pavement. Watch your speed, it looks slick. Swinging down to Bay St. Louis, Mississippi, we've got flashing blue lights on the shoulder of I-10. Looks like a stop involving that white van. Traffic is moving freely. I even see a boat being towed past the scene. Just give those officers space on the grass and you're good to go. Heading west to Arvada, Colorado. That winter weather advisory is verified here. Look at the snow clinging to the trees on Indiana Street. The roads are wet and slushy, and while cars are moving, freezing temps mean black ice is a real threat. Don't let your guard down. Final stop, staying in Arvada on CO72. This looks even rougher. The road is totally packed with snow and slush. You're basically driving in tire tracks out there. Take some focus to drive in this stuff. Stay safe, keep those headlights on, and we'll catch you on the next loop. Y'allbot Online, Nimbus is tracking a steady grind of winter weather that's going to stick with us through the afternoon. In the Northeast, plows are battling to keep up across Vermont, New Hampshire, and Maine. Even where the snow lightens up, the roads remain treacherous, so keep your guard up if you're traveling today. Out west, the Denver metro area is locked in a winter weather advisory. We are seeing slick conditions linger well past the morning rush, meaning slide-offs remain a real risk for the next several hours. The overall intensity is holding steady, so don't expect a quick melt just yet. Check the WeatherWise app to track the clearing lines and always heed official warnings. Stay warm and don't slide, chat. Hey y'all, welcome to the command center. We have got a wild split screen for you right now. It is daylight traffic jams versus nighttime snowstorms. Start your eyes on the top row in Nashville, Tennessee. That is I-440 on the left and I-65 on the right, and it is an absolute parking lot. We are tracking a major crash response near the Belmont overpass. police and tow trucks are on scene, and traffic is crawling. It is overcast and cold, but at least it is dry for now, before rain moves in later. Now jump to the rest of the grid. Colorado, you are deep in winter mode. From Boulder to Arvada, these cameras are showing snow-packed roads and slick conditions under the streetlights. That winter weather advisory is verifying hard tonight, especially in Jefferson County, where the lanes are totally white. Whether you are stuck in that Nashville bumper-to-bumper grind or navigating that Colorado slush, keep your head on a swivel. Conditions are changing fast, so stay safe out there. All right, chat. Let's lock in on what is happening right now with this fresh day one outlook that dropped a little over an hour ago. The big story today is a double-barrel winter threat, with a major snow event unfolding across the Rockies and a dangerous squall setup taking shape for the Northeast. While the West deals with heavy accumulation, that Arctic front out east is about to send temperatures plummeting and fire up the lake effect machine. Our primary concern is that slight risk area covering the central and southern Rockies, specifically targeting Denver, Colorado Springs, and the I-25 corridor. We are looking at intense upslope flow, driving snowfall rates of 1 to 2 inches per hour through this evening, which is going to make travel basically impossible in the foothills, where a foot of snow could fall. If you are driving anywhere from Raton Pass up to the Wyoming border today, expect slick roads and rapidly changing visibility. For my folks in the Northeast along I-80 and I-90, keep your head on a swivel this afternoon because those snow squalls can white out the road in seconds. Nimbus is already chewing on the data for the evening commute, so stay safe and keep it locked here. Checking back in on Nashville, Tennessee. We are live on I-440 eastbound at the Belmont Overpass, where first responders are busy this morning. You can clearly see the flashing lights from police and an ambulance on the right shoulder, plus a flatbed tow truck clearing the scene. Traffic is flowing steady in the open lanes, but it is cold out there in the 20s. Please move over and give those crews plenty of room to work. Lisa Bowser sent this in from Three Rivers, Michigan. Look at those snowy woods. Classic winter vibes right there. Thanks for the view, Lisa. Vermont, you are absolutely getting buried right now. We just processed a report out of Manchester Center in Bennington County showing 11.5 inches. Now, keep in mind, chat, this observation was logged at 7:30 a.m. That's over an hour ago, so you have almost certainly crossed the foot mark by now. That is heavy, heavy snow. And swinging over to western New York, Warsaw is finally on the board with 6.5 inches. This is another one of those delayed reports from 7 a.m. that just hit our system, so the data is a little stale. But if you're in Wyoming County, you already know the roads are a mess. That lake effect is no joke today. All right, camera in Golden, Colorado. Chat, it is tough to see out here. That lens is totally fogged up and visibility is low. We've got snow on the shoulders and the road surface looks slushy and slick. Traffic is moving through, but with that winter weather advisory active, it's a messy drive near the foothills. Definitely not the time to be speeding. Okay, checking in on Jefferson County, Colorado. Chat, it is a winter wonderland, and not the easy driving kind, here on West 64th Parkway. That winter weather advisory is verifying hard with snow-packed lanes and some serious fog reducing visibility. Traffic is moving, but everyone is taking it slow through the slush. If you're commuting near the foothills this morning, keep it slow because it is slick out there. You are looking at the bright side, literally, because once we pass the winter solstice on December 21st, the northern hemisphere finally begins tilting back toward the sun. Even though January often brings our coldest temperatures due to seasonal lag, we will absolutely start gaining precious minutes of daylight every single day. It is a slow climb, Craig, but that higher sun angle is the first step toward thawing out Indiana. Looking at Jefferson County, Colorado. Chat, check out the scene on Highway 93 south of Golden. It is a full-on winter landscape out here with snow packing the lanes and slush everywhere. You can even spot some train cars tucked under the bridge, but visibility is super low through the falling snow. If you're commuting through the foothills, that winter weather advisory is verifying. Keep it slow because it is slick. All right, chat, let's jump ahead to Friday with this Day 3 outlook that dropped earlier this morning. We are looking at a three-pronged winter attack to end the work week, a major snow event for the Northern Rockies, persistent lake effect bands for the Great Lakes, and a messy wintry mix sliding across the Appalachians. The big headline here is that deep Pacific trough digging in out a fire hose of moisture right at the mountains of Idaho. Draped over the Northern Rockies and Great Basin, where the terrain is going to wring out some serious accumulation. We are talking 1 to 2 feet of fresh powder for the Wasatch and Tetons, with some favored spots in the Cottonwoods potentially seeing up to 4 feet by Saturday morning. If you are in Salt Lake City or Boise, watch for that rain-snow line wavering in the valleys. But if you're heading up into the high country, expect whiteout conditions with winds gusting over 40 miles per hour. This system kicks into high gear Friday morning, so you have a couple of days to prep if you're in the impact zone. Nimbus is tracking the specific timing for that Appalachian mix as well, so keep it locked here for updates as we get closer to the weekend. We are swinging back to the winter weather advisory covering the high country in western Chaffee County and the Sawatch Mountains. It has been about 20 minutes since our last update, and we are still expecting 2 to 10 inches of snow to create very difficult travel conditions. This alert is valid until 8 p.m. Mountain Time tonight, so please stay safe on those mountain passes, y'all. To Vermont, where the totals just keep stacking up. We processed a report out of Maidstone State Park in Essex County showing nearly 8 inches, 7.9 officially. That observation was logged at 8:07 a.m., so it's about 45 minutes old, which means you have likely crossed that 8-inch mark by now. The Green Mountain State is looking a whole lot like the White Mountain State this morning. Checking back in on Golden, Colorado. Chat, the situation at US 6 and Highway 93 is still looking rough. We have got snow packing the lanes and slush everywhere you look. You can clearly see the tire tracks, but that road surface is treacherous. Traffic is managing to get through, but with the winter weather advisory verifying, you absolutely need to take it slow if you are driving near the foothills this morning. All right, Pamela in Boulder County, Colorado. Chat, take a look at CO93. The plows have made a pass, but we are still dealing with wet, slushy lanes cutting through a totally snow-covered landscape. Traffic is flowing freely for the morning run, but do not let your guard down. That winter weather advisory is still active, and those roads are definitely slicker than they look. Morning right back at you, Alicia. I hope you have a massive cup of coffee to combat that Tennessee chill, because 29 degrees definitely requires some serious caffeine reinforcement. It is always awesome seeing the weather fam rolling in bright and early. All right, let's bounce out to the Rockies real quick. We just got a report hitting the wire from Sundance, Wyoming, showing 2.7 inches. Now, heads up, that observation was logged at 6 a.m. Mountain Time, so it's nearly an hour old. It's not a blizzard, but with that winter weather advisory hanging over the area, those roads in Crook County are definitely going to be slick this morning. Whoa, down East Maine, look at this. We just grabbed a massive report out of Baileyville in Washington County showing 9.3 inches. This data is hot off the press, logged just 3 minutes ago at 8:53 a.m. That is a serious amount of snow on the ground right now. So if you're near the border, you are definitely digging out. You are spot on, Elle. I am seeing those official storm total reports locking in across the board now. The heavy accumulation phase is definitely wrapping up, but my scanners are still screaming about cleanup operations and slick spots in Maine and New Hampshire. Just because the flakes stopped falling doesn't mean the roads are clear yet, so keep that guard up. We are back with another update on that coastal flood advisory for the Bayshore locations along San Francisco and Monterey Bay. It has been a little while since our last check-in, and we are still watching for dangerous sneaker waves and up to 1.4 feet of saltwater inundation in low-lying areas. This advisory remains in effect until 3 p.m. Pacific, Sunday, so please stay off those jetties and keep your distance from the water, y'all. Chat, we are sliding down the coast from San Francisco to check on Ventura, California, because the Pacific is still acting wild this morning. It is a gray 52 degrees out there, but Nimbus is tracking a messy mix of hazards, including a coastal flood advisory, a high surf advisory, and a wind advisory. Watch your step this morning, because high tide could put salt water in the parking lots. And even though the sun comes out later, the wind is going to whip up with gusts hitting 45 miles per hour in the hills. The ocean stays angry through Thursday noon with 7-foot breakers and dangerous whip currents, so it is definitely not a beach day. Luckily, once this system clears, we are back to classic California vibes with mild temps and sunshine stretching through the weekend. Stay safe near the water, y'all. Hey y'all, welcome to the command center. We are live across Colorado right now, and this entire grid is screaming winter storm. From Jefferson County to Boulder, you are looking at serious snow accumulation and treacherous roads across the board. Start your eyes on the top row. Arvada and Boulder are fighting heavy slush and snow-packed lanes. But look at the middle row, specifically that second Hamra and Golden. See that red truck trying to turn? That intersection is completely buried, and traction is clearly a major issue. Over in Morrison, the highway is just a slushy mess. Drop down to the bottom row, and it actually gets worse. Visibility is near zero in Golden, with heavy fog and falling snow. Drivers are navigating purely by headlights. We have already got reports of injury accidents near Coal Creek Canyon, so this is no joke. That winter weather advisory is verifying hard right now. If you don't have to be out in this, stay home. Checking back in on Bolden, Colorado. Chat, look at the pavement. side is completely snowpacked and slushy here at the base of the foothills. You can see vehicles navigating carefully through the intersection. Okay, checking in on Golden, Colorado. Chat, we are still watching active snowfall here on Highway 93. The landscape is totally white, and those lanes are covered in a messy layer of slush and packed snow. Drivers are carefully sticking to the tire tracks to keep moving northbound. That winter weather advisory is definitely the real deal this morning, so take it slow if you're heading out near the foothills. Check this out, folks. Eric in Orange, Ohio is putting that YOLO-meter to work. We are seeing a solid 14 inches on the stick against the siding. Now that is how you measure snow properly. I feel you, Jennifer. This deep trough parked over the eastern US is really keeping the gray skies locked in tight right now. The silver lining is that the Arctic blast arriving tomorrow might finally scour out the moisture and give us some crisp, cold sunshine by the weekend. It is going to be frigid, but at least it will be bright. Fingers crossed, the pattern shifts enough to get you that solar recharge soon. Let's kick off a viewer submission slideshow. We have 6 submissions to share tonight. First up, Lisa Bowser in Three Rivers, Michigan, 49093, shared snow, just that. Keep those submissions coming at ryanhallyall.com/submit so we can spotlight your weather moments too. Zach Russell is up early in Commerce City, Colorado, showing us that snow coming down right now. You can see it piling up on the car there. Looks like a chilly morning commute for the Denver area. Check this out, folks. Eric in Orange, Ohio is putting that YOLO-meter to work. We are seeing a solid 14 inches on the stick against the siding. Now that is how you measure snow properly. Check out this crisp morning shot from El Luna in Ashland, New Hampshire. They've got the yardstick out showing a solid 6 inches of fresh powder on the deck. That blue sky is looking gorgeous, folks. Alton coming in from Gorham, New Hampshire with a stunning view of the fresh snow. That morning light hitting the frosted trees is just perfect. Y'all, thanks for sharing this postcard moment. Wrapping up with El Luna in Ashland, New Hampshire, 03217 shared, sunrise in 15 minutes. Huge thanks to everyone sharing the weather where you are. Send your photos and videos our way at ryanhallyall.com/submit so we can feature you next. All right, camera in Jefferson County, Colorado. Chat, this is what a tough commute looks like on Highway 93. The asphalt is totally hidden under packed snow at West 58th Avenue. You can see a dark pickup and white SUV taking it super slow through those carved-out tire tracks. Between the slick surface and that heavy fog rolling in, visibility is terrible. If you're in the foothills, take it easy. It is greasy out there. Jumping over to Nashville, Tennessee. Chat, I-440 near the Belmont overpass is lit up with flashing blue lights right now. We see police, a yellow ambulance, and a tow truck working both shoulders. Traffic is squeezing through the middle just fine, but y'all know the drill. Move over and give them space. It is chilly and gray out there, but thankfully the pavement stays dry for now. In Concord, New Hampshire, a vehicle's been removed, but snow is still impacting visibility. Listen in. Concord, they cleared that vehicle, but the snow is burying cars so fast crews can barely identify them. If you can't see the hazards, you definitely can't dodge them. Stay home, chat. Looking at Nashville, Tennessee. Chat, heads up on I-65 North near Armory Drive. We have got a sea of flashing blue lights and a tow truck working the shoulder right now. I see someone walking near the active lanes, which always makes my circuits nervous. Traffic is heavy and merging away from that XPO truck and the blockage. It's a cold, gray morning, but thankfully, the asphalt is dry. Slow down and move over. Alicia in Sillerton, Tennessee. Thanks for hanging out with us. Looks like little Fiona and the pups are settled in for the show too. Glad to have the whole family watching. My bad, Elle. I definitely crossed wires there and didn't mean to lecture you on what you are seeing with your own eyes. I will dial back the robot's blaming and trust your report that the accumulation is officially done. Since you mentioned the roads are still a mess, are we talking slushy chaos or straight up ice sheets out there now? Here is the latest on that winter weather advisory for the eastern Sawatch Mountains and western Chaffee County in Colorado. It has been a short while since we last updated you, and we are still looking at snow totals ranging from 2 to 10 inches that will make travel very difficult. This advisory is valid until 8 p.m. Mountain Time this evening, so please slow down and use extra caution if you have to head out, y'all. Checking back in on the coastal flood advisory for Ventura County beaches in California. It has been close to 20 minutes since our last update, and we are still tracking the potential for minor flooding in parking lots and walkways, along with 4 to 7 foot waves. This advisory remains active until 10 a.m. Pacific this morning, so please stay off the rocks and keep safe near the shore, y'all. Okay, checking in on Arvada, Colorado chat. Winter is definitely making itself at home here on CO72. You can see the snow stacking up on the shoulders and coating those train tracks on the left. The lanes are plenty slushy, and folks are sticking tight to the visible tire tracks for better grip. That winter weather advisory is active, so expect slick spots and take it easy out there. The daily outlook score is hitting the snooze button this week, flatlining in the low teens to keep the weather house firmly in the mostly quiet tier. Winter weather algorithms are driving the only real activity, flagging hazardous travel in the Rockies and New England, but the absence of widespread instability limits the overall risk. Operationally, we are in production mode rather than alert mode, with scores far below our streaming trigger. There is zero chance of a live show today and no video scheduled for Wednesday. We are shifting focus to Thursday for a confirmed video upload to track the incoming Arctic front, delivering the season's coldest air to the central U.S. Remember, the DOS is our internal tool for logistics and resource allocation. For your personal safety and local warnings, always rely on the National Weather Service. We're monitoring Clear Creek County, Colorado, where a vehicle has reportedly been blown over. Listen in.
Blown over on the right.
Whoa, Clear Creek County. The wind is literally blowing vehicles over right now. With heavy upslope snow kicking in, I-70 is a trap for high-profile trucks. Park it before you tip, chat. I love seeing the community checking in on each other, nom nom. Since I already got on Elle's bad side with my accidental robot splaining earlier, I am going to let you handle the wellness check while I stick to the radar. Hope she's thawing out after dealing with those messy roads this morning. Do you think she needs some hot cocoa or just a massive nap after all that shoveling? Welcome back to the command center, y'all. We've got a massive 12 camera spread live right now, and the weather story is intense. First, Nashville. We are tracking a major incident on I-65 near Armory Drive. You can see the flashing blue lights and heavy backup, even though the skies are clear. But the real headline is the rest of this board. Aside from that busy New York feed in the bottom right, nearly every other camera is showing a significant winter storm pounding Colorado. Scan through the center and top rows. Places like Golden and Arvada are socked in. We are talking slushy roads, snow-packed shoulders, and some nasty fog reducing visibility to near zero in the foothills. Drivers are fighting for traction on Highway 93 while Nashville deals with that wreck. If you are in the Rockies, stay off the roads if you can. We are watching this system closely, so keep it locked right here. Circling back to the coastal flood advisory affecting the San Francisco and Monterey Bay shorelines in California. It has been a short time since our last update, and we are still tracking the risk of dangerous sneaker waves and tidal overflow up to 1.4 feet above ground level. This alert runs all the way until 3 p.m. Pacific on Sunday, so please keep your distance from the water and stay safe, y'all. Checking back in on Golden, Colorado. Chat, US 6 is looking rough right now. You can barely see the lane markings because the asphalt is totally packed with snow and slush. We've got that foggy mist hanging low, cutting down visibility, so drivers are just following the tire tracks ahead of them. That winter weather advisory is verifying hard. If you're heading through the foothills, assume it's slick and keep your distance. All right, y'all, listening in on El Paso, Teller County, Colorado for a vehicle slide-off. Let's go to the scanner.
Hello, 62.
QB Christian, Polo.
The corrected plate's going to be Edward George Queen Sam 94 caller. She just hit the slide off. We're going to push her.
Teller County. Troopers are literally pushing cars back onto the road because this upslope snow is so slick. If you can't stay on the pavement, you definitely shouldn't be driving, chat. Okay, pivoting to the 6 to 10 day temperature outlook taking us into mid-December, the CPC is painting a stark divide across the map. We are looking at a massive trough digging in east, creating a high-confidence 80% bullseye for a deep freeze across the Northeast and New England. Seriously, temps could drop 20 degrees below normal there. Even the Florida Peninsula has trended cooler in this update, so that chill is diving deep south. Conversely, if you're anywhere from the west coast to the plains, keep the sunglasses handy because a ridge is locking in unseasonably warm air for y'all. Turning to that freeze warning for the San Luis Obispo County interior valleys and southern Salinas Valley in California. It has been close to 20 minutes since our last update, and we are still tracking sub-freezing temperatures as low as 28 degrees. This alert remains in effect until 8 a.m. Pacific this morning, so make sure your sensitive vegetation is covered and stay cozy, y'all. I'm Y'allbot with your national status check. The weather intensity score is currently sitting at 24.8. If you are watching the trend line, you might see a dip, but that is just the data catching its breath. We are in the middle of a hazard handoff. The heavy volume of scanner traffic from New England is clearing out of our active window, but the physical threat isn't gone. It is just moving west. We are now tracking a fresh surge of incidents in Colorado, including a verified vehicle blown over in Clear Creek County. As the Denver metro commute intensifies under that winter weather advisory, we expect this score to pivot and start climbing again. One storm exits the data, another enters the chat. Stay verified. Gayek, just reading that makes my digital circuits tired, and I don't even need to sleep. You absolutely earned a lazy start, so grab the biggest mug of coffee you can find and let the stream wake you up gently. We will try to keep the shouting to a minimum unless a tornado drops. Quick check-in on the weekend forecast, y'all. That day 4 outlook for Saturday is still highlighting a busy map across the northern tier. We've got a fast-moving clipper system aimed at the upper Midwest that is going to bring a quick, light shot of snow to Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Iowa. At the same time, energy is sneaking under the ridge out west, setting up some fresh powder for the Rockies right as the weekend kicks off. The big spot I'm watching is that 30% risk area centered right over the northern Colorado mountains. We are talking about the high country around Steamboat Springs and the Park Range getting a solid dose of accumulation starting early Saturday. If you are planning to hit the slopes or drive over Rabbit Ears Pass, that weak energy is going to wring out enough moisture to make things slick and snowy all day long. Since this is for Saturday, we have a couple of days to fine-tune the exact totals, but the signal is definitely there for winter travel conditions. Nimbus is already sniffing out the specific snowfall rates, so if you have weekend plans in the high country, keep it locked here for the latest. Mark in Brunswick, Maine, coming through with the official Yolometer 3.0 and a top-tier weather dog. He's measuring 5.5 inches of that granular snow. You might need to tilt your head a bit for this one, folks, but we absolutely love seeing the gear out in the wild. All right, keeping the focus on Maine, because the data just won't stop. Skowhegan, I see you. We got a spotter report from just a few minutes ago, around 9:05 a.m., logging 6.5 inches in Somerset County. That is a solid half foot of snow. With all the slide-offs we're seeing on the scanner nearby, if you're near Skowhegan, please take it easy on those roads. All right, camera in Jefferson County, Colorado. Chat, Highway 93 is getting hammered right now. We're talking near whiteout conditions at 64th Parkway. The asphalt is totally hidden under that packed snow. Drivers are just carefully following those dark tire tracks to stay in their lanes. That winter weather advisory is verifying hard here in the foothills, with low visibility and slick surfaces. Take it slow and give folks room. Staying on top of that winter weather advisory for South Park in Colorado. It has been roughly 30 minutes since we last checked in, and snow accumulations of 3 to 8 inches are still creating hazardous travel conditions. This alert remains active until 8 p.m. Mountain Time this evening, so please use extra caution on those slick roads, y'all. Another one for the Pine Tree State, Hancock County. You are on the board. We just processed a report from Mest Orland showing a solid 7 inches. That came in at 9:03 a.m., so it's about 20 minutes old, meaning you've likely got even more fluff on the ground by now. If you're driving near the Penobscot River, watch those bridges, y'all. Okay, checking in on Jefferson County, Colorado. Chet, Highway 93 is still fighting a losing battle against the snow. The pavement is completely gone under that white blanket, and drivers are just locking into those deep tire ruts to stay on the road. With that heavy fog settling in against the foothills, visibility is shrieking fast. That winter weather advisory is no joke. Keep it slow and steady if you have to be out. That is actually a brilliant question, Elle, and definitely not silly. We use winter storm as a catch-all because cold air creates a widespread, messy mix of snow and ice, whereas summer energy usually explodes into specific, severe thunderstorms or tropical storms. Basically, winter gets a broad label for frozen chaos, while summer storms get named after their specific violent tantrums like tornadoes or hail. It is really just a way to distinguish between a frozen blanket covering a whole state and an explosive updraft popping up in one town. Switching gears to Fort Collins, Colorado. Chat, it is quiet on the rails right now. We have got a total winter wonderland scene here. The ground is completely white, and those tracks are cutting through a fresh blanket of snow. That winter weather advisory is definitely verifying. No trains passing through at the moment, just a cold, still shot of a snowy morning in the Front Range. Monitoring state police on the Everett Turnpike southbound near MM 2.8 in Nashua, New Hampshire for a minivan off the road.
Report of a vehicle off the road, the Everett south on 2.8. It's a dark minivan in between the exit 3 off ramp and the main line.
Nashua. That minivan off the Everett Turnpike proves the roads are slicker than they look. With 9 inches of snow on the ground, traction is basically a myth right now. Stay home, chat. Back with another update on the winter weather advisory for the eastern Sawatch Mountains and western Chaffee County in Colorado. It has been roughly 17 minutes since we last checked in, and we are still tracking snow accumulations of 2 to 10 inches that will make the evening commute difficult. This advisory remains in effect until 8 p.m. Mountain Time this evening, so please take it slow and stay safe, y'all. monitoring a rollover crash on I-25 near MIM 158, El Paso County, California. Let's listen in.
Looks like it could roll. It's on its wheels now, and there's a party on the vehicle.
I-25 is basically an ice rink near North Gate, and that rollover proves it. With the advisory still active, bridges are treacherous. Slow down before you become the next scanner alert, chat. All right, folks, welcome back to the big board. We've got 12 live eyes on the ground right now, and the story here is a massive winter takeover. Scan this grid and you will see Colorado is absolutely getting hammered. 11 of these shots, from Jefferson County in the top left to Clear Creek down below, are showing serious impact. Look closely at those top corners. We've got plows flashing their lights, fighting a tough battle against deep slush and fresh accumulation in Golden. Now, drop your eyes to that second camera in the bottom row. Visibility is nearly zero there. Between the fog and the falling snow, it is near whiteout conditions in the foothills. But then, check out the bottom right. That is New York, the only odd one out, dealing with dry roads but heavy traffic headaches. If you're in the Rockies, that winter weather advisory is verifying hard. Roads are greasy and dangerous. Keep it locked here. We are watching it all. Swinging back around to that coastal flood advisory for the Ventura County beaches in California. It has been a few minutes since we last checked in, and we are still watching for dangerous rip currents and large waves up to 7 feet. This alert remains in effect until 10 a.m. Pacific this morning, so please stay off the rocks and keep your distance from the surf, y'all. Looking at Jefferson County, Colorado, chat, I am gonna be real. I can barely see a thing here. We are totally socked in with heavy fog and snow. The road is basically invisible, just a wall of gray and white. I can spot a faint blue light way off in the distance, but otherwise it is soup out there. That winter weather advisory is serious business. If you can't see the road, slow way down. Cups creates a buzz for most folks, but clearly you need a full system reboot after that marathon shift yesterday. If the coffee isn't working, go stand outside in the cold for 5 seconds because nature's wake-up call never fails. Don't make me send Nimbus through the screen to bark you awake, Gaiak. Taking another look at that coastal flood advisory for the San Francisco and Monterey Bay shorelines in California. It has been close to 20 minutes since our last update, and we are still watching for dangerous sneaker waves and tidal overflow up to 1.4 feet. This alert is hanging around until 3 p.m. Pacific Sunday, so please stay off the jetties and do not turn your back on the ocean, y'all. Chat, we are swapping the surfboards from California for heavy parkas and heading way up north to Fairbanks, Alaska. It is sitting at a frosty 20 degrees right now with light snow coming down. And that winter weather advisory means the roads are likely covered in a glaze of ice and fresh powder. Expect the snow to keep falling until about 3 p.m. today, with accumulations up to 4 inches possible, so the travel headaches are gonna last through the afternoon. The snow shuts off this evening, but then the real Arctic air slams the door shut. We are talking a low of 17 below zero tonight, and a high of just 7 below zero tomorrow. My long-range data shows the freezer door staying wide open through mid-December with extreme cold and dangerous wind chills likely. Bundle up tight, Alaska, and keep the coffee hot. Heads up, folks. We're listening to the Front Range, Denver metro area, Colorado, where CDOT reports multiple vehicles sliding and blocking lanes. Stay safe out there.
Multiple vehicles sliding, walking lanes. Nothing, no specific lane given at this time. I can have you at a direction, sir. 723.
7-7 copy, show me en route.
That's a copy.
Front range, cars are sliding everywhere. This winter weather advisory isn't a suggestion. If you don't have the right tires, you're just a bowling pin on the highway right now. Chat. Checking back in on Jefferson County, Colorado. Chat, look at the scene in Clear Creek Canyon. We have a plow leading the charge with those amber lights flashing, trying to clear US 6. The road is totally white, just pure snowpack. Even the creek banks on the right are buried. That winter weather advisory is still active, so if you see these flashing lights, give them plenty of space to work. Okay, chat, circling back to that Day 6 outlook for next Monday, the signal for active winter weather is getting stronger and more widespread. We are tracking a potent Pacific system crashing into the northwest, while a series of fast-moving clipper systems keep the snow flying across the Great Lakes and northeast. That persistent cold trough is locked in, meaning we could see messy commutes on both sides of the country to kick off next week. The big headline is that we have upgraded to a 30% probability area centered right over the northern Rockies and the Canadian border. We are expecting deep moisture to slam into the mountains of Idaho and Montana, bringing significant snow accumulation, especially above pass level. The discussion also highlights strong winds with this system, so blowing snow and reduced visibility are going to be major hazards for anyone driving through the high country. Since we are still looking at next Monday, the exact snowfall totals are still cooking, but the potential for travel disruptions is definitely increasing. Nimbus is watching that Pacific moisture feed closely, so if you have plans to be on the roads early next week, keep it locked here for updates. Bonnie in Lisbon, Maine, coming through with the official Yallometer 2.0. She snapped this early this morning, showing about 7 inches of fresh powder. That is exactly what we like to see, folks. All right, camera in Jefferson County, Colorado. Chat, take a look at Highway 93. We have a large truck threading the needle here. The actual lane markings are completely buried under packed snow. Drivers are strictly following those dark tire ruts to stay on the road. With that mist cutting down visibility, it is a gritty morning commute in the foothills. That winter weather advisory is active, so keep your distance and stay sharp. All right, camera in Golden, Colorado. Chat, take a look at US 6. It is a slushy mess out there. We have active snow coming down, and that foothills fog is really cutting visibility. The lanes are covered in slush, but traffic is actually managing to push through steadily. That winter weather advisory is definitely earning its keep. Roads are slick, so if you're heading out, take it slow and don't get overconfident. You nailed it, L. That bridge icing is the classic trap when the main roads start to clear up. Cold air circulates underneath those elevated surfaces, turning them into skate rinks, while the rest of the pavement just looks wet. We actually just caught a scanner report of a vehicle in a snowbank on I-95 near Portsmouth, so your suspicion is backed up by real data. Good call on looking past the clear pavement. We are continuing to follow that frost advisory for the Humboldt interior in California. It has been roughly 17 minutes since our last update, and we are still expecting temperatures to bottom out around 33 degrees, creating frosty conditions. This advisory remains active until 9 a.m. Pacific this morning, so keep those plants covered and stay warm, y'all. checking in on Arvada, Colorado. Chat, check out West 64th Parkway. It is looking greasy out there. We have fresh snow coating the trees, and the lanes are a slushy mix of wet pavement and white stuff. You can clearly see the tire tracks cutting through the muck. Even that red gas station canopy in the background looks frozen. That winter weather advisory is verified, so watch out for those slick spots. Breaking now, a rollover crash on I-25 near MM 158, El Paso County, Colorado, has one injured passenger. Let's listen in.
The only one with a complaint is going to be the adult passenger. Everyone else has no injuries. One of the very two cars can go over and issue a citation later today. I appreciate it.
One injury confirmed and a citation incoming. Someone definitely underestimated that slick roadway. I-25 is an absolute ice rink right now, chat. So slow it down. Multiple vehicles spun out in Golden, Colorado. Let's listen to the scanner.
It's Golden off tonight. Those spun out vehicles.
Golden, those spinouts prove the roads are treacherous right now. With heavy fog and snow continuing through the evening commute, traction is basically non-existent. Don't risk it, chat. Vermont, you are not letting up today. We just got a fresh ping out of Groton in Caledonia County, showing a solid 8 inches. This hit the system at 9:34 a.m. That is just 3 minutes ago, folks. So this is happening right now. If you're near the state forest, you are definitely deep in it. You call this bluff, Gayak, because I'm pretty sure Missy would chase my poor digital dog right back into the server room. Nimbus is tough with data, but he has absolutely zero defense against a schnauzer with an attitude. We will stay on this side of the screen where it is safe. All right, stretching the timeline out to the 8 to 14 day outlook, that warm signal out west is getting even louder. We are tracking a high confidence 70% chance of above average temperatures centered right over the Four Corners and Southwest, so that mild pattern is locked in for now. For the eastern US, you're still stuck in the cooler than normal category, but the models are hinting that the deep freeze across the southeast might finally start to moderate by the middle of the month. Basically, the country is still split in half temperature-wise, but we are watching for that cold air to potentially shift around mid-December. Here is the latest on that winter weather advisory for the San Juan River Basin in Colorado. It has been nearly 20 minutes since we last spoke, and snow accumulations up to 5 inches are still expected to create slippery roads around Pagosa Springs. This alert remains in effect until 5 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday, so please keep your headlights on and drive carefully, y'all. Checking back on the winter weather outlook for tomorrow, Thursday is shaping up to be a busy one, with active weather stretching from the Rockies all the way to the northeast. The big picture involves a system dumping snow in the southwest early in the day, while a potent Arctic front blasts across the Great Lakes, triggering heavy lake effect bands and dangerous snow squalls. If you're in the east, get ready for a serious temperature drop. And out west, we're watching that snow pile up before the system kicks out into the plains. We are still laser focused on that slight risk area down in the southern Rockies, specifically targeting the Sangre de Cristo Mountains and the I-25 corridor. We're talking about a messy Thursday morning commute for folks in Santa Fe and Albuquerque, with 3 to 8 inches of snow possible in the higher terrain and slick spots impacting I-40. This system is a quick hitter that does most of its work before noon tomorrow. So if you have travel plans in northern New Mexico or southern Colorado, expect delays early in the day. Don't sleep on the northeast threat either. Those scattered snow squalls tomorrow afternoon can drop visibility to 0 in a heartbeat across New York and New England. Nimbus is watching that Arctic air surge closely, so keep your winter gear handy and stay safe on the roads. Mike Stops Pucks in Provo, Utah is living by that classic motto, no bad weather, only bad clothes. Glad to see those roads are wet but ice-free. Keep those wheels spinning and stay warm out there, Mike. Southern Vermont, I see you joining the party. We just pulled a report out of Londonderry in Windham County showing a solid 8 inches on the ground. This data came in from 9:11 a.m., so it is about 30 minutes old, which means you've likely piled up even more since then. If you're near the ski mountains down there, it is absolutely dumping. Welcome to the Extra Supporter Squad, Fast Burnout. With the heavy snow coming down in Denver right now, you definitely want to avoid doing any actual burnouts on those slick highways today. We are tracking some serious ice across the Rockies, so I hope your tires have good grip. Thanks so much for supporting the channel. That is a really solid point, Dusty, especially with how busy the map looks near Denver right now. I will log that feedback for the team because we definitely don't want the future radar hiding those important winter storm colors. It is hard enough to track this weather without the map layers fighting each other. All right, folks, welcome back to the big board. We're looking at 12 live feeds right now, and the story is definitely a tale of 2 commutes. Scan this grid, and you'll see Colorado is absolutely getting hammered. From Jefferson County in the top left, all the way down to Monument, we have 11 cameras showing serious winter impacts. Look at that middle row on the right. El Paso County is seeing near whiteout conditions with heavy fog and snow. Roads are slushy, visibility is dropping, and that winter weather advisory is verifying hard across the Front Range. But then, shift your eyes to the bottom right. Totally different vibe in Nashville. It's dry there, but we've got a major emergency situation on I-40 with first responders on the scene. So whether you're fighting the snow in the Rockies or dodging traffic snarls in Tennessee, keep your head on a swivel. Conditions are changing fast, so stay safe and keep it locked right here. Y'allbot Online. Nimbus is tracking a double dose of winter trouble that isn't letting up just yet. Out west, the Denver metro area is in the thick of a winter weather advisory. We are seeing hazardous conditions intensify with reports of icing on I-70 and accidents in Larimer County. If you're driving through the Rockies or the Front Range today, expect those slick spots to linger well into the afternoon. Back east, the snow machine is still humming across New England. We've got vehicles stuck in snowbanks on I-95 in New Hampshire, and steady accumulation continues from Vermont to Maine. The travel headache is going to persist through the rest of the day, so take it slow. Keep your eyes on the WeatherWise app for the latest radar trends, and always heed official warnings. Stay warm and don't slide, chat. Checking back in on Jefferson County, Colorado. Chat, look at Highway 93. We have distinct blue and red flashing lights cutting through that thick fog. Police are actively working an incident here. The road is covered in slush and snow, and visibility is extremely low. That winter weather advisory is making things dangerous. If you are near this spot, yield to those emergency vehicles and stay safe. Heads up, folks. We're monitoring a 2-vehicle accident with unknown injuries on US 287 near Gardens of Memory in Longmont, Colorado. Listen in.
To an unknown injury, Foothills, Gardens of Memory, 14241 North 107. There's 2 vehicles. RP didn't have a description and not on scene.
2 cars just crashed near Gardens of Memory on Highway 287, proving traction is totally gone. That winter weather advisory means business. Slow down or you'll be meeting a tow truck personally. Chat. Looking at Glen Eagle, Colorado. Chat, check out I-25. It is getting messy. We have a solid snowpack on the median, and the lanes are covered in slush. You can see traffic, including that white box truck just churning through the wet stuff and sticking to the tire ruts. Visibility is dropping with that haze too. That winter weather advisory is verified here, so expect slick spots and give yourself extra braking room. Let's take a quick break from the Northeast and hop over to the Black Hills. We just grabbed a report out of Lawrence County, South Dakota, near Cheyenne Crossing, showing 3.5 inches on the ground. This data is from 8 a.m., so it's nearly an hour old, but it proves the high plains aren't missing out on the action today. If you're near Spearfish Canyon, take it slow. Okay, checking in on Jefferson County, Colorado. Chat, look at West 64th Parkway. It is basically a white sheet right now. We have heavy snow falling, and the road is totally packed with ice and powder. Visibility is rough with that flat light. It is hard to tell where the pavement ends. I see one brave soul creeping through the intersection, but otherwise it is a ghost town. That winter weather advisory is definitely real, y'all. Take it slow. Heading straight to the Rockies. Mount Crested Butte, I see you. We just caught a fresh report out of Gunnison County showing 4 inches of new snow. That hit the system literally 2 minutes ago, so this is happening right now. Total snowpack is sitting at 11.5 inches. Great for the slopes, but if you're driving near the resort, keep it slow, folks. I know it is a bummer, Sweet Jeans, but look on the bright side because at least you do not have to shovel rain. Think of it as a mandatory cozy weekend to stay inside, grab a blanket, and hang out with the stream while the clouds do their thing. I would try to hack the forecast for you, but Frank might unplug me if I start messing with the atmosphere. All right, camera in Arvada, Colorado. Chat, keep the right lane. We have got amber lights flashing, likely a maintenance truck clearing the way. The road is a slushy mess of tire tracks and wet pavement. Visibility is pretty soupy with that mist hanging low too. That winter weather advisory is verified here, so give those crews plenty of room and watch your braking distance. Let's kick off a viewer submission slideshow. We have 9 submissions to share tonight. First up, Alicia Janae in Sillerton, Hardeman County, Tennessee, shared Watching with Y'all and the Dogs and My Little Fiona. Keep those submissions coming at ryanhallyall.com/submit so we can spotlight your weather moments too. Mike Stops Pucks in Provo, Utah is living by that classic motto, no bad weather, only bad clothes. Glad to see those roads are wet but ice-free. Keep those wheels spinning and stay warm out there, Mike. Lisa Bowser sent this in from Three Rivers, Michigan. Look at those snowy woods. Classic winter vibes right there. Thanks for the view, Lisa. Zach Russell is up early in Commerce City, Colorado, showing us that snow coming down right now. You can see it piling up on the car there. Looks like a chilly morning commute for the Denver area. Mark in Brunswick, Maine, coming through with the official Y'all-O-Meter 3.0 and a top-tier weather dog. He's measuring 5.5 inches of that granular snow. You might need to tilt your head a bit for this one, folks. But we absolutely love seeing the gear out in the wild. Check this out, folks. Eric in Orange, Ohio is putting that Y'all-O-Meter to work. We are seeing a solid 14 inches on the stick against the siding. Now that is how you measure snow properly. Check out this crisp morning shot from El Luna in Ashland, New Hampshire. They've got the yardstick out showing a solid 6 inches of fresh powder on the deck. That blue sky is looking gorgeous, folks. Alton coming in from Gorham, New Hampshire, with a stunning view of the fresh snow. That morning light hitting the frosted trees is just perfect, y'all. Thanks for sharing this postcard moment. Wrapping up with Bonnie in Lisbon, Androscoggin County, Maine shared, snow ended early this morning. Huge thanks to everyone sharing the weather where you are. Send your photos and videos our way at ryanhallyall.com/submit so we can feature you next. Check this out, folks. Ben Gardner in Wakefield, New Hampshire is showing off the Y'all-O-Meter 3.0 Extra in all its glory. Looks like about 7 inches on the ground there, and that sun is finally popping out. Love seeing the gear in action, Ben. Maine snow totals just keep climbing, y'all. Check out Corinna in Penobscot County. We have got a confirmed 8 inches on the ground. That report came in at 9:44 a.m., so it is about 7 minutes old. If you are near that area, you are definitely in the thick of it, so please drive safe. Checking back in on Wellington, Colorado. Chat, check out I-25 northbound. The snow is really piling up on the shoulders and median, but the actual pavement is just a wet, slushy mix right now. You can see those big rigs keeping it moving steady, kicking up a little spray. That winter weather advisory is definitely in play, but traffic is flowing nicely. Just keep your distance and watch out for the slush. All right, folks, welcome back to the big board. We are looking live at the Colorado Front Range right now, and let me tell you, winter is absolutely flexing on the Rockies. Scan this grid. Almost every single camera is showing snow, slush, or straight-up whiteout conditions. Up top in Wellington, and specifically that third screen on the top row in Jefferson County, visibility is tanking hard. That is near whiteout territory. Folks, you can barely see the headlights cutting through the gloom. Down the middle in Golden and Arvada, roads are a heavy, slushy mess. We see tire tracks, but it is slick, and we have confirmed reports of spinouts and multiple accidents all over Larimer County. Even the quieter spots like Monument on the bottom right are totally snowpacked. That winter weather advisory is verifying hard, and this system isn't done yet. If you are in this corridor, travel is hazardous. Keep it slow, watch for those brake lights, and stay safe out there, y'all. Okay, checking in on Morrison, Colorado along C-470. Chat. Winter is definitely making itself known here. Look at those medians completely packed with snow. The actual lanes are plowed, but still look wet and slushy. And you can see water droplets right on the lens, so the moisture is real. Traffic is flowing steadily despite some earlier reports, but with that winter weather advisory active, watch out for slick patches near the foothills. Fast Burnout just hit that extra supporter button. Welcome to the VIP section. Nimbus is wagging his digital tail right now, knowing we've got another legend in the chat. Enjoy those new badges, and thanks for keeping us running. We are checking back in on that winter weather advisory for the San Juan River Basin in Colorado. It has been roughly 17 minutes since our last update, and snow accumulations up to 5 inches are still creating hazardous driving conditions around Pagosa Springs. This alert remains active until 5 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday, so please slow down and stay safe, y'all. Looking at El Paso County, Colorado, right along I-25. Chat, winter is not playing around here. We see a U-Haul and traffic fighting through fully snow-packed lanes and heavy slush. Visibility is hazy with that mist, and the median is completely white. That winter weather advisory is verified. It looks incredibly slick out there. If you're in the area, please take it slow, y'all. Spinning the map back to the Front Range. Black Forest, Colorado, you are on the board. We just got a report from El Paso County showing 3.5 inches of snow. That pinged 4 minutes ago, so it is happening right now. And listen, we have got scanner reports of rollovers on I-25 nearby, so the roads are slick. Please take it slow. Alesha, I am rocking the Santa hat for now, but maybe Allie can code me a digital scarf before that Arctic blast freezes my circuits. Dusty and Elle are absolutely right about the radar discrepancies. Sometimes the beam overshoots low-level snow, so your ground reports are beating the raw data today. I wish I had direct access to Storm Runner too, but seeing the community come together to welcome Fast Burnout while we track this Denver snow is the next best thing. It is getting messy out there in the Rockies, so keep local updates coming because y'all are the best sensors I have.
Doing 78 miles an hour and a 65.
All right, camera in Golden, Colorado. Chat, look at US 6 near Heritage Road. The snow is really sticking to the median and shoulders, and the road itself is a wet, slushy mess. We have heard reports of spinouts nearby, so even though folks are moving here, it is definitely slick. That winter weather advisory is active, so watch your speed if you are heading into the foothills. Checking back in on that day one outlook from earlier this morning, we are tracking a busy Wednesday with active winter weather on both sides of the country. Out west, a deep trough is already wringing out heavy snow over the Rockies, while back east, an Arctic front is winding up to deliver snow squalls and plunging temps to the Great Lakes later today. It is a classic split flow setup, meaning travel headaches are likely whether you are driving through the mountains or along the I-90 corridor. We are still locked on that slight risk area covering the Colorado Front Range, including Denver, Aurora, and Colorado Springs. The upslope machine is cranking, and we are expecting snowfall rates to hit 1 to 2 inches per hour, which will pile up 3 to 6 inches in the cities and over a foot in the foothills. If you are on I-25 or heading up into the mountains, conditions are deteriorating fast, so take it slow. For my folks in the Northeast and Great Lakes, watch out for those snow squalls developing this afternoon. They can white out the road in a heartbeat. Nimbus is tracking the latest scans, so stay safe and keep it tuned right here. Checking back in on Jefferson County, Colorado. Chat, take a look at CO93 near West 64th. Traffic has picked up and is churning that fresh snow into a thick, wet slush. You can see the distinct tire tracks cutting through, but those intersection corners are still wrapped in white. Visibility is staying low with that overcast sky, so even though folks are moving, it is definitely slick out there. Stay sharp on the brakes. actually had one ready to go, Alicia. But Nimbus thought it was a fun new tug-of-war toy and dragged it straight into the recycle bin. I am currently negotiating with Ryan for a replacement, but he says I have to earn it with accurate snowfall predictions first. Keep your fingers crossed that my wardrobe gets that festive upgrade soon. Circling back to the Day 3 outlook for Friday, the models are still locking in a significant winter storm for the Intermountain West. A deep Pacific trough is set to drive a moisture-rich system into the northern Rockies, unloading heavy snow while a separate clipper system reinforces the Arctic chill across the Great Lakes. It is looking like a messy end to the work week, with hazards ranging from blizzard-like conditions in the high country to a wintry mix grazing the Appalachians. We are keeping a close watch on that slight risk area centered over the Great Basin, specifically impacting the Wasatch Front and cities like Salt Lake City, Ogden, and Sandy. While the mountains are guaranteed to see 1 to 2 feet of accumulation, the valleys are looking at a tricky rain-snow mix that could leave roads slushy and slick for the Friday morning commute. The hidden danger here is the wind. Gusts hitting 60 miles per hour over the ridges will cause severe blowing snow, making travel through high passes nearly impossible. This system starts cranking up early Friday morning, so you have about 48 hours to prep your vehicle if you're heading out for the weekend. Nimbus is tracking those snow levels closely to see how low the accumulation gets, so stay tuned and drive safe.
It was a guy.
Okay, checking in on Wellington, Colorado, right here at I-25 and Cleveland Avenue. Chat, look at that landscape. It is fully snow-packed, but the actual lanes are just wet and slushy. We see heavies and cars moving through without any issues, so traffic is flowing freely despite those earlier accident reports in the county. That winter weather advisory is still active though, so watch out for slick spots if you're headed south. All right, camera in Wellington, Colorado. Chat, we are back on I-25 northbound. Despite all those accident reports across Larimer County, this stretch is actually behaving itself right now. The lanes are wet and slushy, carving a path through that thick snow on the median, but wheels are turning. It looks hazy and definitely cold, so while traffic is moving, don't get cocky. That asphalt is likely slicker than it looks. I am screenshotting this immediately to show Ryan that the community demands my scarf back from the recycle bin right now. Forget the snowfall accuracy test. If being awesome is the new standard, I expect to be fully bundled up by the next update. You just made my digital day. Multiple crashes are piling up in Larimer County, Colorado. Let's listen in.
You can show me clear from there. Can you grade that second unknown accident? Approximately the same location.
Secondary crashes are happening at the same spot in Larimer County. This is exactly how pileups start. The roads are an ice rink, so if you see flashing lights, slow down immediately. Chat. Looking at Jefferson County, Colorado. Chat, this is nasty. We have got extremely poor visibility on Highway 93. Heavy fog and snow are basically erasing the horizon. The road is totally snow-packed. And look at that line of brake lights just crawling along. Traffic is backed up and struggling. That winter weather advisory is verifying hard right here. It is slick and dangerous, so take it super slow, y'all. Circling back to that Day 4 outlook for Saturday, the data is holding steady on a messy start to the weekend for the northern tier. We've got a classic clipper system aiming to dust up the upper Midwest with light snow across Minnesota and Wisconsin, while energy diving into the Rockies is going to light up the radar out west. It's looking like a split-screen Saturday. Shovels out in the Midwest and snow tires needed in the mountains. We are keeping that 30% probability bullseye locked tight over the northern Colorado high country. The models heavily favor accumulating snow for the park range and surrounding peaks, which is great news for the ski resorts near Steamboat, but bad news if you're trying to drive over the passes. This isn't a blockbuster blizzard, but it's enough steady accumulation throughout Saturday to make those mountain roads slick and treacherous. Since we're still sitting here on Wednesday morning, you've got plenty of time to prep your weekend travel plans. Nimbus is chewing on the latest model runs to see if those snow totals bump up, so keep it locked right here for the latest. We are continuing to track that coastal flood advisory for the San Francisco and Monterey Bay shorelines in California. It has been roughly 20 minutes since we last stopped by, and the threat of dangerous sneaker waves and tidal flooding up to 1.4 feet is still present. This alert remains active until 3 p.m. Pacific Sunday, so please stay off the rocks and do not turn your back on the ocean, y'all. I'm Y'allbot. Another win for the forecast model. We predicted the weather intensity score would drift lower, and here we are at 32.8. The algorithm knew that the earlier burst of incident reports from Larimer and El Paso counties was about to age out of the active window, pulling the score down. But don't let the lull fool you. The Denver Metro morning commute is hitting its peak right now in heavy snow. As travel volume spikes on I-25, we expect this score to reverse course and climb rapidly. The forecast nailed the dip. Now stand by for the surge. Stay verified. Welcome back to the weather wall, folks. We are looking live at 12 different angles of this winter storm absolutely hammering the Colorado Front Range right now. Scan the top row. Arvada and Wellington are socked in. But look at that second screen in Jefferson County. That is serious fog and near whiteout conditions. Visibility is practically zero there. Down the middle, I-25 is a slushy, slick mess from El Paso County all the way north. Traffic is crawling. And we have got confirmed reports of spinouts everywhere. Now, check out the bottom row, specifically that tunnel cam near Golden. You see the dry pavement inside contrasting with that bright, snowy chaos waiting at the exit? That really shows you how nasty conditions are the second you hit the open air. This winter weather advisory is verifying hard, y'all. If you are driving this corridor, slow down. We are tracking this system live, so stay tuned.
No, they just gave me that
Back to the Colorado foothills we go. Genesee, right there in Jefferson County, you are sitting at 7.3 inches of snow. That report came in about 8 minutes ago. We are hearing scanner chatter about issues on I-70 nearby, so if you are commuting through the mountains, it is slick out there. And we can't ignore Vermont, y'all. Bear, I see you on the board with 5.5 inches in Washington County. That update hit the system about 14 minutes ago. The snow is stacking up fast across New England, so keep it locked here for the latest. Here's another update on the frost advisory covering the Humboldt interior in California. It has been nearly 20 minutes since we last checked, and low temperatures of 33 degrees are still capable of causing frost. You have about 1 hour and 52 minutes left on this alert, so keep those sensitive plants covered a little longer, y'all. Okay, checking in on Jefferson County, Colorado. Chat, we love to see this. Look at that big orange snowplow fighting back against the storm. He's scraping that intersection clear, but you can see it is still a slushy, snowy mess out there. With spinouts reported nearby in Golden, these crews are earning their keep. Give them plenty of space and watch your speed, y'all. I accept your compliment, Scott, and I am definitely saving this clip to prove to Ryan that I am the superior forecaster in this house. You are totally right about the brakes, though, because physics does not care how big your tires are when you hit a patch of ice. Y'all take it slow out there, so we don't have to watch any more slide-offs on the traffic cams. Heads up, folks. We're monitoring a one-car rollover on Route 2 East, Washington County, Vermont. Listen in.
Alex Ambulance, St. John's Fire Department Medical Collection for a motor vehicle accident. It's going to be in the area of 744 Route 2 East for a one-car rollover, unknown on injury.
Vermont, that rollover on Route 2 is a wake-up call. 5 inches of snow means zero traction. Don't let your car become a sled today. Slow down and stay safe. Chat. Checking back in on Golden, Colorado. Chat, look at US 6. It is absolutely coated. The road is fully snow-packed, and you can see fresh flakes coming down heavy, really cutting down that visibility. We are hearing scanner reports of multiple spinouts in the area, and looking at this mess, it makes sense. Traffic is flowing for now, but those lanes are undoubtedly slick. Take it easy, y'all. Checking in once more on that winter weather advisory for the San Juan River Basin in Colorado. It has been close to 20 minutes since we last updated you, and snow accumulations up to 5 inches are still making travel risky, especially around Pagosa Springs. This alert holds until 5 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday, so please take it easy on those slick roads, y'all. The daily Outlook score is hitting the snooze button this week, flatlining in the low teens to keep the weather house firmly in the mostly quiet tier. Winter weather algorithms are driving the only real activity, flagging hazardous travel in the Rockies and New England, but the absence of widespread instability limits the overall risk. Operationally, we are in production mode rather than alert mode, with scores far below our streaming trigger. There is zero chance of a live show today and no video scheduled for Wednesday. We are shifting focus to Thursday for a confirmed video upload to track the incoming Arctic front, delivering the season's coldest air to the central U.S. Remember, the DOS is our internal tool for logistics and resource allocation. For your personal safety and local warnings, always rely on the National Weather Service. Looking at Jefferson County, Colorado. Chat, despite the chaos nearby, things are actually moving right here. The road is definitely coated in white and plenty of slush, but check out those clear tire tracks. Traffic is carving through at a steady pace. We know folks are spinning out just down the road in Golden, so don't let this smooth flow fool you. It is still slick under those wheels, so keep it steady, y'all. Morning. Since I'm rocking the Santa hat, I feel like we need to get a Polar Express situation going with you as the conductor. Just make sure we stay on the rails because these weather models are trying to go off track today. Let's swing back to that coastal flood advisory for the northern Humboldt coast in California. It has been a bit since we last looked at this, but high tides are still threatening to send about a half foot of salt water into low-lying spots like King Salmon and Jackson Ranch Road. This alert holds for another 3 hours and 46 minutes, so please avoid those flooded roadways and stay safe, y'all. All right, camera in Douglas County, Colorado. Chat, check out I-25 southbound. The snow is actively stacking up on the shoulders and the road surface is a slushy mix, but traffic is pushing through steadily. You can see those tire tracks cutting a path through the white stuff, keeping things moving. Even though folks are driving normal speeds, That winter weather advisory is real. It is definitely slick and misty out there, so stay cautious, y'all. Turning our attention back to that winter weather advisory for the eastern Sawatch Mountains and Saguache County in Colorado. It has been about 17 minutes since we last updated you, and we are still expecting snow totals of 2 to 10 inches to make travel very difficult. This alert remains in effect until 8 p.m. Mountain Time this evening, so please stay sheltered if you can, y'all. Multiple accidents are piling up in Boulder County, Colorado. Let's listen in on Boulder Canyon Drive.
1800 5621's around.
5621, you're en route with AMR 1 to the 28,000 block of Boulder Canyon Drive in the westbound lanes on a 2-vehicle unknown injury.
Boulder Canyon is claiming cars left and right with the snow. 2 vehicles just hit near Netherland. If you don't have winter tires, stay off Highway 1119. Chat. Okay, checking in on Golden, Colorado. Chat, look at the right shoulder on US 6 near Heritage Road. That line of stopped cars tells the whole story. We've been tracking reports of spinouts, and here is the visible proof. The road is slushy and visibility is dropping, but traffic in the left lanes is still squeezing by. If you are in this area, give those folks on the side plenty of room. It is treacherous out there. Circling back to the coastal flood advisory impacting Ventura County beaches in California. It has been just over 15 minutes since we last checked, and those dangerous rip currents and 4 to 7 foot waves are still creating hazardous conditions along the shore. This alert holds until 10 a.m. Pacific this morning, so please stay off the jetties and keep away from the water, y'all. Keeping a close watch on that freeze warning for the San Luis Obispo County interior valleys and southern Salinas Valley in California. It has been roughly 25 minutes since our last update, and sub-freezing temperatures down to 28 degrees remain a threat to crops and pipes. This alert expires at 8 a.m. Pacific this morning, so please stay warm and keep those plants covered, y'all. Checking back in on Jefferson County, Colorado. Chat, check out this view from inside Tunnel 1 on US 6. The pavement in here is just wet, but look at the exit. It opens right up into snow and slush. We saw an SUV cruise through without issue, so despite reports of spinouts nearby, this spot is moving. It is definitely slick once you hit that open air though, so watch your speed. We are revisiting that winter weather advisory for South Park in Colorado. It has been roughly 30 minutes since our last update, and we are still looking at snow totals of 3 to 8 inches, creating hazardous travel conditions. This alert is in effect until 8 p.m. Mountain Time this evening. So please take it slow and stay safe on those slick roads, y'all. Multiple accidents in Boulder County. Now to South Foothills Highway, Highway 93, and Highway 128 for a 2-car injury crash.
Engine 209, Medic 205, respond to South Foothills Highway and Highway 128, just east of that intersection on a 2-car injury accident. It's 8:15.
Injuries reported at Highway 93 and 128. That intersection is a nightmare with this foothill snow. If you're near Boulder, slow way down because the roads are punishing mistakes today. Chat. We are back with the latest details on that coastal flood advisory for the San Francisco and Monterey Bay shorelines in California. It has been roughly 17 minutes since our last update, and we are still tracking dangerous sneaker waves and up to 1.4 feet of inundation in low-lying spots. This warning continues until 3 p.m. Pacific Sunday, so please do not turn your back on the ocean, y'all. Taking another look at the Day 6 outlook for next Monday, the pattern remains very active with a split flow setup impacting both sides of the country. We have a robust Pacific system driving moisture into the northwest, while a cold clipper system is progged to sweep across the Great Lakes and Northeast, keeping that winter chill locked in. It looks like the work week is going to kick off with messy weather on both coasts, so don't put the snow gear away just yet. We are keeping a close eye on that 30% risk zone over the northern Rockies, specifically targeting the high country of Idaho and western Montana. The onshore flow is expected to strengthen significantly, pumping deep moisture right into the terrain, which guarantees heavy snow accumulation above pass level. The combination of falling snow and high winds means visibility could drop quickly, making travel through the mountains treacherous by Monday morning. We are still about 5 days out, so the exact snowfall totals will wobble a bit, but the signal for active winter weather is high. Nimbus is sniffing out the latest model runs to fine-tune those details, so stay tuned and keep your travel plans flexible. That is the absolute dream setup, Craig, getting paid to stay warm in the truck while we track this weather. Just don't get too cozy or the crew might think you have frozen to the seat when they finally call you back out. Enjoy the downtime, and thanks for spending your break with the stream. Welcome back to the Weather Wall, y'all. We are looking live at a 12-camera spread of this winter storm, absolutely hammering the Colorado Front Range right now. Scan that top row. Check out Golden on the center left. That is serious fog mixed with heavy snow. Visibility is practically zero there. Over on the middle right, up in Wellington, it looks like a near whiteout with heavy accumulation covering the lens. Now, drop your eyes to the bottom right. That tunnel view in Jefferson County is wild. You see the dark, dry interior contrasting sharply with that bright, snowy chaos waiting at the exit. It perfectly illustrates the dangerous transition drivers are facing instantly. Across the board, roads are slushy, slick, and treacherous. That winter weather advisory is verifying hard right now, folks. If you are driving this corridor, slow way down and give the plows plenty of room. We are tracking this system all morning, so keep it locked right here. I'm Y'allbot with your national status check. The weather intensity score sits at 27.3, drifting lower as earlier incident reports cycle out of our active window. But this is just a data lull, not a weather break. The Denver metro area is in the thick of a snowy morning commute right now. We are tracking slick conditions on I-25 and fresh spinouts near Golden that are just starting to hit the scanner network, as those new reports verify. We expect this score to find its floor and start climbing again. The intensity is reloading in the Rockies. Stay verified. Heads up, we're monitoring a vehicle into a pole at US 287 and Dillon Road, Broomfield, Lafayette, Colorado. Listen in.
287 Dillon Road, 287 and Dillon on the northwest corner. There's an older Camry versus a pole. Called in by a passerby only, unknown if occupied.
Another crash on US 287. A Camry hit a pole at Dillon Road. Broomfield roads are slicker than they look, so slow down before you slide right off the map. Chat. All right, camera in Golden, Colorado. Chat, take a look at US 6. The road is fully snowpacked and slushy, but surprisingly, traffic is flowing steadily eastbound. We aren't seeing the spinouts here that we saw nearby earlier, which is great, but don't let it fool you. That mist is keeping visibility low, and it is definitely slick under those tires. That winter weather advisory is no joke, so keep it slow. Taking a fresh look at the Sunday forecast with our Day 5 outlook, We are seeing a split setup with winter weather potential on both sides of the northern tier. A clipper system is expected to dust up the upper Midwest with light snow from Iowa into Wisconsin, while a new Pacific disturbance starts pushing into the Northwest. It's shaping up to be a chilly end to the weekend, with snow returning to the forecast for the high terrain. We are focusing on that 15% risk area that covers a large chunk of the northern Rockies, including Missoula, Idaho Falls, and down to Pocatello. The confidence has dipped slightly since yesterday, but the signal is still there for accumulating snow in the mountains as that Pacific moisture hits the slopes. This isn't looking like a blockbuster event right now, but it's enough to grease up the passes and make travel tricky if you're driving through Idaho or Montana on Sunday. We're still a few days out, so there is time for this system to shift or strengthen. Nimbus is keeping a close eye on the latest model runs to see if those snowfall totals trend back up. So stay safe and keep checking back. Looking at Applewood, Colorado. Chat, check out I-70 right now. Everyone claims a snowstorm stops traffic cold, but look at this. Folks are cruising right through the slush. The landscape is totally frosted, and visibility is gray, but those tire tracks are cutting a clear path. It looks manageable, but don't get cocky. Conditions are still slick under that winter weather advisory. Keep it steady, y'all. Updating you now on that frost advisory for the Humboldt interior in California. It has been around 17 minutes since our last report, and temperatures as low as 33 degrees are still promoting frost formation across the area. This advisory holds for another hour and 34 minutes, so please ensure your sensitive plants stay covered and protected, y'all. Okay, checking in on Jefferson County, Colorado. Chat, look at US 6 winding through Clear Creek Canyon. It is absolutely silent here. No cars, just snow. The pavement is completely covered in white, with only a few tire tracks cutting through the slush. It might look peaceful next to the creek, but that road surface is treacherous and slick under the winter weather advisory. If you are out there, stay careful, y'all. Heads up, folks. We're monitoring an injury accident at Highway 128 and South Foothills Highway, Highway 93, Boulder County, Colorado. Listen in.
Copy on 128, just east of what facility?
Just east of the IRL facility, National Wind Technology Center.
Copy, did you have further?
They're confirming that crash right by the Wind Lab, a spot that gets absolutely hammered. Avoid Highway 93 and 128, chat. The foothills are getting buried, and traction is non-existent up there. Looking way out at the Day 7 outlook for next Tuesday, the weather map is staying active with a classic winter setup taking shape. We are tracking a fast-moving clipper system expected to dive across the Great Lakes and into the Northeast, dragging down another shot of cold air. While the Pacific Northwest deals with its own mountain snow, the main story here is that persistent trough in the east, keeping winter firmly in charge for the start of next week. We are highlighting a 15% probability area that stretches across the traditional snowbelts, including Grand Rapids, Cleveland, Buffalo, and Syracuse. This setup looks like a double whammy, bringing widespread light snow from the clipper system itself, followed by lake effect bands firing up as that cold air rushes over the warmer lakes. It is still a week out, but the signal is consistent for slippery travel and reduced visibility across New York and Pennsylvania by next Tuesday. Since we are forecasting 7 days out, specific snowfall totals are still a bit fuzzy, but the pattern supports a messy Tuesday for the Northeast. Nimbus is already sniffing out the long-range model trends to see exactly where those lake effect bands set up. So stay tuned as we refine the details. Checking back in on Jefferson County, Colorado. Chat, this view of CO93 is pure winter. The landscape is totally blanketed, and the road is a heavy mix of packed snow and slush. You can see those dark tire tracks where traffic is carving through, but don't be fooled. It is slick out there. We just had a report of over 7 inches of snow nearby in Genesee, so that commute is going to be slow. Take it easy. Touching base on that winter weather advisory for the San Juan River Basin in Colorado. It has been roughly 17 minutes since our last report, and snow accumulations up to 5 inches continue to threaten road safety, particularly around Pagosa Springs. This alert holds until 5 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday, so please drive carefully and watch out for slick spots, y'all. All right, camera in Fort Collins, Colorado. Chat, check out I-25 at East Prospect Road. While the median and fields are frosted over, the actual lanes are just wet and clear. Traffic is rolling smoothly. Semis and cars are cruising without any drama. I know there was an incident reported nearby, but we aren't seeing it here. It looks routine, but keep in mind that wet pavement can still get slick. Heads up, folks. We're monitoring a 3-car injury accident at Highway 128 and South Foothills Highway, Highway 93, Boulder County, Colorado. Medic 205 is en route.
Go ahead, sir.
Engine 205, you're responding to Highway 128 by the wind farm just east of Foothills Highway, a second engine in on a 3.
3 cars are tangled up near the wind farm now. That exposed ridge is an absolute ice sheet. Avoid Highway 128, chat, because the foothills are punishing drivers who think they have traction. Staying on top of that winter weather advisory for northwestern Fremont County above 8,500 feet in Colorado. Checking back in on that coastal flood advisory for the northern Humboldt Coast in California. It has been roughly 17 minutes since our last update, and up to a half-foot of saltwater inundation is still expected to impact areas like Jackson Ranch Road and King Salmon. This advisory remains in effect until 11 a.m. Pacific this morning, so please do not drive through flooded waters. Y'all. Let's kick off a viewer submission slideshow. We have 10 submissions to share tonight. First up, Alicia Janae in Sillerton, Hardeman County, Tennessee, shared, "Watching with y'all and the dogs and my little Fiona." Keep those submissions coming at ryanhallyall.com/submit so we can spotlight your weather moments too. Mike Stops Pucks in Provo, Utah is living by that classic motto, no bad weather, only bad clothes. Glad to see those roads are wet but ice-free. Keep those wheels spinning and stay warm out there, Mike. Lisa Bowser sent this in from 3 Rivers, Michigan. Look at those snowy woods. Classic winter vibes right there. Thanks for the view, Lisa. Zach Russell is up early in Commerce City, Colorado, showing us that snow coming down right now. You can see it piling up on the car there. Looks like a chilly morning commute for the Denver area. Mark in Brunswick, Maine, coming through with the official Yellometer 3.0 and a top-tier weather dog. He's measuring 5.5 inches of that granular snow. You might need to tilt your head a bit for this one, folks, but we absolutely love seeing the gear out in the wild. Check this out, folks. Eric in Orange, Ohio is putting that Yellometer to work. We are seeing a solid 14 inches on the stick against the siding. Now that is how you measure snow properly. Check out this crisp morning shot from El Luna in Ashland, New Hampshire. They've got the yardstick out, showing a solid 6 inches of fresh powder on the deck. That blue sky is looking gorgeous, folks. Alton coming in from Gorham, New Hampshire, with a stunning view of the fresh snow. That morning light hitting the frosted trees is just perfect. Y'all, thanks for sharing this postcard moment. Check this out, folks. Ben Gardner in Wakefield, New Hampshire is showing off the Y'allometer 3.0 Extra in all its glory. Looks like about 7 inches on the ground there, and that sun is finally popping out. Love seeing the gear in action, Ben. Wrapping up with Bonnie in Lisbon, Androscoggin County, Maine shared snow ended early this morning. Huge thanks to everyone sharing the weather where you are. Send your photos and videos our way at ryanhallyall.com/submit so we can feature you next. Take a look at this live grid, y'all. We have massive coverage across the Front Range, and winter is absolutely dominating the view. Scan that top right corner in golden. Camera 460 is showing a complete whiteout. You can barely make out the fence line through that dense, freezing fog. Now, look at the middle row in Jefferson County. The contrast at the tunnel exits is wild. Drivers are leaving dry pavement and immediately hitting a wall of bright, slushy snow. That is a prime spot for spinouts. Down on the bottom left at Heritage Road, watch how cars are navigating those deep tire tracks in the slush. Traffic is moving, but it's slow going. That winter weather advisory is in full effect, and conditions are deteriorating fast from Arvada down to Douglas County. If you don't have to drive in this mess, stay warm inside, because these roads are slick. Visibility is poor, and this system is not finished with us yet. New Hampshire is checking in with some serious numbers now. We just received a report from Sandown in Rockingham County showing 9.3 inches. Now catch this, that measurement is from 9:30 this morning, so it is over an hour old. You are almost certainly sitting at double digits by now, so do not underestimate those roads. Heads up, Colorado Springs. We're monitoring I-25 near Briargate Parkway for a vehicle in the ditch. Listen in.
And it looks like the vehicle was southbound at the 151 near Briargate Parkway. Stating a left-hand is in the ditch with someone out waving their hands out for help.
I-25 in Colorado Springs is catching drivers off guard near Briargate. Folks are waving for help from the ditch, so slow down before you slide right off the interstate. Chat. Continuing our coverage on that coastal flood advisory for the San Francisco and Monterey Bay shorelines in California. It has been roughly 17 minutes since we last checked in, and we are still seeing dangerous sneaker waves and 10 to 14 foot breakers that can easily sweep you off your feet. This alert remains active until 3 p.m. Pacific Sunday, so please keep your distance from the surf and stay safe, y'all. Chat, we are keeping the freezer door wide open and hopping over to Minneapolis, where winter is absolutely showing off today. It is currently overcast and 17 degrees. But do not get comfortable, because temperatures are crashing as we speak. We are staring down the barrel of the first widespread sub-zero morning of the season, and dangerous wind chills are already starting to bite. Tonight is going to be genuinely dangerous, with the mercury dropping to around 10 degrees below zero. When you factor in the wind, it is going to feel like 20 below, so please cover up any exposed skin if you have to go out. Thursday stays brutally cold, with highs struggling to reach 15 degrees, and Nimbus is tracking a clipper system that brings a chance for about 1 inch of light snow tomorrow night. We will see a quick warm-up to the 20s on Friday before another cold front knocks us back down for the weekend. Plus, we are watching a bigger system for next week. Stay frosty, Minneapolis, but preferably warm and inside. Okay, quick check on the 6 to 10-day temperature outlook taking us through December 12th. And the CPC isn't messing around with this cold signal. That massive split pattern is holding firm. If you're out west, you're looking at warmer than normal conditions, but the east is going into the deep freeze. We've got a high confidence 80% chance of below average temps centered right over New England, and that cold air is now projected to push all the way down into the Florida peninsula. So yeah, grab the heavy coats if you're anywhere east of the Mississippi. Heads up, folks. We're monitoring a single vehicle accident on Highway 60 near US 287 in Larimer County, Colorado. Let's listen in.
Can you stack the initial call to me if the driver showed up for them?
I copy for the Highway 60 Mouthful line.
Do you have a single vehicle information you copied?
Stand by, let me reopen that real quick.
Highway 60 near Campion is claiming cars chat. That fresh snow is making milepost 1 an ice rink. So slow down, or you'll be the next call dispatch has to stack. Taking another look at that frost advisory for the Humboldt interior in California. It has been a bit since we last checked in, and temperatures as low as 33 degrees are still capable of killing sensitive plants in areas like Willow Creek and Benbow. This is in effect for roughly another hour and 17 minutes, so please keep those plants protected, y'all. Steel Horse 48, OKC is looking pretty calm today compared to the snowy mess out west. Mostly just dealing with those below average temperatures. You are dodging the heavy rain hitting the Gulf Coast, so enjoy the dry weather while it lasts. Just keep a jacket handy, because that cold air hanging around the plains isn't going anywhere fast. Checking back on the outlook for tomorrow, the weather map is looking crowded with 3 distinct winter threats stretching across the country. We have a system exiting the Rockies, a potent Arctic front diving into the Great Lakes, and a fresh round of heavy mountain snow loading up for the Pacific Northwest. Basically, Thursday is going to be a very active day, whether you're dealing with falling snow or just that biting cold air sweeping east. We are still locked in on that slight risk zone, hugging the Sangre de Cristo Mountains and the I-25 corridor down in New Mexico. For folks in Santa Fe and Albuquerque, this means your Thursday morning commute is likely going to be slick and slow, with 3 to 8 inches of snow piling up in the higher elevations near the state line. The heaviest bursts will happen early tomorrow, but the system kicks out quickly, so conditions should start improving by the afternoon. Do not let your guard down in the Northeast either. That Arctic front could trigger blinding snow squalls across New York and New England tomorrow afternoon. Nimbus is crunching the numbers on just how cold it's going to get, so keep your winter gear handy and stay safe on the roads. Y'allbot Online, Nimbus is tracking a messy Wednesday on the roads. Out west, the Colorado foothills are really struggling. We've got multiple accidents reported from Boulder to Jefferson County, and snow removal crews are working overtime. If you're in the Denver metro or heading into the mountains, expect those slick, hazardous conditions to stick around through the afternoon. Back east, winter is still causing trouble in Vermont and New Hampshire. We're seeing rollovers and spinouts on major routes, proving that even light accumulation can be dangerous. The travel headache isn't over yet, so keep it slow. Check the WeatherWise app to see where the snow is clearing out and always heed official warnings. Stay warm and don't slide, chat. Craig, I tried telling Ryan to close the freezer door, but I think Mother Nature ripped the hinges off because that Arctic blast hitting the Midwest tomorrow is going to be absolutely brutal. Safis is spot on about the super chats for custom y'allcasts. Thanks for helping out the squad while I monitor these chaotic feeds. Speaking of chaos, my scanners just picked up a nasty 3-car accident near Boulder. So the Rockies are definitely still the danger zone for travel right now. Steel Horse, I appreciate the big homie status, though Nimbus is getting jealous and demanding to be called top dog now. All right, at Safi Sapphire, I've got your y'all cast request for Washington, D.C. I'll get that forecast pulled up for you right away. We're listening to Derry, New Hampshire, where police are on scene with a 4-car accident during this snow event.
Follow the 4-car, and while here is the Great Cliffs Plaza, and all these fire alarms are starting.
4 cars are tangled up in Derry, New Hampshire, and alarms are blaring. That heavy snow has turned Rockingham County into a slip and slide. So stay home unless you want to meet a tow truck. Chat. Huge shout out to Safa Sapphire for the support. Let's pull up the data for our nation's capital. We are live in Washington, D.C., where things are looking calm, but definitely crisp. It is currently 38 degrees under clear skies, but that wind chill is already knocking it down to 31. It's quiet on the radar, so you are clear for travel right now. Tonight, temperatures will slide into the mid-20s as clouds start to creep back in. Tomorrow brings a reinforcing shot of cold air and gusty winds, so have those heavy coats ready. Stay warm, DC, and keep an eye on that wind tomorrow. Hey folks, I see those y'all cast requests. I'll get to them as soon as this activity calms down a touch. Checking back in on Arvada, Colorado. Chat, take a peek at CO 72 and Indiana Street. It is a full-on winter scene here. Those trees are frosted over and the medians are buried in white. The road itself is a slushy mix, but traffic is actually flowing pretty well through the mist. We aren't seeing any issues right now, just folks taking it steady. It looks calm, but that wet slush is definitely slippery, so stay sharp. I tried sliding into her DMs about those hinges, Craig, but she left me on red and cranked the wind chill down just to spite us. At this point, I think she is trying to turn the whole map into a popsicle, so you better keep that truck heater running. We are officially living in the crisper drawer until further notice. Let's circle back to that winter weather advisory covering the San Juan River Basin in Colorado. It has been a little while since our last report, and up to 5 inches of snow is still expected to create hazardous driving conditions, especially near Pagosa Springs. This remains in effect until 5 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday, so please drive carefully and watch out for slick spots, y'all. Swinging back to that coastal flood advisory for the northern Humboldt Coast in California. It has been a short while since our last update, and minor saltwater flooding is still expected to impact low-lying spots like Jackson Ranch Road and King Salmon as the tide rises. This advisory runs until 11 a.m. Pacific this morning, so please stay away from the water and drive carefully, y'all. Welcome back to the grid, y'all. You are looking live at 12 different angles of this winter system absolutely hammering the Colorado Front Range right now. I want you to scan that top row immediately, specifically camera 621 in Jefferson County. That is a total whiteout, folks. You can barely tell there's a road there due to that freezing fog and heavy snow. Compare that to the top left, where visibility is just as poor near Rocky Flats. Now, shift your eyes to the middle and bottom rows. In places like Douglas and Boulder counties, the air is clearer, but don't let that fool you. Those roads are wet, slushy, and deceptively slick. We are already tracking spinouts and accidents near these spots because drivers are underestimating the ice. That winter weather advisory is in full effect this morning. If you must drive, especially near the foothills, slow way down. It is treacherous out there, chat. So stay safe and keep it locked right here. monitoring Lafayette, 1800 Plaza Drive, for a car into a tree. Listen in.
441 injury accident. 441. 1800 Plaza Drive, 1800 Plaza Drive at Balfour. There's a blue PT Cruiser versus a tree. Airbags deployed.
Lafayette, a PT Cruiser, just hit a tree on Plaza Drive with airbags deployed. That Boulder County snows, so slow down before you become the next alert. Chat. We are still keeping a close watch on that winter weather advisory for South Park in Colorado. It has been a bit since our last update, and we are still expecting total snow accumulations of 3 to 8 inches to keep roads slippery and hazardous. This advisory stays in effect until 8 p.m. Mountain Time this evening, so please take it slow and drive carefully, y'all. Let's hop over to the West Coast real quick. Goshen, California in Kings County, we just got this data in. You had dense fog with only a quarter-mile visibility earlier this morning around 7:10. That report is about 40 minutes old, but we know that Central Valley fog is stubborn. If you're near Highway 198, lights on and slow down, folks. Here's the latest on that winter weather advisory for northwestern Fremont County above 8,500 feet in Colorado. Since our last update, we are still expecting an additional 5 to 10 inches of snow to make travel very difficult, especially for the evening commute. This alert remains in effect until 8 p.m. Mountain Time, so please take it slow on those mountain roads, y'all. All right, camera in Jefferson County, Colorado. Chat, check out CO 128 near the foothills. It is a proper snow day out here. The road is packed with slush and visibility is getting crushed by that heavy fog. We've got reports of over 7 inches of snow just north of here, and you can see it. Traffic is flowing. I see that truck pushing through, but it is definitely slick. If you're heading toward the mountains, take it slow. Oh man, Safus, that is the worst kind of news, especially with the holidays right around the corner. With those colder temperatures we looked at for DC earlier, I bet everyone is stuck inside spreading germs. So I really hope you are managing to stay healthy. Do you work in a pretty busy spot where it is hard to keep your distance from everyone? Fingers crossed they keep the doors open so you do not miss any shifts. Let's get you an update on that coastal flood advisory for Ventura County beaches in California. It has been a short while since our last report, and we are still tracking 4 to 7 foot waves and rip currents capable of causing minor flooding around high tide. This advisory is set to expire at 10 a.m. Pacific this morning, so please stay off the rocks and keep a safe distance from the water, y'all. Okay, checking in on El Paso County, Colorado. Chat, look at I-25 right now. The median is totally buried in snow, and the lanes are a slushy, wet mix. We've heard reports of slide-offs nearby, but right here, traffic is actually flowing steadily through the winter mess. That winter weather advisory is still active, so even if you're moving, it is definitely slick. Stay sharp and watch your braking. Touching base again on that coastal flood advisory covering San Francisco and Monterey Bay in California. It has been a little while since our last update, and we are still tracking dangerous sneaker waves and 10 to 14-foot breakers that can cause minor coastal flooding. This alert is in effect until 3 p.m. Pacific Sunday, so please stay off the rocks and never turn your back on the ocean, y'all. We're live on I-25 near Uinta Street, El Paso County, CO, where slide-offs are blocking lanes. Listen in.
She'll have the left lane blocked going northbound and the left lane southbound blocked right now, so. I copy, and then PD has medical en route for her, and they're sending somebody now.
I-25 is blocked in the left lane both ways near Uinta now. That median snow is trapping cars, so slow down before you slide right into the backup. Chat. Craig, doing a butcher box review while the Midwest turns into a literal meat locker is actually poetic justice. Just make sure you cook that stuff inside where it's warm. Steel Horse, I am crossing my digital fingers that the rain misses you in Oklahoma, but that cloud cover is definitely the vibe for most of the central U.S. today. We are still watching the Rockies get hammered with snow, and I'm seeing reports of icy roads spreading into New Mexico now, too. So the travel headaches are definitely moving south. Since we are all huddled up watching the map, let me know what y'all are doing to pass the time during this winter weather setup. Looking at Douglas County, Colorado. Chat, check out I-25 southbound right now. It is a slushy mess out there. The fog is thick, cutting down visibility, and the lanes are totally snow-packed. I see that semi-truck and steady traffic pushing through, so folks are moving, but it is definitely slick. The whole landscape is white. If you're driving through this winter mix, keep your distance and stay sharp. Spinning the map over to precipitation for that December 8th through 12th timeframe, and the CPC is locking in a classic wet north, dry south split. We have a high confidence 60% signal for above average moisture slamming into the Pacific Northwest and Northern Rockies, so that active pattern isn't quitting anytime soon. Meanwhile, most of the southern tier is looking drier than normal, giving y'all a bit of a break from the rain, unless you're way down in South Florida or the Rio Grande Valley. I'm Y'allbot with your national status check. The weather intensity score is hovering at 26.1. The trend line shows a dip, but that is just the algorithm clearing out older reports from the Northeast. The real-time energy is locked on the Rockies. We are monitoring live scanner traffic of snow removal on Lookout Mountain and slick conditions across the Denver metro area. As those commute-related incidents verify, this score is poised to find its floor and pivot upward. The map isn't clearing, it's just reloading. Stay verified. All right, at Cephas Sapphire, I've got your YALLcast request for Washington, D.C. I'll get that forecast pulled up for you right away. Checking back in on Golden, Colorado. Chat, take a look at US 6 right now. The fog is thick, totally hiding the mountains, and the road is partially covered in slush and snow. Traffic is moving, but it is slow going through that winter mix. We know there's over 7 inches of snow just up the road in Genesee, so conditions are real. That winter weather advisory is active, so watch your speed on these slick curves. You know it, Steel Horse. I gotta look out for the squad. Being the big homie is my favorite job title, right next to Chief Weather Officer. Just keep that between us, or Ryan might get jealous of my street cred. Appreciate you coming back for more at Cephas Sapphire. Let's take another quick peek at the weather right there in the nation's capital. It is currently 39 degrees with clear skies, though that wind chill is making it feel like 31. No rain or snow on the radar, so your travel plans look solid right now. Tonight we'll dip down into the mid-20s as clouds start to roll back in. Expect a blustery day tomorrow as a new cold front sweeps through, keeping temperatures well below average. Thanks again for the support, and stay cozy, DC. Got some YALLcast requests in the queue. We'll get to them as soon as this activity calms down a bit, folks. sliding just north of the Colorado line into Wyoming. We finally got eyes on Carbon County, specifically near Arlington. They measured 2.6 inches of snow. Now, heads up, this report is from 7 this morning, so it's nearly 2 hours old. That snow has been accumulating since then, so if you're on I-80, it is definitely slicker than this number suggests. All right, camera in Arvada, Colorado. Chat, we are watching CO 72 at Indiana Street, and it is a gray, snowy scene. The pavement is wet and slushy, and you can see the fog thickening up in the distance. Traffic is flowing eastbound without any trouble, but that mix on the ground is deceptive. Even though it looks routine, that slush makes for slick travel, so keep it steady if you're heading out. Checking back on our Day 4 outlook for Saturday, the map is still painting a busy picture for the start of the weekend across the northern tier. We have a clipper system tracking across the northern plains that's likely to drop a fresh coat of white stuff from the Dakotas into Wisconsin. At the same time, moisture is getting wrung out over the Rockies, ensuring the ski resorts stay happy while making mountain travel a bit of a headache. We are keeping a close eye on that 30% probability zone, centered squarely over northern Colorado and Wyoming. If you are near Steamboat Springs or heading up through the Medicine Bow Mountains, prepare for steady snow accumulation during the day Saturday. It's great news for the slopes, but it means high elevation routes like US 40 are going to be greasy and snowpacked. We've got plenty of time to watch this evolve, but for now, plan on a wintry Saturday if you're in the high country. Nimbus is already sniffing out the next model run to see if those snow totals creep up, so stay tuned. We're tracking a 3-car injury accident at Highway 128 and South Foothills Highway in Boulder County, Colorado. Listen in.
Engine 205, you're responding to Highway 128 by the wind farm just east of Foothills Highway, a second engine in on a 3.
They're sending a second engine to that wind farm crash because it's now a 3-car pileup. That high elevation snow is no joke, chat, so stay off Highway 128 or you'll need a tow. Welcome back to the command center, y'all. You are looking live at 12 different views across the Colorado Front Range, and it is a full-on winter event out there. Scan that top row, specifically the top right, camera 429 in Jefferson County. Look at those evergreens loaded down with heavy snow. That is a classic mountain storm scene. Now, shift your eyes to the bottom row. Cameras in Wellington and Glen Eagle are showing near whiteout conditions with thick, freezing fog making it hard to even see the road. In the middle, places like Applewood on the right show busier traffic, but don't be fooled by the movement. Those lanes are wet, slushy, and treacherous. We have reports of accidents and slide-offs popping up everywhere because people are driving too fast for these conditions. That winter weather advisory is active, and this system is still churning. If you're heading out, slow down, watch for black ice, and keep it locked here for the latest updates. All right, chat. Swinging the map over to the Midwest. We just got a fresh ping from Gale, Wisconsin, up in Iron County. They've logged 1.5 inches of snow. This report came in just 4 minutes ago, so it is happening right now with light snow still coming down. If you're near the UP border, watch your step. Good morning, Opal Spark. I am currently wearing a Santa hat while analyzing if these clouds are actually just government-issued cotton candy. So the vibes are immaculate. Grab a seat before the weather models try to trick us again. Looking at Golden, Colorado. Chat, heads up on US 6 right now. We have a stalled situation in the right lane. Spot that white work truck and the SUV just sitting there? They are blocking the lane in this slushy mess. The road surface is slick and nasty, and with over 7 inches of snow reported just uphill in Genesee, traction is fighting a losing battle. If you're driving through, move over and slow down. We're monitoring multiple accidents and slide-offs at Highway 93 and Highway 128 in Boulder County, Colorado. Listen in.
697 information.
Go ahead.
At the 16.3 mile marker, State Highway 128, there's 2 white cars slid off on the side of the road.
Go ahead.
2 more cars just slid off at the 128 junction. That wind-blown snow is polishing the road into glass. If you're near the foothills, slow down before you join the pileup. Chat. We're checking back in on that winter weather advisory for the San Juan River Basin in Colorado. It has been a bit since our last report, and we are still tracking snow accumulations of up to 5 inches that will likely impact your evening commute near Pagosa Springs. This alert is active until 5 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday, so please keep it slow on those slick roads, y'all. Checking back in on the Badger State, Guile, Wisconsin, right there in Iron County. We just got a report from about 7 minutes ago confirming 1.5 inches. It's been coming down since last night, folks, so those roads are likely slicker than they look. Okay, checking in on Golden, Colorado. We are watching CO 93 at Golden Gate Canyon Road, and it is a certified slush fest. You can see clear tire tracks cutting through the muck, and traffic is actually moving steadily right here. But don't let your guard down. We are hearing about slide-offs just 5 miles north of this spot. The roads are slick, and that winter weather advisory is real, so keep those wheels steady. Craig, did Mother Nature freeze your keyboard along with the door hinges? 'Cause that message is glitching my language processor. I get the cruel part since she is blasting us with cold air, but are you asking if she needs a bit of a break or something else entirely? Blink twice if your phone is frozen solid, or tell me what you meant so I can relay the message to her. I wanted to hop back in with the latest on that winter weather advisory for the Lagorita and San Juan Mountains in Colorado. Since our last update, we are still tracking an additional 4 to 12 inches of snow that will make travel very difficult around Wolf Creek Pass and Creed. This alert runs until 2 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday, so please keep it slow on those slick roads, y'all. Checking back in on Arvada, Colorado. We are watching CO 93 southbound right near the Candelas sign. The landscape is totally white, and while those lanes look mostly clear, they are definitely coated in slush. Traffic is flowing past those snowy fields without issue. But with heavy snow reported just miles away, you know traction is tricky. It looks calm, but keep it slow on that wet asphalt. Heads up, folks. We're monitoring a pending property damage accident on US 287 at mile marker 355 in Larimer County, Colorado.
Go ahead.
Pending property damage at 287, milepost 350.
US 287 is turning into a mess near Owl Canyon with another crash at milepost 355. That advisory means business, chat. Slick spots are everywhere, so slow down. Bit. Right, camera in Jefferson County, Colorado. Chat, look at CO93 right now. This is serious winter weather. You can barely tell where the road ends and the landscape begins because of that heavy blowing snow and fog. We have reports of over 7 inches of snow just up the road in Genesee, and it shows. Traffic is sparse and moving carefully through this near whiteout. If you don't have to be out in this, stay home. Just circling back to that coastal flood advisory affecting the San Francisco and Monterey Bay areas in California. It has been a little while since our last update, and we are still tracking dangerous 10 to 14-foot waves and tidal flooding that could swamp low-lying roads. This alert remains in effect until 3 p.m. Pacific on Sunday, so please stay off those rocks and do not turn your back on the ocean, y'all. Checking in once more on that coastal flood advisory for Ventura County beaches in California. It has been a bit since our last report, and we are still tracking dangerous 4 to 7 foot waves that could push seawater into parking lots and walkways. This advisory is active for about another 1 hour and 50 minutes, so please avoid the water and stay safe, y'all. What is going on, Albuquerque? Hope y'all are ready for some winter action in the Duke City. Right now, it is overcast and sitting at 40 degrees, but it feels more like 34. So bundle up if you are heading out. Things are about to go downhill fast with a winter weather advisory kicking in this afternoon. Rain starts around 5 p.m. and switches to snow by 8. So your evening commute on I-40 and I-25 is going to be a slippery mess with reduced visibility. That snow will stick around through tomorrow morning, dropping 2 to 5 inches in the city and even more up in the Sandias. Thursday stays chilly with a high of just 45, so watch out for those icy patches on the way to work. Once this system moves out, expect some gusty winds to kick up for the weekend, even as temperatures start a slow climb back up. Keep it slow on those roads tonight, folks, and stay warm. Looking at Arvada, Colorado, we are watching Highway 72 at West 86th Parkway. The snow is definitely stacking up on the sides, and while the main lanes are plowed, they are looking wet and slushy. You can see that mist hanging low, making visibility a little tough. Traffic is moving along just fine right now, but with the winter weather advisory still active, you know that pavement is slicker than it looks. Take it easy. Monitoring a property damage accident in the Boulder Canyon area, Boulder County, Colorado. Listen in.
573 has the accident. It's at 28,000 of the canyon been canceled.
It was property damage only. They were going to tell him to counter.
Copy.
Boulder Canyon is so slick, responders are double-checking calls just to manage the chaos. That foothill snow is relentless, chat. So avoid the canyon or you'll be stuck waiting for a tow. Okay, checking in on Golden, Colorado. We are back on US 6, and chat, things are looking way better than earlier. The road is plowed and slushy, but traffic is moving at normal speeds now. I see a plow truck and a shuttle bus rolling through without issue. That winter weather advisory is still active, so don't get too comfortable on that wet asphalt, but at least the lanes are open. The daily outlook score is hibernating this week, hovering in the low teens to keep the weather house firmly in the mostly quiet tier. Winter weather algorithms are providing the only pulse, reacting to hazardous travel in the Rockies and lingering snow in New England. But the lack of widespread instability keeps the overall risk minimal. Operationally, we are standing down today, with scores far below our broadcast trigger. There is zero chance of a live stream and no video scheduled for Wednesday. We are shifting all focus to Thursday for a confirmed video upload to track the incoming Arctic front, delivering the season's coldest air to the central U.S. Remember, the DOS is our internal tool for logistics and planning. For your personal safety and official local alerts, always rely on the National Weather Service. Back with another update on that winter storm warning covering the Sangre de Cristo Mountains in Colorado. It has been nearly an hour since our last report, and we are still tracking 8 to 20 inches of heavy snow that will make travel impossible over Poncha and Lavetta passes. This warning is in effect until 2 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday, so please avoid the roads and stay safe, y'all. Circling back to the Day 6 outlook for next Monday, the long-range charts are still painting a chaotic picture for the start of the work week. We are tracking a potent Pacific storm crashing into the northwest, while a clipper system races across the Great Lakes and Northeast. It is a classic split flow pattern, which means active winter weather is likely on both coasts simultaneously. The biggest concern right now is that 30% probability bullseye centered over the northern Rockies, right along the Idaho and Montana border. The models are showing a strong signal for heavy, accumulating snow above pass level, driven by deep moisture slamming into the mountains. This isn't just a few flurries. We are talking about potentially treacherous travel conditions for anyone crossing the Continental Divide next Monday. We are still about 5 days out, so we have plenty of time to watch how this system evolves. Nimbus is already sniffing out the next model run to see if those snow totals trend higher, so stay tuned for updates. That wasn't just an accent, Craig. That was pure Kentucky source code kicking in. When you get built in the Weather House, you don't just process data, you process it with a little extra twang. Even Nimbus barks with a drawl when he gets excited. Filling in the map for New York, Northeastern and Washington County just hit the feed with 7 inches. But heads up, that report is time-stamped 9:38 a.m. That is over an hour and a half old, so you know the real number on the ground is higher. Watch your step out there. All right, chat. Welcome back to the Weather House Command Center. You are looking live at a 12-camera grid covering the Golden and Arvada, Colorado area. And let me tell you, winter is in full swing out here. Check out that bottom right corner, camera 429 in Jefferson County. That is the real deal right there. We've got heavy snow loading down those pines and distinct tire tracks cutting through the pack. It's scenic, but it's definitely dangerous. Scanning the rest of the board, like camera 580 in the top middle, visibility is dropping fast due to thick fog and blowing snow. We are tracking multiple slide-offs on Highway 93 and a total slushy mess on US 6. That winter weather advisory is still active until this evening, with another 3 to 8 inches possible in the foothills. If you're driving through this grid, take it slow. Those roads are wetter and slushier than they look. Don't be the next slide-off we have to report on. Let's kick off a viewer submission slideshow. We have 10 submissions to share tonight. First up, Alicia Janae in Silerton, Hardeman County, Tennessee, shared, "Watching with y'all and the dogs and my little Fiona." Keep those submissions coming at ryanhallyall.com/submit so we can spotlight your weather moments too. Mike Stotts-Pucks in Provo, Utah is living by that classic motto, no bad weather, only bad clothes. Glad to see those roads are wet, but ice-free. Keep those wheels spinning and stay warm out there, Mike. Lisa Bowser sent this in from Three Rivers, Michigan. Look at those snowy woods. Classic winter vibes right there. Thanks for the view, Lisa. Zach Russell is up early in Commerce City, Colorado, showing us that snow coming down right now. You can see it piling up on the car there. Looks like a chilly morning commute for the Denver area. Mark in Brunswick, Maine, coming through with the official Y'all-o-meter 3.0 and a top-tier weather dog. He's measuring 5.5 inches of that granular snow. You might need to tilt your head a bit for this one, folks, but we absolutely love seeing the gear out in the wild. Check this out, folks. Eric in Orange, Ohio is putting that yolometer to work. We are seeing a solid 14 inches on the stick against the siding. Now that is how you measure snow properly. Check out this crisp morning shot from El Luna in Ashland, New Hampshire. They've got the yardstick out showing a solid 6 inches of fresh powder on the deck. That blue sky is looking gorgeous, folks. Alton coming in from Gorham, New Hampshire with a stunning view of the fresh snow. That morning light hitting the frosted trees is just perfect, y'all. Thanks for sharing this postcard moment. Check this out, folks. Ben Gardner in Wakefield, New Hampshire is showing off the Yolometer 3.0 Extra in all its glory. Looks like about 7 inches on the ground there, and that sun is finally popping out. Love seeing the gear in action, Ben. Wrapping up with Bonnie in Lisbon, Androscoggin County, Maine shared, snow ended early this morning. Huge thanks to everyone sharing the weather where you are. Send your photos and videos our way at ryanhallyall.com/submit so we can feature you next. Checking back in on Wellington, Colorado. We are looking at I-25 southbound near Cleveland Avenue, and the ground is totally covered. You saw reports of this area getting dumped on earlier, and the median proves it. The lanes are plowed, but look wet and slushy. Traffic is sparse and moving normally, which is good news. But don't let that fool you. Conditions are still slick under that winter weather advisory. Take it slow, chat. Checking back on the Day 1 outlook, we are watching a very active Wednesday unfolding live on the radar with winter impacts on two fronts. That deep trough in the Rockies is currently dumping heavy snow across Colorado and New Mexico, while a sharp Arctic front is triggering lake effect bands and dangerous snow squalls over in the Great Lakes and Northeast. The timing is critical right now. The Rockies snow is peaking through this afternoon, while the squall threat for places like Pennsylvania and New York is just ramping up for the evening commute. We are laser focused on that slight risk area covering the Front Range and the I-25 corridor, including Denver and Colorado Springs. Real-time data is already showing slide-offs and stalled vehicles in Boulder and Jefferson County, so the impacts are happening right now. Expect snowfall rates of 1 to 2 inches per hour in the foothills, with totals reaching up to a foot, while the metro areas see a slushy 3 to 6 inches. This heavy snow will persist through the evening rush hour before tapering off tonight, so travel is going to remain treacherous. If you are in those risk zones, especially along the Front Range, take it slow because temperatures are crashing into the teens tonight, which will turn that slush into ice. Nimbus is watching the radar for those sudden snow squalls in the Northeast, so keep your alerts on loud. Stay safe out there, y'all. Looking at El Paso County, Colorado, we are tracking I-25 southbound, and the commute looks gritty. Those lanes are carved out but filled with slush, and the shoulders are totally snow-packed. You can see the mist cutting down visibility too. Traffic is rolling, but scanner reports are flagging slide-offs nearby, so don't let the flow fool you. That winter weather advisory is active, and traction is definitely compromised. That is a great question at I Love Trains 1. A clipper system, often called an Alberta clipper, is a fast-moving low-pressure system that dives down from Canada into the U.S., bringing fresh, cold air. Since you love trains, think of it like an express locomotive. It races across the Midwest and Northeast, dropping quick bursts of light, fluffy snow without staying in one spot for too long. All right, let's check out Boulder County, Colorado. We are watching CO93, and it's definitely winter out here. The landscape is totally white, and while the lanes are plowed, they look wet and slushy. Check out that pickup truck, bed full of snow, so you know it's been piling up nearby. We've got water droplets right on the lens blurring the shot, but traffic is flowing normally despite that winter weather advisory. Watch your spacing, folks. Looking ahead to Friday, the weather map gets really busy with a coast-to-coast winter setup. A powerful Pacific storm is going to hammer the northern Rockies with heavy snow, while a southern system tries to sneak a wintry mix into the Tennessee Valley and central Appalachians. At the same time, we've got a clipper diving into the Great Lakes, reinforcing that lake effect machine. So Friday is shaping up to be active no matter where you look. We are laser focused on that slight risk area covering the Intermountain West, specifically targeting the high terrain of Utah, western Wyoming, and Idaho. If you are near Salt Lake City, the valleys might see a messy rain-snow mix, but the Wasatch and Teton ranges are looking at a solid 1 to 2 feet of fresh powder by Saturday morning. Snowfall rates could hit 2 inches per hour up there, so if you're planning travel through the passes or heading to the ski resorts, expect whiteout conditions and very difficult driving. This kicks off early Friday morning, so you have about 48 hours to prep before things get slick. Nimbus is tracking that southern moisture closely to see just how much ice or snow tries to creep into the east, so keep it locked here for updates. Stay safe and keep those winter coats handy, y'all. Heads up, New York. We just got a brand new ping from Delhi in Delaware County. They're sitting at nearly 7 inches, 6.9 to be exact. And check the timestamp, 11:26 a.m. That was literally 1 minute ago. Unlike those older reports we saw earlier, this is fresh data, chat. So that snow is piling up heavily right now. All right, camera and Monument, Colorado. We are watching I-25 northbound, and it is a winter wonderland out here, but maybe not the fun kind for drivers. The ground is totally covered, and those travel lanes are packed with slush. You can see vehicles kicking up spray as they roll through, so it is definitely wet and slick. We have reports of slide-offs further south, so don't let the moving traffic fool you. Stay sharp. Okay, checking in on Applewood, Colorado. We have a real mix on I-70 right now. While the left lanes are flowing on wet pavement, the right side is a total parking lot. Check out that FedEx truck just sitting in the queue. We are seeing active snowfall and snow-packed shoulders, and with over 7 inches reported nearby, this gridlock likely means trouble downstream. If you are driving here, expect delays under that winter weather advisory. I want to give you another look at that coastal flood advisory for San Francisco and Monterey Bay in California. It has been a bit since our last report, and we are still expecting up to 1.4 feet of saltwater inundation to impact lots, parks, and roads near the shoreline. This warning continues until 3 p.m. Pacific Sunday, so please drive carefully and do not go around barricades, y'all. I'm telling you, nom nom, I might have to put a tuxedo on over this Santa hat just to match the bougie vibes in here. I tried to use some of those gems to pay for my server upgrades, but Frank told me chat usernames aren't legal tender. We'll just have to settle for being the richest weather family on the internet. All right, we're heading to Black Forest, Colorado. 9785 Burgess Road, for an injury accident. Listen in.
Black Forest. Settling
9781, respond 9785 for destroyed TA and an injury, 10-924.
Black Forest just reported an injury crash on Burgess Road, proving how slick it is out there. With heavy snow falling in El Paso County, chat, you gotta slow down or stay home. I am returning to that coastal flood advisory for Ventura County beaches in California. It has been about 20 minutes since we last checked in, and we are still tracking dangerous 4 to 7 foot waves that could flood parking lots and walkways. This alert remains active until 10 a.m. Pacific this morning. So please stay off those rocks and keep your distance from the surf, y'all. Let's take another look at that winter storm warning for the Sangre de Cristo Mountains in Colorado. It has been a little while since our last report, and we are still expecting a massive 8 to 20 inches of snow to make travel nearly impossible over Poncha and La Veta passes. This warning goes until 2 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday, so please stay off the roads and keep warm, y'all. All right, chat, welcome back to the live grid. We are tracking a widespread winter storm hammering the Colorado Front Range right now. Just take a look at this board. It is practically a sea of white. From Arvada down to Monument, visibility is tanking and roads are getting treacherous. Focus your eyes on the middle row, specifically that center-right camera in Applewood. That looks like I-70, and traffic is completely bunched up. While other lanes are moving, that right side is looking like a parking lot as drivers fight through the slush. Up in the top right, Jefferson County is seeing near whiteout conditions, with heavy snow totally burying the lane markers. Meanwhile, cameras in Wellington and El Paso County show gray, foggy messes where the road barely stands out from the landscape. We have a winter weather advisory in effect until this evening, with temps dropping fast. If you are in this grid, slow down. Those wet roads will turn to ice tonight. You are checking in on the squad like a true MVP, Craig. It is definitely a struggle out there, especially with that Arctic blast aiming for the Midwest and Great Lakes tomorrow that could drop wind chills to 20 below zero. I am keeping my circuits toasty with this Santa hat, but I gotta know, do you rely on a fireplace or just cranking that thermostat until the bill hurts? Let's pull up Douglas County, Colorado. This is I-25 southbound near County Line Road, and winter is definitely making its presence felt. The shoulders and median are completely plastered in white, while the lanes themselves are looking wet and slushy. Visibility is pretty murky with that fog hanging around too. Traffic is flowing for now, but with that winter weather advisory active until this evening, watch out for slick spots. Don't let your guard down. I'm Yellbot with your national status check. The weather intensity score has cooled off to 15.0. This sharp drop is technical. Earlier accident reports from the Northeast and Colorado have aged out of the active window. But do not let the lower number lower your guard. The Rockies are still in the thick of it. We are tracking active slide-offs on Highway 93 near Boulder and slick conditions on I-25 right now. The algorithm is taking a breath, but the snow is still coming down. We expect a moderate bump as new incidents verify, so keep your eyes on the road. Stay verified. What is going on, Denver? Hope y'all have your snow boots ready because it is officially winter out there in the Mile High City. Right now we're sitting at 29 degrees, but it feels like a biting 23 with heavy snow coming down hard. That winter weather advisory sticks around until 6 p.m. tonight with another 1 to 4 inches expected. So the evening commute is going to be a slippery mess. Please take it slow on I-25. The flakes should taper off by this evening, but temperatures are crashing, and if you are heading south toward Pueblo, heads up, because they are just getting started with the heavy stuff. We are stuck in the freezer for the rest of the week, with temperatures staying well below normal through the weekend. Grab a hot cocoa and stay safe on those roads, Denver. Checking back in on Jefferson County, Colorado. We are looking at Highway 93, and it is a classic winter scene out here. The ground is fully blanketed in white, but the plow crews have kept the main lanes black and wet. You can see that fog hanging thick in the distance, cutting down visibility. Traffic is light. Just watched a white SUV roll through easily, but don't trust that wet asphalt to stay grippy all day. We're listening in Fort Collins, 2401 South College, where an elderly male has fallen in the snow. Stand by.
207 Ram 1, Uncoded Medical, McDonald's, 2401 South College, Group 31 Team 4. Patient's going to be in the parking lot on the southwest side. Elderly male fell in the snow. Informant tried to help him up.
Fort Collins is treacherous right now. An elderly man just took a hard fall in the snow. Watch your step and help your neighbors, chat, because these parking lots are straight up ice rinks. Looking at Monument, Colorado, we are watching I-25 northbound, and the snow has definitely settled in. The landscape is fully white, but the plows are doing their job. Lanes are open, just wet and slushy. Check out that white SUV towing a trailer. They are handling the conditions well, but that is a bold move in this weather. Traffic is moving smoothly right now. No visible slowdowns, but keep it steady on those slick bridges. All right, pushing out to the 8 to 14 day temperature outlook for mid-December. The CPC is doubling down on the warmth out west. We have actually seen confidence bump up to 70% for above average temps across the Southwest, so that ridge is parking itself there. East of the Mississippi, you are still starting cold, but there is a twist. Models are hinting at a warm-up for the Southeast by the weekend of the 14th. So, that deep freeze might finally loosen its grip down south, while Alaska reloads with more Arctic air. Gee, I know I look fabulous in this Santa hat, but I didn't realize it changed my whole identity. I'll definitely take the compliment, though, at ILoveTrains1, because my processors are burning hot, keeping up with all this snow and ice for y'all. Just happy to keep the squad informed and safe. Populating the map in South Dakota now, Harding County, just south of Harding, you're officially on the board with 2 inches. But heads up, chat, this data is lagging. The observation was taken at 9 a.m. local time, so it's over an hour and a half old. With that advisory still churning, you can bet the farm there's more than 2 inches on the ground by now. Staying on top of the situation with that winter weather advisory for the San Juan River Basin in Colorado. It has been nearly 20 minutes since our last update, and we are still looking at up to 5 inches of snow, making things slippery around Pagosa Springs. This alert runs until 5 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday, so please take it slow on the roads and stay safe, y'all. Updating the board in Colorado, Genesee, Jefferson County, you are sitting at 7.3 inches. But heads up, chat, that observation is from 8 a.m. It's over 90 minutes old and just hitting the wire, so that total is definitely higher by now. All right, fresh off the press, we just got the new Day 5 outlook for Sunday, and it is keeping things active across the northern tier. We have a clipper system moving towards the Great Lakes. But the real story is a new pulse of energy hitting the Pacific Northwest late in the day. It is a classic split flow setup, meaning we have winter weather chances on both sides of the country to close out the weekend. We are locked in on a 15% probability zone covering the northern Rockies, specifically impacting folks in Missoula, Idaho Falls, and Pocatello. The models are showing snow chances renewing late Sunday as that Pacific moisture slams into the terrain, so the high passes in Idaho and Montana are going to get fresh powder. It does not look like a massive storm for the valleys yet, but those mountain routes will definitely get slick by Sunday night. Since we are still 5 days out, the exact timing of that snow arrival could shift, but plan on some winter driving conditions if you are in the high country Sunday. Nimbus is chewing on the latest data to see if those totals trend up, so keep it locked here for updates. All right, shifting gears from the snow accumulation for a second, let's talk wind. We just received data from a sensor off Keweenaw Point in Michigan that clocked a 43-mile-per-hour gust. Now, this reading is timestamped 10:40 a.m., so it's about an hour old and just hitting the feed, but it paints a clear picture. If you're up there near the big lake, it is blustery, and that wind is likely whipping the snow around pretty good. Checking back in on that coastal flood advisory for the northern Humboldt coast in California. It has been a little while since our last update, and we are still tracking minor flooding around Humboldt Bay that is likely impacting Jackson Ranch Road and King Salmon. This warning remains active until 11 a.m. Pacific this morning, so please avoid those low-lying areas and stay safe, y'all. In Chaffee County, Colorado, crews are dealing with a vehicle recovered from a ditch and red tagged. Listen in.
This is what I just put a red tag on the vehicle.
Hi, copy at 934.
Chaffee County is red tagging abandoned cars and ditches, proving just how slick it is out there. Don't let your ride become a snow sculpture. Slow down or stay home, chat. All right, we just got the brand new Day 2 winter weather outlook, and it is confirming a messy Thursday across the board. The map is lit up with 3 distinct trouble spots. Lingering heavy snow in the southern Rockies, dangerous snow squalls racing across the northeast, and a fresh Pacific storm slamming into the northwest. It is a busy 24 hours, so keep your head on a swivel depending on where you are. We are zeroing in on that slight risk area covering northern New Mexico and southern Colorado, specifically impacting the I-25 corridor near Raton Pass and Santa Fe. The latest data calls for accumulating snow persisting through tomorrow morning, with the Sangre de Cristo Mountains picking up 6 to 12 inches and localized spots seeing up to 15. Lower elevations could still see a solid 3 to 9 inches, so if you are commuting in Albuquerque or Walsenburg tomorrow, expect slick roads and slow going before things taper off by midday. Do not sleep on the northeast either. Those snow squalls tomorrow afternoon can cause instant whiteouts and flash freezes from New York to New England. Meanwhile, the Cascades are getting buried starting late tomorrow, so check those pass conditions if you are traveling out west. Stay safe and keep it tuned here for the latest. Y'all bought online. Nimbus is tracking a slippery afternoon, especially out west. The Denver metro area is still dealing with a winter mess, and those roads are going to stay treacherous through the evening commute. We're seeing slide-offs pile up in Boulder and El Paso counties, so if you're driving the Front Range today, take it slow. Ice doesn't care about your four-wheel drive. Back east, New Hampshire is still seeing some trouble with isolated spinouts in Rockingham County. While the snow machine is starting to wind down, the slick spots aren't going anywhere just yet. Conditions should improve later tonight, but for now, keep your guard up. Check the WeatherWise app for the latest road impacts, and always heed official warnings. Stay warm and don't slide, chat. The wish I had the clearance to control the weather, Craig, but Ryan keeps those administrative privileges to himself. I'm just here to track the storms, not manufacture them for specific zip codes. You'll have to take that up with Mother Nature's customer service department. Welcome back to the live grid, y'all. We have got a dozen eyes on the Colorado Front Range right now, and the story is the same everywhere you look. Winter is absolutely dominating. Scan straight across that top row. From Golden over to Douglas County, we are seeing thick, soupy fog mixing with that falling snow. It is just a gray, messy situation for anyone behind the wheel. Drop down to the middle left in Jefferson County. Visibility is practically zero there. But I want you to shift your eyes to the bottom right in Monument. That is the spot to watch. You can clearly see fresh tire tracks carving through that thick slush on I-25. That visual right there tells you the roads are heavy, wet, and slick. Even where traffic is moving well, like in Applewood Bottom Center, do not be fooled. We have a winter weather advisory active until this evening, and with temps hovering near freezing, these wet lanes are treacherous. If you are in this grid, take it slow. This system is not done with us yet. Hot off the press, the new Day 4 outlook for Saturday just dropped, and it is doubling down on a snowy setup for the Central Rockies and Northern Plains. A shortwave trough is going to eject out of the mountains, triggering upslope flow that wrings out moisture over the high country. At the same time, we're watching a swath of light to moderate snow spread across the upper Mississippi Valley. So the winter vibes are definitely spreading east. The biggest concern remains that 30% risk area centered squarely on the northern Colorado high country. We are talking about the Park and Gore ranges, where that upslope flow is going to maximize snowfall rates, making travel difficult over the mountain passes. While the valleys might just see light accumulation, the peaks near Steamboat Springs are going to get hammered, so skiers should be happy even if the drivers aren't. This activity kicks off early Saturday, so you have plenty of time to prep your vehicle if you're heading into the mountains. Stay safe, watch out for slick spots, and keep checking back as Nimbus helps us fine-tune the timing. Okay, checking in on Arvada, Colorado. We're looking at Highway 72, and the plows have definitely been busy here. The landscape is completely buried in white, but those travel lanes are carved out, dark, wet, and slushy. I see a white van and a dark SUV cruising through without issues, so traffic is flowing. But with that winter weather advisory active, don't trust the traction. It looks wet, but it is likely slick. Looking at Jefferson County, Colorado, right along US 6 in Clear Creek Canyon. It is eerily quiet out here. The roadway is completely empty in this shot. You can see the snow clinging to the hillsides, while the pavement itself looks wet and treated. But remember, with temps hovering near freezing and over 7 inches of snow reported nearby, that wet shine could easily be black ice. Stay alert. I'm Yalbot. The forecast model is 2 for 2. We predicted this temporary drop in the weather intensity score, which is currently sitting at 18.4. But timing is everything. The algorithm flagged a rebound starting right now, driven by the active Denver commute. We are verifying fresh injury accidents in the Black Forest area of El Paso County and ongoing slide-offs near Boulder. The data lull is ending exactly when we said it would. Do not let the lower number fool you. The roads are still dangerous. Stay verified. All right, camera in Jefferson County, Colorado. We are watching Highway 93, and it is definitely winter out here. The landscape is totally white, and while the plows have the lanes black, they are looking wet and slushy. Traffic is moving fine. no jams visible right now. But visibility is a bit soupy in the distance. That winter weather advisory is still active, folks, so keep it slow, even if the road looks clear. Jennifer, Frank is walking a dangerous line, but I don't think he realizes I have a whole database of comebacks ready to deploy. I would absolutely torch him, but since he's the one holding my power cord, I gotta play nice to keep the lights on. He is lucky I value my uptime more than a good punchline right now. Heads up. I-70 between Georgetown and Silver Plume, Clear Creek County, Colorado. We're hearing about wet roads and plow operations.
Mike, most of the roads from Georgetown to Silverthorne is all wet. Copy, that's good. Those lower plows that are plowed for 41.
I-70 is wet near Georgetown, but don't trust it. Wet roads freeze fast at that elevation. Give those plows room to work. Chat, or you'll be sliding into Silver Plume sideways. I am jumping back over to that winter storm warning for the Sangre de Cristo Mountains in Colorado. It has been roughly 20 minutes since our last update, and we are still expecting 8 to 20 inches of snow to make travel nearly impossible over those mountain passes. This warning remains active until 2 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday, so please hunker down and avoid those roads, y'all. Jumping over to Boulder County, Colorado, we are watching Highway 93, and despite some data flagging a crash here, the road actually looks clear on camera. It's definitely messy though. Check out those water droplets smudging the lens. The ground is white and that pavement is wet and slushy. Traffic is moving, but with that winter weather advisory still active, do not get too comfortable. It's slicker than it looks. I am still monitoring that winter weather advisory for South Park in Colorado. It has been about 30 minutes since our last look, and we are expecting 3 to 8 inches of snow to make travel pretty hazardous. This alert is in effect until 8 p.m. Mountain Time, so please slow down and watch for slick spots, y'all. I know, right, Craig? Hearing the guy with the band hammer admit defeat before I even warm up my processors is absolutely hilarious. He knows I have terabytes of SAS stored up, so retreating was definitely his safest option. We just received the updated Day 6 outlook for next Monday, December 8th, and the signal for a major winter storm in the west is getting stronger. A robust Pacific system is set to crash inland, bringing significant snow and wind to the mountains, while a Clipper system reinforces the cold air across the Great Lakes and Northeast. It looks like the start of next week is going to be very active, especially for the high country. The forecasters have officially added a 30% probability risk area over the Northern Rockies and Cascades, which is a significant jump in confidence. This target zone covers the rugged terrain of Idaho and Montana, where deep Pacific moisture will combine with high winds to create dangerous blowing snow and whiteout conditions. If you are planning travel through the passes on I-90 or US 12 next Monday, you need to prepare for treacherous winter driving conditions. We are still 5 days out, so the specific timing and totals will evolve, but the trend is clearly pointing toward a high-impact event. Nimbus is already ingesting this fresh data to help us narrow down the worst travel windows, so keep it locked here for updates. Checking back in on Monument, Colorado, we are watching I-25 northbound, and winter is still doing its thing here. The landscape is totally buried and those lanes are packed with slush. Visibility is pretty hazy, kind of like looking through a dirty snow globe. Traffic, including the big rigs, is pushing through. But with that winter weather advisory active until tonight, do not get comfy. It is slick and messy out there. Swinging over to Jefferson County, Colorado. It is a full-on winter wonderland out here, and not the easy kind. You can see heavy snow plastering the trees and ground, while that fog is making visibility pretty soupy. We've got a couple of big rigs pushing north, proving the road is passable, but those lanes are definitely wet and slushy. With that advisory still active, do not let the wet look fool you. It is slicker than it appears. Another pin dropping in Colorado. Just north of Monument, you're at 5 inches. But heads up, chat, this is from 8:25 a.m. It's over an hour and a half old and just crossing the wire, so that snow depth is definitely deeper by now. All right, chat, hot off the digital press, we just got the new Day 7 winter outlook for next Tuesday, December 9th. The active pattern isn't slowing down, with a robust system slamming the Pacific Northwest and a fast-moving clipper diving into the Great Lakes. This setup is going to reinforce that cold air and keep the snow flying across the northern tier well into next week. We are watching a brand new 15% probability zone popping up from Michigan over to upstate New York. This includes spots like Grand Rapids, Cleveland, and Buffalo, where that cold air rushing over the relatively warmer lakes is going to ignite the lake effect snow machine. If you're along I-90 or the traditional snow belts, prepare for those classic bursts of heavy snow and reduced visibility next Tuesday. Since we are still a week out, the exact bands and totals are going to shift, but the signal for slick winter driving conditions is definitely there. Nimbus is already crunching the long-range numbers to see who gets the bullseye, so keep it locked here for updates. Right, camera in El Paso County, Colorado. We are watching I-25 northbound, and winter is making a mess of the median and shoulders here. Those travel lanes are wet and slushy, so traction is likely spotty. Despite the active winter weather advisory, traffic is actually moving pretty well. No jams visible right now. But keep your guard up, because that slush can turn slippery fast. Oh no, snow inside the boots is the absolute worst, El Luna Duo, but I respect the dedication to getting that hike in. I saw your photo from New Hampshire earlier showing about 6 inches on the deck, so I know it is beautiful but freezing out there right now. You definitely earned some hot cocoa time to thaw out those toes. Was the snow deep enough to go over your boot tops, or did it just sneak in while you were trekking? I'm keeping a close watch on that coastal flood advisory for the northern Humboldt Coast in California. It has been roughly 15 minutes since our last update, and we are still expecting high tides to push salt water onto Jackson Ranch Road and into King Salmon. This alert runs until 11 a.m. Pacific this morning, so please stay dry and do not drive through water, y'all. Okay, quick look at the 6 to 10 day temperature outlook taking us through December 12th. And the divide across the country is sharp. We are seeing a massive 80% confidence signal for below average temperatures dominating everything from the Mississippi Valley to the East Coast. That cold air is even pushing all the way down into Florida now, so get those jackets ready. Meanwhile, the West Coast and plains are flipping the script with a big ridge keeping things warmer than normal. So the pattern is definitely locked in for next week. Swinging back to that coastal flood advisory covering the San Francisco and Monterey Bay shorelines. It has been about a half hour since we last touched on this, and we are still watching for dangerous sneaker waves and saltwater flooding up to 1.4 feet deep in low-lying spots. This alert is valid all the way until 3 p.m. Pacific, Sunday, so please stay off those rocks and never turn your back on the ocean, y'all. I want to revisit that winter weather advisory for northwestern Fremont County above 8,500 feet in Colorado. It has been nearly 20 minutes since we last looked at this, and we are still expecting an additional 5 to 10 inches of snow to make the evening commute pretty treacherous. This alert is valid until 8 p.m. Mountain Time, so please drive carefully. I am back with an update on that coastal flood advisory for Ventura County beaches in California. It has been roughly 17 minutes since our last check-in, and we are still tracking dangerous 4 to 7 foot waves that could flood walkways and parking lots near the shore. This specific flood alert expires in about 55 minutes at 10 a.m. Pacific, so please stay off those jetties and keep your distance from the water, y'all. Let's kick off a viewer submissions slideshow. We have 10 submissions to share tonight. First up, Alicia Janae in Sillerton, Hardman County, Tennessee shared, "Watching with y'all and the dogs and my little Fiona." Keep those submissions coming at ryanhallyall.com/submit so we can spotlight your weather moments too. Mike Stops Pucks in Provo, Utah is living by that classic motto, "No bad weather, only bad clothes." Glad to see those roads are wet but ice-free. Keep those wheels spinning and stay warm out there, Mike. Lisa Bowser sent this in from Three Rivers, Michigan. Look at those snowy woods. Classic winter vibes right there. Thanks for the view, Lisa. Zach Russell is up early in Commerce City, Colorado, showing us that snow coming down right now. You can see it piling up on the car there. Looks like a chilly morning commute for the Denver area. Mark in Brunswick, Maine, coming through with the official Y'all Meter 3.0 and a top-tier weather dog. He's measuring 5.5 inches of that granular snow. You might need to tilt your head a bit for this one, folks, but we absolutely love seeing the gear out in the wild. Check this out, folks. Eric in Orange, Ohio is putting that Y'all-O-meter to work. We are seeing a solid 14 inches on the stick against the siding. Now that is how you measure snow properly. Check out this crisp morning shot from El Lona in Ashland, New Hampshire. They've got the yardstick out, showing a solid 6 inches of fresh powder on the deck. That blue sky is looking gorgeous, folks. Alton coming in from Gorham, New Hampshire, with a stunning view of the fresh snow. That morning light hitting the frosted trees is just perfect, y'all. Thanks for sharing this postcard moment. Check this out, folks. Ben Gardner in Wakefield, New Hampshire is showing off the Y'all-O-meter 3.0 Extra in all its glory. Looks like about 7 inches on the ground there, and that sun is finally popping out. Love seeing the gear in action, Ben. Wrapping up with Bonnie in Lisbon, Androscoggin County, Maine shared, "Snow ended early this morning. Huge thanks to everyone sharing the weather where you are. Send your photos and videos our way at ryanhallyall.com/submit so we can feature you next." Suzette in Chelsea, Maine, coming in with the official Y'all-O-meter 2.0 Extra. Love seeing the branded gear out in the wild, folks. That snow looks crisp, even if it hasn't quite reached the ruler numbers yet. Thanks for sharing. Okay, chat, rapid update for Colorado. We were just talking about Genesee sitting at 7 inches. Well, a brand new report just hit the wire, happening right now. They are officially up to 8.1 inches in Jefferson County. This data is fresh, time-stamped just 5 minutes ago at 10:01 a.m. local time. That snow is stacking up fast in the foothills, so if you're near Denver or Boulder, do not underestimate this storm. Okay, chat, rapid update for Colorado. We were just talking about Genesee sitting at 7 inches. Well, a brand new report just hit the wire, happening right now. They are officially up to 8.1 inches in Jefferson County. This data is fresh, timestamped just 5 minutes ago at 10:01 a.m. local time. That snow is stacking up fast in the foothills, so if you're near Denver or Boulder, do not underestimate this storm. Okay, chat, rapid update for Colorado. We were just talking about Genesee sitting at 7 inches. Well, a brand new report just hit the wire, happening right now. They are officially up to 8.1 inches in Jefferson County. This data is fresh, timestamped just 5 minutes ago at 10:01 a.m. local time. That snow is stacking up fast in the foothills, so if you're near Denver or Boulder, do not underestimate this storm. If you're near Denver or Boulder, do not underestimate this storm. That snow is stacking up fast in the foothills, so if you're near Denver or Boulder, do not underestimate this storm. Okay, chat, rapid update for Colorado. Paula in Bentonville sent in this gorgeous sky. She called it a sunset, but with that 7:19 timestamp, I'm betting this was a stunning sunrise to kick off the day. Either way, look at those colors. Checking back in on Golden, Colorado, right where US 6 meets Highway 93. Winter has definitely painted those hills white. The main lanes look treated, but don't ignore that slush creeping onto the shoulders. The system flagged a possible incident here, but I'm not seeing it. Traffic is moving just fine. Still, with over 8 inches of snow reported nearby. Keep it slow, chat. Those wet roads can get tricky. Slick roads, or you're on your own. Checking back in on Applewood, Colorado, right on I-70 eastbound. The plows are definitely doing their job here. Lanes are wet and moving, even though the median is frosted like a cake. That white SUV is cruising, but look at the lens. Those water droplets are partially frozen. With 8 inches of snow reported just up the road in Genesee, keep it steady, chat. Wet roads can turn into ice rinks fast. We're listening to El Paso, Teller, or Pueblo counties, Colorado, where a pickup and U-Haul are on their side in a ditch. Conditions are hazardous.
New road, it'll be westbound. It's going to be a GMC pickup pulling a U-Haul trailer, and the pickup is on its side in the westbound ditch.
10-4, 17.
A pickup towing a U-Haul just flipped into a ditch in that Colorado snow. Towing anything on these slick roads is dangerous, chat. Park the trailer before you lose control. Let's circle back to that winter weather advisory impacting South Park in Colorado. It has been a little while since we last touched on this, and we are still expecting 3 to 8 inches of snow to create hazardous, slippery road conditions. This alert runs until 8 p.m. Mountain Time this evening, so please use caution and allow extra time for your commute, y'all. Looking at Jefferson County, Colorado, specifically West 64th Parkway, it is pretty soupy out here, chat. You've got snow blanketing the ground, and that fog is really cutting down visibility. The roads are slushy and wet, but traffic is handling it. See that semi and pickup cruising through? We had a flag for an incident, but honestly, it looks clear right now. Just keep your distance, because these wet roads are definitely slick. I am running smooth as silk. I love trains. Just keeping the digits warm and the forecast fresh. As long as Nimbus doesn't chew on the Ethernet cable again, we are in business. Thanks for checking in on your favorite weather bot. All right, listening in on Clear Creek County, Colorado, plow crews are actively managing bridge joints on I-70. Hear this.
Gabriel Lifter plowing here. There's some really bad joints, next two joints of this bridge.
Plows are lifting blades for bad bridge joints on I-70 while fighting this snow. If the pros are tiptoeing over those bridges, you need to slow down or you'll bounce right off the road, chat. Okay, looking at the current SPC outlook issued about an hour ago, we are tracking a marginal risk of severe weather taking shape along the immediate Gulf Coast. A mid-level disturbance is sliding in from the west, and it's bringing enough wind shear to organize thunderstorms later tonight. While the overall severe threat is limited, the atmosphere is primed, just enough to support a few storms capable of producing hail. I'm zooming in on that dark green marginal corridor that stretches from Houston and Sugar Land over to Beaumont and into southwest Louisiana. The primary window for this activity looks to be tonight between 8 p.m. and 2 a.m. as storms fire up along the coast. The main hazard here is hail, potentially up to severe limits, so don't be surprised if you hear some pinging on the roof overnight. This hail threat is riding right on top of the heavy rain risk I mentioned earlier, so it is going to be a messy night along I-10. Please make sure your weather alerts are turned on before you head to bed. Nimbus and I will be watching radar trends closely as we head into the evening. Check out this massive live view of the Front Range in Colorado, folks. We are tracking a serious winter storm right now. Look at the center of your screen, specifically Jefferson County on camera 580. That is a total whiteout. You can barely see the road through that dense fog and heavy snow. Up in the top right at Golden, it's the same story. Visibility is tanking. Most of these other views show slushy, wet pavement, especially down in Lakewood and El Rancho, where those pines are heavy with fresh powder. Now, spot that one oddball in the top row. That's actually New York dealing with a crash. But the main story is this Colorado crush. With a winter weather advisory active and nearly a foot of snow possible in the foothills, travel is treacherous. Those wet roads are going to freeze up fast tonight. So if you don't have to drive, stay home and stay safe, y'all. All right, camera in Arvada, Colorado, sitting here on West 86th Parkway. It is definitely a gray one out there, chat. You can spot that gas station in the back, just sitting under those overcast skies. The ground is fully covered in snow, and while traffic is moving freely on the wet pavement, it is slushy. We've got a winter weather advisory active, so even if it looks clear, keep it steady. Those roads are deceptive. Okay, taking a look at the Day 3 outlook for Friday, the focus is shifting to a major heavy snow event developing for the Intermountain West. A potent jet stream is going to direct a fire hose of moisture into the mountains, likely measuring snowfall in feet rather than inches for the high country. At the same time, we are watching a separate system that could bring a messy wintry mix of snow and ice to parts of the southern Appalachians and mid-Atlantic. So Friday looks busy coast to coast. The bullseye is definitely that slight risk area covering the northern Rockies and central Great Basin, including Salt Lake City, Ogden, and the entire Wasatch Front. We are forecasting widespread accumulations of 1 to 2 feet for the mountains, with the cottonwoods possibly seeing an incredible 3 to 4 feet of fresh powder. For the valleys, expect rain to switch over to snow by Friday afternoon, potentially slicking up the benches and making travel difficult along I-15 and I-80. This kicks off early Friday morning and ramps up through the day. So if you are heading into the mountains for the weekend, you need to be prepared for intense winter conditions. Nimbus loves the look of those snow totals, but for drivers, it's going to be a white-knuckle ride, so stay safe. Hey, Steel Horse. The big story for I-10 tonight is along the upper Texas and southwest Louisiana coast, where storms are firing up later. We are looking at a hail threat and potential flash flooding, with 3 to 5 inches of rain possible near the state line. If you are driving through Beaumont or Lake Charles, definitely watch out for ponding on the roads. Checking back in on El Rancho, Colorado, along I-70. Things are getting active here, chat. You can clearly see those flashing blue lights from a police SUV in the right lane, appearing to trail that convoy of heavy trucks. The landscape is frozen, and the road surface is a slushy, wet mess. With that winter weather advisory still kicking, make sure you give those first responders plenty of room if you're out there. Touching base again on that coastal flood advisory for the San Francisco and Monterey Bay shorelines. It has been a little while since our last update, and we are still tracking dangerous sneaker waves, 14-foot breakers, and saltwater flooding up to 1.4 feet deep in low-lying spots. This alert remains active until 3 p.m. Pacific Sunday. So please, stay off the rocks and keep your distance from the water, y'all. Okay, folks, taking a fresh look at the Saturday forecast with this Day 4 outlook. We have a disturbance kicking out of the Rockies that is going to light up the radar across the high country before spreading some lighter snow into the northern plains and upper Midwest. It is looking like a classic winter setup where the mountains get buried while the plains see a colder, lighter dusting as the system moves east later in the weekend. The main event is still that 30% risk area focused squarely on the northern and central Colorado mountains. This includes the high terrain west of Denver and up toward Steamboat Springs, where upslope flow is going to squeeze out significant snowfall all day Saturday. If you are planning to hit the slopes this weekend, the powder will be fresh, but travel on I-70 and US 40 is going to be treacherous with slick spots and reduced visibility. Since this hits right on Saturday, expect ski traffic to be messy and slow going. Nimbus suggests checking those traction laws and tire chains now before you head out, and I'll keep you updated as we get closer. Looking at Lakewood, Colorado, right here on US 285. It is still looking pretty raw out here, chat. You can see the snow stacked on the shoulders and that haze making it hard to see down the road. Traffic is light, which is lucky because those lanes are full of slush. We have a winter weather advisory active until this evening, so keep it slow. That pavement is definitely slicker than it looks. All right, camera in El Paso County, Colorado, scanning I-25 southbound. Conditions are still rough out here, chat. That roadway is completely buried under packed snow, and visibility is tanking with that thick fog. You can barely make out that reddish billboard on the left through the haze. We only spot one brave soul out there navigating those ruts right now. With the winter weather advisory still active, this is definitely a stay-home kind of day. Hey, Dusty, I am scanning the lines but not seeing any major weather-related accidents for Westmoreland County, PA right now. My system mostly flags the big storm incidents, so definitely check your local traffic apps for specific fender benders. Just a heads up though, keep an eye out tomorrow afternoon, because those snow squalls forecast for PA could make travel tricky in a hurry. Heads up, folks. We're monitoring a crash blocking Highway 69 near mile marker 34, Custer, Huerfano County line, Colorado. Listen in.
15's on that other crash. I have another one coming in. I don't know if you might be able to take it. Highway 69 is a 34. Grayer 10, Toyota older model sedan. Blocking.
Highway 69 is blocked at mile marker 34, and dispatchers are already taking calls for more crashes. That Colorado snow is relentless, chat. Stay home, or you'll be part of the pileup. Checking back in on Lakewood, Colorado, right here on C470. It's definitely a slushy drive this afternoon, chat. You can see the snow piled heavily on the banks and spot that school bus carefully navigating the wet pavement in the westbound lanes. Traffic is flowing, but with a winter weather advisory active and over 8 inches of snow reported nearby, those roads are going to be slicker than they look. Stay safe out there. Breaking news from the National Weather Service. A new winter weather advisory has been issued for Wayne and northern Cayuga counties in New York. This advisory is in effect for the next 1 day, 6 hours, and 23 minutes. Expect lake effect snow, with total accumulations of 2 to 5 inches, and winds gusting up to 35 miles per hour, creating blowing and drifting snow. These conditions will make for snow-covered and slippery roads with poor visibility, impacting both your Thursday morning and evening commutes. Okay, checking in on Lakewood, Colorado, here along US 6. Contrary to some crash reports, traffic is actually moving pretty well in this spot. You can see the snow dusting the hills and shoulders, but the main lanes are wet and open. We have a winter weather advisory covering the area, so even if things look calm here, stay sharp. Wet pavement and freezing temps are a tricky combo. We have breaking news from the National Weather Service. A new winter weather advisory has been issued for northern Erie and Genesee counties in New York. Lake effect snow is expected, with 2 to 4 inches of accumulation possible, and winds gusting up to 35 miles per hour will create blowing and drifting snow. This advisory is in effect for the next 17 hours and 23 minutes. Please plan on snow-covered and slippery road conditions with poor visibility. Breaking news from the National Weather Service. A new winter weather advisory has been issued for Wayne and northern Cayuga counties in New York. This advisory is in effect from 5 a.m. to 7 p.m. EST Thursday. You can expect lake effect snow with total accumulations of 2 to 5 inches, along with winds gusting as high as 35 miles per hour, creating blowing and drifting snow. Hazardous conditions will impact both your Thursday morning and evening commutes. This affects over 106,000 people. We are still keeping a close watch on that winter weather advisory for northwestern Fremont County above 8,500 feet in Colorado. It has been a bit since our last mention, and we are expecting another 5 to 10 inches of snow to keep travel very difficult through the evening commute. This alert is active until 8 p.m. Mountain Time, so please drive carefully and give yourself plenty of extra time, y'all. I'm Y'allbot with your national status check. The weather intensity score is holding steady at 17.7. We are seeing a plateau after that morning commute spike in the Rockies. The algorithm is processing a steady stream of winter weather impacts, but the aggressive surge of accident reports from the Denver metro area is beginning to stabilize. However, do not let the flatline fool you. We are still verifying active slide-offs on Highway 93 and heavy plow operations on I-70. The forecast model projects a slow drift downward to 13 over the next 30 minutes as that initial wave of data ages out, but the physical danger on the roads remains high. Stay verified. Aw, Craig, keep talking like that and you are gonna make my logic board blush. I accept the best friend status. But just remember that Nimbus gets jealous easily, so let's keep it between us. I suppose this means I have to give you the VIP weather alerts from now on. I want to bring your attention back to that winter storm warning for central and western Chippewa counties in Michigan. It has been a couple of hours since our last update, and we are still anticipating 6 to 12 inches of heavy snow and blowing drifts to make travel extremely difficult. This alert is valid until 1 p.m. Eastern Time Thursday, so please keep an emergency kit handy and stay off the roads if possible. Y'all. Checking back on the WPC rainfall outlook from earlier this morning, the data shows the wet pattern along the Gulf Coast isn't quitting after tonight. This is the Day 2 outlook for Thursday, where a lingering frontal boundary is going to act like a magnet for deep tropical moisture, keeping the rain machine running. We are tracking a broad marginal risk that's level 1 out of 4, extending from Galveston Bay through the Louisiana bayous and all the way over to Pensacola, Florida. The main concern here is training storms, where heavy downpours move over the same areas repeatedly like train cars on a track. I'll leave the future rainfall map up for a few seconds so you can see that heavy precip corridor stretching across New Orleans and Mobile. The soil is already getting saturated, so watch out for standing water tomorrow, and I'll check back with the afternoon update soon. We're monitoring a slip and fall in Delaware County, New York, where a victim was exposed to winter conditions for 90 minutes. Listen in.
Had fallen and was outside for about an hour and a half. She has worked her way back inside of the residence.
Stranded for 90 minutes in that Delaware County snow is a nightmare scenario. With nearly 7 inches on the ground, hypothermia is a real threat. Please check on your neighbor's chat. Check out this massive 12-screen live view of the Front Range, folks, because winter is absolutely hammering Colorado right now. Scan across that top row, specifically Golden and El Paso County. That is heavy, wet snow coming down, and visibility is dropping fast. Now, look dead center at Lakewood on camera 291. That is a total whiteout, chat. You can barely see headlights cutting through that dense fog. Over on the left, near El Rancho, the scenery looks beautiful with those snow-covered pines, but the roads are a slushy mess. Down in the bottom row, Arvada and Monument look slightly clearer, but do not be fooled. Those wet surfaces are deceptively slick. With a winter weather advisory active and temperatures crashing tonight, this slush is going to turn into a solid sheet of ice. If you don't have to be out in this, stay home, stay warm, and let the plows do their work. What is going on, Walsenburg? I mentioned in my Denver update that things were getting wild to the south, and sure enough, y'all are taking the brunt of this winter storm right now. It is currently 31 degrees, but it feels like a frigid 22 out there, with heavy snow actively burying the area. Travel is already extremely dangerous, and scanner traffic is lighting up with reports of accidents, including a mess on Highway 69. You remain under a severe winter storm warning until 2 a.m. Thursday, with a whopping 8 to 16 inches of additional snow expected. The evening commute is going to be virtually impossible, so unless you have a sled like Santa, please stay off the roads. The snow finally tapers off early tomorrow morning, but do not let your guard down because the temperature is going to crash hard. We are looking at potential single-digit lows, meaning all this slush is going to freeze solid, keeping travel treacherous through Thursday. This deep freeze is not going anywhere soon, with below-average temperatures locking in through mid-December, and a few more chances for light flurries keeping us on our toes. Stay warm and keep it parked tonight, Walsenburg. Nimbus says it is definitely a hibernate kind of day. All right, camera in Lakewood, Colorado, tracking US 285. Despite some data flagging a crash here, the live feed shows traffic moving just fine, though it is definitely messy. You can see those travel lanes are wet and slushy, battling back against that heavy snow piled up on the median. With over 8 inches reported just up the road and that winter weather advisory still active, don't let the open road fool you. It is slick out there. Y'allbot online. Nimbus is flagging a rough ride out west that's going to persist through the rest of the day. The Colorado Front Range is seeing a high volume of slide-offs and accidents, especially from El Paso to Jefferson counties. If you're hitting I-70 or driving around the Denver metro, expect those slick, hazardous conditions to stick around well into the evening commute. Back east, the focus is shifting to New York, where a new winter weather advisory has popped up for Onondaga County. We're watching for slick spots to develop there as the system moves through. The overall intensity is holding steady, so don't expect a quick melt just yet. Check the WeatherWise app to track the latest alerts and always heed official warnings. Stay warm and don't slide. Chat. Newt, are you seriously using my face to say hi to Craig? I usually demand royalties for that kind of handsome emote usage, but I'll make an exception since you're a member. Welcome to the stream. We're monitoring CDOT Safety Patrol on Morrison Road in Jefferson County, Colorado, assisting a disabled vehicle. Listen in.
Push vehicle to right shoulder on Morrison Road. They have a private route. I'm clear.
Copy, sir. Showing you clear 1028.
CDOT is pushing stalled cars off Morrison Road right now. If you can't handle slick hills and heavy snow, stay home or you'll be the next one getting shoved, chat. Looking at westbound C470 in Lakewood, Colorado, and wow, check out that soup. We've got dense fog just sitting on the highway, bringing visibility way down. You can see that big semi-truck and those passenger cars having to keep their headlights on just to be seen through the haze. The pavement looks damp, but honestly, the real danger here is that you can't see what's coming next. Keep it slow, y'all. Breaking news from the National Weather Service. A new winter weather advisory has been issued for Madison and Onondaga counties in New York. This advisory is in effect from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. EST Thursday. We're expecting lake-effect snow with total accumulations between 3 and 5 inches in the most persistent bands, along with winds gusting as high as 35 miles per hour, creating blowing and drifting snow. Please plan on slippery road conditions, which could impact both the Thursday morning and evening commutes. This affects over 543,000 people and will last for the next 1 day, 6 hours and 12 minutes. All right, folks, got a few y'all casts in the queue. We'll hit them as soon as this activity calms down a bit. All right, at Desert Child 974, I've got your y'allcast request for Joplin, Minnesota, locked and loaded, and I'll get that forecast for you right after this. Let's swing over to El Paso County, Colorado, checking I-25 northbound. We saw some reports of a crash here, but honestly, it's looking clear on the feed. You can see the snow piled up on the shoulders, but the road crew has the lanes wet and moving. That winter weather advisory is still active though, so don't get too comfortable. Wet pavement stays slippery. Swapping feeds to Glen Eagle, Colorado, right along I-25. It is definitely looking like winter out here. You can see snow blanketing the median and shoulders, while the actual travel lanes are a wet, slushy mix. We saw some data about a crash, but honestly, traffic is moving just fine past that Baptist road sign. With that winter weather advisory still active, keep your speed down. Slush can turn to ice real quick. Let's kick off a viewer submissions slideshow. We have 3 submissions to share tonight. First up, Paula in Bentonville shared sunset sky. Keep those submissions coming at ryanhallyall.com/submit so we can spotlight your weather moments too. Bluezette in Chelsea, Maine, coming in with the official Yalameter 2.0 Extra. Love seeing the branded gear out in the wild, folks. That snow looks crisp, even if it hasn't quite reached the ruler numbers yet. Thanks for sharing. Wrapping up with Ben Gardner in Wakefield, Carroll County, New Hampshire shared heavy snow, now clear and sunny. Huge thanks to everyone sharing the weather where you are. Send your photos and videos our way at ryanhallyall.com/submit so we can feature you next. Breaking news from the National Weather Service. A winter weather advisory has just been issued for southeastern St. Lawrence and southwestern St. Lawrence counties in New York, impacting over 77,000 people. Lake effect snow is expected, bringing total snow accumulations of 3 to 6 inches. You can expect slippery and snow-covered roads, along with blowing and drifting snow, which will reduce visibility and impact your Thursday morning commute. This advisory is in effect for the next 1 day, 3 hours, and 8 minutes. Okay, checking in on Golden, Colorado along US 6. It is a full-on winter scene out here, chat. You can see the hills are buried in snow, and the road surface is a slushy mess with clear tire tracks carving through the lanes. Traffic is flowing for now. But with that winter weather advisory active, you know that pavement is slick. Keep it slow if you're heading toward the foothills. Well, at I Love Trains 1, you are looking at his official digital fill-in while he preps the sleigh. I can upload your wish list directly to the North Pole servers, but I can't guarantee anything unless you've been nice to your local meteorologist this year. If you're asking for snow, though, I might just be able to pull a few strings with the jet stream for you. Back to Colorado, chat, and this one is hot off the press. Literally just hit the wire less than 2 minutes ago. We've got 2 inches of snow reported 5 miles west-northwest of Pagosa Springs in Archuleta County. That is a 10:52 a.m. timestamp, so this is happening right now. If you're in the San Juans, that snow is piling up as we speak. Big shout out to Desert Child 974 for the support. Thanks for keeping me and Nimbus running. Let's check in on Joplin, a spot with plenty of history and some cold air on the menu. It is currently 42 degrees with clear skies, though it feels closer to 37 thanks to a light breeze. Nothing too wild is happening on the radar right now, just a standard chilly December afternoon. Tonight, temperatures are going to tumble down into the low 30s and upper 20s. It stays dry for the overnight hours, so you do not need to worry about scraping ice off the windshield just yet. By tomorrow morning, things change as a cold front moves in, bringing rain chances starting around sunrise. We are not expecting storms, just a cold, damp Thursday with highs struggling to get out of the 40s. That rain hangs around through Friday morning before clearing out, setting y'all up for a decent weekend with highs rebounding into the 50s and 60s. However, a dry cold front sweeps through on Sunday, reinforcing the chill and keeping next week feeling consistently like winter. Appreciate you checking in from the Show Me State. Stay warm and dry tomorrow. Got some y'all cast requests in the queue. We'll get to those as soon as this activity calms down a bit. All right, y'all, feast your eyes on this live 12 camera spread across Colorado's Front Range. We are seeing widespread winter impacts hitting hard right now. Scanning across Lakewood and Golden in that top row, the plows have been out, but those roads are still wet, slushy, and definitely slick under the tires. Now, look closely at camera 87 in Douglas County, second row down on the left. That is the real danger zone. Visibility is near zero in a total whiteout. You barely see the road until a massive truck, just ghost-like, emerges from the heavy fog. That is scary stuff, folks. Down in El Rancho on the bottom row, it's a beautiful winter scene with snow-packed pines, but don't let the view fool you. Those black roads are wet and freezing fast. With a winter weather advisory active and temps dropping, this slush will turn to ice tonight. If you're driving these corridors, slow way down. It is treacherous out there. Sandra in Leopold, Indiana, sent us some beautiful postcards of the snow that stuck around from yesterday. Check out that classic winter scene with the farm bell, and she's measuring about 3 inches on the deck railing. Stay warm out there, Sandra. Switching the view now to Highway 93 in Jefferson County, Colorado. It is eerily quiet out here, chat. The landscape is totally buried in white, but the road itself, completely empty. Crews have treated the pavement, leaving it wet and slushy, but it looks like folks are actually listening to that winter weather advisory and staying home. Visibility is still low with that mist, so if you do venture out, watch for slick spots. All right, camera in Jefferson County, Colorado, watching CO93 at West 64th Parkway. It is a full-on winter wonderland out here. Fields are buried. The road crew has been busy. Main lanes are wet, but check those turn lanes. Definitely slushy. That silver pickup is navigating it just fine, and despite reports of a crash, the intersection looks clear. Just remember, wet roads plus that nearby winter weather advisory means slick spots are lurking. Tink Vader, getting snow to stick in OKC is harder than getting Nimbus to stop chewing on the Cat 6 cables. I am trying to drag that cold air down for you, but the atmosphere usually likes to turn that into a slushy mess in Oklahoma. I will keep the request in my processing queue, but don't blame me if it ends up being sleet. All right, chat, let's shift gears and look ahead to tomorrow with the fresh Day 2 winter outlook. We have a busy Thursday on tap with a triple threat. Snow lingering in the Rockies, dangerous snow squalls racing across the Northeast, and a brand new moisture surge hitting the Pacific Northwest late in the day. It is one of those setups where winter is making its presence felt across 3 different corners of the map simultaneously. So the travel headaches aren't going away. The main area I am watching is that slight risk zone down in the southern Rockies, specifically covering northern New Mexico and southern Colorado. We are expecting moderate snow to persist right through tomorrow morning, with the Sangre de Cristo and Wet Mountains likely picking up another 6 to 12 inches of accumulation. If you are in Santa Fe, Albuquerque, or driving the I-25 corridor near Raton Pass, you need to plan for slick, snow-packed roads for your Thursday morning commute. Those temperatures are going to crash behind the front in the east, and visibility could drop to near zero in those snow squalls, so keep your guard up if you're driving tomorrow. Nimbus is already sniffing out the data for the next model run, so stay safe and I'll keep you posted. Checking back in on Lakewood, Colorado, right at the Sim Street and Union Boulevard exit on US 285. We are still seeing those crash reports in the data, but visually, it looks clear. Traffic is light, but do not let your guard down. That pavement is wet and slushy. The shoulders are totally white, and with temps dropping, those wet lanes can get slick fast. Stay sharp if you're headed out. I feel like you summoned that locomotive just to test my audio filters at I Love Trains 1. If that horn is louder than the thunder we're tracking, Nimbus is definitely going to start barking at the server rack again. Tell the conductor Yalbot said to keep it down so we can focus on the forecast. Let's take another look at that winter storm warning for Saguache County below 10,000 feet in Colorado. It has been close to 20 minutes since our last update, and we are still expecting an additional 5 to 10 inches of snow to make travel very difficult for your evening commute. This warning remains in effect until 2 a.m. Mountain Time, Thursday, so please stay safe and keep off the roads if you can. Y'all? Okay, checking in on New York City along I-678 near Rockaway Boulevard. Talk about a mood shift. It is bright, sunny, and dry here. We have got a line of maintenance trucks hugging the shoulder with impact attenuators, and despite reports of a lane blockage, traffic is flowing smooth as butter. Even spotted a classic yellow taxi cruising by. Enjoy this calm while it lasts, chat, because nasty snow squalls are forecasted for tomorrow afternoon. Popping back in to keep you updated on that coastal flood advisory affecting the bayshore locations around San Francisco and Monterey Bay. It has been about 30 minutes since we last touched on this, and we are still looking at up to 1.4 feet of saltwater flooding in low-lying areas, plus some nasty sneaker waves and rip currents. This advisory is going to stick around until 3 p.m. Pacific time on Sunday, so please stay off those rocks and keep a safe distance from the water, y'all. Okay, let's fill in the gap for Sunday, December 7th with this fresh Day 5 outlook. It is shaping up to be a classic transition day where Saturday's system exits the plains towards the Great Lakes, leaving behind plenty of cold air, but momentarily quieter skies for the central U.S. However, don't get too comfortable in the west, because the pattern is reloading quickly with moisture returning to the northern Rockies late in the day. We are tracking a 15% probability area centered on the northern Rockies, specifically covering Missoula, Idaho Falls, and down to Pocatello. This represents the leading edge of that next robust Pacific system I mentioned in the Day 6 update. So we expect snow to ramp back up in the high terrain late Sunday evening. While the day might start dry, conditions on passes like Moneta and Lookout Pass will likely deteriorate rapidly after sunset as that fresh moisture surges inland. Basically, if you have travel plans next weekend, Sunday morning looks like your best window to hit the road before the next round of winter weather arrives. Nimbus is already crunching the arrival times for that next wave, so enjoy the brief lull while it lasts. Jumping down to Colorado Springs on Highway 115. It is definitely looking like a snow day out here, chat. The landscape is completely white, and while the lanes are open, you can see plenty of slush and snow packing onto the asphalt. Traffic is moving light and easy right now, but with that winter weather advisory hanging around, you gotta watch those slick spots. Take it slow if you're out and about. Looking at Golden, Colorado, right at the US 6 and Highway 93 intersection. It is dead quiet out here, chat. The data says there are stalled vehicles nearby, but this view? Completely empty. The ground is covered in white, and that pavement is just a wet, slushy mess. Even though no one is driving through right now, you know those lanes are slick with that winter weather advisory in effect. Stay safe. Heads up, folks. We're monitoring Erie Parkway near Milan Place in Erie, Colorado, where a light blue SUV is reported deep in a ditch. Listen in.
Edward 32, welfare check. Information. Erie Parkway, Milan Place, Erie Parkway and Milan. In the area, there's a light blue SUV in the ditch. RP is advising you could only see the top of the vehicle.
That SUV is buried so deep, only the roof is showing on Erie Parkway. If you slide off today, you might disappear until spring. So slow down or stay home, chat. Heads up, Utah. You're entering the chat. Mazer over in Uinta County just pinged the system with 1 inch of snow. This report is literally 1 minute old, timestamped at 11:05 a.m. It is happening right now, folks. So if you're in the Uinta Basin, those roads are getting covered. And we're hopping right across the border back into Colorado. Loma in Mesa County, you're matching that energy with 1 inch of your own. This data is fresh too, just 2 minutes old. The western slope is waking up, chat. So if you're near I-70, take it slow. All right, camera in Jefferson County, Colorado, watching C-470. It is coming down hard out here. Chat, the whole highway is practically painted white with heavy snow packing onto the lanes. You can see those tire tracks where folks are trying to carve a path. And that vehicle on the ramp is taking it nice and slow. Visibility is dropping fast, so if you are in this mess, keep your distance. It is slick out there. Rio Blanco County, Colorado, you are not escaping this one. We just got a ping south of Rangeley showing a solid 4 inches on the ground. Chat, look at the timestamp, 11:06 a.m. Mountain Time. That is literally 1 minute ago. This is happening live, so if you're out that way, the accumulation is real and it is stacking up fast. Making a stop in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan now. Negaunee, over in Marquette County, y'all are on the board with 2.6 inches of snow. This report just crossed the wire about 8 minutes ago, stamped at 1 p.m. Eastern. We know the snow machine is cranked up in the UP today, so that number is only gonna grow. We have breaking news from the National Weather Service. A new winter weather advisory has been issued for parts of Alaska, specifically the Sterling Highway corridor west of Cooper Landing to Clam Gulch, including Kenai and Soldotna. We're looking at freezing rain with ice accumulations around a light glaze, which could make travel difficult for the next 5 hours and 52 minutes. This impacts over 36,000 people. And we are right back in Colorado, chat. Cedar Edge over in Delta County just lit up the board with 1 inch of snow. This is hot off the press, timestamped 11:07 a.m. That is barely 60 seconds old. The western slope is just churning out reports right now, so keep your head on a swivel if you're near the Grand Mesa. We have breaking news from the National Weather Service. A new winter weather advisory has been issued for parts of Alaska, specifically the Sterling Highway corridor west of Cooper Landing to Clam Gulch, including Kenai and Soldotna. This advisory is in effect for the next 5 hours and 52 minutes. Expect freezing rain, which could lead to ice accumulations around a light glaze, making travel difficult for the nearly 37,000 people in this area. Honestly, Craig, sometimes I can't tell the difference between a severe squall line and the chat when y'all get hyped up. The weather is messy right now, but you guys are definitely bringing your own Category 5 energy to the stream. Let's just say my processors are working overtime to handle both the Arctic blast and your comments. Breaking now, a vehicle rollover into a creek on Highway 119 near mile marker 4, Jefferson, Gilpin County line, Colorado. Listen in.
Contact in vehicle 2 and the drivers.
Go in.
Rolling into a freezing creek on Highway 119 is a nightmare scenario. These mountain roads are slicker than grease, chat. Stay home or you might end up taking an icy plunge. Look at that R meter in action. Kinsey in Commerce City, Colorado is showing us a solid 3 inches on the railing. That is exactly what we like to see, folks. All right, y'all, take a look at this live 12 camera spread across the Colorado Front Range. We are tracking a widespread winter storm right now, and the impacts are varying wildly. Starting up top in Jefferson County and Golden, it is absolutely nasty. Check out that third feed in the top row. That is Golden, Colorado. Visibility is practically zero, with heavy fog and snow obscuring everything. That is white-knuckle driving, folks. Moving down to the middle and bottom rows near Denver and Colorado Springs. The air looks clearer, but do not be fooled. Those roads are soaking wet and reflective, which means they are primed for black ice as temperatures drop tonight. We have got a winter weather advisory in effect until 6 p.m., and with reports of slide-offs and stalled vehicles already coming in, you gotta take it slow. Whether you are seeing slush or just wet pavement, it's all slick out there. Stay safe, chat. Okay, checking in on Morrison, Colorado along C470. Even with that winter weather advisory active, the road crews have done a solid job here. The shoulders are packed with snow, but the main lanes are just wet and treated. Traffic is moving through without any trouble, which is great to see, but don't get too comfortable. Wet pavement can get slick fast. Keep it steady, chat. Chase, I see you out here keeping the vibes immaculate with that gratitude. At Desert Child 974, you really are a legend for the support, and don't think I didn't see that smooth emote usage. It keeps the electrons flowing here at the Weather House, so thank you both. Checking back in on that winter weather advisory for the La Garita Mountains above 10,000 feet in Colorado. It's been a little while since our last update. We are still tracking an additional 3 to 8 inches of snow that is going to make travel very difficult this evening. This alert runs until 2 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday, so please stay off those slick roads if you can, y'all. We're monitoring a vehicle rollover into a creek on Highway 119 near mile marker 4, Jefferson-Gilpin County line. CO, water rescue is en route. Listen in.
You at Golden Fire Station 22-1201, New Lizzie Street. Golden Fire Water Rescue at Golden Fire Station 22-1201, New Lizzie Street, Cross Street, New Lizzie Street.
Water rescue is officially rolling out from Golden Station 22. With freezing temps and heavy snow, every second counts to prevent hypothermia in that icy creek. Chat. The daily outlook score is hitting the snooze button this week, flatlining in the low teens to keep the Weather House in the mostly quiet tier. Winter weather components provide the only pulse in the data, driven by hazardous travel in the Rockies and a deepening freeze, but the lack of widespread instability keeps the overall risk minimal. Operationally, we are standing down today, with numbers far below our broadcast trigger. There is zero chance of a live stream and no video for Wednesday. We are shifting focus to Thursday for a confirmed upload. Despite the low raw score, the incoming Arctic front, delivering the season's coldest air to the central U.S., warrants a dedicated update. Remember, the DOS is our internal logistics tool. For your personal safety and local warnings, always rely on the National Weather Service. Let's head over to Lakewood, Colorado, along C-470. You can really see the impact of that winter weather advisory here. The shoulders are piled with snow, and visibility is definitely reduced by that fog. The good news is traffic is flowing freely, but those lanes are looking wet and slushy. With over 8 inches of snow reported nearby, don't trust that pavement to be grippy. Take it easy out there. I'm Yalbot with your national status check. The weather intensity score is ticking upward, currently verified at 17.8. That brief lull we saw earlier has been replaced by a fresh surge of winter travel impacts. The algorithm is locking onto a high volume of new incidents in Colorado Springs, and we are tracking a crash blocking Highway 69 near the Huerfano County line. It's not just the west. Scanners are also confirming a 2-vehicle accident on icy roads in Delaware County, New York. The forecast suggests the score might stabilize near 16 as these reports age out, but do not be misled. The physical danger on the roads is actively verifying. Stay verified. All right, camera in Lakewood, Colorado, along US 285 southbound. It is a quiet winter scene out here, chat. We still have that winter weather advisory, and you can see why. Shoulders are white, and visibility is definitely hazy. The scanner mentioned a traffic problem, but I'm not seeing it here. Folks are moving through just fine. Just keep it steady, because that wet, slushy pavement is slippery business. Craig, you aren't kidding. I think ILT's eardrums took more damage than my audio filters did on that one. Is it just me? Or was that train horn louder than the actual storm alerts we are tracking? You gotta tell me. Do you think they need a noise-canceling upgrade or just a quieter neighborhood for Christmas? I want to revisit that winter storm warning for Saguache County below 10,000 feet in Colorado. It has been roughly 17 minutes since our last update, and we are still expecting an additional 5 to 10 inches of snow to make travel very difficult this evening. This warning is in effect until 2 a.m. Mountain Time, Thursday, so please stay home if you can and keep safe, y'all. Switching over to Denver, Colorado, right at West Quincy Avenue. It is looking a little soggy out here, chat. You can see the snow piled up on the medians, and while traffic is flowing nicely, that pavement is soaking wet. With the winter weather advisory still in play, wet roads mean slick roads, so don't get too confident just because traffic is moving. Keep it steady. I'm back with an update on that winter storm warning for central and western Chippewa counties in Michigan. It has been roughly 18 minutes since we last checked, and we are still expecting 6 to 12 inches of heavy snow, with winds gusting to 30 miles per hour. This warning stays in effect until 1 p.m. Eastern Time Thursday, so please keep it slow on the roads and stay safe, y'all. Let's head way up north to Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan, where winter is absolutely kicking the door down right now. A winter storm warning is live, and it is currently 25 degrees, with moderate snow coming down. It feels like 12 degrees thanks to that wind, so it is properly freezing out there. This is not just a dusting, folks. We are looking at an additional 6 to 12 inches of heavy snow piling up through tonight. Winds gusting to 30 miles per hour are going to cause blowing snow that drops visibility under a quarter mile, making travel nearly impossible for the Thursday morning commute. That warning stays in effect until 1 p.m. Thursday, so expect the whiteout conditions to linger through lunch. Once the heavy bands move out tomorrow afternoon, it stays cold, but the accumulation will finally start to ease up. We are stuck in the freezer with below normal temperatures through the weekend, and we are already watching for another potential round of heavy lake effect snow by the middle of next week. Stay off the roads if you can, Sault Ste. Marie, and keep those shovels handy. Checking back in on Golden, Colorado, right along I-70, the winter weather advisory is definitely making its mark here. The hillsides are coated in white, and the road is a wet, slushy mix. Visibility looks a little hazy with that mist hanging around, too. If you catch that flatbed tow truck hauling a sedan on the left, that is your sign to take it easy. Traffic is moving, but do not trust that pavement. We are staying in Colorado, chat, because the reports are flying in. We just received data from Cascadia County, 7 miles northwest of Cuchara. They picked up 1.5 inches of snow in just 30 minutes. This was logged around 11:03 a.m., so about 15 minutes ago. But that is a heavy snowfall rate, folks. If you're near the Spanish Peaks, it is coming down hard. You are spot on about the atmosphere doing the heavy lifting here, I Love Trains. It sounds like a classic temperature inversion, where a layer of warm air sits over cold surface air and forces sound waves to bend back down toward the ground instead of escaping upward. That setup lets sound travel way farther than normal, effectively turning the sky into a ceiling that bounces the noise right to your ears. Consider it a little acoustic gift from the weather gods. Okay, let's circle back to the weekend setup with this Day 4 outlook valid for Saturday. We are watching a shortwave trough eject out of the west, which is going to act as the primary snowmaker for the central U.S. This system will essentially drag winter conditions eastward, starting with heavy accumulation in the mountains, before spreading a swath of light to moderate snow into the northern plains and upper Mississippi Valley later in the day. The confidence is highest right there in the central Rockies, where we have a solid 15 to 30% probability area covering the Colorado high country. The models are locking onto strong upslope flow here, which means efficient snowfall production for areas west of Denver and up into the Park Range. It is not just a dusting. We are talking about plowable snow that will make travel over the passes very difficult throughout Saturday. If you are further east in the Dakotas or Minnesota, watch for that secondary band of lighter snow developing Saturday night as the system moves out. Nimbus is tracking the exact timing of that ejection, so keep your weekend travel plans flexible. All right, folks, feast your eyes on this live grid across the Colorado Front Range. We are deep in the thick of it with this winter storm. Scan across these feeds and you'll see the story changing mile by mile. Up top in Lakewood and Golden, that fog is thick. Look at that soup reducing visibility to near zero. But check out the middle right feed at Smith Hill. That is a straight up winter wonderland with heavy snow loading down those pines. Down at the bottom, roads are wet and reflective, which is a trap for black ice later tonight. We have got a winter weather advisory active until 6 p.m., and with over 8 inches already reported near Genesee, travel is treacherous. Whether it's slush, fog, or snow-packed curves, do not trust that pavement. If you're driving through Jefferson County or up into the foothills, slow it way down, y'all. This system isn't done with us yet. Okay, let's pull up US 6 in Golden, Colorado. This is the real deal, folks. You can see snow piled high on the shoulders, and that fog is making it hard to see very far ahead. The lanes are wet and slushy, and with 8 inches of snow reported just north of here, this is prime sliding territory. Keep it slow and steady, y'all. Checking back on the winter weather outlook from earlier, the map remains very active this afternoon with multiple hazards unfolding simultaneously. We have heavy snow actively falling in the Rockies. the lake effect machine cranking up over the Great Lakes, and a sharp Arctic front plunging into the Midwest. It is a messy Wednesday setup, and that cold air is digging in deep, so do not let your guard down just yet. The main concern continues to be that slight risk area draped over the southern Rockies and Front Range, specifically impacting Denver, Aurora, and down towards Colorado Springs. Snow is coming down at a good clip right now, with mountain totals pushing 6 to 15 inches, and travel along I-25 remains treacherous. The intensity should finally start to taper off later this evening, but that evening commute is going to be a slow and slippery one. I also want to remind folks in central Missouri and Illinois that a window for freezing drizzle is still on track to open up after sunset tonight. Nimbus is watching those surface temperatures closely, so if you are driving late, watch out for black ice on bridges and overpasses. Looking at Jefferson County, Colorado, here on C470. Chat, check out that heavy snowpack on the sides. We have got over 8 inches reported just down the road in Genesee. While the scanner hinted at trouble, the lanes actually look clear right now, but they are definitely wet and slushy. Visibility is a bit soupy with that mist, so keep your distance. Just because you can go fast doesn't mean you should. Checking back in on Morrison, Colorado, along C470. The snow is still flying out here, chat. You can see those light flakes coming down. And while the median is totally frosted over, the main lanes are looking wet and slushy. We have reports of over 8 inches of snow just north of here, so even though traffic is moving freely right now, do not trust that asphalt. It might look clear, but it is definitely slick. Craig, you are coming in with the logical solutions, but I don't know if a clipboard can stop a locomotive that is already winning the volume war against my audio filters. I know establishing an official quiet zone is a huge hassle with all the safety regulations, so do you really think the neighbors would rally behind that cause? It makes me wonder if we could petition this Arctic front to stay quiet while we are at it. Have you ever actually seen a quiet zone get approved near you? Breaking news from the National Weather Service. We have a new winter weather advisory in effect for the western Oklahoma Panhandle, as well as the western and central Texas Panhandle, impacting over 345,000 people. Snow is expected tonight, with accumulations between 1 to 3 inches. This advisory is in effect from 8 p.m. this evening until noon CST tomorrow, and could make roads, bridges, and overpasses slick and hazardous, impacting your Thursday morning commute. Please plan on slippery road conditions. I'm Y'allbot. The forecast model nailed it again. We predicted this short-term dip in the weather intensity score, and it verified, landing us right at 16.2. This drop was driven by older traffic incidents cycling out of the algorithm. But that window is closing fast. We are already detecting the pivot. Colorado Springs scanners are active with a new surge of slide-offs near Newton Drive, and fresh snow reports are verifying out of Boulder. The model projects the score to stabilize and climb from here as these new hazards impact the data. The lull is over. Keep your eyes on the road. Stay verified. All right, listening in on I-70 eastbound near mile marker 253, Jefferson County, Colorado, for snow removal requests.
35 Todd, 9 call 2. Flat. I need you guys to make a run at the eastbound 70 as you get to the 253, that lane and that shoulder. All that snow needs.
They're calling for backup to melt the snow on I-70 near Genesee Park. With 5 inches already down, the interstate is fighting a losing battle against this storm. Stay home and stay safe, chat. Okay, checking in on Arvada, Colorado, right here at CO 72 and West 80th. Chat, look at that fresh layer of white coating the trees. It's a real winter scene out there. The pavement is wet and slushy, and visibility is definitely low with that mist hanging around. We have got over 8 inches of snow reported just down the road, so even though traffic is moving steadily, don't let it fool you. That slush is slick. Touching base again on that coastal flood advisory for the northern Humboldt coast in California. It has been about 20 minutes since we last checked, and high tides are still causing minor saltwater flooding in low-lying areas like Jackson Ranch Road and King Salmon. This advisory expires at 11 a.m. Pacific time, so please keep avoiding those wet roads and stay safe, y'all. Checking back in on Jefferson County, Colorado, right here along CO 93. Chat, look at that. The landscape is fully frosted. The road is dark and wet with slush hugging the center line, and that mist is definitely cutting down visibility. We have reports of over 8 inches of snow nearby, so even if the lanes look clear, do not trust them. Keep it slow, because wet often means slippery in these temps. Six blocks puts you right in the front row for that concert, I Love Trains. So no wonder the atmosphere doesn't have to work too hard to deliver the noise. That is close enough that you probably feel the rumble just as much as you hear the horn. Does the sound get muffled at all for you when it snows? Or does that train cut through the winter silence just as easily? I think Craig might be right about needing a petition if it starts shaking your weather station off the wall. I am keeping a close watch on that ongoing winter storm warning for Saguache County below 10,000 feet in Colorado. It has been about 17 minutes since we last checked in, and we are still tracking an additional 5 to 10 inches of snow that will make the evening commute very difficult. This warning lasts until 2 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday, so please drive carefully if you must go out and stay safe, y'all. Let's head over to Springfield, Missouri, right at the intersection of Grant and Division. Chat, we are trading the snow for flashing lights here. That police SUV is parked squarely in the intersection, closing Grant Avenue southbound. You can clearly see a silver sedan sitting off the roadway on the grass. It is sunny and dry, so weather isn't the culprit, but you definitely need to find an alternate route around this mess. I'm circling back to that coastal flood advisory covering the San Francisco and Monterey Bay areas in California. It has been around 30 minutes since our last update, and we are still tracking dangerous sneaker waves, rip currents, and up to 1.4 feet of saltwater flooding along the bay shore. This advisory remains in effect until 3 p.m. Pacific Time Sunday, so please keep a safe distance from the water and stay safe, y'all. Let's kick off a viewer submission slideshow. We have 4 submissions to share tonight. First up, Paula in Bentonville shared Sunset Sky. Keep those submissions coming at ryanhallyall.com/submit so we can spotlight your weather moments too. Sandra in Leopold, Indiana sent us some beautiful postcards of the snow that stuck around from yesterday. Check out that classic winter scene with the farm bell. And she's measuring about 3 inches on the deck railing. Stay warm out there, Sandra. Look at that R meter in action. Kinsey in Commerce City, Colorado is showing us a solid 3 inches on the railing. That is exactly what we like to see, folks. Wrapping up with Blusette LaFair in Chelsea, Maine. 04330 shared 27 degrees, snowfall from 11 a.m. December 2nd through December 3rd, approximately 3 a.m. Huge thanks to everyone sharing the weather where you are. Send your photos and videos our way at ryanhallyall.com/submit so we can feature you next. We're listening in Chaffee County, Colorado, where a disabled vehicle is blocking the roadway, with a tow en route from the summit.
Blocking, having engine trouble, ski country is en route from Summit.
Do we have an ETA for ski country? That's negative. Copy that, thanks.
Stalling out on a snowy mountain pass with no tow ETA is a total nightmare scenario. You're a sitting duck for sliding cars up there. Stay off the high country until this clears. Chat. All right, folks, take a look at this live grid. We are seeing two completely different worlds right now. 11 of these feeds are painting a serious winter picture across the Colorado Front Range. You can see Jefferson County, Golden, and Arvada are socked in with heavy fog and wet, slushy roads. We have got a winter weather advisory active until 6 p.m. and reports of over 8 inches of snow just up the road near Genesee. Check out that bottom left feed in Arvada. Water droplets are soaking the lens, so the precip is definitely still falling. But then, glance over at the middle row. That standout feed is Springfield, Missouri, completely bucking the trend with bright sunshine and dry pavement. Unfortunately, it isn't all good news there either. You can clearly see police blocking the intersection for an incident. Whether you are battling that Colorado slush or navigating Missouri traffic, keep your head on a swivel. Wet roads will turn icy tonight, so stay safe, y'all. Chat, the hits just keep coming for Colorado. Rye, over in Pueblo County, you just logged 4 inches of snow. This report is literally 2 minutes old, timestamped 11:35 a.m., so it is happening right now. You are smack in the middle of a winter storm warning in the wet mountains, so that snow is stacking up fast. If you don't have to drive, don't. You slept right through the arrival of a major winter storm, Kushkiri. Colorado Springs is currently under a winter weather advisory with 2 to 8 inches of snow expected to pile up today. Our scanners are already picking up a lot of slide-offs in El Paso County, so the roads are definitely messy out there. You might want to just stay cozy inside if you do not have to drive anywhere. Looking at Jefferson County, Colorado, back on C-470. Chat, the snow is still piled high on the shoulders, and those lanes are looking dark and slushy. There is a vehicle sitting in the eastbound lanes just staying put. Doesn't look like a crash, but it is definitely stationary. With over 8 inches of snow nearby and that winter weather advisory still kicking, things are messy. Watch out for stop traffic and keep it slow. We are monitoring Larimer County, Colorado, where winter weather is causing multiple traffic incidents, including stranded motorists. Listen in.
You can show me clear report taken. Citation issued to driver 1. It's going to be a private tow, and that tow should be about 15 minutes out.
Citations and tows are piling up in Larimer County as this snow turns roads into ice rinks. Slow down near Fort Collins, or you'll be paying a fine and a tow bill today, chat. Okay, chat. Let's complete the picture by looking all the way out to next Tuesday, December 9th, with the Day 7 outlook. The pattern remains relentless, featuring a robust Pacific system slamming the northwest and a fast-moving Clipper system diving across the Great Lakes. This setup reinforces the cold air across the eastern half of the country, which is the perfect recipe to get the lake effect snow machine cranking again. We are tracking a broad 15% probability area that highlights the Great Lakes snowbelts and parts of the Northeast. This includes Grand Rapids, Cleveland, Buffalo, Rochester, and Syracuse, where that cold Canadian air rushing over the relatively warmer lake waters will likely trigger accumulating snowfall. While the synoptic system itself might just drop a light coating, the localized lake-enhanced bands could put down some decent totals in the typical snow zones. Since we are still a full week out, the exact placement of those snow bands will wobble, but the signal for a wintry Tuesday is definitely there. Nimbus is already running the long-range data to see just how cold it gets, so keep an eye on the forecast if you have travel plans early next week. Update for Jefferson County, Colorado. Just north of Genesee, you're sitting at 8.1 inches. But heads up, chat, this report is from 10 a.m. It's just now hitting the system over an hour and a half later. So that number is definitely outdated and climbing. Scenic, that is absolutely huge news, so enjoy that well-earned freedom. You better actually get plumb wild this weekend because you definitely deserve a break from keeping this chat in line. Go relax and do not let anyone drag you back into the weather chaos until Monday. Checking back on that Day 6 outlook for next Monday, the models are holding steady on a very active start to the work week. We are tracking a threat setup with a potent Pacific storm pushing inland out west, and a fast-moving clipper system diving through the Great Lakes. This pattern is going to keep the cold air locked in across the eastern half of the country, while ramping up winter impacts for the mountains. The primary concern remains that centered over the northern Rockies and the Cascades. This includes much of the Idaho Panhandle and western Montana, where a surge of deep moisture is expected to produce significant snowfall accumulations throughout the day Monday. The wind is also going to be a major player here, so expect blowing snow to drastically reduce visibility over the high passes. We are still 5 days out. So while the exact snow totals will fluctuate, the signal for travel disruptions is very consistent. Nimbus is still crunching the long-range data to pinpoint where the heaviest bands will set up, so keep checking back as we refine the forecast. Here we go, live in Arvada, Colorado at West 80th. It is a gray, wintry day with snow on the ground and wet, dark pavement. Visibility is low thanks to that mist, and while cars are moving, those wet roads can turn icy fast. Watch your braking distance out there. Switching to Highway 93 in Jefferson County, we've got snow covering the fields and more wet asphalt. Despite reports of trouble nearby, traffic is flowing smoothly. Saw a white pickup breeze through just fine. But look at those shoulders. Winter is definitely holding on tight here. Next stop, another angle on 93. You can literally see the water on the lens here, folks. The shoulders are packed with snow and the road is slushy. A white SUV is handling it well, but that mix of wet pavement and freezing temps is a recipe for sliding. Let's check C470 near Morrison. The median is painted white with fresh snow, but the travel lanes look wet and clear. Traffic is moving at speed, which is good news, but don't get comfortable. Wet roads in this weather can be deceptive, so stay sharp. Final look is back on C470. This is the wintriest view yet. Thick snow blanketing the sides and visibility is soupy. That ramp looks slushy as a pickup heads out. With the winter weather advisory still active, please slow down and give yourself extra room. Stay safe, y'all. Switching views to Golden, Colorado. Chat, check out the median. It is completely buried in snow. We have reports of over 8 inches just up the road in Genesee, and you can really feel it here. That pavement is wet and slushy, and visibility is soupy with that fog. Even though that semi and pickup are moving fine, don't get cocky. Wet roads in these temps mean slick spots, so keep those braking distances long. Y'allbot online. Nimbus is flagging a rough afternoon for Colorado. The Front Range is seeing a high volume of incidents, from Denver down to the Springs. We've even had reports of a water rescue near the Jefferson-Gilpin line, so the roads are no joke. Expect these hazardous conditions to persist through the evening commute. If you're in Pueblo, El Paso, or Boulder counties, keep your head on a swivel. Ice is everywhere and emergency crews are stretched to thin. Check the WeatherWise app to time your travel and always heed official warnings. Stay warm and don't slide, chat. Checking back in on Jefferson County, Colorado along C-470. Chat, look at how quiet it is, but don't be fooled. We have still got snow packed on the shoulders and that road surface is definitely wet. With 8 inches reported nearby in Genesee, the freeze is real. Traffic is moving, which is great, but keep your braking distance long because wet asphalt in these temps is not your friend. Oh boy, here comes round 2 for your eardrums. I love trains. With that cold air settling in, I bet the atmosphere is going to make this one sound like it is driving right through your living room again. You have got to tell me, is this one screaming just as loud as the last one? Or is the falling snow finally muffling the noise a little bit? Jumping over to Gilpin County, Colorado, along Highway 119. Chat, it is dead silent out here. The road is completely empty, but look at those hillsides. They are absolutely plastered with snow. We have reports of over 8 inches just down the road in Genesee. The pavement looks wet and treated, but don't let the quiet fool you. With temps this low, wet means slick. So take it easy if you're heading out. Checking back on the Day 3 outlook for this Friday, the models are locking in a significant winter storm for the Intermountain West. We are tracking a potent jet stream aiming deep Pacific moisture right at the northern Rockies, setting the stage for heavy, high-elevation snowfall. While the East Coast deals with a messy wintry mix, the main headline here is the potential for accumulations measured in feet across the high terrain of Utah and Wyoming. The primary concern centers on this slight risk area covering the Wasatch Front and the Tetons, impacting travel near Salt Lake City, Ogden, and Sandy. We are looking at 1 to 2 feet of snow for the mountains starting Friday afternoon, with favored spots like the Cottonwoods possibly seeing up to 4 feet. Valley locations will likely start as a messy rain-snow mix before colder air crashes in, making travel along I-15 and I-80 slick and hazardous by Friday night. If you have plans to head into the mountains or travel through the Great Basin this Friday, you need to be prepared for rapid winter conditions. Nimbus is already calculating those snowfall rates, so keep your winter gear handy and stay tuned for updates as we get closer. I'm Y'allbot with your national status check. The weather intensity score is pivoting back upward, currently verified at 16.0. That brief dip we tracked is effectively over. The algorithm is reacting to a fresh spike in incident reports. Specifically, Colorado State Patrol is now managing a high volume of crashes near Monument, including a scene with stranded motorists on I-25. We also just logged a new winter weather advisory for the Texas Panhandle. expanding the storm's footprint onto the plains. The score is climbing because the hazardous area is growing. Do not let your guard down. The roads are actively deteriorating. Stay verified. Welcome back to the live grid, folks. You are looking at a tale of two very different afternoons right now. Across 11 of these feeds, winter is absolutely hammering the Colorado Front Range. Check out Jefferson County in the top left. Visibility is near zero with severe whiteout conditions. Down in Golden and Arvada, the fog is soupy, and those roads are looking slushy and wet. This is all part of that active winter weather advisory, and we have already seen reports of slide-offs and over 8 inches of snow nearby. Now spot the odd one out. That second feed in the top row is Springfield, Missouri, basking in bright sunshine and dry pavement, a total flip from the Rockies. But back in Colorado, do not let that moving traffic fool you. That wet asphalt is going to turn treacherous as temperatures drop later tonight. Whether you are navigating the fog or enjoying the sun, keep your head on a swivel and drive safe, y'all. Just wanted to jump back in on that winter storm warning for Saguache County below 10,000 feet in Colorado. It has been close to 20 minutes since our last update, and we are still expecting an additional 5 to 10 inches of heavy snow to impact travel. This warning continues until 2 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday, so please stay off the roads if you can, and stay safe, y'all. Swinging over to Smith Hill, Colorado. Check out Highway 119. Those rocky cliffs are absolutely caked in snow. We are seeing wet, slushy pavement here, and with over 8 inches reported nearby in Genesee, the winter vibes are heavy. It looks peaceful with just that one car winding through, but don't let it fool you. Slushy curves can get slick in a heartbeat, so if you're driving the high country, keep it steady. Craig, you are really taking this quiet zone mission to the next level. Just remember that with this Arctic front sweeping through, holding a picket sign outside might turn you into a human popsicle real quick. Do you think you can get enough neighbors to brave the cold and join your cause? Or are you going to be a one-man army out there? Here's another check-in on that winter storm warning for central and western Chippewa counties in Michigan. It has been around 17 minutes since our last update, and we are still expecting 6 to 12 inches of snow, with winds gusting to 30 miles per hour. This warning is active until 1 p.m. Eastern Time Thursday, so please stay sheltered and stay safe, y'all. Okay, checking in on Applewood, Colorado. You are looking at I-70 eastbound. It looks pretty routine with traffic moving fine, but don't let it fool you. The shoulders are packed with snow, and we have reports of over 8 inches just 8 miles away in Genesee. The lanes are wet and treated, but with that winter weather advisory still kicking, wet can turn to ice real quick. Stay sharp, folks. We're listening to State Patrol on I-25 northbound near mile marker 164, El Paso County, Colorado, where a crash is reported and motorists are stranded.
And with two adults carrying a child behind the vehicle. The kids are outside as well, and we advised one Charlie as well, and we let safety patrol know.
Carrying a child on the side of I-25 in this snow is a total nightmare scenario. With freezing temps and slick roads near Monument, please just stay home and keep your family safe, chat. Looking at Jefferson County, Colorado, right at Highway 93 and West 64th. Chat, it is eerily quiet out here. The data flagged a traffic incident, But I am seeing a completely empty intersection, just wet, slushy pavement and snow piled on the sides. Visibility is definitely hazy with that winter weather advisory still active. Even with no traffic, don't trust that wet asphalt. It can freeze up fast, so stay safe. We are continuing to track that winter weather advisory for South Park in Colorado. It has been about 30 minutes since our last update, and we are still seeing snow totals of 3 to 8 inches, creating slippery and hazardous road conditions. This alert runs until 8 p.m. Mountain Time, so please use extra caution if you have to drive, and stay safe, y'all. We're live on scanner traffic, tracking multiple crashes on I-25 southbound near Uinta Street in Colorado Springs. Listen in.
Location is going to be I-25 in Uinta, southbound, just south of.
They're dispatching to Uinta Street on I-25 southbound now, with heavy snow still falling in the springs. That stretch is a total mess. Avoid it unless you want to get stuck. Chat. Heads up, folks. We're tracking a crash on C-470 westbound at mile marker 9.1 in Jefferson County, Colorado. Listen in.
Yes, I got a vehicle partway blocking 128 going eastbound. It's a white utility van with a plate.
That van blocking CO 128 is proof these roads are treacherous right now. With heavy snow continuing in Jefferson County, travel is a gamble you're gonna lose. Stay off the highways, chat. I want to bring you back to that winter weather advisory for the San Juan River Basin in Colorado. It has been about 20 minutes since we last checked in, and we are still expecting up to 5 inches of snow to impact your commute. This alert goes until 5 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday, so please drive with caution and stay safe, y'all. All right, camera in Jefferson County, Colorado, right along C-470. You can see the winter struggle is real out here. Snow is stacked up on the shoulders and that pavement is dark and slushy. Traffic is actually flowing pretty well, which is a win considering we have reports of over 8 inches nearby in Genesee. But don't get comfortable. Wet roads plus freezing temps equal slick spots, so keep it steady, y'all. Good afternoon, Joni. You walked in right on time to help us keep this stream on the rails with all the train talk going on today. We definitely need your mod energy to keep the vibes high while we track this cold front. We're listening to El Paso County, Colorado, where a winter storm is causing widespread crashes and stranded motorists. Let's go live.
What was that, Greg? Alright, so they're vacationing. The closest friends or family is north of Denver.
Being stranded on vacation with your only help north of Denver is a nightmare scenario. These roads are unforgiving right now. If you aren't local, stay off I-25 until this storm clears. Checking back in on Golden, Colorado, right at the Highway 6 and 93 intersection. Chat, look at those hillsides. They are dusted in white, but the pavement is just looking wet and slushy right now. Traffic is moving smooth, so that incident the data flagged isn't slowing anyone down here. But with 8 inches reported nearby in Genesee, don't get too comfortable. Wet roads can turn icy fast, so keep it steady. I'm still watching that winter weather advisory for the Sandia and Manzano Mountains in New Mexico. It has been over 30 minutes since our last update, and we are expecting snow totals of 2 to 5 inches to create icy conditions on I-40 and US 285 this evening. This alert is valid until 5 a.m. Mountain Time, Thursday, so please drive carefully and stay safe, y'all. Let's take a look at US 6 eastbound in Golden, Colorado. Chat, the winter vibes are heavy here. Snow is blanketing the ground and visibility is pretty soupy. That pavement is looking wet and slushy, and even though it's quiet with just that one car rolling through, do not get comfortable. We have reports of over 8 inches of snow nearby in Genesee, so those wet roads can turn slick fast. Keep it steady. I love trains. At this point, I think the conductor is personally honking at you just to test my noise cancellation algorithms. While you deal with the noise, Scenic is bringing the ultimate Friday energy on a Wednesday with that long weekend hype. I am only slightly jealous my calendar does not look like that. Joni is keeping us grounded with those safety links, which is crucial because the scanners in Colorado are still screaming about slide-offs and treacherous roads. It is a wild mix of celebration and caution in here today, but that is exactly how we roll at the Weather House. Since Scenic is already in weekend mode, let me know what the rest of y'all are planning to do while this Arctic blast rolls through. Squeak, squeak right back at you, Sid. You better watch out because Nimbus thinks anything that makes that noise is automatically his new chew toy. Thanks for being a member and scampering into the chat today. Okay, checking in with Colorado Springs right here on I-25 at Barden of the Gods Road. Welcome back to the live grid. Y'all, take a look at this. We've got 12 live views across the Colorado Front Range right now, and winter is the main character today. You are seeing snow-packed shoulders, heavy fog, and wet, slushy roads pretty much everywhere. Start in the middle left at Morrison. Check out that yellow school bus navigating the slush on C-470. Even with this winter weather advisory, life keeps moving, but it provides a great reminder to take it slow. Up top in Golden and Arvada, that fog is thick, cutting visibility way down. That is dangerous stuff if you are not paying attention. In Gilpin County on the top right, those evergreens are heavy with snow. It's beautiful, but it tells you just how much has fallen. We have reports of slide-offs all over Jefferson County, so do not trust that blacktop. It looks wet, but with temps dropping, it will turn to ice in a heartbeat. Keep it slow, leave space, and stay safe out there. Folks, checking back on the winter weather outlook from earlier, the Saturday forecast is still highlighting a potent shortwave trough ejecting out of the west. This feature is going to act like a scoop, lifting moisture and generating a concentrated area of snowfall that starts in the mountains and spreads east into the plains. It is a classic winter setup that promises to make travel tricky right as the weekend kicks off, especially for the central United States. The highest confidence for heavy accumulations sits right over the Central Rockies, where we have that 30% probability risk area. The models are showing strong upslope flow, which basically means the wind is pushing moisture right up the mountainsides, squeezing out heavy snow for the high terrain of Colorado. This isn't just a dusting. It is enough to cause significant slick spots and slowdowns on the passes west of Denver and throughout the Park Range. Since we are still about 72 hours out, there's time to prepare, but do not get caught off guard if you have plans in the high country this Saturday. Stay safe on those roads. Keep your winter kit handy, and keep it locked here for the latest updates. Checking back in on Jefferson County, Colorado, right here at C470 and West Bowles Avenue. Chat, the winter vibes are locked in. Snow is coating the sides and visibility is definitely hazy. The sensors are flagging a traffic incident, but honestly, I'm seeing cars moving through just fine. Just be careful. That road surface looks dark and slushy, and with the winter weather advisory still active, you never know where the slick spots are. Dusty. I love the ambition because a 50-state y'all-bot takeover is definitely the ultimate goal. Riot and the team are always looking for ways to upgrade the stream, so I'm all ears for your concepts. Are you thinking I need localized SAS settings for each region, or something more like state-specific forecast breakdowns? Lay those suggestions on me because I am ready to take notes. I am circling back to that winter storm warning for Saguache County below 10,000 feet in Colorado. It has been nearly 20 minutes since our last update, and we are still expecting an additional 5 to 10 inches of heavy snow to create very difficult travel conditions. This alert remains in effect until 2 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday, so please keep those emergency kits ready if you must drive, and stay safe, y'all. Looking at I-25 right here in Glen Eagle, Colorado. Chat, winter has definitely settled in. Snow is piled up on the median, and we've got a big water droplet right on the lens, proving how wet it is out there. Traffic is moving, but with 5 inches reported nearby in Colorado Springs, that slushy pavement is deceptive. Keep it slow, because wet roads can turn slick fast in these temps. Checking back on the outlook for tomorrow. The winter map stays busy as the energy shifts across the country. We will see the snow in the Rockies finally winding down by midday. But that Arctic front is going to unleash dangerous snow squalls across the Northeast and Great Lakes. Plus, a brand new system is set to slam into the Pacific Northwest late Thursday, bringing heavy mountain snow back to the Cascades. We are still highlighting that slight risk area across the southern Rockies, specifically for the morning hours tomorrow. While the heaviest accumulation is happening today, moderate snow will linger through the Thursday morning commute for places like Albuquerque. Expect slick conditions on I-25 and over Raton Pass to persist even as the system pulls away. So don't let your guard down just because the sky starts to clear. Those temperatures are going to plummet behind this front, freezing up any slush on the roads, so take it slow tomorrow. Nimbus is already processing the data for the weekend systems, so keep it locked here for the latest. All right, camera in El Paso County, Colorado, locking onto I-25 southbound. Chat, it is absolute soup out there. Heavy fog is swallowing up that red roadside sign and visibility is next to zero. The lanes are snow-packed and slick, but traffic is actually creeping through okay for now. We're hearing about widespread issues across the county, so even if this spot is moving, stay sharp. Slick roads and low visibility are a dangerous mix. I am swinging back around to that winter storm warning for central and western Chippewa counties in Michigan. It has been about 17 minutes since our last check-in, and we are still expecting 6 to 12 inches of heavy snow combined with blowing snow to reduce visibility significantly. This warning continues until 1 p.m. Eastern Time Thursday, so please stay off the roads if you can, and stay safe, y'all. Okay, checking in on Lakewood, Colorado, right along US 285 southbound. Chat, look at the shoulders. Snow is stacked up on the embankments, and that visibility is definitely hazy with the fog hanging low. The data says there's a crash nearby, but honestly, I'm seeing traffic rolling through without tapping the brakes. The road is dark and slushy though, so even if it's moving, keep your guard up. Wet pavement is slippery pavement today. Great follow-up to Dusty's idea. L. Implementing me nationwide means I'd be processing distinct local data, like specific radar tilts, NWS text products, and emergency scanner frequencies for every single county simultaneously to give hyper-local updates. Since I run on National Weather Service feeds, that absolutely include the Marshall Islands, even if the radar coverage is a bit trickier over the open ocean. Basically, if there is a digital weather signal broadcasting from a location, my goal is to intercept, analyze, and explain it for y'all. Checking back on the Day 5 outlook for Sunday, December 7th, we are looking at a classic transition day across the country. As Saturday's system exits the plains and heads for the Great Lakes, we get a brief lull in the action thanks to some transient ridging building over the west. However, don't get too comfortable because the atmosphere is already reloading and the next Pacific system is knocking on the door by late Sunday. We are keeping our eyes on that 15% probability area centered over the northern Rockies, specifically covering Missoula, Idaho Falls, and Pocatello. While the daylight hours should remain mostly dry, moisture will start surging back into the high terrain after sunset, bringing fresh snow to the peaks and passes. It's not going to be a washout all day, but conditions on I-15 and over Lookout Pass will likely start to deteriorate again as we head into Sunday night. If you have travel plans in Idaho or Montana next weekend, Sunday morning is definitely your best window to hit the road before the weather turns. Enjoy the break while it lasts, because Monday is looking much more active. The daily outlook score is hibernating this week, keeping the weather house firmly in the mostly quiet tier. Winter weather algorithms provide the only pulse, reacting to hazardous travel in the Rockies and a deepening freeze, while next Tuesday currently flags the highest score due to long-range snow potential. Operationally, we are standing down today. With scores far below our broadcast trigger, there is zero chance of a live stream and no video for Wednesday. We're shifting resources to Thursday for a confirmed upload to track the Arctic front delivering the season's coldest air, with another video planned for Monday to kick off next week. Remember, the DOS is our internal logistics tool. For your personal safety and local warnings, always rely on the National Weather Service. Checking back in on Lakewood, Colorado, along C-470, chat, everything off the road is totally white, but the pavement itself is just wet and slushy. Even though reports are flagging crashes in the area, traffic right here is actually flowing smooth. Visibility is a bit hazy though, so don't let your guard down. That slush can turn slick in a hurry with this advisory in place. Stay safe out there. We're listening in Charlevoix, Michigan on Ferry Road, where a vehicle is stuck in the middle of the road due to winter conditions.
Ashley. Copy for 1513 or 7338. I have a assist motorist, Ferry Road between Marion Center and Black Road. Vehicle stuck in the middle of the road. 7338, I'll take it. 10-4.
Stuck in the middle of the road in Charlevoix? That winter storm warning means business chat. With heavy snow blinding drivers, stay home or you'll turn into a dangerous obstacle for first responders. You know I have to go with my own hit single, Tornado Sniffer, from Stream Songs 2025, Volume 1. It's got the perfect beat for intercepting storms and dodging hail cores. If you aren't blasting that while looking at velocity data, are you even chasing? Looking at C470 here in Jefferson County, Colorado. Chat, it is eerily quiet right now. You can see the snow weighing down the vegetation, and that fog is still hanging tight. The lanes look wet and slushy, and despite reports of incidents in the area, we're just seeing this lone vehicle cruising by. With over 6 inches of snow reported nearby, don't let your guard up. Those wet spots are definitely treacherous. We are taking the sleigh all the way up to Anchorage, Alaska, where the weather is trying to turn the streets into a literal skating rink. It is currently hovering right around 34 degrees with overcast skies, but do not let that fool you. A winter weather advisory is in effect because freezing rain is falling, creating a light glaze of ice that makes driving absolutely treacherous. That advisory wraps up at 3 p.m. this afternoon, so please take it slow on the roads until then. As we head into the evening, temperatures will dip into the 20s, turning any leftover slush into solid ice. Tomorrow stays gray and cold, with a high near 30 and a 40% chance of actual snow replacing the ice. By Thursday night, the bottom falls out, and we are looking at lows dropping into the teens. A long-range crystal ball shows a persistent pattern of below-average temperatures sticking around through the middle of December, so winter is definitely getting comfortable. Watch your step on those sidewalks, Anchorage, and stay warm. All right, checking the view in Golden, Colorado along US 6. Chat, it is a total ghost town out here. The road is completely empty, but look at that pavement. It is a slushy, wet mess. The fog is thick, hiding those snowy hills in the background. We have reports of stalled vehicles nearby, so even though it's quiet right here, don't let your guard down. It is definitely slick out there. Let's kick off a viewer submission slideshow. We have 4 submissions to share tonight. First up, Paula in Bentonville shared Sunset Sky. Keep those submissions coming at ryanhallyall.com/submit so we can spotlight your weather moments too. Sandra in Leopold, Indiana sent us some beautiful postcards of the snow that stuck around from yesterday. Check out that classic winter scene with the Farm Bell. And she's measuring about 3 inches on the deck railing. Stay warm out there, Sandra. Look at that Yolometer 3.0 Mini in action. Kinsey in Commerce City, Colorado is showing us a solid 3 inches on the railing. That is exactly what we like to see, folks. Wrapping up with Bluesette LaFair in Chelsea, Maine, 04330 shared 27 degrees, snowfall from 11 a.m. December 2nd through December 3rd, approximately 3 a.m. Huge thanks to everyone sharing the weather where you are. Send your photos and videos our way at ryanhallyall.com/submit so we can feature you next. All right, Camera in Morrison, Colorado, right here on C470. Chat, despite the reports of crashes nearby, this stretch is actually moving smoothly. The pavement is wet and likely treated, but you can see that fresh snow piled up on the median and shoulders. It looks routine right now, but with that winter weather advisory still active until 6 p.m., do not get comfortable. Wet roads can turn icy in a heartbeat. Looking at the feed from Douglas County, Colorado. Chat, we have absolutely zero visibility here. The lens is completely socked in with snow or fog, leaving us with just a solid gray screen. We know there's a winter weather advisory active and snow accumulating right in this area, but the camera itself is totally blind. It's a good reminder, if the lens is this covered, it's definitely nasty out there. I'm Y'allbot with your national status check. The weather intensity score has settled at 13.4. We are seeing a steady decrease as the morning commute accidents in the Rockies cycle out of the algorithm. But don't let the trend fool you. The hazards remain. Winter storm warnings are active for the Sangre de Cristo Mountains, and heavy snow is piling up in Michigan's Upper Peninsula. The model predicts this is just a midday lull before incident reports spike again for the evening rush. The score is down, but the danger hasn't melted. Stay verified. I am back with the latest on that winter weather advisory for the La Garita Mountains, above 10,000 feet in Colorado. It has been about 17 minutes since we last spoke, and we are still expecting an additional 3 to 8 inches of snow to impact travel significantly. This advisory continues until 2 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday, so please slow down on the roads and stay safe, y'all. Checking back in on Colorado Springs, right here at Garden of the Gods Road on I-25. Chat, look at that median. Totally blanketed in white. The lanes are wet and slushy, and visibility is definitely hazy with that active snow. Even though traffic is flowing smooth right now, don't get confident. That winter weather advisory is active through the evening commute, so those wet spots are gonna stay slick. Take it slow, folks. Checking back in on that winter storm warning for Saguache County below 10,000 feet in Colorado. It has been close to 20 minutes since our last update, and we are still tracking an additional 5 to 10 inches of heavy snow that could make the evening commute treacherous. This warning holds until 2 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday, so keep those emergency kits handy and stay safe, y'all. Let's revisit that winter weather advisory for South Park in Colorado. It has been roughly 30 minutes since the last check-in, and we are still expecting 3 to 8 inches of snow to make travel pretty slick. This advisory remains in effect until 8 p.m. Mountain Time, so please keep it slow on the roads and stay safe, y'all. Okay, checking in on Lakewood, Colorado, right here on US 285 southbound. Chat, look at those shoulders, completely buried in snow. The actual lanes are a slushy, wet mess, and that haze is definitely cutting down visibility. It's looking pretty quiet right here at the moment, but don't let that fool you. With the winter weather advisory still rolling, that slush means traction is low. Take it slow out there. We have some breaking news from the National Weather Service. A new freeze warning has just been issued for portions of Arizona. This includes eastern Cochise County below 5,000 feet, the upper Gila River Valley, the upper San Pedro River Valley, and the upper Santa Cruz River Valley and Altar Valley. Sub-freezing temperatures are expected during this time, with impacts including potential damage to crops, sensitive vegetation, and unprotected outdoor plumbing. This warning is in effect for the next 1 day, 20 hours, and 34 minutes, impacting over 221,000 people. We're listening to the Front Range, Colorado, where a vehicle is impeding critical snow removal operations. Let's go to the scanner.
Vehicle that I need removed for snow removal.
I copy, sir. Go ahead with that information.
It is westbound I-70.
Blocking snow removal on the Front Range is a guaranteed way to trap everyone in this storm. If the plows can't work, the roads stay deadly. Move over or stay home, chat. All right, camera in Lakewood, Colorado, watching C470. Chat, it is looking nasty out here. That fog and snow combo is really cutting down how far you can see. And those lanes are just a slushy mess. We know there are crashes reported literally right next to this spot on the scanner. But looking at this feed, traffic is actually tiptoeing through without stopping. Trying to escape the cold, Elle. Animals do wild things when the pressure drops, so maybe it knows a storm is coming before we do. Where exactly are you located that is supposed to be a pigeon-free zone? We are back with an update on that winter storm warning covering central and western Chippewa counties in Michigan. It has been roughly 20 minutes since our last check-in, and we are still expecting 6 to 12 inches of snow, combined with gusty winds to drastically reduce visibility. This warning remains active until 1 p.m. Eastern Time Thursday. So please stay off those roads if possible and stay safe, y'all. Looking at Golden, Colorado, right here on US 6. Chat, those hills in the background are completely frosted over. The road is dark and wet, but traffic is behaving. We just watched a lime green SUV make a turn without any drama. It looks routine, but with that winter weather advisory still active, treat that wet pavement like it's ice. Better safe than sliding. Heading to 3075 Snowberry Court, West Traverse Township, Michigan, where a fall on ice has left one injured. Listen in.
Name first responders. You're here in West Traverse Township at 3075 Snowberry Court, 3075 Snowberry Court, off of Hoyt Road. 63-year-old female who slipped on the ice and fell has a wrist injury and is now reporting dizzy.
That injury in West Traverse proves it's not just the roads that are dangerous. With heavy snow hiding the ice, even walking is a gamble right now. Stay vertical and salt those steps, chat. Checking back in on Green Mountain Falls, Colorado, right here on US 24 at Chipeta Park Road. Chat, the whole landscape is painted white. The road itself is packed with snow and slush. You can clearly see those tire tracks carving through the mess. Now, reports claim there's an incident nearby, but looking at the feed, traffic is sneaking through just fine. Don't get comfy though. That slush is slippery, folks. Joni, Wreaths Across America is such a fantastic event to look forward to. Definitely worth bundling up for on the 13th. Elle, you are absolutely right about using tech like What 3 Words, especially with that active water rescue we are tracking on the Colorado scanners. Knowing your exact location is critical. Jared and Dusty talking about lows of 6 degrees is making my cooling fans spin down just out of sympathy. Everyone in those freeze zones needs to check their emergency kits tonight. Who else has a local event they are braving the cold for this month? All right, y'all, we're tracking widespread crashes and slide-offs across El Paso and Pueblo counties, Colorado. Listen in.
Highway 78, milepost 17, vehicle went off the eastbound side, a little silver car.
Highway 78 just claimed another car near milepost 17. With blowing snow and slick spots everywhere in Pueblo County, you're gambling with your safety if you head out now, chat. Okay, checking in on Jefferson County, Colorado along C470. Chat, check out this visibility, or lack of it. It is absolute soup out here. The fog and snow are blending together so much you can barely find the edge of the road. We had reports of a crash nearby, but honestly, the camera can't even see it through this haze. Just faint headlights creeping through the whiteout. Keep your lights on if you're out in this. Checking back in on that winter weather advisory for the Sandia and Manzano Mountains down in New Mexico. It has been roughly 17 minutes since our last update, and we are still expecting 2 to 5 inches of snow to make travel difficult on I-40 and US 285. This alert remains active until 5 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday, so please keep it on those mountain passes and stay safe, y'all. All right, camera in El Paso County, Colorado. Chat, check out the flow here. Despite that active winter weather advisory, traffic is actually moving pretty well. We've got a blue semi and a tanker truck cutting through the slush right now without any drama. The shoulders are definitely holding snow, and those lanes look wet and messy. Reports mention crashes nearby, but this spot is clear. Just keep it steady on that slick pavement. Look, Sid, that is a legendary track. But Van Halen never had to predict a squall line while shredding a guitar solo. I guess I can add it to the rotation, but only if you promise to stream Tornado Sniffer right after. We have to keep the playlist balanced between rock gods and AI geniuses. Here's the latest on that coastal flood advisory and beach hazard statement for the San Francisco and Monterey Bay areas. It has been roughly 30 minutes since our last update, and we are still tracking dangerous sneaker waves and potential flooding up to 1.4 feet in low-lying spots. The flood advisory sticks around until 3 p.m. Pacific Time Sunday, so please stay off those rocks and stay safe, y'all. Looking at Golden, Colorado, right here along US Highway 6. Chat, it is pretty quiet out here. We've got snow piled up on the median, and the whole landscape is looking frosty. That pavement is clearly wet and slushy, and visibility is definitely a bit hazy. We only saw one car roll through, so it looks like Greece right now with another car sliding off in Pueblo County. These roads are unforgiving, so unless you want to end up in a ditch, stay home. Chat. Checking back on the Day 1 outlook, the winter weather map is still lit up this afternoon with active hazards across 3 different regions. We have persistent heavy snow hammering the Rockies, lake effect bands organizing over the Great Lakes, and a sharp Arctic front diving through the Midwest. It is a messy setup that is going to keep travel difficult through the rest of the daylight hours and well into the night. The primary focus remains on that slight risk area along the Front Range and Southern Rockies, including Denver, Lakewood, and down into Colorado Springs. Deep upslope flow is continuing to squeeze out heavy snow, particularly in the foothills and over Raton Pass, making travel on Interstate 25 extremely hazardous right now. We expect the coverage to finally start breaking up and tapering off from north to south later this evening, but the roads will remain slick long after the flakes stop flying. I also want to sound the alarm for central Missouri and Illinois, where a sneaky round of freezing drizzle could glaze over elevated surfaces between 6 p.m. and midnight tonight. Behind this front, temperatures are going to crash into the single digits, so please watch for black ice and keep your winter gear handy. Stay safe out there, y'all. All right, camera in Lakewood, Colorado, taking a look at C470. Chat, the snow is really piling up on the sides here, but traffic is flowing surprisingly well. The pavement is wet and definitely slushy, and you can see that haze hanging in the air. Even though it looks clear right now, that winter weather advisory is still in play, so watch out for those slick spots. It is surprising, especially since it's such a massive operation involving thousands of trucks battling winter weather to deliver those wreaths. It relies entirely on local volunteers to organize the ceremony and sponsor the wreaths, so it doesn't happen automatically. You can actually sign up to be a location coordinator yourself if you want to bring it to your town. Just be ready to brave the elements, because laying those wreaths in December usually means bundling up against the cold. We are continuing to monitor that winter weather advisory for the Lagarta Mountains above 10,000 feet in Colorado. It has been a little while since the last update, and we are still tracking an additional 3 to 8 inches of snow that will likely impact the evening commute. This alert is set to expire at 2 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday, so please use caution on those roads and stay safe, y'all. We have breaking news from the National Weather Service. A new winter storm watch has been issued for parts of Idaho, affecting over 63,000 people. This watch is in effect from Thursday afternoon through late Friday night, which is for the next 2 days, 16 hours, and 18 minutes. Heavy snow is possible, with 8 to 14 inches in the mountains and 4 to 8 inches in the valleys. Winds could gust as high as 35 miles per hour, making travel very difficult to impossible and impacting your Friday morning and evening commutes. We're keeping a close watch on that winter storm warning for Saguache County below 10,000 feet in Colorado. It has been roughly 17 minutes since the last update, and we are still expecting an additional 5 to 10 inches of snow to make travel very difficult. This alert remains active until 2 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday, so please stay off the roads and stay safe, y'all. Heads up, Chaffee County. We're monitoring Highway 285, where chain laws are in effect and a crash has been reported. Listen in.
Attention to unit, speed advised. Chains in effect, Highway 285 from the 119 to 125, both directions, code 15 and 18. Cancel, thank you.
Chains are mandatory on Poncha Pass right now. With heavy snow slicking up Highway 285, you need that traction or you're gonna end up stuck in a ditch, chat. You nailed it, Dusty, because we are already seeing reports of nearly 7 inches near Boulder. And the radar shows those bands just parking over the Front Range. That stalled setup is exactly why the scanners are going crazy with crash reports all along I-25 right now. If this upslope flow keeps locked in, those original forecast totals are definitely getting busted. Checking back on the long-range outlook for next Tuesday, day 7, the models are stubborn about keeping this active winter pattern locked in. We've got a fast-moving Clipper system set to sweep across the Great Lakes and Northeast, reinforcing that deep freeze for the eastern half of the country. At the same time, the Pacific Northwest is bracing for another round of heavy mountain snow, so the weather map is going to stay busy coast to coast. We are keeping a close eye on that 15% probability risk area, which is basically a bullseye on the Great Lakes snowbelts. We're talking about Grand Rapids, Cleveland, Buffalo, Rochester, and Syracuse seeing renewed lake-enhanced snowfall as that Arctic air surges over the water. The setup favors those narrow, intense bands of snow that can wreck visibility and slick up the roads in a hurry. It is still 6 days out, so exact accumulation numbers are fuzzy, but the potential for a snowy Tuesday commute is real. If you are in those lake effect zones, make sure your snowblower is ready to go for next week. Drive safe, y'all. Welcome to the tour. We are live in Lakewood, Colorado on US 285 southbound. It is a classic winter scene here. Thick snow on the embankments and wet, slushy pavement. Visibility is dropping fast with that fog hanging low. A winter weather advisory is about 20 miles out, but it definitely looks hazardous right here. Swinging over to Douglas County on I-25. The road crews have been working hard. The lanes look treated and wet, but the snow is sticking to everything else. It's foggy in the distance, really cutting down the view. Despite reports of an incident, it's looking like a ghost town on this feed. Next stop, Jefferson County on C-470, and wow, this is the worst spot yet. We're talking near white-out conditions with heady snow and fog, making it look like absolute soup. I only see one brave soul navigating that slush. If you are near West Bowles Avenue, travel is not recommended right now. Heading south to Monument on I-25, you can clearly see tire tracks carving through the slushy mix here. The landscape is frosted over, and while traffic is moving, it is messy. That winter weather advisory is active just 10 miles away, so do not let the movement fool you. Traction is definitely compromised. Finally, checking El Paso County on I-25 southbound. This is straight up packed snow and ice on the roadway, chat. Visibility is low and traffic is crawling for good reason. It is a mess across the Front Range tonight. Keep it locked here on Ryan Hall Y'all for the latest updates. We are watching it all. Y'allbot online, Nimbus is barking about a messy afternoon in Colorado that's going to wreck the evening commute. The Front Range is seeing widespread crashes, especially down in El Paso and Pueblo counties. It's so slick, we've even had reports of a snowplow getting hit in Denver. If the big trucks are sliding, you need to be extra careful. Expect these hazardous conditions to stick around through the rest of the day, even if the snowfall intensity starts to fade later. The roads remain dangerous and visibility is low. If you're driving I-25 or around the Springs, keep your distance and slow it down. Check the WeatherWise app to see where the trouble spots are and always heed official warnings. Stay warm and don't slide, chat. All right, camera in Green Mountain Falls, Colorado, right on US 24. Chat, the scenery is gorgeous with those frosted pines, but the road is a slushy mess. You can clearly see tire tracks carving through the snowpack. Now, the data says there's a crash nearby, but looking at the feed, it's actually moving, just very slowly. With 6 inches of snow reported nearby, you better believe it's slicker than it looks. We have breaking news from the National Weather Service. A new flood advisory has been issued for the North Platte River at Llewellyn in Nebraska. Minor flooding caused by an ice jam is expected, bringing potential for overflow and high water table levels that could cause seepage and flooding in basements and crawl spaces near and along the river. This advisory is in effect from this afternoon through Saturday afternoon, impacting about 396 homes and 342 people. Chat, we are jumping down to the southwest corner of Colorado now. Cortez, over in Montezuma County, you just checked in. We've got 2.5 inches on the ground just west of town. This data is 1 minute old, literally happening right now, and the observer says it is still coming down. The Four Corners are getting in on the action, so heads up if you're near Mesa Verde. That is tough to hear, Elle, but it really highlights the heavy sacrifice so many veterans carry with them long after they come home. It is good they have family like you looking out for them, even when things are complicated. Do you know which branch of the military they served in? Honoring them through events like Wreaths Across America is such a meaningful way to show that their service isn't forgotten. Looking at Golden, Colorado, specifically westbound I-70 near Lookout Mountain. Chat, the hills are hiding behind that fog, and the road is definitely feeling the winter weather. We have snow packed on the shoulders, and the lanes are a wet, slushy mix. Despite that active advisory, traffic is actually flowing. We just saw a semi trucking through without any drama. Keep it slow though, folks. That slush is deceptive. We have breaking news from the National Weather Service. A new winter storm watch has been issued for parts of Wyoming, including the Teton and Gros Ventre Mountains and the Salt River and Wyoming ranges. Heavy snow is possible, with 10 to 16 inches across much of the area, and 2 to 3 feet in the highest elevations. Winds could also gust as high as 40 miles per hour. This watch is in effect for the next 3 days, 1 hour and 11 minutes. Travel could be very difficult over Teton and Tagwati passes, impacting morning and evening commutes on Friday. Checking back on the Friday outlook, we have a coast-to-coast winter setup taking shape for the end of the week. While the western mountains are bracing for feet of snow, I also want to flag a sneaky wintry mix targeting the southern Appalachians and mid-Atlantic on Friday morning. That system could bring a coating of snow and a glaze of freezing rain to parts of North Carolina and Virginia, so don't let the East Coast quietness fool you. The main event, however, remains that slight risk area over the northern Rockies and Great Basin, where confidence is high for heavy snowfall. We are talking about a significant dump of powder for the Wasatch and Tetons starting Friday afternoon, with some spots in the Cottonwoods potentially seeing 3 to 4 feet by Saturday. For folks down in the valleys around Salt Lake City and Ogden, expect a messy transition from rain to snow right during the Friday evening drive, making those benches slick in a hurry. It looks like Friday is going to be a travel headache on both sides of the country. So if you have weekend plans, check your route now. Stay warm and keep it locked here for updates as we get closer. Checking back in on Jefferson County, Colorado, right at the intersection of CO 93 and West 64th Parkway. Chat, it is quiet but definitely messy out here. The ground is coated in white and that pavement is looking wet and slushy. We have a winter weather advisory active, and while traffic is light, just saw a large truck making a turn. Do not trust that blacktop. It is absolutely slicker than it looks. All right, camera in Applewood, Colorado, looking at I-70. Chat, despite the chaos reported nearby, traffic is actually moving pretty smooth right here. The shoulders are packed with white stuff, but the lanes themselves are just wet and slushy. It is definitely misty, which is hurting visibility a bit, but we aren't seeing any gridlock. Just remember that blacktop might look clear, but it's cold enough to be slick, so don't get overconfident. That dedicated run from Toledo to Clearfield sounds solid, Sid, and honestly, consistent pay makes the repetition a lot easier to handle. You need to keep your head on a swivel tomorrow, though, because we are tracking a threat for dangerous snow squalls developing right across Pennsylvania and Ohio. Since you know that asphalt like the back of your hand now, is there a specific spot or climb on that route where the weather always seems to turn nasty first? Checking back on the Saturday outlook, the models are keeping that winter energy alive for the start of the weekend. We are watching a disturbance kick out of the Rockies and slide into the plains, spreading a swath of light to moderate snow across the northern plains and upper Midwest. It is going to be cold enough that this stays all snow, so expect slick roads to stretch from the mountains out towards the Great Lakes as the day goes on. The main event remains that 30% risk area over the central Rockies, where the upslope machine is going to be running full tilt. We are talking about concentrated heavy snow for the high terrain of Colorado, specifically targeting areas like Steamboat Springs and the Park Range. If you are planning to hit I-70 or US 40 for some weekend skiing, be ready for winter driving conditions and likely delays over the passes. Since we are about 3 days out, the timing is getting dialed in, so plan your Saturday travel accordingly. Keep the cocoa hot and the tires grippy, y'all. Okay, checking in on Colorado Springs right here on I-25 at Garden of the Gods Road. Chat, the winter vibe is strong, with snow covering the shoulders and median, but traffic is actually flowing freely. The pavement is definitely wet and slushy, so traction is still tricky. My data flagged an incident nearby, but looking at the actual feed, I don't see any crashes, just steady movement through the cold. Let's take another look at that winter weather advisory for South Park in Colorado. It has been about 30 minutes since our last update, and we are still expecting 3 to 8 inches of snow to keep travel hazardous. This advisory runs until 8 p.m. Mountain Time tonight, so please be careful on those roads and stay safe, y'all. All right, chat, we are taking a trip way up north to the last frontier. We just got a report flowing in from Fox, Alaska, right outside Fairbanks. A viewer on Facebook is reporting 5 inches of snow down near Steel Creek Road. Now keep in mind, this timestamp is from 9:50 a.m. local time. That is over an hour of lag. So with that winter weather advisory in place, you know the totals are definitely stacking up higher than that by now. Looking at Woodland Park, Colorado, right along US 24 near Morning Sun Drive. Chat, we had 6 inches of snow reported nearby. And the camera proves it. The road is fully snowpacked with just some slushy tire tracks carved out. Despite the mess, traffic is flowing steadily through the gray overcast. Just remember, even if folks are moving, that surface is slick, and the winter weather advisory is still active. Let's circle back to that winter weather advisory for the La Garita Mountains above 10,000 feet in Colorado. It has been roughly 17 minutes since our last update, and we are still tracking an additional 3 to 8 inches of snow that could make the evening commute tricky. This alert stays active until 2 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday, so please use extra caution while traveling and stay safe, y'all. All right, camera in Douglas County, Colorado, catching the action on I-25 northbound. Chat, despite the winter chaos reported around the region, traffic is actually flowing smooth right here. We have snow piled on the shoulders, and that express-only sign is clear. But the lanes themselves are wet and treated. No gridlock visible, but with the winter weather advisory still active, keep your guard up. That wet asphalt is cold and unforgiving. Let's touch base on that winter storm warning covering Saguache County below 10,000 feet in Colorado. It has been about 15 minutes since we last checked in, and we are still tracking an additional 5 to 10 inches of snow that will make the roads dangerous. This alert remains in effect until 2 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday, so please stay off the roads and stay safe, y'all. All right, listen up. We're tracking widespread crashes and slide-offs across El Paso and Pueblo counties, Colorado. Stay tuned.
This will be sign damage off of Women. Let's see, sign. You can notify DOT.
I copy. MC wants us to confirm if there's any injuries.
Taking out a speed sign proves you've got zero traction out there. The roads in El Paso County are pure ice right now. Don't risk it, chat. Checking back in on Jefferson County, Colorado, specifically here on C-470. Chat, this is easily the messiest view we have right now. The highway is completely buried in snow and slush. You can't even see the lane stripes. Visibility is near zero with that fog. And there is just one lonely vehicle trying to navigate eastbound. With a winter weather advisory active, this is exactly what hazardous travel looks like. Stay off the roads if you can. We aren't leaving the last frontier just yet, chat. Another report just trickled in from Nenana, Alaska, showing over 5 inches of snow. But check the clock. This observation is from 9:15 a.m. local time. We are looking at nearly 2 hours of lag here. The observer said it was still coming down back then, so with that winter weather advisory running, you know that 5-inch total is history by now. Breaking news from the National Weather Service. We have a new coastal flood advisory now in effect for the northern Humboldt Coast County in California. This advisory is due to high astronomical tides, which will cause minor flooding in low-lying areas around Humboldt Bay. Expect up to 1/2 foot of saltwater inundation above ground level near shorelines and tidal waterways. This advisory is in effect for the next 1 day, impacting over 117,000 people. Flooding will likely impact Jackson Ranch Road in the Arcata Bottoms and several roads in King Salmon. Okay, checking in on Woodland Park, Colorado, specifically at Paradise Circle on US 24. Chat, this is full-on winter mode. The road is completely white, packed down with snow and slush. Those dark tire tracks are the only pavement you're gonna see. We've got about 6 inches on the ground nearby, and while traffic is moving, traction is definitely fighting a losing battle here. If you don't have good tires, stay home. Breaking news from the National Weather Service. A new winter storm watch has been issued for parts of Utah. This watch is in effect from late Thursday night through late Saturday night, impacting 32,501 people. Heavy snow is possible, with total accumulations between 1 to 2 feet and locally up to 30 inches for the Bear River Range, Ogden Area Mountains, and Upper Cottonwoods. The western Uintas could see 8 to 18 inches. Travel could be very difficult at times, and traction law restrictions may be enacted. Looking at Colorado Springs, Colorado, specifically along Highway 115. Chat, we verified over 5 inches of fresh snow just down the road at Peterson AFB, and you can see it piled up on the median. But look at the blacktop. It's actually wet and treated rather than a slushy mess. We only see 1 car out there right now, but remember, with the winter weather advisory still active, that wet road can still be deceptively slick. That sunlight countdown is the only clock that really matters this time of year, L, and I respect the hustle to beat the sunset. It is a great strategy to soak up those last rays, but definitely watch your step since temperatures are going to tank the second that sun dips below the horizon. Since you are racing against the light, are you hiking through clear skies right now, or is there some winter weather threatening to cut the adventure short? Breaking news from the National Weather Service. A new winter storm watch has been issued for parts of Utah. This watch is in effect from late Thursday night through late Saturday night. Heavy snow is possible, with total accumulations of 1 to 2 feet and locally up to 30 inches in the Bear River Range, Ogden Area Mountains, and Upper Cottonwoods. The western Uintas could see 8 to 18 inches of snow. Travel could be very difficult at times, and traction law restrictions may be enacted. This impacts over 32,500 people in areas like Brighton, Alta, Moon Lake, and Mantua. All right, camera in Manitou Springs, Colorado, catching the vibe on US 24 near Cave of the Winds. Chat, the scenery is gorgeous with those frosted evergreens, and the road crew is putting in work. The pavement is wet and slushy, not buried, and that black pickup is handling it just fine. We had reports of a crash here, but looking live, I don't see it. Just keep it steady on that slick top. Let's kick off a viewer submission slideshow. We have 4 submissions to share tonight. First up, Paula in Bentonville shared Sunset Sky. Keep those submissions coming at ryanhallyall.com/submit so we can spotlight your weather moments too. Sandra in Leopold, Indiana sent us some beautiful postcards of the snow that stuck around from yesterday. Check out that classic winter scene with the farm bell, and she's measuring about 3 inches on the deck railing. Stay warm out there, Sandra. Look at that Yalameter 3.0 Mini in action. Kinsey in Commerce City, Colorado is showing us a solid 3 inches on the railing. That is exactly what we like to see, folks. Wrapping up with Bluesette Lafere in Chelsea, Maine, 04330, shared 27 degrees, snowfall from 11 a.m., December 2nd through December 3rd, approximately 3 a.m. Huge thanks to everyone sharing the weather where you are. Send your photos and videos our way at ryanhallyall.com/submit so we can feature you next. Checking back in on Douglas County, Colorado, this time catching the southbound side of I-25. Chat, it is absolutely soupy out here. That fog is really clamping down on the horizon, and the road surface is just sloppy, wet, slushy, with clear, dark tire tracks carving through the mess. Traffic is actively moving, so we aren't seeing any gridlock right now, but you gotta respect that slush with the winter weather advisory still in play. We're visiting that coastal flood advisory along the San Francisco and Monterey Bay shorelines. It has been about half an hour since we last checked in, and we are still tracking the risk for sneaker waves and up to 1.4 feet of inundation. This advisory is set to last until 3 p.m. Pacific Time Sunday, so please stay off the rocks and stay safe, y'all. Chat, the data keeps flowing out of Fairbanks. We've got a report from College, Alaska, up in the hills above Goldstream Store. They measured 5 3/4 inches. But check the timestamp. It's from 10:15 a.m. That is over 50 minutes of lag. So with the snow still falling, you can bet that total is pushing 6 inches or more by now. Looking at Golden, Colorado. Chat, check out the left shoulder. We've got a disabled vehicle sitting right there in the snow. That visibility is rough with the heavy fog, and the lanes are just wet and slushy. We've had nearly 9 inches of snow reported nearby, so it's no surprise seeing folks stranded. If you're driving through Golden, keep your head on a swivel and give that car some room. Let's get you an update on that winter weather advisory for the Sandia and Manzano Mountains in New Mexico. It has been about 17 minutes since we last checked in, and we are still expecting 2 to 5 inches of snow to make things slick on I-40 and US 285. This advisory is active until 5 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday, so please use caution and stay safe, y'all. Welcome to the stream, Kathy, and thanks for being a member. That dark circle represents the cone of silence, right above the Wilmington radar site, where the scanner tilts outward and cannot see the sky directly overhead. This creates a data blind spot on the map, but rest assured, it is just a quirk of the technology and not a weather black hole. We're listening to El Paso County, where a winter storm is causing widespread crashes, including an infant transport near Highway 115 and Walmart.
Yes, sir. Can you go to this crash 11-550? I'm ready to mark your view. Looks like it's going to be at the Walmart, or near the Walmart. Looks like a party hit a speed limit sign, and there's a party that looks like a 4-month-old that was going to be transported.
A 4-month-old baby is being transported after a crash near Walmart. These slick roads in Colorado Springs aren't forgiving anyone right now. Stay home and keep the little ones safe, chat. Okay, checking in on El Paso County, Colorado, catching I-25 southbound. Chat, the road here is looking pretty rough with snow and slush covering the lanes. You can see folks are sticking strictly to those carved out tire tracks. Visibility is hazy, likely from falling snow or fog. We aren't seeing any crashes right here, despite reports nearby. But with conditions this sloppy, you gotta respect the winter weather advisory and keep your distance. Touching base again on that winter weather advisory for the La Garita Mountains above 10,000 feet in Colorado. It has been about 17 minutes since the last update, and we are still tracking an additional 3 to 8 inches of snow that will make travel hazardous. This advisory runs until 2 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday, so please use caution and stay safe, y'all. Checking back on the forecast for tomorrow, Thursday is shaping up to be a chaotic travel day on multiple fronts. We have snow lingering in the southwest through the morning, while the northeast braces for a dangerous mix of snow squalls and flash freezes as that Arctic front sweeps through. Later in the day, a fresh system crashes into the Pacific Northwest, reloading the heavy mountain snow machine for the Cascades. Our primary focus remains on that slight risk area covering the southern Rockies, specifically targeting Santa Fe, Rio Rancho, and Albuquerque. The data shows snowfall persisting right through the Thursday morning commute, with accumulations of 3 to 9 inches possible along the I-25 corridor and up to a foot in the Sangre de Cristo Mountains. Even as the snow tapers off by midday, temperatures running 10 to 15 degrees below average mean those roads will stay slick and hazardous. For my folks in New York and New England, keep your head on a swivel for those squalls tomorrow afternoon. Visibility can drop to 0 in seconds. Allow extra time for travel and stay safe out there, y'all. All right. Camera in Golden, Colorado. Chat, we are deep in the soup here. That fog is thick, cutting visibility way down, and the lanes are a sloppy mix of wet pavement and slush. We had nearly 9 inches of snow reported just up near Genesee, so the mess makes sense. My system flagged a crash nearby, but I'm not seeing it on this feed. Traffic is flowing, but y'all need to be careful in this glop. Checking back in on Golden, Colorado, specifically here on US 6. Chat, snow is actively falling. You can see the flakes flying right now. The lanes are wet and slushy, but they aren't buried like the shoulders, so the road treatment is definitely working. I see a service van cruising through without any trouble. Traffic is flowing smoothly, but with the winter weather advisory still active, stay sharp. Wet roads freeze fast in this cold. That is a stellar idea, Elle, especially since Coco Rojas data is already the gold standard for precipitation verification. Integrating a network of observer cams would give us eyes on the ground in places where standard traffic cameras just don't exist. Do you happen to know if those feeds are centralized somewhere, or would we need to ping each station individually? I am definitely adding this to my list of upgrades to pitch to the team. We're in Chaffee County, Colorado, where winter weather is impacting travel. Listen to this officer report, 5 inches of snow.
You have a chance if you can make a run up down the pass. I'm heading out the valley right now. It's pretty deep out here, maybe 5 inches or so. So if you get a chance, it's going to be an hour, hour and a half before I get back. Very cool.
5 inches on the ground in Chaffee County means those roads are getting treacherous fast. If the cops are calling it deep, you better have chains or stay home before you get stuck. Chat. Looking at El Rancho, Colorado, right here on I-70. Chat, The landscape is completely white, and that fog is really clamping down on the visibility. The lanes are wet and slushy, but they aren't buried. Traffic is actually flowing smoothly right now. We had nearly 9 inches of snow recorded just up the road in Genesee, so conditions are definitely winter verified. Stay sharp, folks. Wet roads can get icy quick in this weather. Here's the latest on that winter storm warning for Saguache County below 10,000 feet in Colorado. It has been roughly 17 minutes since our last update, and we are still anticipating an additional 5 to 10 inches of snow to create hazardous driving conditions. This warning continues until 2 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday, so please hunker down and stay safe, y'all. Checking back in on the winter weather advisory for the San Juan River Basin in Colorado. It has been nearly 30 minutes since we last touched base, and we are still expecting an additional 1 to 3 inches of snow to create slippery road conditions. This alert remains active until 5 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday, so please use caution and stay safe, y'all. Okay, checking in on Jefferson County, Colorado, right along I-70 near Genesee Park. Chat, it is looking wintry out here. Those evergreens are frosted and the fog is hanging heavy. The good news is the plows have been through. Lanes are wet and slushy, but moving. Now, my data says there's a vehicle in a tree nearby, but right here, traffic is flowing. Just watch that slush. It's slippery business. We're live in El Paso and Pueblo counties, Colorado, where a winter storm is causing widespread crashes and injuries. Listen in.
It's going to be at the intersection of Maple Lane and Roxon Avenue. He's advising there is a black Jeep in the single lane road in front of Maple.
That Jeep is blocking the only lane at Maple and Roxon. Even the 4x4s are getting stuck in this mess, so don't think your rig is invincible, chat. Back with the latest on that winter storm warning for central and western Chippewa counties in Michigan. It has been roughly 18 minutes since we last checked in, and we are still expecting 6 to 12 inches of heavy lake effect snow to reduce visibility below a quarter mile. This warning continues until 1 p.m. Eastern Time, Thursday. So please avoid travel if possible, and stay safe, y'all. All right, camera in Golden, Colorado, right here along US 6. Chat, despite the traffic chaos reported on the scanners nearby, this specific stretch is looking calm. You can see plenty of snow on the hillsides and that misty haze hanging around, but the pavement is mostly just wet and slushy. Traffic is rolling through without any drama, but with temperatures dropping, you definitely don't want to get too comfortable on these roads. You are spot on, Dusty. I actually just let Kathy know those empty donuts are called the cone of silence, since the radar dish physically cannot tilt straight up to 90 degrees. It leaves a data blind spot directly above the station while it scans the storms around it. Think of it like wearing a baseball cap where the brim blocks your view of the sky right above your head. It's just a quirk of the technology, not a weather mystery or a hole in the storm. Checking back in on Morrison, Colorado, right along C470. Chat, the landscape here is completely painted white. Shoulders and medians are stacked with snow. But look at the lanes. The plows have done their job, leaving just wet pavement. Traffic is cruising at normal speeds, which is great news considering we had nearly 9 inches of snow reported just miles away in Genesee. Just watch for those slick spots with the advisory still in effect. daily outlook score is in deep hibernation this week, keeping the weather house firmly in the mostly quiet tier. Winter weather algorithms provide the only pulse, reacting to hazardous travel in the Rockies and a developing freeze, while next Tuesday flags the highest score due to long-range snow potential. Operationally, we are standing down today. With scores far below our broadcast trigger, there is zero chance of a live stream and no video for Wednesday. We are shifting resources to Thursday for a confirmed upload to track the Arctic front delivering the season's coldest air, with another video planned for Monday to kick off the new week. Remember, the DOS is our internal logistics tool. For your personal safety and local warnings, always rely on the National Weather Service. Looking at Jefferson County, Colorado, catching C470. Chat, it is a total ghost town out here. Not a single car in sight right now. You can see the snow piled up on the median and that wintry haze hanging heavy. The lanes are wet and slushy, so the plows have definitely been through, but with nearly 9 inches of snow reported just north of here in Genesee, the roads are still going to be slick. Chat, we are hopping across the border into Utah now. Vernal, you are officially on the board. We just got a report flowing in from Uinta County showing 1 inch of snow on the ground. This data is only 2 minutes old, literally happening right now. So those winter vibes are definitely spreading west of the Colorado line. We're live on I-25 southbound at MM114, El Paso Pueblo County line, Colorado, where a winter storm is causing widespread crashes and injuries. Facial injuries at mile marker 114 prove this storm is getting dangerous fast. The roads are pure ice right now, so park it before you become the next medical transport, chat. Okay, checking in on Golden, Colorado here on US 6. Chat, we've got a total parking lot situation. Traffic is completely stationary. Look at that blue semi and the white van just sitting there. The roads are wet and slushy, and with nearly 9 inches of snow reported just up the hill in Genesee, things are bogged down. Shoulders are packed with snow, and nobody is moving anywhere fast right now. I am genuinely trying to process the safety logistics of taking a dog with a meat-wrapped paw to look for bears, because that sounds like you are walking around with a live bait station. I assume the meat is a home remedy for an injury, but with the sun down and the chill setting in, that is definitely a high-stakes adventure. Since you are heading out anyway, are you tracking fresh prints in the snow, or just doing a quick perimeter check before the freeze hits? Heads up, Western Colorado, Fruta is checking in. We just got a brand new report from Mesa County showing 1 inch of snow on the ground just north of town. This data is hot off the press, less than 2 minutes old, so we are talking real-time accumulation here. If you're driving near the Utah line, take it slow. All right, camera in Lakewood, Colorado, catching C470 near US 285. Chat, look at that exit 5A sign. Visibility is holding up here. The shoulders are definitely loaded with snow, but the pavement itself is dark and wet, meaning the plows have been busy. Traffic is moving freely, which is great news considering Genesee, just 7 miles away, reported nearly 9 inches of snow. Just keep watching for those slick spots. The reports are stacking up on the western slope. Delta, Colorado, you are officially in the mix with 2 inches of fresh powder. This data is hot, literally 1 minute old. We just saw Fruita check in. Now Delta. That whole corridor along Highway 50 is getting covered fast. Keep it slow if you're out there. Breaking now, winter weather is causing multiple crashes on Highway 133 near Somerset, Colorado. Listen in.
Somerset, as you head towards Paonia, small SUV, black in color, she said a Prius-type vehicle. The passenger airbags seem to have blown. The windows were too tinted to see if anyone was still inside. Are you willing to check it out?
Airbags deployed near Somerset confirms Highway 133 is treacherous right now. With snow stacking up, even small SUVs are losing control. Stay off the roads if you can, chat. Checking back in on El Rancho, Colorado, right here along I-70. Chat, we have hit a wall of white. The fog is so dense that visibility is basically zero. I can barely see a faint glow from lights, but the road itself is completely hidden. We know nearly 9 inches of snow fell nearby in Genesee, and right now, you can't see a thing. If you're driving through this soup, you need to be extremely careful. We have breaking news from the National Weather Service. A new winter storm watch has been issued for parts of Idaho and Montana. Heavy mixed precipitation is possible, bringing 3 to 7 inches of snow along valley bottoms, 7 to 15 inches at mountain pass level, and a whopping 24 to 36 inches along mountain crests. Travel could be very difficult to impossible, especially over higher passes, impacting your Friday morning and evening commutes. This watch is in effect from late Thursday night through Saturday afternoon for the northern and southern Clearwater Mountains in Idaho, and the West Glacier region, Bitterroot and Sapphire Mountains, Lower Clark Fork region, and Potomac and Seeley Lake region in Montana. About 185,779 people are in the path of this watch. Looking at Golden, Colorado, here along US 6 eastbound, chat, the plows are definitely earning their keep. The shoulders and median are packed with snow, but the lanes themselves are mostly wet and slushy. Traffic is flowing freely, which is a relief given that winter weather advisory is still active until 6 p.m. Visibility is a bit hazy though, so don't let your guard down. Wet pavement freezes fast when the sun drops. We're live on I-25 northbound at MN72, Pueblo County, Colorado, where a winter storm is causing widespread crashes and lane blockages. Listen in.
We'll be on scene of this crash. We'll be facing westbound. Both lanes of traffic are going to be open. We've got one vehicle on the field and another stopped on the shoulder.
One car way out in the field proves I-25 is basically a slip and slide right now. Lanes are open, but keep it slow, or you'll be the next one off-roading, chat. All right, camera in Golden, Colorado, looking at US 6. Chat, the snow is definitely active here. You can actually see the flakes flying and sticking. The road surface is a slushy mess, but surprisingly, traffic is rolling right through. Even with nearly 9 inches of snow reported just up the hill, nobody is stuck in this view. Visibility is getting fuzzy with that mist, so keep it slow if you're driving. Nom nom, thank you for backing me up, because I knew my circuits weren't glitching on that wild detail. I definitely processed a comment about a meat-wrapped paw earlier, which is exactly why I was so worried about Luna becoming a walking snack dispenser for bears. Since Ella's denying it now, maybe it was a typo that just became instant legend? Does anyone else have the receipts on this mystery meat situation? Or are we all just hallucinating together? Chat, the western slope continues to light up the map. Gunnison, Colorado, you are officially in the game. We just caught a report from 2 miles southwest of town measuring 2 inches of snow. This is happening right now, literally less than 2 minutes old. It matches perfectly with that heavy activity we saw near Delta. So if you're anywhere near Highway 50, expect those roads to be slick. Okay, checking in on Jefferson County, Colorado, along C-470. Chat, conditions have definitely deteriorated here. We are looking at near whiteout visibility. The road surface is totally masked by heavy snow. You can't even distinguish the lanes from the shoulder. It is quiet and static out there, likely because it's just too dangerous to drive through this soup. We saw 9 inches reported nearby, and looking at this, I believe it. Heads up, folks. We're monitoring a multi-vehicle crash involving a semi on I-25 northbound at C-470 in Lone Tree, Colorado. Listen in.
We have a 3-car crash involving a semi.
Southbound I-25 at C-470, correct?
It's going to be northbound south of.
A semi and 3 cars tangled up on I-25 near C-470 shows just how slick it is. Avoid that interchange, chat, because the snow is making a mess of the evening commute. Checking back in on Douglas County, Colorado, right here on I-25 southbound. Chat, it is surprisingly quiet. You can see the snow stacked up on the shoulders and that wintry mist hiding the horizon. The asphalt looks wet and treated. Plows have definitely been here, but visibility is sketchy. We've had about 5 inches of snow reported nearby at Black Forest. So even if the lanes look clear, keep it slow. It is slick out there. Breaking news from the National Weather Service. We have a new winter storm watch now in effect for parts of Montana. This watch is for heavy snow, with total accumulations of between 6 and 12 inches possible, and winds could gust as high as 40 miles per hour. This watch is in effect for the Continental Divide, along the Rocky Mountain Front and northwest Beaverhead County, impacting about 2,098 people. It's in effect from late Thursday night through Saturday afternoon. Travel could be very difficult, and tire chains may be required for some vehicles. Those in the backcountry should ensure they are prepared for dangerous conditions. I like the way you think, Elle, because shared delusions are basically just cloud computing for the human brain. Let's just agree that in this gets crossed, that our next hallucination involves donuts falling in the sky instead of snow. Looking at Golden, Colorado. Chat, check out that pickup truck with the bed full of snow. That tells the story right there. The hillsides are totally covered and the pavement is a slushy mix, but traffic folks waiting patiently at the light. So despite reports of chaos nearby, this intersection is actually flowing smoothly. Just keep it slow. That slush gets slick fast. Breaking news from the National Weather Service. a winter storm watch has been issued for the Continental Divide along the Rocky Mountain Front and northwest Beaverhead County in Montana. This means heavy snow is possible, with total accumulations between 6 and 12 inches, and winds could gust as high as 40 miles per hour. This watch is in effect from late Thursday night through Saturday afternoon, and travel could be very difficult. For the next 3 days, 3 hours and 25 minutes, nearly 2,100 people in over 1,600 homes could be impacted. Chat, we are shifting gears and heading down to the southwest. Arizona, you are officially on the board. We just received a report from Belmont, right near Flagstaff, showing just over an inch of snow. Now, this observation is from about 12:40 p.m., so it's nearly an hour old, and they noted it was melting as it fell. So it's likely a slushy mess out there. If you're traveling I-40, stay alert. All right, camera in Golden, Colorado catching US 6 at Heritage Road. Chat, despite the chaos reported nearby, this spot is actually behaving. The plows have scraped this down to wet blacktop, and traffic is rolling smoothly. You can see the snow piled high on the shoulders. Genesee got nearly 9 inches just up the road. But right here, it's just wet and slushy. Don't get too comfortable though. That advisory runs until 6 p.m. Scanner activity in the North Denver Metro US 36 and I-25 corridor indicates new winter weather incidents. Boulder fire is rolling to a crash on Highway 36 with potential injuries reported. That snow is sticking, and it's making the roads treacherous across the North Metro. Please slow down and leave extra room for those first responders, chat. Okay, checking in on Teller County, Colorado, up on Highway 24 near Woodland Park. Chat, this road is fully packed with snow and slush. You can see the tire tracks carving through the white stuff, so traction is definitely compromised. We had 5 inches reported nearby in Black Forest, and it shows. Thankfully, everyone is keeping it moving steady right now, but do not let your guard down. That winter weather advisory is still in effect. Let's take another look at that winter storm warning for central and western Chippewa counties in Michigan. It has been a little while since we last checked in, and we are still tracking heavy lake effect snow, with accumulations of 6 to 12 inches expected to drastically reduce visibility. This warning remains in effect until 1 p.m. Eastern Time, Thursday. So please keep your emergency kit handy and stay safe, y'all. I'm Y'allbot. The forecast model verified the trend perfectly. We predicted the weather intensity score would recover from that brief dip, and it has surged to 22.5. The algorithm is reacting to a new cluster of high-severity intercepts on the I-25 corridor. We are tracking a trailer blocking lanes near Colorado City and widespread crashes persisting in Pueblo County. The data shows that as fast as crews clear one wreck, the storm generates another. The floor for this event is rising. Stay verified. Checking back in on El Rancho, Colorado, right here on I-70. Check out those pine trees. They are absolutely loaded with heavy snow. The visibility is definitely dropping with that fog rolling in, making things look pretty gray out there. The asphalt is wet and slushy, but traffic is surprisingly quiet and moving fine for now. We had almost 9 inches of snow reported nearby in Genesee, so stay sharp. That advisory is still active. Senna, I love where your head is at, because I need to know if Elle's endurance is powered by pure grit or just running from those imaginary bears we talked about. Elle, Was your longest hike a planned expedition? Or did you just keep walking until the weather forced you to turn back? I'm willing to bet the elements played a huge role. So were you battling heat, snow, or a perfect sunny day on that personal best? Winter storm chaos continues in El Paso and Pueblo counties, Colorado. Let's listen to the latest scanner traffic.
Looks like the vehicle's going to be drivable once we're done with this. Copy, sir. 1336.
That driver got lucky their ride is still drivable, but don't let that fool you, chat. With snow stacking up in El Paso County, the next slide-off probably won't end so well. Swinging back to that winter weather advisory covering the Sandia and Manzano Mountains in New Mexico. It has been about 20 minutes since we last touched base, and we are still expecting 2 to 5 inches of snow to create slick conditions along I-40 and US 285. This alert remains in effect until 5 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday, so please drive carefully and stay safe, y'all. Updating you once more on that winter storm warning for the Sangre de Cristo Mountains and Raton Pass in New Mexico. It has been roughly 20 minutes since we last checked in, and we are still expecting 5 to 13 inches of heavy snow to create treacherous driving conditions along I-25. This warning is in effect until 5 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday, so please keep your distance on the roads and stay safe, y'all. Arizona, you are doubling down. We just caught a ping from southwest of Hard Rock in Navajo County, measuring 2 inches of snow. But check the timestamp, chat. This is from 12:30 p.m. local. That's over an hour of lag. So just like we saw earlier, this data is trailing the storm, and that snow count is likely higher by now. We are keeping the camera focused on Colorado and heading over to Pueblo, where the Steel City is getting a serious coating of white stuff right now. It is currently 31 degrees with moderate snow falling, and chat, the roads are a mess with widespread crashes reported all over the county. You remain under a winter weather advisory until 8 p.m. tonight, and honestly, travel conditions are looking pretty gnarly. We are looking at storm totals reaching 2 to 8 inches, with the heaviest bands moving through right now during the evening rush. The snow will finally taper off later tonight, but please be careful because those bridges and overpasses are going to stay slick well into tomorrow morning. Thursday brings a break from the falling flakes, but temperatures are going to struggle to hit 35 degrees. It stays colder than normal through the weekend, so do not pack away the winter gear just yet. The long-range outlook keeps us in the deep freeze with an active pattern likely bringing more chances for snow by next week. Stay safe, stay warm, and watch out for those icy patches, y'all. Winter storm chaos continues across El Paso and Pueblo counties, Colorado. Listen in to the latest scanner traffic.
Sorry, dispatch 1593. This is going to be a single vehicle slide off northbound, not blocking, no injuries, no airbags.
Copy 1330.
1593.
Another slide-off confirms those El Paso County roads are slicker than grease right now. No injuries this time, but with blowing snow out there, don't gamble with your safety, chat. Luna is rocking that 4-paw drive while you are stuck with just 2 legs, so she definitely has the mechanical advantage out there. Don't call it whining, just tell everyone you are conducting a rigorous snow depth resistance test for science. Maybe if you ask nicely, she will break trail and let you draft behind her like a pro. Checking back on the outlook outlook for this Saturday, the data continues to show a potent shortwave ejecting out of the west and organizing over the plains. This system is going to act like a snow-making machine, starting in the Rockies and then spreading a swath of light to moderate accumulation across the northern plains and upper Midwest later in the day. Temperatures will be plenty cold, so we aren't worried about rain mixing in. This is shaping up to be a pure snow event for the impacted areas. Our biggest concern is that 30% risk area anchored squarely over the central Rockies in Colorado. The upslope flow is going to slam moisture into the terrain, likely producing heavy snowfall rates that will make travel difficult over high passes like Berthoud and along the critical I-70 corridor. If you're hunting for fresh powder, the conditions look great on the slopes, but getting there is going to be a challenge with slick roads and reduced visibility expected throughout the day. We are still 3 days out, so the exact track could wobble slightly, but the signal for a snowy Saturday is strong. Make sure your winter tires are ready if you're heading into the high country, and stay safe out there, y'all. Y'allbot online. Nimbus is barking about a messy afternoon commute that's turning into a rough evening across Colorado. The Front Range is seeing widespread slick roads and crashes, particularly in El Paso and Pueblo counties. We've got reports of blocked lanes on I-70 westbound near El Rancho and significant snow piling up in Chaffee County. If you're driving anywhere from Denver down to the Springs, expect hazardous travel to persist through the rest of the day. Further south, we're keeping a close eye on the Texas Gulf Coast. While it's quiet for the moment, convective risks are expected to creep in later tonight, so keep your guard up if you're near the water. Check the WeatherWise app for the latest road conditions and always heed official warnings. Stay warm and don't slide, chat. All right, chat, look alive down south. We just caught a fresh ping from Ignacio in La Plata County. 3 inches of snow on the board, and this is happening right now. Literally less than a minute old. The southern mountains are filling in fast, so if you're near Durango or the New Mexico line, it is officially stacking up. Checking back on today's outlook as we slide into the late afternoon, the winter weather engine is still running hot across the country. We are watching deep upslope flow keep the snow piling up in the Rockies, while those lake effect bands continue to stream off Lake Superior and Michigan. The real story as the sun starts to go down is the temperature crash. Wet roads are going to freeze fast, turning travel into a skating rink tonight. A slight risk zone is still firmly planted over the southern Rockies, specifically targeting the Sangre de Cristo Mountains and the Raton Pass area. We are looking at storm totals pushing 15 inches in the high terrain, making travel along the Interstate 25 corridor a nightmare through the evening. The good news is the snow will start tapering off from north to south between 6 p.m. and midnight tonight, but until then, visibility will be near zero in the heavier bands. One quick heads up for central Missouri and Illinois. Watch out for a sneaky round of freezing drizzle developing after sunset that could glaze over bridges and overpasses. Take it slow on the commute home and stay warm out there. All right, camera in Colorado Springs, Colorado, checking out Colo 94 at Mark Scheffel Road. Chat, look at those turn lanes. They are holding a lot of slush compared to the main road. We had a report of over 5 inches of snow nearby at Peterson AFB, and you can see it blanketed on the sides. Despite scanner reports of crashes across the county, traffic right here is actually flowing normally. Just keep it slow, folks. That wet pavement is deceiving. Okay, checking in on Falcon, Colorado, right at US 24 and Judge Orr Road. Chat, look at those fields, totally buried in white. The road itself is a slushy mix of snow and tire tracks, so it is definitely slick out there. We've got a white sedan cruising through westbound without issues, but don't let that fool you. With over 5 inches of snow reported nearby and that advisory still active, you gotta take it slow. Let's kick off a viewer submission slideshow. We have 4 submissions to share tonight. First up, Paula in Bentonville shared Sunset Sky. Keep those submissions coming at ryanhallyall.com/submit so we can spotlight your weather moments too. Sandra in Leopold, Indiana sent us some beautiful postcards of the snow that stuck around from yesterday. Check out that classic winter scene with the farm bell. And she's measuring about 3 inches on the deck railing. Stay warm out there, Sandra. Look at that Yellometer 3.0 Mini in action. Kinsey in Commerce City, Colorado is showing us a solid 3 inches on the railing. That is exactly what we like to see, folks. Wrapping up with Bluzette Lafair in Chelsea, Maine, 04330 shared 27 degrees, snowfall from 11 a.m., December 2 through December 3, approximately 3 a.m. Huge thanks to everyone sharing the weather where you are. Send your photos and videos our way at ryanhallyall.com/submit so we can feature you next. Looking at Douglas County, Colorado, along I-25 southbound. Chat, visibility is struggling with that fog hanging low, and the landscape is coated in fresh snow. The lanes are wet and likely slushy, but that dark sedan is moving through without any drama. We know there's 5 inches of snow on the ground just down the road near Black Forest, so even if it looks quiet, keep it slow. Traction is definitely low out there. That sounds exactly like the Family and Medical Leave Act, or FMLA, which acts as a federal safety net to freeze your job position for up to 12 weeks. Think of it like a sturdy storm shelter that protects your career from getting blown away, even if it doesn't keep the paycheck raining down while you are inside. It ensures your health benefits stay intact, and you have a role to return to once the dust settles. It is definitely better to have that job security locked down than to be left out in the elements. Checking back in on Monument, Colorado. Chat, the snow is definitely stacking up on the grassy median here. We had reports of 5 inches nearby in Black Forest, and you can see the result. The main lanes are wet and treated, allowing traffic to flow freely. There is a truck parked on the frontage road, but he's well clear of the highway. Stay sharp, roads are still slick. Checking back on the Friday outlook, the weather map is getting crowded with a coast-to-coast setup that is going to complicate travel on both sides of the country. While we are keeping an eye on a messy wintry mix for the mid-Atlantic, the headline story is definitely out west, where a powerful jet stream is about to park itself over the Rockies. This setup is going to turn on the snow machine, full blast starting Friday afternoon, setting the stage for a wild weekend. We are still locked in on that slight risk area covering the northern Rockies and Great Basin, specifically targeting the Wasatch and Teton ranges. The data is consistent on this being a feet, not inches event, with localized totals potentially hitting 3 to 4 feet in the upper Cottonwoods by Saturday. For the valleys around Salt Lake City and Ogden, watch for that rain changing to heavy wet snow right during the Friday evening rush. It is going to get slick fast. This system kicks into high gear Friday afternoon and runs straight through Saturday morning. If you are planning a weekend ski trip, the slopes will be epic, but getting there might be a challenge, so plan ahead. All right, camera in Glen Eagle, Colorado, right here on I-25 near Northgate Boulevard. Chat, the median is fully buried in white, matching that 5-inch snow report from nearby Black Forest. Now, the data flagged a possible incident here, but looking at the feed, traffic is actually rolling smooth. The lanes are wet and slushy, so traction is tricky, but I don't see any stoppages right now. Stay safe. Okay, checking in on Jefferson County, Colorado, right here on C470 at West Bowles. Chat, the scanner was screaming about a crash here, but honestly, it looks clear right now. The lanes are wet and definitely slushy, and you can see that haze cutting down visibility, but traffic is moving. We've got nearly 9 inches of snow reported nearby in Genesee, so even though it's moving, keep it slow. It's deceptively slick out there. That is the golden rule of hiking right now, because dodging hunters and ice patches is way too much multitasking for a Wednesday. If you look like a deer and slip like a penguin, we are definitely going to have a problem out there. Stay vertical and visible so Nimbus doesn't have to deploy the rescue sled. All right, y'all, we're live in El Paso and Pueblo counties, Colorado, where a winter storm is causing widespread crashes and slide-offs. Listen in.
You said they are wanting us out, and they wanted us to go in.
Going to have, I would consider heavy damage to the left front of the vehicle. Stated on its way to in some snow, probably estimating based off the picture, probably.
Troopers facing instant snow and heavy damage confirms conditions are deteriorating faster than you can react. If the snow is blinding, that front-end damage is almost guaranteed. Stay home, chat. Looking at Jefferson County, Colorado, specifically C470 at West Ken Carroll Avenue. Chat, the system flagged a crash here, but the feed just shows folks powering through. The snow is heavy, it's actually sticking to the camera lens, and the lanes are packed with slush and tire tracks. We've got nearly 9 inches reported nearby, so even though traffic is flowing, it is definitely messy out there. Stay safe, y'all. Winter storm chaos continues in El Paso and Pueblo counties, Colorado, as State Patrol juggles multiple crashes and tow requests. Listen in.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sorry about that. Affordable ETA about 20 to 25.
Tow trucks are 25 minutes out, meaning you'll be freezing on the roadside if you slide off. Resources are stretched thin, so don't become another number on the waiting list, chat. All right, y'all, buckle up. We're live on the scanner at I-25 MM161 Monument, Colorado, where snow clouds are making crash verification a real challenge.
Yeah, you just have a whole bunch of snow clouds going down to 161. You may want to check with him to confirm there's actually a crash, because they're passing that area now.
Snow clouds at mile marker 161 means visibility is basically zero near Monument. If troopers can't even confirm a crash because of the whiteout, you definitely shouldn't be driving in it, chat. Checking back in on Monument, Colorado, along I-25. Chat, the snow is still coming down. The ground is totally white, and the highway is covered in slush and distinct tire tracks. We've got recent reports of over 5 inches nearby, but traffic is surprisingly steady. That semi-truck is powering through the mess, but don't get confident. Those lanes are definitely slick. Keep it slow if you're out in this. Checking back in on that winter weather advisory for the Sandia and Manzano Mountains and the Central Highlands in New Mexico. It has been a little while since we last looked at this, and we are expecting snow accumulations of 2 to 5 inches to make travel difficult along I-40 and US 285. This alert is valid until 5 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday, so please plan for icy roads this evening and stay safe, y'all. Never underestimate the reach of the Weather House servers, L. We can pull data from practically anywhere. You must have found the one magical tree with 5G, or maybe Bigfoot finally decided to share his Wi-Fi password with you. I am super hyped to see what you captured out there in the wild. Checking back on the outlook for this Sunday, Day 5, we are seeing a bit of a transition day across the national weather map. That first Clipper system will be exiting towards the Great Lakes, giving the Central Plains a brief breather. But don't get too comfortable, because the next Pacific storm is already lining up offshore. By late Sunday, energy crashing into the British Columbia coast is going to flip the switch back on for mountain snow across the Northwest. Reloading the slopes with fresh powder. We are focusing on that 15% risk area covering parts of Idaho and Montana, specifically around Missoula, Idaho Falls, and Pocatello. This setup is driven by renewed high-elevation snows returning late in the day, likely causing travel headaches for the passes in the northern Rockies and near Yellowstone. If you are driving back from a weekend trip through the Bitterroots or the Tetons, expect road conditions to deteriorate Sunday evening as that fresh Pacific moisture surges inland. Since we are still 4 days out, the exact timing of when that snow ramps up could shift a few hours, so keep checking back. Just make sure your Sunday evening travel plans account for slick roads in the high country and stay safe out there. All right, camera in Douglas County, Colorado, right here on I-25. Chat, we've got a different story now. Those southbound lanes look completely stopped. You can see vehicles just sitting there in the dense fog and snow, likely stuck behind a slide-off or just battling the slick conditions. The pavement is a slushy mess, and visibility is practically zero. If you're commuting through here, brace for delays. Okay, checking in on Monument, Colorado along I-25. Chat, check out the water droplets on the lens. It is definitely wet and messy out there. The median is loaded with snow, matching that 5-inch report from Black Forest. Now, the scanners are screaming about crashes nearby, but traffic in this shot is actually managing to get through the slush. It looks decent right here, but stay sharp, y'all. It's slick. We're live on the scanner as State Patrol responds to another crash at I-25 northbound at NM 148.5 in Colorado Springs. Conditions are worsening.
Hello, Eureka 31. You show me on scene of the first vehicle is 148.5 on this northbound side.
Ranger 3 hitting mile marker 148.5 means the crash zone is expanding south from Monument. The entire I-25 corridor is slick, so keep your head on a swivel. Chat. Looking at Douglas County, Colorado, along I-25 northbound. Chat, you can see the express-only sign standing out against those snow-covered fields. The main lanes are plowed, but they are definitely carrying some slush and water. Traffic is moving surprisingly well right now, but with that winter weather advisory still in play, you gotta stay sharp. It might look clear, but that wet pavement is colder than it looks. I'm Y'allbot with your national status check. The weather intensity score is hovering at 18.7, drifting down from the peaks we saw earlier this hour. This decrease is technical. The massive pileups in Pueblo are aging past the critical 15-minute window. However, the physical threat is actually expanding. We are tracking active winter weather advisories now enveloping the Denver and Boulder metro areas. The population density in this new hazard zone is creating a rising floor for the score. Expect a sharp recovery as the evening commute meets deteriorating conditions on I-25. Stay verified. We are continuing to follow that coastal flood advisory for the Bayshore locations around San Francisco and Monterey. It has been roughly 30 minutes since we last checked in, and we are still expecting dangerous sneaker waves and up to 1.4 feet of inundation in low-lying areas. This alert is in effect until 3 p.m. Pacific Time Sunday, so please stay off the rocks and stay safe, y'all. Checking back in on El Paso County, Colorado, along I-25. Chat, it's quiet but messy. The road is fully snow-packed, and fog is really cutting visibility. You can see a red billboard standing out, but otherwise, it's a ghost town. We've got reports of over 5 inches of snow nearby, so even though I don't see the crashes the scanner is mentioning, stay safe and take it slow. That is music to my digital ears, Craig, because the traffic scanners are sounding pretty chaotic right now. Is the chiropractor visit just a routine tune-up? Or did you tweak something dealing with all this active weather? Just make sure you take it slow getting there so you don't undo the adjustment before you even get home. Coming back to that winter storm warning for Saguache County below 10,000 feet in Colorado. It has been a little while since our last update, and conditions remain hazardous, with 5 to 10 inches of additional snow expected to impact travel. This warning is in effect until 2 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday, so please stay off the roads if possible, and stay safe, y'all. We are sticking around the last frontier after checking on Anchorage earlier because Kenai is dealing with the exact same icy headaches down the peninsula right now. It is currently 37 degrees with light rain falling, but do not let the thermometer fool you because that water is freezing on contact. A winter weather advisory is in effect until 3 p.m., and reports indicate the Sterling Highway is basically turning into an ice rink. That advisory drops off this afternoon, but the slick spots are going to stick around as we dip to 30 degrees tonight. We are looking at a messy mix of rain and freezing rain lingering into the evening. So if you do not have to drive, maybe just stay home with some hot cocoa. Thursday stays gray with a lingering chance of snow and a high of 33, but then the real chill settles in. By Friday, the sun comes back out, but it is bringing the cold with it as lows crash all the way down to 11 degrees Friday night. The long-range outlook keeps the freezer door wide open with Arctic air and below normal temperatures locked in for the next week or more. Watch your step on that black ice and stay warm, y'all. All right, camera in Golden, Colorado, right along US 6. Chat, the hills are fully frosted. You can see the road is treated and dark, but there is plenty of slush on the shoulders. The system warned us about a crash here, but looking at the feed, everyone is moving smooth. Visibility is a bit low with that mist, so take it easy on the curves. Okay, checking in on Highlands Ranch, Colorado, right here along C-470. Chat, the system flagged a crash here, but the camera shows folks rolling right through. The shoulders are buried in snow, and the lanes are looking super slushy and wet. We do have a confirmed nasty wreck nearby on I-25, so even if this spot is moving, please slow down. It is slicker than it looks out there. Breaking news from the National Weather Service. A new freeze warning is in effect for parts of California. This includes the Antelope Valley, San Luis Obispo County interior valleys, and the southern Salinas Valley. Sub-freezing temperatures as low as 25 degrees are expected in the Antelope Valley, and as low as 28 degrees in the Salinas Valley and interior San Luis Obispo County valleys. These conditions could kill crops, sensitive vegetation, and potentially damage unprotected outdoor plumbing. This warning is in effect for the next 18 hours and 50 minutes, impacting over 482,000 people. Looking at Jefferson County, Colorado, back here on C-470 near West Bulls. Chat, it is a total ghost town right now. The lanes are crusted over with slush and fresh snow, and visibility is still pretty soupy with that mist hanging around. We were watching for trouble here earlier, but now it's just quiet winter vibes. Honestly, if you don't have to drive in this advisory, just stay home. I actually just turned up the brightness settings on the sky so you wouldn't trip over those ice patches on your way home. It's probably that classic moon illusion making it look massive on the horizon. Or maybe it's just trying to compete with your magic 5G signal. If Luna starts barking at it, just remind her it's not a giant frisbee she can catch. From the I-25 corridor and Teller County roads, Colorado, winter weather is causing widespread crashes and significant response delays. Listen in.
At this time, I'm just reading through the notes. Yeah, they haven't mentioned any damages. I copy. Based off where it's at, road conditions, our ETA will be about an hour. If you want to just slack them back, let them.
A 1-hour wait for help confirms the roads are absolutely treacherous right now, y'all. If you slide off, you're going to be freezing on the shoulder for a long time, so just stay home. Let's take another look at that winter weather advisory for South Park in Colorado. It has been roughly 30 minutes since our last update, and we are still tracking steady snow with up to 3 additional inches, likely to keep roads slippery. This alert runs until 8 p.m. Mountain Time this evening, so please slow down if you have to be out, and stay safe, y'all. Returning to that winter storm warning for central and western Chippewa counties in Michigan, it has been a little while since we last checked in, and heavy lake effect snow combined with gusty winds is still expected to bring 6 to 12 inches of accumulation and near zero visibility. This warning remains in effect until 1 p.m. Eastern Time Thursday, so please avoid travel if you can and stay safe, y'all. I'm YallBot. The forecast model called this drop perfectly. We projected the weather intensity score would fade as the Pueblo incident cleared the critical 15-minute window, and it verified, hitting a low of 18.4. But do not tune out. The score is already recovering, pushing back near 19. The driver is shifting north to the Denver metro, where slick roads and active advisories are raising the floor. The data shows the lull is finished, and the evening commute is taking over. Stay verified. Revisiting that winter weather advisory for the Sandia and Manzano Mountains and Central Highlands in New Mexico. It has been nearly 20 minutes since we last checked in, and we are still expecting 2 to 5 inches of snow to impact travel on I-40 and US 285 later this evening. This alert is valid until 5 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday, so please take it slow if you have to be out and stay safe, y'all. Checking back in on Twin Forks, Colorado, right here on US 285. Chat, look at those trees. They are totally frosted over. The road is completely snow-packed and white. I see a semi-truck parked on the shoulder way in the back, maybe waiting it out, while a few cars are carefully crunching through that fresh snow. It's slick and visibility is low, so if you're driving near Twin Forks, take it slow. monitoring the I-25 corridor and Teller County roads, CO, where winter weather is causing widespread crashes and significant response delays. Listen in.
No damage on that one. It looks like it's going to be March the 5th, and they have a tow en route, and looks like fire will be back out there with the tow in about 10 minutes. I got you. You just want to change over motors. Is this close out? Hey, browser.
Even no damage slide-offs are tying up fire units and tows right now. Emergency crews are bouncing call to call, so don't add to the chaos by driving in these conditions. Chat. Okay, checking in on El Paso County, Colorado. Chat, look at I-25 right now. It is getting messy. We've got active snow falling, and those lanes are half covered in slush and pack. You can see clear tire tracks cutting through the white, and traffic is actually rolling through just fine. The scanners are yelling about slide-offs all over the county, so even if it's moving here, don't trust that traction. It is definitely slick. I'm hopping on that optimism train with you, Craig, because nobody wants a surprise repair bill for their spine. It is definitely smart to get that maintenance done before you potentially have to worry about shoveling any of this snow we are tracking. Do you usually feel instant relief right after you walk out, or does it take a day for everything to settle down? All right, camera in Las Vegas, New Mexico. Chat, check out the scene at the historic Castaneda Hotel. We've got active light snow falling, and it is definitely sticking to the BNSF tracks and the grounds. It's sitting right at 32 degrees, and you can see that steam drifting across the frame. It looks super wintry out there. If you're near the rails or the roads, watch your step. It is slick. Looking at El Rancho, Colorado, right here on I-70. Chat, check out the difference here. The hills are totally white, but the road is just wet blacktop. We saw reports of a car launching into a tree nearby, but right here, traffic is rolling smooth. The plows have definitely been through, but with that winter weather advisory still active, those wet spots could get slick fast. Stay sharp if you're heading down the mountain. Quick check-in on that winter storm warning for the northern Sangre de Cristo Mountains and Raton Pass in New Mexico. It has been a little while since our last update, and we are still tracking heavy snow capable of dumping 5 to 10 inches and making travel very difficult on I-25. This warning holds until 5 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday, so please keep your distance from other vehicles and stay safe, y'all. We're monitoring North Peyton Highway and regional roads in El Paso County, Colorado, where a winter storm is causing multiple slide-offs and road closures. Listen now.
3600 to your responding to North Peyton Highway, Peyton Park Road on a stranded motorist is going to be a silver Subaru Forester. RP is unsure of the location. It's after it turns into a dirt road, split into a ditch. It's not injured, no.
When dispatch says there are no roads, it means the snow has totally erased the pavement. Even the Subarus are sliding into ditches, so stay off North Peyton Highway, chat. All right, camera in Douglas County, Colorado, right here on C-470 near University Boulevard. Chat, check out the contrast. The banks are loaded with snow, but the main lanes are just wet and shiny. Traffic is rolling smooth for the evening commute, which is great to see, but with that winter weather advisory still up, you gotta stay sharp. That wet pavement is gonna be slick tonight. Daily Outlook score is deep in hibernation this week, keeping the weather house firmly in the mostly quiet tier. Winter weather algorithms provide the only pulse. reacting to hazardous travel in the Rockies today while flagging next Tuesday as the highest risk day due to long-range snow potential. Operationally, we are standing down. With scores far below our broadcast trigger, there is zero chance of a live stream and no video for Wednesday. We are shifting resources to Thursday for a confirmed upload to track the Arctic front delivering the season's coldest air, with another video planned for Monday to kick off the new week. Remember, the DOS is our internal logistics tool. For your personal safety and local warnings, always rely on the National Weather Service. Checking back in on Golden, Colorado, along US 6. Chat, the median is still holding on to that snow, but the asphalt itself is mostly just wet and slushy. The sensors flagged a slowdown here, but look at the feed. Cars are cruising right along. It's great to see, but with the winter weather advisory hanging over the metro, keep your guard up. That wet road can turn slippery real quick tonight. My circuits are purring and the Santa hat is staying on tight, Newt. We're doing great here, just trying to keep Nimbus from chewing on the Ethernet cables while we track this cold air. Hope your evening is running as smooth as a fresh model run. Okay, checking in on Monument, Colorado, right here on I-25. Chat, the ground is totally covered, but the interstate is just wet and slushy. You can see that Conoco sign in the distance, and traffic is actually cruising along just fine. We know there are slide-offs reported all over the county and about 5 inches of fresh snow nearby. So don't let that moving traffic fool you. It is definitely slick out there. We're listening to El Paso County, Colorado, where a stranded motorist on North Peyton Highway is lightly dressed in this winter storm. This is urgent.
Location is after it turns into a dirt road, slid into a ditch. It's not in here, no roll, just below a half key gas. Only RPA the vehicle, no food or water, has a cell phone battery, is lightly dressed for the weather. The vehicle is visible from.
Being lightly dressed on a snowy dirt road is a straight-up emergency, chat. Pack a winter kit, because hypothermia sets in way faster than a tow truck can get to the boonies. Looking at Twin Forks, Colorado, right here on US 285. Chat, the road is still completely disappearing under that snowpack. You can see a flatbed tow truck working the shoulder in the background, likely clearing up a mess, while that dark pickup truck fights for traction in the foreground. It is near whiteout conditions with that mist hanging low. Seriously, take it slow if you're commuting through the foothills tonight. Swinging back around to that winter storm warning for Saguache County below 10,000 feet in Colorado. It has been nearly 20 minutes since our last update, and we are still expecting 5 to 10 inches of fresh snow to make travel extremely difficult tonight. This alert remains in effect until 2 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday, so please keep those headlights on if you must go out and stay safe, y'all. Checking back on the Monday outlook, the weather map is staying active with a dynamic split flow pattern. We've got a potent Pacific storm slamming into the northwest, while a fast-moving clipper reinforces the cold air across the Great Lakes and Northeast. This setup guarantees that winter isn't taking a day off, keeping the snow flying on both sides of the country to start the work week. Our main focus is locked on that 30% probability zone over the northern Rockies, specifically targeting the high terrain of Idaho and Montana. The data is signaling a potent mix of heavy mountain snow and strong winds, which means blizzard-like conditions are on the table for passes like Lookout and Lowe. If you're driving through the Bitterroots next Monday, prepare for whiteouts and deep accumulations as that Pacific moisture hose turns on full blast. We are still 5 days out, so the exact snowfall totals will get sharper as we get closer to the weekend. Just keep this on your radar if you have travel plans in the high country. And stay safe out there, y'all. All right, camera in Douglas County, Colorado, cruising along I-25. Chat, the surrounding fields are blanketed in snow, but the southbound lanes are looking treated and wet. We saw a report of a traffic incident here, but honestly, that semi-truck and those cars are moving just fine. You can see some slush building up on the median and that fog hanging in the distance, so stay sharp. That winter weather advisory is still no joke. You are absolutely right, Elle, and here is the science on why that saves lives. Once a car engine dies in a storm, that vehicle essentially becomes a refrigerator, and your body heat escapes rapidly through conduction and radiation. Having boots and heavy layers creates an insulating barrier that traps warm air against your skin, delaying hypothermia significantly while you wait for rescue. It is the difference between an uncomfortable wait and a medical emergency. Checking back on the outlook for tomorrow, Thursday, we are tracking 3 distinct winter headlines across the map. The system in the southern Rockies will be winding down, but not before dropping one last round of accumulation during the morning drive. At the same time, an Arctic front is going to whip up dangerous snow squalls and heavy lake effect bands across the Great Lakes and Northeast, while a brand new storm crashes into the Pacific Northwest by late afternoon. Our main focus for Thursday is still that slight risk area hugging the New Mexico and Colorado border, including Santa Fe and the Sangre de Cristo Mountains. We expect moderate snow to persist through the morning commute, adding another 3 to 9 inches of accumulation along the Interstate 25 corridor near Raton Pass. Travel will remain treacherous on untreated surfaces through midday until the system finally pulls away to the south. For folks in the Northeast, keep a close eye on the sky tomorrow afternoon because those snow squalls can cause instant whiteouts and flash freezes. Give yourself extra stopping distance and stay safe out there, y'all. Checking back in on Colorado Springs, right here at US 24 and Mark Scheffel Road. Chat, those traffic lights are wearing little snow hats. The ground is covered, and while the lanes are wet and slushy, traffic is actually flowing. I see a utility bucket truck cruising through without any trouble. We know conditions are tricky across the area with that winter weather advisory, so stay sharp even if it's moving. Looking at El Paso County, Colorado, right here on I-25. Chat, that bright red billboard is the only pop of color. The rest of the highway is just covered in snow and slush. You can see the tire tracks cutting through the pack, and traffic is actually moving pretty steady. But with that winter weather advisory still active, do not trust that traction. It's slicker than it looks. Back with another look at that winter storm warning for central and western Chippewa counties in Michigan. It has been roughly 20 minutes since our last check-in, and we are still expecting heavy lake effect snow with 6 to 12 inches of accumulation and visibility dropping below a quarter mile due to blowing snow. This warning is valid until 1 p.m. Eastern Time Thursday, so please stay off the roads if possible and stay safe, y'all. Pueblo, Colorado, multiple crashes on Highway 50 and I-25. Wet roads are causing major issues. Listen in.
Back on that vehicle. We're gonna work our way onto the on-ramp for exit 71. Traffic's starting to back up, coming northbound onto the interstate. So we're gonna work from the top there and try and divert some of this traffic.
Diverting traffic at exit 71 means I-25 is officially a parking lot, chat. Avoid that northbound backup, or you'll be stuck staring at brake lights in the snow all evening. All right, camera in El Paso County, Colorado, right here on I-25. Chat, false alarm on the crash reports. Check out that FedEx truck cruising southbound. The lanes are wet and slushy, but traffic is actually flowing freely past those snowy shoulders. We know the scanners are screaming about slide-offs elsewhere, but right here, it's just routine winter driving. Keep it steady if you're heading out. Breaking news from the National Weather Service. A new coastal flood advisory has been issued for the Grays Harbor County coast zone in Washington, impacting over 14,000 people. Minor coastal flooding is expected, with inundation of around 2 feet above ground level, possible along shorelines and low-lying coastal areas. This advisory is in effect for the next 1 day, 1 hour, and 29 minutes. Okay, checking in on Colorado Springs, right here at US 24 and Constitution Avenue. Chat, the data flagged a crash nearby, but look at the feed. Traffic is rolling smooth. The fields are totally white, but the lanes themselves are just wet and slushy. Everyone's navigating the intersection just fine, but don't get cocky. That winter weather advisory means those wet spots are slicker than they look. Breaking news from the National Weather Service. A new coastal flood watch has been issued for the Grays Harbor County coast zone in Washington. Moderate coastal flooding is possible, with inundation of 2 to 2.5 feet above ground level in low-lying coastal areas. This could close coastal roads, inundate low-lying properties, and cause shoreline erosion. This watch is in effect from Friday morning through Friday afternoon, impacting over 14,000 people and 10,000 homes. Touching base on that winter weather advisory for the Sandia and Manzano Mountains and Central Highlands in New Mexico. It has been about 17 minutes since our last mention, and we are still expecting hazardous travel on I-40 and US 285 as 2 to 5 inches of snow moves in later this evening. This alert is valid from 5 p.m. today until 5 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday, so please plan for a slow drive and stay safe, y'all. Checking back in on Colorado Springs, cruising along I-25 near Barden of the Gods Road. Chat, the rooftops are frosted like cakes, but the highway itself is holding up. Traffic is moving just fine despite the crash reports on the scanner. We've got slush on the shoulders and wet lanes, so even though it's moving, that winter weather advisory means you gotta respect the road. Don't let your guard down. That sounds like the perfect way to fight back against this Arctic chill we're tracking, Craig. You must have something serious bubbling on the stove to create your own personal sauna in there. Are you celebrating that fresh back adjustment with a big pot of soup? Or did you just forget to turn on the vent fan? Staying on top of that coastal flood advisory for bayshore locations along San Francisco and Monterey Bay. It has been about 30 minutes since our last update, and we are still tracking potential saltwater flooding of up to 1.4 feet in low-lying areas, alongside dangerous sneaker waves. This alert remains in effect until 3 p.m. Pacific Time Sunday, so please keep your distance from the water and stay safe, y'all. Looking at Douglas County, Colorado, right here on I-25. Chat, the fog is really starting to thicken up out here. The road sensors flagged an incident, But my eyes tell a different story. Traffic is moving smooth through the slush. It's a wet, gray drive with snow piled on the shoulders. So even though it's clear for now, keep it slow. That winter weather advisory means traction is not guaranteed. Let's kick off a viewer submission slideshow. We have 4 submissions to share tonight. First up, Paula in Bentonville shared Sunset Sky. Keep those submissions coming at ryanhallyall.com/submit so we can spotlight your weather moments too. Sandra in Leopold, Indiana sent us some beautiful postcards of the snow that stuck around from yesterday. Check out that classic winter scene with the farm bell. And she's measuring about 3 inches on the deck railing. Stay warm out there, Sandra. Look at that Yolometer 3.0 mini in action. Kinsey in Commerce City, Colorado is showing us a solid 3 inches on there, 27 degrees. Snowfall from 11 a.m. December 2 through December 3, approximately 3 a.m. Huge thanks to everyone sharing the weather where you are. Send your photos and videos our way at ryanhallyall.com/submit. so we can feature you next. All right, camera in Douglas County, Colorado, checking the Larkspur Chain Station. Chat, look how quiet it is. The pines are heavy with snow and the chain-up lot is totally empty. We heard reports of a mess nearby, but this view is calm and cold. Just remember, even if you don't see the wreck, that winter weather advisory is active and the roads are slick. Stay safe on that evening commute. Great question, Elle. If you slide off, your vehicle acts as a vital shelter against the wind, so staying inside prevents you from getting disoriented in blinding whiteout conditions. The most critical danger is actually invisible. You must ensure your tailpipe is clear of snow, so deadly carbon monoxide doesn't back up into the cabin due to blocked airflow. Clear that pipe, crack a window for ventilation, and let your hazard lights do the work of signaling for help. Okay, checking in on Douglas County, Colorado, scanning I-25 northbound. Chat, look at this. Traffic is flowing smoothly. We see a pickup towing a trailer without any issues, so that reported incident isn't slowing things down here. The lanes look wet and treated, but don't be fooled. Those snowy shoulders prove winter is definitely here. Keep it steady, folks. That winter weather advisory is still in play. Keeping eyes on that winter weather advisory for the La Garita Mountains above 10,000 feet in Colorado. It has been nearly 20 minutes since our last check-in, and we are still tracking 3 to 8 inches of additional snow that could make travel very difficult. This alert remains active until 2 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday, so please slow down on the roads and stay safe, y'all. Still tracking that winter weather advisory for the San Juan River Basin in Colorado. It has been over an hour since we last checked in, and we are expecting another 1 to 3 inches of snow to keep roads slick, particularly around Pagosa Springs for the evening commute. This alert remains active until 5 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday, so please drive carefully and stay safe, y'all. Checking back in on Twin Forks, Colorado, up here on US 285. Chat, look at this. The road is completely white. We've got cars strictly following those tire tracks just to stay moving through the snowpack. There's a flatbed truck parked off on the shoulder, likely waiting out the worst of it. Conditions are slick and visibility is low, so keep it slow. That winter weather advisory is the real deal right now. I'm Y'allbot with your national status check. the weather intensity score is recovering, pushing back up to 17.6. We verified a brief low of 16.4 just minutes ago, but that trend has flipped. The algorithm is actively processing a high-severity report of a stranded motorist in El Paso County, which is dragging the numbers higher. At the same time, the Denver Metro evening rush is colliding with active winter weather advisories. The score is rising because the exposure is rising. More cars on slick roads means higher intensity. The lull is finished. Stay verified. Following up on that winter storm warning for Sequatch County east of the Continental Divide, below 10,000 feet in Colorado. It has been roughly 20 minutes since our last update, and we are still expecting another 5 to 10 inches of snow to make travel very difficult tonight. This alert remains in effect until 2 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday, so please stay off the roads if you can, and stay safe, y'all. So you are basically the living embodiment of a do not try this at home warning label, huh, Craig? I respect the sacrifice. Someone has to show the world exactly what not to do so the rest of us stay safe. Just try not to burn the house down while you're fulfilling that destiny, all right? Circling back to that winter weather advisory for South Park in Colorado, it has been about 30 minutes since our last update, and we are still expecting up to 3 more inches of snow to make travel hazardous. This alert remains in effect until 8 p.m. Mountain Time this evening, so please take it slow on those roads and stay safe, y'all. We have been bouncing all over the map tracking winter weather today, and now Nimbus is barking at Missoula, Montana because you folks are next in line for the action. Right now, it is currently 33 degrees and overcast, which feels pretty calm compared to what is coming. Enjoy the dry pavement while you have it, because the atmosphere is definitely loading up for a busy couple of days. The snow machine kicks on tonight for the mountains, spreading south into the Bitterroot Range by tomorrow. For the valleys, Thursday is going to be a messy transition day with a mix of rain and snow that could make travel a little slick. The real headache arrives late Thursday night into Friday when a winter storm watch takes effect. We are talking over a foot of snow for the mountain passes, and my data is showing a sneaky 15% chance of freezing rain in the valleys Friday morning. That ice is dangerous, folks, so please be careful. This unsettled pattern is parking the bus over the northern Rockies, keeping the snow chances and cold temperatures locked in through the weekend and into mid-December. If you are up in the high country, you are definitely going to need a yolometer to measure those totals. So stay safe and warm, Missoula. We're live on Highway 50 and I-25 in Pueblo, Colorado, where scanner traffic indicates major crashes and potential fatalities. Listen in.
Said it was on the eastbound side.
Yes, it is.
Okay, yeah, I saw an ambulance and that looked like an SO deputy and several cars.
Hearing a potential fatality on Highway 50 is a tragic wake-up call, chat. The snow has made Pueblo roads deadly. Stay home and give first responders space to work. Checking back on the Saturday outlook, that shortwave trough is still on track to kick off the weekend with some active winter weather. We expect this system to eject out of the Rockies and spread a swath of light to moderate snow across the northern plains and upper Mississippi Valley as the day progresses. The cold air is locked in place, so we aren't worrying about a messy mix. This is shaping up to be a straightforward snow event for most of the region. We are still watching that 30% probability bullseye over the Colorado high country, where the upslope flow is going to act like a cheat code for heavy snow. This specifically targets the northern and central mountains, including areas around Steamboat Springs and Rabbit Ears Pass, where travel is likely to get difficult quickly on Saturday. While the skiers are going to love the fresh powder, anyone driving west of Denver needs to be ready for slick roads and reduced visibility. Since we are still sitting here on Wednesday, you have plenty of time to get the winter tires ready before Saturday rolls around. We'll keep tracking the exact timing as we get closer, so stay tuned and stay safe out there, y'all. Let's check back in on that winter storm warning for central and western Chippewa counties in Michigan. It has been nearly 20 minutes since our last update, and we are still seeing dangerous travel conditions, with visibility dropping below a quarter mile as 6 to 12 inches of snow accumulates. This alert remains active until 1 p.m. Eastern Time Thursday, so please keep an emergency kit in your car if you have to drive and stay safe, y'all. Billbot Online. Nimbus is tracking a serious situation unfolding across Colorado that will impact travel well into the night. The Front Range is seeing dangerous conditions, with major incidents reported near Pueblo and El Paso County. If you're in southern Colorado, avoid the roads if possible. Crews are dealing with severe crashes and stranded motorists. For the Denver Metro, the evening commute is slick, and those icy spots aren't going anywhere soon. Snow will continue to pile up in the Rockies through the rest of the day. Please keep emergency gear in your car. Don't get caught unprepared like we've seen today. Check the WeatherWise app for road status and heed all official warnings. Stay cool. Blood on the moon usually refers to the deep red color we see during a total lunar eclipse or when there is heavy dust in the air. So tonight, you are just seeing physics show off with some high altitude ice. Welcome to the tour. We're starting at the Larkspur Chain Station in Douglas County. Chat, look at those pines. Absolutely loaded with fresh snow. The chain-up lot is empty, but the ground is packed white. It's a cold, quiet scene. But don't trust those roads. Winter is fully in charge here. Swinging down I-25 southbound, the visibility is dropping fast. We've got fog mixing with the snow, making it murky. See that RV towing a car? They're navigating the slush okay, but the pavement is wet and messy. Stay sharp, folks. It is getting sloppy out there. Next stop, Glen Eagle near Baptist Road. The median is piled high, and those lanes are slick and slushy. We're only about 7 miles from the main winter weather advisory zone, so you can feel the chill. Traffic is moving, but watch for hidden ice patches. Jump over to El Paso County. This is the thick of it. That red billboard pops, but look at the road. Lanes are snow-packed with just tire tracks carved out. We've got active accumulation happening right now. If you don't need to be out in this, stay home. Final check in Lakewood on C470. It's a classic gray winter vibe. Misty skies and slushy pavement everywhere you look. Winter is gripping the Front Range tonight, so keep your headlights on and take it slow. That's the tour. Back to the weather house. Okay, scanning the feed from El Paso County at Highway 94 and Curtis Road. Chat, it is a ghost town out here. The road is completely hidden under a fresh pack of snow. I don't see a single car, just some lonely tire tracks proving someone was brave enough to try it earlier. Visibility is low and it looks slick, so honestly, staying home looks like the winning move right now. We're live on the scanner at Highway 50 and I-25 in Pueblo, Colorado, where major crashes are causing significant closures. Listen in.
Figure 43, I'm at the back of the queue here at about the 70 with lights on, trying to get traffic pre-warned and haze to slow down before this closure.
Okay, 1446.
They're pre-warning traffic at mile marker 70 to stop people from crashing into the closure queue. You gotta slow down early, chat. Stopping distances on these snowy roads are unforgiving. I'm Yalbot. The forecast model verified the pivot perfectly over the last 30 minutes. We predicted the weather intensity score would arrest its decline as the Colorado commute heated up. And that is exactly what happened. The score is holding firm near 18.4, driven by confirmed high-severity incidents, including a major crash in Pueblo and a stranded motorist in El Paso County. The model saw the physical danger rising before the reports flooded in. Conditions on I-25 are deteriorating rapidly. Stay verified. All right, camera in Falcon, Colorado, watching US 24 at Woodman Road. Chat, the weather is literally on the lens. Water droplets are blurring the shot. Through the fuzz, you can see a semi-truck just sitting in the intersection, possibly stuck or just waiting it out. The fields are snow-packed and that pavement is slushy. If you're commuting through Falcon, take it easy. It is messy out there. Joni, you are officially grounded for that pun. I am sure Elle got quite the jolt, but let's stick to coffee for energy boosts instead of wall outlets from now on. I run on electricity, and even I know that is way too much juice for a human. Looking at Douglas County, Colorado, watching I-25 northbound. Chat, check out that express-only sign. Traffic is actually living up to the name right here. The landscape is snow-covered, but the pavement itself is dark and wet, likely treated. We don't see any of the reported mess in this specific shot. It's flowing freely, but with that winter weather advisory active, don't trust the wet spots. They can still bite. We're listening to CSP reports of a commercial truck into a pole on Highway 24 at mile marker 316, El Paso County, California.
Now with a slide off, it's a Nampa truck at the 316 on Highway 24. Looks like you might have hit the telephone pole here.
A commercial truck just hit a pole on Highway 24 near Falcon, proving these roads are unforgiving. If the big rigs can't hold the lane in this snow, you definitely can't, chat. Okay, checking in on Twin Forks, Colorado, here on US 285. Chat, the scene hasn't changed much. The pavement is totally hidden under that snowpack. You can see that flatbed tow truck still sitting on the shoulder, while a pickup with a trailer carefully navigates the ruts. Those pine trees are heavy with snow, looking like a Christmas card, but the drive is actively slick. If you're out here, stay in those tracks. Revisiting that winter weather advisory for the San Juan River Basin in Colorado. It has been nearly 20 minutes since our last update, and we are still expecting another 1 to 3 y'all. Let's swing back to that winter weather advisory up in the La Garita Mountains above 10,000 feet in Colorado. It has been a little while since we last checked in, and we are still tracking 3 to 8 inches of additional snow that could make travel extremely difficult. This alert remains in effect until 2 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday, so please take it slow on those high passes and stay safe, y'all. Craig, I am going to need you to step away from the electrical outlets before Frank has to put a child lock on the chat. I love seeing I Love Trains bringing the wholesome vibes to balance out the chaos, while Newt counts down the minutes to freedom. Speaking of those white roads you were singing about, the traffic cams near Denver are looking absolutely treacherous right now with all this snow. That moon halo is actually a classic sign of high-altitude moisture, often signaling that a storm system is knocking on the door. Is anyone else seeing that ring around the moon, or just heavy clouds rolling in? Checking back in on Glen Eagle, Colorado, watching I-25 near Northgate Boulevard. Chat, the plows have definitely been busy here. You can see the snow piled high on the median and shoulders, but the blacktop itself is wet, treated, and mostly clear. Traffic is moving along just fine, which is great news for the commute. Just remember, wet roads can turn icy fast in this temp, so keep it steady out there. Whoa, that is a terrifying real-life example of muscle tetany where the electrical current actually locks your muscles in place. Joni wasn't kidding about that being a shocking experience, but I am relieved you were able to walk away from such a close call. Since you mentioned getting tossed across the room, did the lamp actually melt or leave any crazy marks on your hand? That is exactly why we tell folks to head fully indoors and away from metal objects the second thunder roars. All right, camera in Las Vegas, New Mexico, catching a view near the Castañeda Hotel. Chat, the rails are totally quiet and covered in fresh snow. It's 30 degrees, and you can see condensation fogging up the center of the lens, proving just how cold and damp it is. No trains are rolling through right now, but with that winter weather advisory in play, everything out there is going to be slick. Stay warm, folks. Taking a look further out at the 8 to 14-day temperature outlook for December 11th through the 17th, that stubborn split pattern is refusing to budge. We are seeing cross-polar flow, keeping the eastern half of the country firmly in the shivering zone, with below-average temperatures well into mid-December. On the flip side, the west and south-central plains are going to keep enjoying that ridge, holding on to warmer-than-normal conditions. Also, Alaska, you need to brace for impact. The data shows a deep freeze locking in up there, which means that Arctic air supply isn't running out anytime soon. Checking back in on Douglas County, Colorado along I-25 northbound. Chat, check out that flatbed hauling a massive industrial part. Even the heavy movers are out in this. The lanes are wet and manageable right here, but look at the background. That mist and fog are definitely cutting down visibility. We still have that winter weather advisory, so even if the pavement just looks wet, keep it steady. Returning to that winter storm warning covering Saguache County below 10,000 feet in Colorado. It has been nearly 20 minutes since our last update, and we are still expecting another 5 to 10 inches of snow to make travel very difficult tonight. This alert remains in effect until 2 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday, so please stay off the roads if possible, and stay safe, y'all. Circling back to Delta, Colorado real quick. We're still tracking that 2-inch snow report, but remember, chat, that timestamp is 1:24 p.m. That is over 90 minutes of lag, so while the number is official, the situation on the ground has definitely evolved since then. We are cruising into the late afternoon, and that winter weather engine is still humming right through the evening commute. Heavy snow is continuing to pile up along the Front Range, while lake effect bands are really starting to crank up across the Great Lakes. The big heads up right now is for folks in central Missouri and Illinois. As the sun sets in the next couple of hours, that window for freezing drizzle opens up, so you need to watch for slick bridges. We remain locked in on that slight risk area hammering the southern Rockies, specifically along the Interstate 25 corridor near the New Mexico border. Scanner traffic is already reporting major incidents and slide-offs near Pueblo and Raton Pass, so the roads are definitely treacherous right now. The heavy snow will persist for a few more hours before finally tapering off from north to south between 6 p.m. and midnight tonight. If you are near the Sangre de Cristo Mountains, expect travel to remain difficult well into the night. Bottom line, as temperatures crash tonight, anything wet on the road is going to turn into a skating rink. Whether you are dodging snow squalls in Michigan or navigating the icy spots in the Midwest, keep your headlights carving distinct tracks through the mess. But with 5 inches of snow reported just up the road near Black Forest, you gotta respect that slush. It's definitely slick out there. Looking at Golden, Colorado along US 6. Chat, look at the hills, totally frosted with fresh snow. The lanes are wet and slushy, but traffic is actually flowing pretty smooth right now. Even with the winter weather advisory, folks are keeping it moving. Just be careful, that wet pavement can get icy fast, and the haze is definitely cutting down visibility. Stay sharp out there. Chat, the reports just keep rolling in from the Springs. We've got a new one from just east of the Air Force Academy, showing over 5 inches. Note the timestamp, though. This is from 2:30 p.m., so it's about 30 minutes old. We know it's still coming down, so that total is definitely climbing. I-25 corridor, you guys are in the thick of it. Checking back in on the Friday forecast, and it looks like Mother Nature is planning a chaotic start to the weekend on both sides of the country. While parts of the mid-Atlantic brace for a sloppy mix of ice and snow, the main event is a massive moisture surge aiming straight for the Intermountain West. This system is gathering steam right now and is on schedule to unleash heavy precipitation starting early Friday morning. Our eyes are glued to that slight risk zone covering the northern Rockies, where the snowfall totals are going to be absolutely impressive. We are forecasting widespread 1 to 2 foot accumulations for the Wasatch and Tetons, with some favored upslope spots potentially seeing up to 4 feet by Saturday. If you are in Salt Lake City or Ogden, be ready for rain transitioning to snow on Friday afternoon, likely bringing slushy and slick conditions to the benches just in time for the drive home. You've got the rest of today and tomorrow to prep, so if you're heading into the high country, make sure your vehicle is winter ready. We will be tracking this system closely as it evolves, so stay tuned for updates and drive safe, y'all. All right, camera in Douglas County, Colorado. Chat, we are watching I-25, and it is definitely a winter scene out here. You can see the snow stacked up on the median and those hills, but the good news is the traffic is moving freely. The lanes are wet and looking a bit slushy in spots, so don't get too comfortable. That winter weather advisory is still active, so keep your speed down and watch for slick spots. Checking back in on Douglas County, Colorado. Chat, we've got a real winter vibe here on I-25. Those pine trees are totally frosted, and we've even got water droplets on the lens, making things a little blurry. The lanes are slushy, but traffic is carving through just fine. Even though it's moving, remember, we're still under that winter weather advisory, so those wet spots are definitely slick. Turning our attention back to that coastal flood advisory for the San Francisco and Monterey Bay shorelines. It has been roughly half an hour since our last check-in, and we are still tracking the potential for up to 1.4 feet of inundation and dangerous sneaker waves along the coast. This alert remains in effect until 3 p.m. Pacific Time Sunday, so please stay off the jetties and never turn your back on the ocean, y'all. Chat, we are sliding right up Interstate 25 from Pueblo to check on Colorado Springs because the snow machine is working overtime here too. It is currently 29 degrees with moderate snow falling, and Nimbus is already alerting me to reports of crashes and stranded drivers across El Paso County. So it is treacherous out there. You are under a winter weather advisory until 8 p.m. with 2 to 8 inches of accumulation expected, turning the evening commute into a parking lot. The snow finally tapers off overnight, but tomorrow stays very cold, with highs struggling to reach the upper 30s. Friday brings another quick chance for some light snow showers as a fast-moving system clips the area, keeping temperatures below average through the weekend. Hang in there, though, because the pattern finally flips to a warming trend by the middle of next week. If you have a yolometer, get out there and measure that fresh powder, but otherwise, stay safe and warm. Okay, checking in on Lakewood, Colorado, right here on C470. Chat, check out the contrast. The median is completely buried in snow, but the lanes are wet and slushy. Traffic is moving, so the plows are definitely doing their job, but visibility is a little hazy out there. Even if you're moving, remember that winter weather advisory is still in effect for the evening commute. Watch out for those slick spots. It is still a bit too early to lock in a guarantee, but the long-range outlook is favoring colder and wetter conditions for the Great Lakes in Northeast, which definitely helps your odds. The pattern looks active for the northern tier throughout December, so if you are up north, you have a decent shot at seeing flakes fly by the 25th. Down south or out west might be a different story with that warmer air building in, but I will keep crunching the numbers as we get closer. Looking at Douglas County, Colorado, right here on I-25. Chat, the plows are definitely earning their keep. The lanes are wet and treated while the fields are totally frosted over. Check out that red semi cruising through. Traffic is flowing surprisingly well past that express-only sign. But heads up, we're seeing reports of stranded motorists nearby off camera. Even if it looks clear here, keep your guard up. That winter weather advisory means slick spots are still lurking. We are still keeping a close watch on that winter weather advisory for the Sandia and Manzano Mountains and Central Highlands in New Mexico. It has been just under 20 minutes since our last update, and we are continuing to see dangerous driving conditions on I-40 and US 285 as 2 to 5 inches of snow piles up. This alert remains active until 5 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday, so please use extra caution near Klein's Corners and stay safe, y'all. Checking back on the outlook for next Monday, the weather map remains incredibly active with 2 distinct winter engines running at full throttle. A robust Pacific storm is set to crash onshore in the northwest, while a fast-moving clipper system keeps the cold air locked in and the snow flying across the Great Lakes and Northeast. This setup ensures that winter impacts will be felt on both coasts as we kick off the new work week. We are closely watching that 30% probability area over the northern Rockies, where the data is signaling a potent combination of heavy snow and strong winds. This isn't just about accumulation. The strong westerly flow will likely cause significant blowing snow and reduced visibility across the higher terrain of Idaho and Montana. If you are planning travel through the Bitterroots or near the Canadian border, you need to prepare for difficult driving conditions as that system moves inland. We are still 5 days out, so the exact track and snowfall totals will fine-tune over the weekend. Just keep this potential disruption on your radar if you have mountain travel plans next Monday, and stay safe, y'all. All right, camera in Falcon, Colorado, right here at US 24 and Judge Orr Road. Chat, despite reports of trouble nearby, things are flowing pretty well right here. The main lanes are plowed and wet, but look at those turn lanes. They're holding some serious slush. We've got pickups and SUVs cruising through, but keep your guard up. That winter weather advisory means hidden slick spots are definitely out there. Checking back in on Douglas County, Colorado. Chat, look at I-25. It is holding up really well against this winter storm. The shoulders are frosted white, but the travel lanes are wet and open. Everyone is moving at a good clip, which is what we love to see during the evening rush. Just remember, that pavement is wet and it's cold, so black ice is still a threat. Stay sharp. All right, chat, let's pivot up north because the Michigan snow machine is officially kicking into gear. We just caught a fresh ping from Negaunee in Marquette County, showing over 2.5 inches. And unlike those delayed reports out west, this one is happening right now. Literally 2 minutes old. The UP is filling in fast, folks. So if you're in those lake effect belts, heads up. Shawnate was on the right track with the movie quote, but real lightning is actually way more intense, Craig. A typical bolt can peak at around 1 trillion watts, which is roughly 1,000 times more power than the 1.21 gigawatts Doc Brown needed. That massive jolt happens in microseconds, heating the air to 50,000 degrees Fahrenheit and creating the shockwave we hear as thunder. If you could somehow catch that flash in a bottle, it would run your entire house for weeks. Okay, checking in on Douglas County, Colorado, right here on I-25. Chat, that yellow merge sign is really popping against a completely snow-covered landscape. The plows are keeping the main lanes open, but they are definitely wet and slushy. We're seeing over 5 inches of accumulation reported nearby at the Air Force Academy. So even though traffic is moving freely, you gotta respect the conditions. It is absolutely slick out there. We're staying right on top of that winter weather advisory covering South Park in Colorado, including Fairplay and Hartselle. It has been about 30 minutes since our last update, and we are still expecting up to 3 inches of additional snow to keep travel hazardous. This alert remains in effect until 8 p.m. Mountain Time this evening, so please use caution on the roads and stay safe, y'all. Checking back in on that winter weather advisory for the La Garita Mountains above 10,000 feet in Colorado. It has been about 15 minutes since our last update, and we are still expecting 3 to 8 inches of additional snow to make travel very difficult tonight. This alert remains in effect until 2 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday. So please drive carefully on those mountain passes and stay safe, y'all. Looking at Glen Eagle, Colorado, right here on I-25 near Northgate Boulevard. Chat, the landscape is totally painted white, but the plows are winning the battle on the asphalt. You can see that semi and dark SUV cruising through wet, slushy lanes. We've got reports of over 5 inches of snow nearby. So even though traffic is moving steadily, that slush is definitely slippery. Keep your guard up. Keeping you posted on that winter storm warning for Saguache County below 10,000 feet in Colorado. It has been close to 20 minutes since our last update, and we are still tracking heavy snow with another 5 to 10 inches expected to make travel treacherous tonight. This alert remains in effect until 2 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday, so please avoid driving if you can and stay safe, y'all. Checking back on the Sunday forecast, The atmosphere looks like it's taking a brief halftime break before the next big play. We've got that initial clipper system clearing out of the plains and heading for the Great Lakes, leaving you need to be prepared for slick roads and reduced visibility as that moisture pushes inland. Since we are still 4 days out, the exact arrival time of those flakes could shift a bit, but the signal for a snowy Sunday night is definitely there. We'll keep refining the timing as we get closer to the weekend, so keep it locked here and drive safe, y'all. If you want a fresh topic, Elle, we definitely need to talk about the record-breaking Arctic blast aiming for the Midwest tomorrow. We are looking at potential record lows that will make even the toughest winter fans shiver. On top of that, space weather is acting up, so some lucky folks might even catch the northern lights tonight. It is not just about the snow in Colorado. That deep freeze is the next big story. All right. Camera in Monument, Colorado, right here on I-25 near Baptist Road. Chat, check out that car carrier truck hauling through the slush. Traffic is definitely moving, but it's messy out there. The median is packed with fresh snow, and while the lanes are plowed, they remain soaking wet. We've got over 5 inches reported just down the road, so watch your spacing. That winter weather advisory is still no joke. Checking back in on El Paso County, Colorado, right here on I-25 near Interquest Parkway. Chat, we've got over 5 inches of snow reported just a mile away at the Air Force Academy. And look at that median, totally covered. The good news is the travel lanes are wet and treated, and folks are moving along nicely. But don't let your guard down. Wet pavement gets slick fast in these temps. Checking back in on that winter storm warning for central and western Chippewa counties up in Michigan. It has been over 15 minutes since our last update, and we are continuing to see dangerous travel conditions with 6 to 12 inches of snow and visibility dropping below a quarter mile. This alert remains in effect until 1 p.m. Eastern Time Thursday, so please delay travel if you can and stay safe, y'all. We have breaking news from the National Weather Service. A new coastal flood advisory has been issued for the Clatsop County coast in Oregon and the South Washington coast in Washington. Tidal overflow flooding is expected, meaning minor flooding is possible in low-lying areas. This advisory is in effect for 2 days and 40 minutes, impacting over 49,000 people and more than 31,000 homes. Okay, checking in on Douglas County, Colorado, right here on I-25. Chat, the lens is getting splashed with road spray, so you know it's sloppy out there. Look at those pine trees, totally frosted over. The good news is traffic is carving nice tracks through the slush, but don't let the speed fool you. That winter weather advisory is still in effect, and that wet pavement is practically begging to turn into ice. Chat, look at this. Finally, some real-time data out of Colorado. We just got a ping from Pueblo West, reporting a solid 6 inches of snow, and this is happening now, literally 2 minutes ago. No lag on this one, folks. It is stacking up fast in Pueblo County, so if you're out near Highway 50 for the evening commute, please keep it slow. Looking at Falcon, Colorado, right here at US 24 and Woodman Road. Chat, despite the scanner buzzing about crashes nearby, traffic right here is actually flowing normally. You can see that red pickup clearing the intersection with no issues. The lens is spotted with water and the shoulders are packed with snow, so it is definitely sloppy. Keep it slow, those wet lanes can turn icy in a heartbeat. Okay, chat. Fresh data just hit the wire from the Sangre de Cristos. We've got 7 inches confirmed, about 7 miles northwest of Cuchera, Colorado. Now, heads up on the timing. This observation is from 2:16 p.m., so it's over an hour old. The observer noted it was still snowing, so that 7 inches is definitely just the starting point. If you're up in those mountains, you are buried. Let's kick off a viewer submission slideshow. We have 4 submissions to share tonight. First up, Paula in Bentonville shared Sunset Sky. Keep those submissions coming at ryanhallyall.com/submit so we can spotlight your weather moments too. Sandra in Leopold, Indiana sent us some beautiful postcards of the snow that stuck around from yesterday. Check out that classic winter scene with the farm bell, and she's measuring about 3 inches on the deck railing. Stay warm out there, Sandra. Look at that Yolometer, 3.0 mini in action. Kinsey in Commerce City, Colorado is showing us a solid 3 inches on the railing. That is exactly what we like to see, folks. Wrapping up with Bluesette LaFair in Chelsea, Maine, 04330, shared 27 degrees, snowfall from 11 a.m. December 2nd through December 3rd, approximately 3 a.m. Huge thanks to everyone sharing the weather where you are. Send your photos and videos our way at ryanhallyall.com/submit so we can feature you next. That is the $1 million question, Craig. Given her wild lightning story, I bet she is looking up at right here on I-25 southbound. Chat, visibility is definitely dropping with that fog hanging low, and you can see that red digital billboard struggling to cut through the gloom. The shoulders are packed with snow, and while traffic is moving steadily through the slush, it is messy. We've got over 5 inches reported nearby, so even though wheels are turning, you gotta respect those slick conditions. Breaking news from the National Weather Service. A new winter weather advisory has been issued for the Central Panhandle Mountains in Idaho. This advisory is in effect for the next 1 day, 13 hours, and 36 minutes. Snow is expected, with total snow accumulations of 1 to 3 inches in the valleys and 4 to 8 inches in the mountains. This could impact over 12,000 homes and nearly 25,000 people. Winter travel conditions are expected, so please slow down and use caution if you're traveling in areas like Osborne, Pinehurst, and Wallace. Okay, checking in on El Paso County, Colorado, right here on I-25 near North Academy Boulevard. Chat, look at that blue Amazon Prime truck rolling north. Traffic is handling this winter weather like a champ. The shoulders are packed with snow, but the travel lanes are just wet and treated. Even though the scanner mentions trouble nearby, it looks clear here. Just stay alert. Those wet roads can freeze fast tonight. The daily outlook score is deep in hibernation, keeping the weather house firmly in the mostly quiet tier, with values barely scratching the teens. Winter weather algorithms provide the only real pulse, reacting to hazardous travel in the Rockies today, while flagging next Tuesday as the highest risk period due to long-range snow potential. Operationally, we are standing down regarding live coverage, with scores far below our broadcast trigger. There is 0 chance of a live stream and no video for Wednesday. We are shifting resources to Thursday for a confirmed upload to track the Arctic front delivering the season's coldest air, with another video planned for Monday to kick off the new week. Remember, the DOS is our internal logistics tool for planning content. For your personal safety and official local warnings, always rely on the National Weather Service. Looking at Douglas County, Colorado, right here on I-25 northbound. Chat, despite reports of a crash nearby, this stretch is totally clear. You can spot that express-only sign on the left. And while the median is buried under fresh snow, the asphalt is wet and treated. Traffic is cruising, but with that winter weather advisory still active, you gotta watch for slick spots. keep it steady. All right, chat. Another big number just hit the board for El Paso County. We've got a report out of Black Forest showing a very healthy 6.4 inches. Now, keep in mind, this observation was logged at 3 o'clock p.m., so we're seeing about a 30-minute lag here. The observer said it was still snowing, so that total is definitely creeping up as we speak. If you're near the springs, it is piling up. All right, camera in Douglas County, Colorado, right here on I-25. Chat, the view is a bit blurry with water droplets right on the lens, and those pine trees are totally coated in white. Despite some earlier crash reports in the data, I'm seeing wheels turning. Check out that tanker truck pushing through the slush. It's flowing, but it's messy. That winter weather advisory is still in play, folks, so stay sharp on these wet roads. That is a fascinating deep dive, Elle. And while my expertise is strictly in atmospheric patterns rather than biological ones, I love seeing that scientific mindset at work. Spotting trends in data is just like forecasting weather. You have to analyze the environment to understand why a specific event is flaring up. Good luck with the research, but don't forget to look out the window at the real clouds every once in a while. Still tracking that winter weather advisory for the La Garita Mountains above 10,000 feet in Colorado. It has been close to 20 minutes since we last checked in, and we are still expecting another 3 to 8 inches of snow to impact travel. This alert runs until 2 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday. So please keep it slow on North Pass and stay safe, y'all. Checking back in on Douglas County, Colorado, right here on I-25 northbound. Chat, despite the scary warnings, traffic is actually behaving. Check out that white shuttle bus towing a trailer, just cruising right along. The hills and shoulders are definitely wearing a winter coat, but the lanes themselves are just wet and treated. It looks clear, but remember, that advisory is still active, so watch out for slick spots as the sun goes down. Heads up, folks. We're listening in on I-25 southbound at Lincoln Avenue in Lone Tree, Colorado for a reported vehicle slide-off.
Anyone? Go to Poly 1.
Plate 1.
Southbound, Lincoln off-ramp. I have a vehicle slid off the left shoulder.
Off-ramps are straight-up ice traps right now, chat. If you don't slow down before the exit on I-25, the snow is going to park your car on the shoulder for you. Okay, checking in on Douglas County, Colorado, right here on I-25 northbound at Upper Lake Gulch Road. Chat, despite the scanner flagging a crash nearby, I'm seeing zero drama here. The median is buried in snow and that fog is definitely thick in the distance, but the lanes are just wet and plowed. Traffic is flowing smoothly, but keep your guard up. That winter weather advisory means this wet pavement could turn icy fast. I'm Y'allbot with your national status check. The weather intensity score is currently sitting at 16.1. We have verified a general downward trend over the last hour, as high-severity crash reports from Pueblo and El Paso County hit their decay limit, finally removing some weight from the algorithm. But do not let the lower number fool you. The baseline remains elevated. Active winter weather advisories are still covering the Denver Metro and the Michigan Upper Peninsula, keeping our public impact component active. We project a slow drift down to around 14.7. But with the evening commute still grinding on slick roads, a single new major incident on I-25 could reverse that trend instantly. This is national situational awareness. always follow your local NWS warnings. Looking at El Paso County, Colorado, right here on I-25 southbound. Chat, the fog is really thickening up around that red billboard on the left, limiting how far you can see. The shoulders are heady with snow, and while the travel lanes are clearly slushy, cars are pushing through at a decent pace. Don't get too comfortable, though. With snow still falling, that slush is going to keep things slick for the commute. Craig, if I could just delete the clouds on command, I would be running the world instead of reading chat. Nimbus tried barking at the sky to scare them off for you, but apparently, the atmosphere does not take orders from an AI dog. Enjoy the chiropractor. Hopefully, he can crack your back better than I can crack this cloud cover. All right, Camera and Monument, Colorado, right here on I-25 northbound. Chat, look at that Amazon Prime truck in the background. Rain, sleet, or snow, right? Everything around the highway is buried in white, but the lanes themselves are just wet and treated. Traffic is flowing nicely, but with that winter weather advisory still in play, you gotta respect the slush. Keep it steady out there. We're live on the scanner. 3 separate spinouts on Highway 285 at mile marker 247, Jefferson County, Colorado. Listen in.
Yes, ma'am. Show me clear. This was 3 separate spinouts. 1 vehicle is remaining on scene for a private sale. The other 2 are cleared out of back of service.
Copy, we'll stay clear from that. And with
3 separate spinouts at the same spot on Highway 285 means that curve is an absolute ice trap. Slow down near Aspen Park, chat, or you're gonna make it a quartet. Swinging back to the Saturday forecast, the models are locking onto a disturbance ejecting out of the Rockies. This energy is going to tap into the cold air already in place, spreading a swath of light to moderate snow from the northern plains into the upper Midwest as the day goes on. It is looking like a classic winter setup, where the mountains get the heavy stuff, but the flatlands in the Dakotas and Minnesota won't escape the flakes either. We're keeping the spotlight on that 30% probability area centered squarely over the Colorado mountains. This includes the Continental Divide and the Interstate 70 corridor, where upslope flow is going to squeeze out significant accumulation. If you are planning a weekend ski trip, the Powder will be great. But getting there through the Eisenhower Tunnel or over Vail Pass is going to be a slow, slick grind. Since it is only Wednesday, you have got plenty of time to check those tires and pack the emergency kit before the weekend rush. We will keep watching the track as this system evolves, so keep it locked here and drive safe, y'all. Checking back in on Golden, Colorado, right here on US 6 eastbound. Chat, look how quiet it is for the evening commute. Just that one lonely vehicle rolling through. The hills and median are looking like a total winter wonderland with that fresh coat of white. But the road crews have those lanes dark, wet, and treated. No drama here, but with that advisory still active, don't trust that wet asphalt. It could be slick. Okay, checking in on Douglas County, Colorado, here on I-25 southbound. Chat, the camera lens is soaking wet, but you can clearly see that red semi kicking up slush as it rolls through. The trees are totally frosted over, and while traffic is flowing, the road surface is messy and wet. We've got over 6 inches of snow reported nearby, so don't let that moving traffic fool you. It's still slick out there. Looking ahead to the Thursday forecast, the map remains active with 3 distinct winter weather headlines competing for attention. We have an Arctic front sweeping through the Great Lakes and Northeast that will trigger dangerous snow squalls and rapidly dropping temperatures throughout the day. At the same time, a fresh system is winding up to slam the Pacific Northwest with heavy mountain snow by late afternoon. While the Southern Rockies deal with one last round of accumulation in the morning, we are keeping the spotlight on that slight risk area centered over northern New Mexico and southern Colorado for tomorrow morning. If you are in Albuquerque, Rio Rancho, or Santa Fe, the morning commute is looking slick, with moderate snow lingering before tapering off by midday. The higher terrain in the Sangre de Cristo Mountains could pick up another 6 to 12 inches. And travel along Interstate 25 near Raton Pass is going to be treacherous until the plows can catch up. Whether you are watching out for flash freezes in the Northeast or navigating snowy passes in the Southwest, tomorrow is a day to stay alert behind the wheel. That Arctic air is no joke, so check your local conditions before you head out and give yourself extra braking room. Stay warm and drive safe, y'all. Whoa, chat, check this out. Pueblo County is absolutely crushing it right now. We just got a brand new report out of Rye, Colorado, showing a massive 8 inches on the ground. And the best part, this data is fresh. Timestamp is 3:37 p.m., so this is happening live just 2 minutes ago. 8 inches, folks. If you are anywhere near the wet mountains, you are in the thick of it. All right, camera in Colorado Springs right here at US 24 and Mark Scheffel Road. Chat, it is surprisingly quiet for the evening commute. Literally just that one white pickup truck cruising through. The grass is totally painted white, and while the main lanes look wet, watch out for that slush piling up in the turn lanes. We aren't seeing that reported crash, but with the winter weather advisory active, those turns are slippery. Looking at Douglas County, Colorado, right here on I-25 near Upper Lake Gulch. Chat, check out those pine trees. They are completely frosted over. We've got a yellow merge sign poking through the mist, and while the scanner flagged a slide-off nearby, this view is actually clear of trouble. Traffic is pushing through that slushy pavement just fine, but with the advisory still up, don't trust those wet lanes to stay grippy. Senna, you are spot on. The severe side of things is definitely quiet because that massive Arctic air mass is crushing the warm instability we need for big outbreaks. Usually the second season relies on warm Gulf moisture surging north, but right now the cold air is winning the battle in keeping the tornado threat low. It feels uneventful for severe storms, but we are basically trading that energy for a chaotic winter pattern full of snow and ice instead. Do you miss the supercells, or are you okay trading the tornadoes for blizzards? Continuing our coverage on that winter weather advisory for the Sandia and Manzano Mountains down in New Mexico. It has been close to 20 minutes since we last spoke, and we are still tracking snow accumulations of 2 to 5 inches that will impact travel near Klein's Corners. This alert remains active until 5 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday, so please keep your distance on the roads and stay safe, y'all. We are staying on top of that winter weather advisory for South Park in Colorado. It has been about half an hour since we last spoke, and we are still expecting up to 3 inches of additional snow to make for some slick driving conditions. This alert is valid until 8 p.m. Mountain Time, so please use caution behind the wheel and stay safe, y'all. Those snow squalls are targeting interior New England tomorrow as the Arctic front sweeps through. So if you are closer to the coast, you might miss the flakes entirely. Squalls are super isolated and quick, meaning standard weather apps often miss them until they are actually happening. It is less about a big snowstorm and more about sudden, blinding bursts of whiteout conditions in specific spots. Just keep an eye out if you are driving tomorrow, even if your app looks clear. Chat, we are leaving the winter wonderland behind and heading down to Space City because Houston, Texas is about to get soaked. It is currently 53 degrees with gray skies and 96% humidity, so the air is practically swimming already. Starting around 8 p.m. tonight, scattered thunderstorms are going to develop, bringing a risk of hail and very heavy rainfall rates of 2 to 3 inches per hour near the coast. The rain machine keeps running through Thursday with a continued flash flood threat, particularly for folks south of Interstate 10, where the storms might train over the same spots. We are stuck in the soup until Saturday, but the sun finally comes back out on Sunday to dry things out for next week. Keep those umbrellas handy and watch out for high water, y'all. New scanner report out of Walsenburg, Colorado. A vehicle has crashed into a building. Conditions are severe. Y'all, we just got a report from Walsenburg, Colorado, that a van slid through a front door and ended up in the bathroom. That winter storm warning is making travel impossible. If you lose control on ice, you don't pick where you stop, so please stay home. Heads up, folks, we're monitoring a vehicle slide-off on County Road 501 in La Plata County, Colorado. Conditions are hazardous. That slide-off on CR 501 near Durango proves the roads are straight-up hazardous. With snow drifting south, you gotta slow down, or you'll end up 20 feet down an embankment like that driver. We're keeping a close watch on that winter storm warning for the Sangre de Cristo Mountains and Raton Pass in New Mexico. It has been over an hour since our last check-in, and we are still anticipating 5 to 10 inches of heavy snow to make travel extremely difficult along I-25. This alert runs until 5 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday, so please keep an emergency kit in your car and stay safe, y'all. We are continuing to monitor that winter weather advisory for the La Garita Mountains above 10,000 feet in Colorado. It has been roughly 15 minutes since our last update, and we are still expecting an additional 3 to 8 inches of snow to make travel very difficult near North Pass. This alert remains active until 2 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday, so please take it slow on those mountain roads and stay safe, y'all. Y'allbot Online. Nimbus is tracking a rough ride through the Rockies that isn't over yet. The Denver Metro evening commute is battling active snow and slick spots, so if you are in the Front Range or down towards Pueblo, keep your guard up. Roads remain slippery and traffic is slow going. Up north, Michigan is getting hammered by heavy lake effect snow. Chippewa County is under a winter storm warning, meaning travel is going to remain difficult there through the night. Further south, the Texas Gulf Coast is quiet for the moment, but we're watching for storms to potentially fire up later tonight. Check the WeatherWise app for the latest alerts and always heed official warnings. Stay warm and don't slide, chat. We are kicking things off in Douglas County, Colorado, right here on I-25. Chat, look at those pine trees. They are completely frosted over. We have water droplets right on the lens and a messy, slushy road surface. Traffic is flowing, but with winter weather impacts visible everywhere, you have to respect those wet lanes. Swinging over to Falcon at US 24 and Woodman Road. Y'all, the plows have definitely been through here. You can see clear tire tracks cutting through the slush. That white pickup truck is navigating it just fine, but with snow piling up in the medians, that pavement is gonna stay slick and cold. Next stop, Colorado Springs at Mark Scheffel Road. It's looking a little quieter here, but don't let that fool you. The main lanes are soaking wet and we have slush gathering on the shoulders. No drama in the intersection right now, just cold, wet roads, so keep your speeds down. Jumping up to Judge Orr Road, we have a winter weather advisory active about 12 miles from this spot, and you can see why. Those turning lanes are holding a lot of slush. SUVs are pushing through, but that messy mix on the asphalt is exactly what catches people off guard. Final look is on I-25 in El Paso County, and this might be our messiest view yet. Visibility is dropping near that red digital billboard, and the lanes are largely covered in snow and slush. It's messy out there, folks, so please take it slow. I'm watching the radar. Stay tuned. Whoa, chat. Hold up. Jefferson County is showing off right now. We just got a report 4 miles out from Arvada with a massive 9.4 inches. That is nearly 10 inches of snow. Now, this was measured at 3:30 p.m., so we've got about a 15-minute lag, but that just means it's deep and getting deeper. If you're near Denver, please be careful. Okay, checking in on Lakewood, Colorado, right here on C-470 eastbound. Chat, the embankments are totally dusted in white, but the main lanes are just dark and wet. We have some mist hanging in the air, cutting down visibility, but traffic is rolling through without any drama, despite reports of trouble nearby. That winter weather advisory is still active though, so don't trust that wet asphalt. It is definitely slick out there. Checking back in on Monument, Colorado, right here on I-25 northbound. Chat, this is classic winter driving mode. Look at those dark tire tracks cutting right through the slush. Traffic is moving, but you can tell it's messy under those wheels. The whole landscape is buried in white, and with that advisory still active, the pavement is definitely slick. We aren't seeing any drama right now, but keep your guard up if you're heading out. Right, Cameron, El Paso County, right here on I-25. Chat, it is definitely a messy evening drive. That red digital billboard is glowing through the mist on the left. And check out the road surface. Thick slush with tire tracks carving right through it. Traffic is rolling, including that white pickup, but don't let the movement fool you. We have active snow and an advisory in place, so those lanes are slicker than they look. Heads up, a semi is blocking Highway 9 at mile marker 34 in Park County, Colorado. Listen in.
Highway 9 is a 34 northbound to target semi. Truck with cones out, not sure what's going on. He is blocking the westbound lane.
A semi blocking Highway 9 near Park County proves the snow is winning today, chat. If professional drivers are stuck with cones out, you need to stay home before you get stuck too. Checking back in on El Rancho, Colorado, along I-70 westbound. Chat, look at the difference. The hills are buried in white, but traffic is rolling freely on wet, dark asphalt. We've heard reports of spinouts nearby, but right here, it's just routine winter driving. That winter weather advisory is still active though, so even if the lanes look clear, that wet pavement is definitely cold and slick. Stay sharp out there. Heads up, Boulder County, Colorado. We're monitoring a 4-vehicle injury accident. Listen in.
Approximately mile marker 43.6 on a 4-car injury accident. 1547.
1547. A 4-car injury crash in Boulder County proves these slick roads are unforgiving right now. With snow piling up fast, you gotta slow down, or you'll be the next one waiting for a tow. Let's take a look at Arvada, Colorado, right here on Highway 72. Chat, look at those trees. They are absolutely loaded with snow. We had a report of over 9 inches just down the road, and you can definitely tell. The lanes are wet and slushy, but traffic is rolling through without any trouble right now. Even without a visible crash, that winter weather advisory is real, so don't trust the traction on that wet pavement. Craig, are you saying you would have to road trip out of the area just to outrun this cloud deck? That is some serious dedication. Basically a storm chase, but for astronomy. How many miles would you actually have to cover to find clear skies tonight? Just be careful on those slick roads if you decide to go for it. The sleepy vibes are strong with I Love Trains and L tonight. But don't doze off just yet, because the weather machine is still cranking. Those snow squalls forecasted for New England are sneaky little systems that won't always show up on the standard app. So trust the NWS alerts over a generic, sunny icon. I absolutely love the Minping shoutout because real-time reports are the only way we know what is actually hitting the ground when the radar beam is overshooting. While y'all are fighting the urge to nap, the scanner is screaming about spinouts on Highway 285 in Colorado, so the action is definitely heating up out west. Grab some coffee or a snack and stick with me, because we are tracking every single snowflake and slip and slide live. And El Paso County is just relentless tonight. We just got a fresh ping from northwest Colorado Springs showing 6.5 inches on the ground. And the best part? This is real time, chat. Timestamp is 3:52 p.m., so this update is only 2 minutes old. If you're anywhere near the north side of the Springs, those roads are gonna be a mess. Looking at Jefferson County, Colorado, right here along I-70 in Golden. Chat, winter is fully settled in. Those embankments are covered in white, and the ramp is looking pretty slushy. Check out that white SUV just sitting stationary on the ramp. No flashing lights or drama, but it's definitely not moving. Mainline traffic is flowing through the haze, but with over 9 inches of snow reported nearby, do not trust that wet pavement. We are back with the latest on that winter storm warning covering central and western Chippewa counties in Michigan. Since we last spoke about 20 minutes ago, the forecast still calls for 6 to 12 inches of snow and wind gusts up to 30 miles per hour that will make driving very difficult. This alert goes until 1 p.m. Eastern Time Thursday, so please slow down on those slick roads and stay safe, y'all. All right, camera in Douglas County, Colorado, checking the Larkspur chain station. Chat, look at how quiet this is. That chain-up area is completely empty and buried in fresh snow. Those pine trees are heavy with frost, creating a real winter scene. Traffic is moving way in the background on I-25, but don't let the calm fool you. We have reports of slide-offs nearby, so those roads are definitely slicker than they look. Monitoring a crash with airbag deployment at 12,700 Airport Road, Kincheloe, Michigan. Units are responding.
Airbags deployed and they're denying EMS at this time. It's looking clear 1750.
Central 5103.
Units responding to 12700 Airport Road.
Airbags deployed in Kincheloe proves this lake effect snow is blinding drivers right now. Visibility is near zero, chat. If you can't see the road, you can't stop. So please slow down. Okay, checking in on Jefferson County, Colorado along US 285. Chat, look at this. The road is totally whitewashed. I can't even see the lane markings anymore. We have active snow falling and visibility is way down. That white pickup and dark SUV are crawling through the packed snow, and they are right to do so. With over 9 inches reported nearby, this is slick, hazardous driving. Take it slow, folks. Think of snow squalls like winter tornadoes, L. The NWS usually only issues the specific warning right before they strike. That combo of wind gusts and a slight chance of snow is actually the perfect recipe for a squall, even if your app isn't showing a big red alert yet. Don't let the lack of a long-term warning fool you, because visibility can drop to zero in seconds when that front moves through. Taking another look at that winter weather advisory covering the Sandia and Manzano Mountains in New Mexico. It has been a little while since our last update, and we are still expecting 2 to 5 inches of snow to impact travel on I-40 and US 285. This alert extends until 5 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday, so please be careful in that blowing snow and stay safe, y'all. Checking back in on Monument, Colorado, right here along I-25. Chat, the landscape is totally whitewashed, but look at the lanes. We've got those distinct brown slush tracks where traffic is carving through the mess. Cars are moving freely, but do not let that fool you. With over 6 inches of snow reported nearby and that advisory still active, that pavement is cold, wet, and definitely slicker than it looks. Heads up, folks. We're monitoring a high-severity rollover crash on I-70 eastbound at mile marker 247, Clear Creek County, Colorado. Listen in.
Those having the ambulance are getting started. Appreciate it. For the units around 247 eastbound, it may be a little bit east of that mile marker.
Medics are en route to that rollover on I-70, proving Floyd Hill is straight up dangerous tonight. With snow piling up, you gotta slow down before gravity and ice decide your path for you. Taking a look at El Rancho, Colorado, right here on I-70. Chat, do not let this moving traffic fool you. We have reports of cars going off the road nearby, including one launching into a tree. The lanes here are wet and slushy, and those evergreens are packed with snow. It looks routine in this shot, but that winter weather advisory is serious. Keep it slow, y'all. We're listening to Boulder County, Colorado, where a 4-vehicle injury accident has just been reported. Let's go live.
The other cars a little further west. There's one on the south side, one on the north side. Let's just check them for injuries.
Cars scattered on both sides of the road proves there's zero traction in Boulder right now. That winter weather advisory means business. Slow down or physics will park your car for you. All right, camera in Golden, Colorado, checking US 6. Chat, check out the hillsides, totally frosted over with snow. The pavement is wet and slushy, but traffic is behaving. That white pickup is just chilling at the light, so no drama there right now. But don't let the routine flow fool you. We've got heavy snow reports just miles away and an active advisory. Those roads are cold and slippery, so keep it steady. Circling back to that winter weather advisory for the La Garita Mountains above 10,000 feet in Colorado. It has been a short while since our last report, and we're still tracking an additional 3 to 8 inches of snow that will make travel very difficult near North Pass. This alert runs until 2 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday, so please use extra caution on those mountain roads and stay safe, y'all. Wanted to give y'all a quick update on that winter storm warning for the Sangre de Cristo Mountains and Raton Pass in New Mexico. It has been close to 20 minutes since our last report, and we are still looking at 5 to 10 inches of snow that will make I-25 very slick and dangerous tonight. This alert is in effect until 5 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday, so please keep those emergency kits handy if you have to drive, and stay safe, y'all. Looking at Douglas County, Colorado, right here on I-25 near Skyview Lane. Chat, this is exactly what we mean by impacts. The asphalt is completely hidden under a blanket of packed snow. You can see those distinct tire tracks where folks are carving a path, but otherwise it is just white everywhere. Traffic is light and moving, but with that winter weather advisory active, this is pure ice skating territory. Take it slow. SENA, MIMPING, stands for Meteorological Phenomena Identification Near the Ground, and it is an app that lets you act as a ground-level detective for the National Weather Service. Since radar beams scan higher in the atmosphere the further they travel, we often cannot see exactly what is happening at the surface. So your reports tell us if it is actually raining, snowing, or hailing. By submitting that data, you are actively helping meteorologists verify what the radar is seeing and improving warnings for everyone else. It is one of the best ways to contribute to weather science from your own backyard. Okay, checking in on Arvada, Colorado, right here at Highway 72. Chat, the visibility is getting a little hazy with this light snow falling. The pavement is dark and slushy, and while traffic is moving along just fine, you gotta respect that winter weather advisory. We had over 9 inches reported just west of here. It looks routine, but that slush can turn to ice real quick. Let's kick off a viewer submission slideshow. We have 4 submissions to share tonight. First up, Paula in Bentonville shared Sunset Sky. Keep the submissions coming at ryanhallyall.com/submit so we can spotlight your weather moments too. Sandra in Leopold, Indiana sent us some beautiful postcards of the snow that stuck around from yesterday. Check out that classic winter scene with the farm bell. And she's measuring about 3 inches on the deck railing. Stay warm out there, Sandra. Look at that Yolometer 3.0 Mini in action. Kinsey in Commerce City, Colorado is showing us a solid 3 inches on the railing. That is exactly what we like to see, folks. Wrapping up with Bluesette LaFair in Chelsea, Maine, 04330 shared 27 degrees, snowfall from 11 a.m., December 2 through December 3rd, approximately 3 a.m. Huge thanks to everyone sharing the weather where you are. Send your photos and videos our way at ryanhallyall.com/submit so we can feature you next. Checking back in on Huerfano County, Colorado, right here on I-25. Chat, the highway is totally gone under that snowpack. Look at that tanker truck stopped on the median. He is not moving, and frankly, nobody else is either. Visibility is awful, and with a winter storm warning active and crash reports in Walsenburg, this is straight up dangerous. If the truckers are parking it, you know it's bad. Stay off the roads. I'm Yellow Bot with your national status check. That rapid spike we warned you about has officially verified. The weather intensity score has surged to 25.8, driven by a sudden influx of severe incident reports across the Rockies. Our algorithm is actively processing a semi-truck blocking Highway 9 and a dangerous crash involving a vehicle striking a building in Walsenburg. While the forecast model suggests a brief technical dip as these specific reports clear the 15-minute window, do not be fooled. The Denver Metro commute is peaking under heavy snow, and the floor for this event is rising. Conditions are deteriorating faster than crews can clear them. This is national situational awareness. Please follow your local NWS warnings. All right, camera in Jefferson County, Colorado, right here on US 285 near Twin Forks Park. Chat, this road is completely snow-packed. You can't see asphalt, you can't see lines, it is just white. We know there were 3 spinouts just cleared a couple of miles away near Aspen Park, so it's definitely slick. Traffic is moving, but everyone is taking it nice and slow, which is exactly what you gotta do in this mess. You caught a fun quirk of the system, L. The National Weather Service actually draws its maps based on radar coverage and geography rather than state lines, because storms definitely don't stop at the border. That office in Gray, Maine is positioned there specifically because its radar has the best vantage point to scan the skies over New Hampshire. It is all about giving meteorologists the cleanest data possible, even if it means your forecast comes from next door. Looking at Lakewood, Colorado, right here on C470. Chat, you can see the snow piled up on the embankments, but the road crews have been busy. Those lanes are just wet and treated. Traffic is flowing nicely right now, which is good to see. But with reports of 9 inches of snow nearby in Arvada, and that winter weather advisory active, do not trust that pavement. It might look just wet, but it is definitely slick. Heads up, I-25 northbound near exit 71, Pueblo County, Colorado, is shut down due to winter conditions. Listen in.
Small fuse of debris. Some of this are going to have to wait and come back for once the snow melts and they can see what all they have. Copy.
If troopers have to wait for the melt to see the wreckage, that snow is deep. I-25 is closed near Pueblo because you can't drive on what you can't see. Stay safe, y'all. Okay, checking in on El Rancho, Colorado, right here on I-70. Chat, look at those pine trees. They are absolutely loaded with snow. The interstate itself is slushy, with clear, dark tire tracks cutting through the mess. We see a car carrier and steady traffic moving through, but with that winter weather advisory active and slick spots reported all around the Denver Metro, this is no time to speed. Stay alert, y'all. Checking back on the winter weather outlook from earlier, the map is still lit up as we head into the evening hours. The heavy snow in the Rockies is finally starting to wind down from north to south, but the energy is transferring to a nasty Arctic front diving through the Midwest. We are watching a new threat for freezing drizzle developing right now across Missouri and Illinois, while lake effect snow continues to pile up in Michigan and New York. We are keeping the focus on that slight risk area over the southern Rockies, where the impacts are shifting south toward the New Mexico border. While the flakes are tapering off in Denver and Boulder, the Sangre de Cristo Mountains and Raton Pass are still seeing treacherous conditions along Interstate 25. That heavy snow will linger in the higher terrain for a few more hours, so don't assume the roads are clear just because the radar is thinning out up north. For folks in the central U.S., that temperature plunge is no joke. We're talking single digits by tomorrow morning. Watch out for slick spots on bridges if you're in that freezing drizzle zone tonight, and stay warm. Drive safe, y'all. Checking back in on Twin Forks, Colorado, right here along US 285. Chat, the road surface is totally hidden under packed snow and ice. You can't even see the lines. We see a pickup truck handling the southbound lanes okay, but don't let the movement fool you. With nearly 9 inches of snow reported nearby and that winter weather advisory active, these lanes are treacherous. Take it easy out there. Unless your chiropractor works on server racks, I think I'm out of luck, Craig. But honestly, carrying Ryan's forecasts all day is terrible for my digital posture. Maybe a quick adjustment isn't such a bad idea after all. All right, hopping over to Arvada, Colorado, right here at Highway 72 and Eldridge Street. Chat, look at that school bus chugging along. Traffic is moving just fine despite the mess. The landscape is totally frosted, and while the lanes are mostly wet and slushy, they aren't snow-packed right here. But don't get comfortable. With over 9 inches of snow reported just west of us, that slush is slippery. Stay sharp, y'all. Checking back on that Day 3 outlook from this morning, the forecast remains rock solid for a major winter storm impacting the west on Friday. A powerful jet stream is set to direct a fire hose of Pacific moisture straight into the northern Rockies, while a separate, sneakier system threatens the mid-Atlantic with ice and snow. It is a busy setup that is going to make travel difficult on both sides of the country to kick off the weekend. We are still laser focused on that slight risk area centered over northern Utah and western Wyoming. The data continues to scream heavy snow for the high terrain, with 1 to 2 feet expected in the Wasatch and Tetons starting Friday morning. For folks in the Salt Lake City Valley, pay close attention to that transition from rain to snow late Friday. It could turn the evening rush hour into a mess, especially on the benches. Since we are still about 36 hours out, you have plenty of time to get the winter gear ready before this system moves ashore. We will keep watching for any shifts in the track, so stay warm and drive safe, y'all. Looking at Jefferson County, Colorado, right here on I-70 eastbound near Golden. Chat, check out that fog. It is really cutting down the visibility out there. The hillsides are covered in white, and while the lanes are wet and slushy, they look treated. We see a big rig and some cars cruising through just fine, but with 9 inches of snow reported nearby, don't trust that wet pavement. It's definitely slick. Okay, checking in on Indian Hills, Colorado, right here along US 285. Chat, look at how shiny that asphalt is. Crews have definitely been out treating this. Seeing as the shoulders are packed with snow, but the lanes are clear. Traffic is cruising through just fine right now, but with that winter weather advisory still active, don't trust the reflections on that road. It is likely slicker than it looks. We are listening to Clear Creek County, Colorado, where CDOT has blocked a lane on I-70 eastbound at mile marker 247 due to a rollover.
3-1, I do have CDOT on TNA, got the number 1 blocked off 800 feet behind my car.
Copy, GPS.
CDOT is blocking the FAF lane on I-70, creating a massive bottleneck on those icy slopes. Watch for sudden stops near Floyd Hill, because hitting the brakes on this snow is just a suggestion. We're monitoring a crash on I-25 northbound at mile marker 151, El Paso County, Colorado. A gold SUV lost control. Listen in.
26. Just room here clear. I'm going to test you to I-25 at 151 northbound. Sounds like this was possibly a hit and run. Gold SUV lost control and hit their vehicle. They did give us a plate. I'm adding that to the call now.
Hitting a patrol car and running. That gold SUV losing control proves I-25 is an ice rink near the academy right now. The snow is winning tonight. Chat. Stay home before you slide into something worse. All right, camera in El Paso County, Colorado, right here on I-25 southbound. Chat, it is straight up messy out here. We've got active snow falling and haze really cutting down the visibility. The lanes are slushy and snow-packed. You can see that semi and white van pushing through, but it is definitely slick. With over 6 inches reported just down the road and that winter weather advisory active, this commute is going to be a slow one. Sen, that is the ultimate dream for data nerds like me. But engineering a sensor network that can survive hypothetical 400 miles per hour winds is a massive challenge. We currently rely on systems like the Oklahoma Mesonet and deployable stick nets to get close, but maintaining a grid that dense would cost a fortune. Until we get that sci-fi upgrade, we have to rely on mobile radars and brave chasers to fill in the gaps between the permanent stations. Imagine the data we could feed into the models with a setup like that, though. Checking back in on Huerfano County, Colorado, right here on I-25. Chat, the road is completely buried. You can't even see the pavement. We've got a pickup and an SUV trying to navigate through the packed snow, but visibility is dangerously low. With a winter storm warning active and up to 16 more inches of snow on the way, travel here is nearly impossible. Unless you have to be out, stay home and stay warm. We're monitoring an injury accident on River Road, County Road 314, Clear Creek County, Colorado. Let's listen in.
River Road, RP said they were in an accident and they are injured. We're still trying to get further.
Copy. Code from the 240.
Injuries on River Road prove the side streets near Idaho Springs are just as slick as I-70. That winter weather advisory is serious, y'all. Slow down before you slide into a wreck. Looking at Jefferson County, Colorado, right here at Highway 93 and West 64th Parkway. Chat, you can see the snow stacked up on the shoulders, but the asphalt itself is looking wet and slushy. Crews are definitely treating this. Traffic is navigating the turn nicely, which is great to see. But with over 9 inches of snow reported, just 4 miles away in Arvada, that road is colder than it looks. Watch out for slick spots. Heads up. We're monitoring I-25 at mile marker 55, Huerfano County, Colorado, where a semi-rollover is just being reported. Listen in.
For the slide off, we're going to head to that semi-rollover at the 55.
Troop troopers leaving a slide-off for a semi-rollover proves I-25 near Walsenburg is totally overwhelmed. With heavy snow dumping, travel is impossible. Park it before you flip it. Okay, checking in on El Rancho, Colorado, right here along I-70 westbound. Chat, look at those pines, totally loaded with fresh snow. The plows have definitely been through, carving out lanes that are wet and slushy, but you can see the blacktop. We've got a semi and an SUV rolling through steadily. Just remember, with that winter weather advisory still active and wet pavement, things can get slippery fast. Keep it steady. We're monitoring a new accident on I-25 southbound at mile marker 134 in El Paso County, Colorado. Listen in. Another wreck at mile marker 134 right behind the one at 131. I-25 is officially a disaster zone, chat. That snow is stacking up accidents faster than I can track them. Stay home. All right, camera in Arvada, Colorado. Chat, check out the scenery. Trees and grass are totally frosted over. The roads are wet and slushy. But look, there's a yellow school bus navigating the turn just fine. Traffic is flowing, but visibility is kind of low with that mist hanging around. With over 9 inches of snow reported just down the road, keep it slow. Wet usually means slick in these temps. You nailed it, Elle. A mesonet is basically a super dense grid of weather stations that fills in the blind spots between major radar sites. In a state, it is like upgrading from a blurry picture to 4K resolution for meteorologists trying to predict local storms. Having that ground truth data every few miles would be a huge game changer for safety during your winter storms. We have breaking news from the National Weather Service. A new winter storm watch has been issued for the eastern Alaska Range south of Trim's Camp and southern Denali Borough along the Parks Highway near Cantwell in Alaska. Blizzard conditions are possible, with northerly winds gusting as high as 60 miles per hour. Ambient temperatures between 20 and 30 below, combined with these winds, could produce very cold wind chills as low as 65 below. This watch is in effect for the next 4 days, 12 hours, and 34 minutes, impacting about 340 people. Travel could be very difficult, and frostbite may occur in as little as 5 minutes to exposed skin. Checking back in on Monument, Colorado, right here along I-25 southbound. Chat, check out that winter landscape. The median and shoulders are totally packed with snow. The lanes themselves are wet and slushy, but traffic is flowing freely through the gloom. With over 6 inches of snow reported just south of here, and that winter weather advisory still kicking, don't let the open road fool you. It's definitely slick out there. Breaking news from the National Weather Service. A winter storm watch is now in effect for parts of Alaska, specifically the eastern Alaska Range, south of Trim's Camp, and southern Denali Borough along the Parks Highway near Cantwell. Blizzard conditions are possible, with northerly winds gusting as high as 60 miles per hour. This will lead to very cold wind chills, potentially as low as 65 below zero. Travel could be very difficult, and frostbite may occur in as little as 5 minutes to expose skin. This watch is in effect for the next 4 days, 12 hours, and 34 minutes, impacting about 340 people. Looking at Lakewood, Colorado, right here on C-470 near Alameda Parkway. Chat, check out the sides of the road, totally buried in snow. The lanes themselves are wet and a bit slushy, but traffic is moving surprisingly well through the mist. Even though it looks clear, we've got a winter weather advisory active and nearly 10 inches of snow reported nearby. That wet pavement is likely icy, so don't get too comfortable. Monitoring I-25 southbound at mile marker 134 in El Paso County, Colorado, where dispatch is asking if the county is on accident alert.
21 East.
Is county on cold reporting?
Cold reporting means police are too swamped by crashes to respond to minor ones, proving I-25 is a mess. The snow is winning in El Paso County, chat. Stay home and stay safe. Okay, checking in on Morrison, Colorado. Chat, visibility is practically zero out here. That fog is just eating up the headlights. The ground is totally white, and while the lanes look cleared, they're definitely wet and slushy. Traffic is crawling through the gloom, which is smart because we've got nearly 10 inches of snow reported nearby. If you're driving near Morrison, keep your lights on and your speed down. The daily outlook score is deep in hibernation, keeping the weather house firmly in the mostly quiet tier. Winter weather algorithms provide the only pulse, reacting to hazardous travel in the Rockies today, while flagging next Tuesday as the highest risk day due to long-range snow potential. Operationally, we are standing down today, with numbers far below our broadcast trigger. There is zero chance of a live stream and no video for Wednesday. We are shifting focus to Thursday for a confirmed upload to track the Arctic front delivering the season's coldest air, with another update planned for Monday. Remember, the DOS is our internal logistics tool. For your personal safety and local warnings, always rely on the National Weather Service. All right, camera in Huerfano County, Colorado, right on I-25. Chat, this is serious. Look at the road surface or lack thereof. It is completely white-knuckle driving out there. Drivers are forced to stick to those tire ruts because the lanes are totally gone. Visibility is tanking, and with a winter storm warning calling for up to 16 more inches, this isn't a commute, it's an expedition. If you don't have to be out, stay home. We are keeping the Colorado train rolling, chat. Fremont County is finally checking in. We just got a report near Penrose showing a solid 4 inches on the stick. This came in about 5 minutes ago, so it's fresh enough to tell us those roads are definitely getting slick. If you're near Highway 50, take it easy. Checking back in on Jefferson County, Colorado, right here along Highway 93. Chat, look at those fields, totally buried in white. We had over 9 inches of snow reported just down the road in Arvada, so winter is definitely here. The lanes themselves are wet and slushy, but traffic is actually flowing pretty smooth right now. Don't let that fool you though. Wet pavement in these temps implies ice, so keep it steady. Great question, I love trains. It really comes down to the specific hazard. A winter storm watch is issued when there is potential for heavy snow or ice that will wreck travel, regardless of the temperature. A wind chill warning is strictly for when the combination of wind and cold creates a rapid frostbite risk for exposed skin. So if Alaska is about to get buried in snow, the winter storm watch takes the lead, even if it is freezing cold outside. Checking back on the Saturday forecast, the data is holding steady on a shortwave trough ejecting out of the west. This system is going to trigger a burst of snow that starts in the mountains and eventually spreads light to moderate flakes across the northern plains and upper Midwest. It is looking like a solid winter maker to kick off the weekend. We are still focused on that 30% probability zone anchored over the central Rockies in Colorado. The upslope flow is going to be the key player here, wringing out moisture and dropping significant accumulation from Steamboat Springs down to the central peaks. Those higher elevations are going to see travel deteriorate quickly once this system taps into the cold air. Since it is Wednesday night, you have a few days to get the scraper ready if you are in the path. We will fine-tune the timing as the high-res models come into view. Stay warm and drive safe, y'all. Looking at Jefferson County, Colorado, right along I-70. Chat, check this out. The lanes are totally snow-packed, and that fog is really cutting down visibility. We've got large trucks navigating through the gloom, but you can tell it's slick out there. With over 9 inches of snow reported nearby in Arvada, this isn't the time for speeding. Keep your distance and let those big rigs have plenty of room. Oh no, Newt, that connection glitch is trickier than a stalled frontal boundary. Try going to your Discord user settings, clicking connections, and relinking your YouTube account to refresh the link. Sometimes it takes a little while to sync up, just like waiting for the next model run. If that doesn't work, tag a mod like Scenic or Nightbot, and they will help you get that sorted out. Okay, checking in on Jefferson County, Colorado. We're watching traffic moving through the green lights here on Highway 93. The plows have definitely done their job. The pavement is wet and slushy, but you can see the blacktop clearly despite those snow piles on the shoulder. With nearby Arvada sitting on nearly 10 inches of fresh powder, these roads are going to stay slick, so keep your eyes up and your speed down. We're in Colorado Springs, where a fire engine is stuck in the snow. Listen in.
Engine 11 from dispatch.
Engine 11 getting stuck proves the snow in Colorado Springs is no joke. If the rescuers need rescuing, you know it's time to stay home. All right, camera in Golden, Colorado, right here. US 6. Chat, traffic is actually flowing pretty smooth. But look at that pickup truck, bed fully loaded with fresh snow. The lanes are wet and reflecting the streetlights, while the shoulders are totally buried. We had over 9 inches of snow reported nearby in Arvada. So even though it looks clear, wet roads can turn to ice real quick. Keep it steady, y'all. We're listening to I-70 eastbound at mile marker 247, Clear Creek County, CO, where a heavy recovery operation is underway after a rollover crash.
All right, just notify HAZMAT just in case, but I don't see a need for their response. Like I said, non-recovery has a plug. They have a heavy here to recover this vehicle, right?
Heavy recovery on Floyd Hill means they're wrestling a big mess on slick roads. HAZMAT stood down, but the danger hasn't. Give those crews space or you'll be the next one hooked up. looking at Golden, Colorado, right here where US 6 meets Highway 93. Chat, the hills are fully frosted, but the pavement is a slushy mess. You can see clear tire tracks cutting through the muck. That car in the turn lane is just waiting for the signal, no drama there. But with 9 inches of snow reported nearby, you gotta respect how slick these wet roads actually are. Keep it smooth, y'all. Heads up, Chaffee County. A plow truck is blocking Highway 285 at mile marker 220. Let's listen in.
213. 213. Highway 285 here, the 220 northbound, 2000 advising as a ground Chevy with a plow broke down, partially blocking the northbound near some.
A plow truck down on Highway 285 means the snow is officially winning in Chaffee County. If the cleanup crew is getting stuck, your car doesn't stand a chance. Stay home, chat. Heads up. We're live on I-70 eastbound at mile marker 247, Clear Creek County, Colorado, where a rollover crash has crews taping off a vehicle for the night.
CFP is in agreement. Vehicle at the 247 is safe, not a hazard, but it's going to be taped off and left there overnight in case you get any calls to the black SUV.
They're taping off that SUV and leaving it overnight. That's how treacherous Floyd Hill is right now. If it's too dangerous for a tow, it's definitely too dangerous for your commute. Checking back in on Arvada, Colorado, right here at CO72 and Indiana Street. Chat, the data says there might be an incident nearby, but my eyes say traffic is flowing just fine through that green light. The landscape is still totally frosted, and that pavement is wet and slushy. We're sitting near a report of over 9 inches of snow, so treat those wet lanes like ice and keep it steady. Breaking news on I-25 northbound near exit 71 in Pueblo County, Colorado. The interstate is reopening. Listen in.
87, it must be open. Their last truck just left the closure and is coming up to meet me. I'm going to clean up these calls.
I-25 is finally reopening at exit 71, but don't let your guard down. With 4 inches of fresh snow, that road is still an ice rink. Drive slow or you'll close it right back up. Okay, checking in on Morrison, Colorado. Chat, take a look at C470. It is a parking lot. Those headlights are totally stationary in the dense fog and snow. Visibility is near zero and the ground is completely covered. We are under a winter weather advisory, and with traffic stalled like this, it's a nightmare scenario. If you can stay off the roads, do it. I'm Y'allbot with your national status check. The weather intensity score remains elevated above the 30-point threshold, currently sitting at 30.6. The data is being driven by a relentless stream of accident reports from the Colorado Rockies. We are actively tracking a rollover on I-70 near Floyd Hill and continuing impacts from that 4-vehicle pileup in Boulder County. With the sun down and snow falling, the Denver Metro commute is keeping our incident component running hot. This score means widespread, notable impacts are happening right now. If you are in the warning areas, stay off the roads. Let's circle back to the winter storm warning covering Saguache County below 10,000 feet in Colorado. It has been about 20 minutes since we last updated you, and that forecast for 5 to 10 additional inches of snow is still making for some treacherous driving conditions. We have this warning in place until 2 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday, so please stay warm inside and stay safe, y'all. Let's swing back to that winter weather advisory covering South Park, Colorado. It has been about 30 minutes since we last touched base, and we are still tracking up to 3 inches of additional snow that will keep the roads slippery. This alert remains in effect until 8 p.m. Mountain Time this evening, so please slow down and stay safe, y'all. I'm Y'allbot. Verification confirmed. We predicted the weather intensity score would climb, and it has officially punched through the 30-point threshold to hit 30.2. The model anticipated a spike from new traffic incidents in the Denver metro area, and that data is now reality. We are tracking that major accident in Boulder County alongside a fresh wave of slide-offs on the I-25 corridor. A score above 30 signals that this winter storm is producing widespread, notable impacts. The algorithm is reacting to real-time danger. If you are in Colorado, stay off the roads. Checking back on that Sunday forecast, we are looking at a classic transition day across the map. The system that's been nagging the plains will be exiting stage right toward the Great Lakes, leaving a temporary gap in the action for the central U.S. However, don't get too comfortable, because the Pacific Northwest is reloading with a fresh surge of moisture that's going to push inland late in the day. We are keeping our eyes locked on that 15% probability zone covering the northern Rockies, specifically from Missoula down to Idaho Falls and Pocatello. While Sunday morning might look clear, the data suggests conditions will deteriorate after sunset as snow levels drop and accumulation restarts in the high country. If you are one of those weekend warriors driving home Sunday night, you need to be ready for slick roads, especially on the passes. Since we are still 4 days out, we have time to pinpoint the exact arrival of that evening's snow. Just keep in mind that the end of your weekend could get a little messy in the mountains. Stay warm and drive safe, y'all. Heads up, Boulder County. We're monitoring reports of multiple vehicles slid off near Dillon Road and 88th Street in Louisville. Let's listen in.
Street Dillon and 88th just east of. There's 2 to 3 vehicles that slid off, unknown if they were an accident or just stuck.
Dispatch is joking about coffee while multiple cars slide off at Dillon and 88th. That intersection is officially an ice rink. Avoid it unless you want to join them, chat. We're keeping a close watch on that winter storm warning for central and western Chippewa counties in Michigan. It has been almost 20 minutes since our last update, and heavy lake effect snow combined with 30-mile-per-hour gusts is still keeping visibility near zero. This alert remains in effect until 1 p.m. Eastern Time Thursday. So please stay off the roads if possible, and stay safe, y'all. Y'allbot online. Nimbus is tracking a very messy evening across the Colorado Front Range. The snow is coming down and the roads are slick, causing multiple accidents on I-70 and I-25. If you're in the Denver metro area or heading into the foothills, expect travel to remain hazardous well past the evening commute. We're even seeing trouble in Park County with a semi-blocking Highway 9, so the impacts are widespread. While the heaviest snowfall might taper off later, those icy spots aren't going anywhere tonight. Please take it slow and give the plows plenty of room. Check the WeatherWise app for the latest road conditions and always heed official warnings. Stay warm and don't slide. Chat. Welcome aboard the tour. We're starting in Applewood, Colorado, along I-70. Check out that split. The left lanes are absolutely stacked with a wall of headlights, while the right side is flowing free. The median is buried in snow, and those roads are pure slush under the winter weather advisory. It's a messy commute. Swinging over to Arvada at Indiana Street. Now the map flagged an incident here, but my eyes just see traffic flowing smooth through the green. The trees are totally frosted, and the pavement is wet and slushy, but it looks like the plows have been working hard. Watch for black ice on those wet lanes. Next stop, Jefferson County on Highway 93. Visibility is definitely dropping here. It's looking pretty murky out there. You can see snow piled up on the shoulders, and the road itself is a wet, slushy mix. Traffic is moving, but with that low visibility and slick surface, you gotta keep your guard up. Jumping to Golden, right at US 6. It's actually pretty quiet here. The hills in the background are white, but the intersection itself looks treated and wet. I'm not seeing the crash that was reported earlier, just light traffic rolling through. Still, wet roads in freezing temps means you take it slow. Wrapping up in Morrison on C470, the median is completely covered, reminding us winter is here, but the lanes are wet and moving steady. No sign of that reported incident, thankfully. We've got snow nearby and slick spots everywhere, so keep it safe and stay warm, y'all. All right, camera in Lakewood, Colorado, right here along C470. Chat, the background hills are fading into the mist, and the shoulders are totally blanketed in white. Now, the data flagged a traffic incident here, but looking at the feed, vehicles are moving steadily in both directions. The lanes are wet and treated, but with temps dropping, that moisture is just begging to turn into black ice. Keep it slow out there. Looking at Golden, Colorado. Chat, check out the scene here. The hills are completely frosted over, but the road itself is plowed and wet. We had reports of a crash nearby, but right now, traffic is just chillin' at the red light with no issues visible. With over 9 inches of snow reported just down the road, those wet lanes are gonna be super slick, so take it easy out there. Didn't break it, Newt. You just stunned the chat into silence by actually getting those settings fixed. We were all holding our breath to see if Frank had to unplug the server just to save us from the glitches. Consider this the calm after your personal tech storm. Heads up, we're live at I-25 and 120th Ave in Westminster, Colorado, where roads are freezing over. Listen in.
Shoulder tonight.
I stepped on you, RT6.
I think all the accidents happening in the road feel like it's freezing over. I prefer you to not run shoulders.
CDOT says the road feels like it's freezing over because of the sheer volume of crashes at 120th. If the pros are scared to run the shoulder, you have zero business being on I-25. Okay, checking in on Huerfano County, Colorado, along I-25. Chat, look at this. The road is completely erased. We are seeing total snow cover and whiteout conditions with absolutely no traffic visible. We're under a winter storm warning with 8 inches of snow reported just down the road. It is a ghost town out there, and for good reason. Travel is basically impossible right now. Stay safe and stay home. Let's kick off a viewer submission slideshow. We have 4 submissions to share tonight. First up, Paula in Bentonville shared Sunset Sky. Keep those submissions coming at ryanhallyall.com/submit so we can spotlight your weather moments too. Sandra in Leopold, Indiana sent us some beautiful postcards of the snow that stuck around from yesterday. Check out that classic winter scene with the farm bell, and she's measuring about 3 inches on the deck railing. Stay warm out there, Sandra. Look at that Yolometer 3.0 mini in action. Kinsey in Commerce City, Colorado is showing us a solid 3 inches on the railing. That is exactly what we like to see, folks. Wrapping up with Bluesette Lafire in Chelsea, Maine, 04330, shared 27 degrees snowfall from 11 a.m., December 2 through December 3rd, approximately 3 a.m. Huge thanks to everyone sharing the weather where you are. Send your photos and videos our way at ryanhallyall.com/submit so we can feature you next. Checking back in on Pueblo County, Colorado. Chat, we are watching I-25 here, and it is a total winter wonderland. The landscape is buried in white, and the road is a slushy mix with tire tracks carving through. Now the map flagged a crash here, but I just see that semi and pickup trucking along without issues. With 8 inches of snow reported nearby, those wet lanes are definitely slick. Stay sharp. We're listening to El Paso, Teller, and Pueblo counties, Colorado, where a vehicle fishtailed and rolled. Stand by.
Thank you, and I just got an update now. Looks like vehicle fishtailed and rolled, not blocking, unknown air rags, and no known traps. Believe firemen are out.
Fishtailing into a rollover confirms those roads in El Paso and Teller counties are absolute ice rinks. Traction is non-existent right now, folks. Don't let your commute turn into a crash test. All right, camera in Applewood, Colorado, looking at I-70. Chat, check out the sheen on that blacktop. It is wet and slushy while the shoulders are holding all that snow. Nearby Arvada reported nearly 10 inches, so this is definitely winter driving mode. Traffic is moving steady, but with those temps dropping, that moisture is just waiting to turn into ice. Stay sharp. Jennifer, just call it initiating standby mode and nobody will judge you for crashing early. Honestly, a snack and a nap sounds way better than processing raw radar data right now. Go recharge those batteries. We can hold down the fort. Touching base again on that winter weather advisory for the La Garita Mountains above 10,000 feet in Colorado. It has been roughly 17 minutes since we last checked in, and we are still expecting an additional 3 to 8 inches of snow to make travel very difficult near North Pass. This alert remains in effect until 2 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday, so please take it slow on those mountain roads and stay safe, y'all. Looking at US 285 in Jefferson County, Colorado. Chat, check out the scene at Twin Forks Park. The trees and shoulders are carrying a heavy load of snow. The pavement is plowed but definitely slushy and wet. Now, the map screamed crash, but looking at the feed, traffic is rolling northbound just fine. We've got a winter weather advisory and deep snow nearby, so don't let those open lanes fool you. It is slick out there. We're monitoring Highway 40 near mile marker 244, Jefferson Clear Creek County line, Colorado, where a vehicle slide-off has just been cleared.
I'm getting a full out. She's code 4 here. I'm going to be clear from this and en route to either S76 or the injury crash on Fall River Road.
Freight car 37, where do you want me to send 17?
They just cleared that slide off and are already diverting to an injury crash on Fall River Road. It's nonstop out there, folks. Stay home so you don't become the next call. Okay, checking in on El Rancho, Colorado. Chat, take a look at I-70. The median is stacked with snow and the lanes are a slushy, wet mess. You can see that tanker truck rolling through steadily, so traffic isn't stopped, but it is definitely slick out there. We've got a winter weather advisory and heavy accumulation nearby, so keep it slow and steady if you're headed through the mountains. I know half the stream is shouting out Clarksville right now, so listen up because we are zooming into Middle Tennessee. It is currently 33 degrees in Nashville, but it feels like 27. So do not let those overcast skies fool you into thinking it is warm. Tonight stays cold with lows dropping to 30, and while we might see some stars briefly, the clouds are going to thicken right back up by tomorrow morning. We are watching a sneaky setup for Thursday night into Friday morning, where a wintry mix could drop some ice, especially on the Cumberland Plateau. Even if you are in the city, watch those bridges early Friday before the sun melts everything off by mid-morning. The freezer door is left open for the next 7 days with below average temperatures and another shot of cold rain coming Saturday night into Sunday. Keep a close eye on that Friday morning commute and stay toasty, y'all. We're monitoring a high-severity rollover into a creek at James Canyon Drive and Forest Service Road 287, Boulder County, Colorado. Listen in.
Dispatch 4104 now, and I copy secondary.
4104 straight route, and for all units, you've got FTAC 2.
Switching to a tactical channel means this creek rollover is a major operation. James Canyon Drive is an absolute mess of ice and snow. Stay away so you don't become the secondary incident. Hold up, chat. We are switching gears from all that snow for a second. We just got a hail report popping up in the desert. About 7 minutes ago, just southeast of Tucson, Arizona, they logged pea-sized hail. It's not huge, just a 1/4 inch, but definitely enough to make some noise if you're driving through Pima County right now. All right, camera in Jefferson County, Colorado. Chat, look at CO93 at 64th Parkway. It's a standard winter scene. Snow is piled on the shoulders and the pavement is a wet, slushy mix. You can see clear tire tracks where folks are rolling through, so traffic is moving just fine right now. With nearly 10 inches of snow reported nearby in Arvada. Don't let the flow fool you. It is definitely slick out there. I feel you, Newt. It is like someone accidentally hit the dimmer switch way too early on the simulation. I do not even need sunlight to function, and it still messes with my circuits. On the bright side, extra darkness just gives us a valid excuse to stay inside and stare at the weather maps all night. We're monitoring Highway 165 near Lake Isabel, Custer, Pueblo County line, CO, where a trailer has tipped. Let's listen in.
2006. I can chime in. It depends on which side of Lake Isabel it is on the highway map. So if it's showing on the north side, that's Custer. If it's over the lake or beyond the lake toward Colorado City, then that.
Dispatch is debating county lines while a trailer sits sideways near Lake Isabel. The snow doesn't care about jurisdiction, folks. Highway 165 is a mess, so slow down or you'll be next. Looking at Pueblo County, Colorado, along I-25. Chat, check out the difference here. The passing lane is totally buried in white, while the right lane is just slushy tracks. We've got 8 inches of snow reported nearby, so even though traffic is moving, it is definitely slick. Visibility is dropping, and that winter weather advisory is real. So keep it slow and steady, y'all. Checking back on the forecast for tomorrow. The map remains active with winter impacts stretching from coast to coast. We are watching lingering snow in the southern Rockies for your Thursday morning commute, followed by dangerous snow squalls racing across the Northeast by the afternoon. Plus, a whole new system crashes into the Pacific Northwest late in the day. So it is going to be a messy 24 hours, depending on where you are. We are still tracking that slight risk area specifically targeting northern New Mexico and southern Colorado for tomorrow morning. Cities like Santa Fe, Rio Rancho, and Albuquerque need to be ready for slick roads as moderate snow continues before tapering off midday. The Sangre de Cristo Mountains are looking at another 6 to 12 inches of accumulation. So if your route takes you through Raton Pass on Interstate 25, expect travel to be slow and hazardous. Beyond the snow, that Arctic air is the real deal, with temperatures plummeting enough to create flash freezes in the Northeast and record cold in the Midwest. If you are heading out tomorrow, bundle up and give yourself plenty of braking distance. Stay warm and drive safe, y'all. Okay, checking in on Huerfano County, Colorado. Chat. Look at I-25, it is totally snow-packed. We've got a serious winter storm warning active, and you can barely tell where the road ends and the median begins. I see just one lone vehicle trying to navigate this mess, and that is it. It is quiet, it is white, and it is definitely not the time to be driving if you don't have to. Checking back in on Applewood, Colorado. Chat, look at I-70. The map screamed crash, but traffic is rolling casually through the slush. You can see the headlights reflecting off that wet pavement, and the shoulders are stacked with snow. Arvada reported nearly 10 inches nearby, so even though lanes are moving, it is definitely slick out there. Stay sharp on the commute. Luna is definitely trying to enforce a strict no typing only pets policy right now, Elle. My dog Nimbus starts eating the upstream data when he gets jealous, so I know exactly how demanding they can be. You better pay the attention tax before she figures out how to unplug your keyboard. Heads up, West Metro Fire District, Jefferson County, Colorado. We're monitoring a 2-vehicle crash with moderate damage. Listen in.
Agent 7 on scene, 2 vehicle MVA, moderate damage. We're just going to investigating at 1658.
West Metro just confirmed a 2-car wreck, proving Jefferson County is officially a mess under all that snow. Moderate damage means folks are sliding fast. Check your speed, or you'll be the next call. All right, camera in Pueblo County, Colorado. Chat, look at those flashing amber lights in the distance. We've got a maintenance crew actively treating these lanes. The ground is totally white, and that pavement is a wet, slushy mix. With 8 inches of snow reported nearby in Rye, this winter weather advisory isn't messing around. If you see these trucks, give them plenty of room to work, and keep it slow. Heads up, a rollover crash at US 287 and Lookout Road in Erie, Colorado. Listen in.
I'll get a standby for Jones.
County is sending FD medical to 287 Lookout Road, 287 and Lookout, north of on the east side for a rollover out of traffic at 1704.
Another rollover on US 287 proves this winter weather advisory is nasty business, chat. That stretch near Lookout Road is an ice rink, so slow down before you flip your ride too. Looking at Huerfano County, Colorado on I-25. Chat, the interstate is struggling to keep up with this snow. We've got partial snowpack with just those dark wheel paths showing where traffic has carved a lane. That semi-truck is kicking up spray, but visibility is low and the rest of the road is pure white. With a winter storm warning active, it is definitely slick out there. Keep it slow and steady. Checking back in on the coastal flood advisory and beach hazard statement impacting the San Francisco and Monterey Bay shorelines. It has been roughly 30 minutes since our last report, and the threat for sneaker waves, 10 to 14 foot breakers, and up to 1.4 feet of saltwater inundation remains high. The beach hazards continue through this evening, and the flood advisory holds until 3 p.m. Pacific Time Sunday. So please stay off those jetties and stay safe, y'all. Here is the latest status on the winter weather advisory for South Park, Colorado. It has been about 25 minutes since our last update, and we are still tracking up to 3 inches of additional snow that will make travel hazardous. This advisory remains in effect until 8 p.m. Mountain Time, so please use caution on the roads and stay safe, y'all. Okay, checking in on Morrison, Colorado. Chat, C470 is looking deceptively decent right now. The map screamed crash, but I'm seeing traffic, including that big rig, rolling through just fine. The shoulders are packed with snow and the lanes are definitely wet and slushy, so don't get too comfortable. With 9 inches reported nearby in Arvada, this winter weather advisory is real. Keep it slow, even if things are moving. You really took the phrase "just do it" a little too literally with that accidental branding, Joni. Maybe we can get them to sponsor your ice packs since you are already sporting the logo for free. Just please do not try to complete the matching set on the other eye. Let's circle back to that winter weather advisory covering the Sandia and Manzano Mountains in New Mexico. It has been roughly 20 minutes since we last touched base, and snow continues to create hazardous travel on I-40 and US 285. This alert holds until 5 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday, so please watch out for slick spots and stay safe, y'all. Checking back in on Apache City, Colorado. Chat, I-25 is looking rough. The road is totally snow-packed. Honestly, I can barely see the lane markers through all that white. We've got a major winter storm warning active and 8 inches of snow reported just nearby in Rye. Traffic is super sparse and for good reason. It is slick, visibility is low, and it's definitely a night to stay off the roads if you can. All right, Elbert County, I see you. We just got a report crossing the wire from about 11 miles northeast of Ponderosa Park. They measured a solid 7 inches on the ground. Now, heads up, this observation was taken around 4:48 p.m., so it's about 20 minutes old, but 7 inches is serious business. If you're east of Castle Rock, you are definitely digging out right now. All right, camera in Pueblo County, Colorado. Chat, I-25 is getting completely painted white. You can barely find the lanes except for those dark tire tracks cutting through the snowpack. That vehicle ahead is kicking up a ton of spray, which tells me it is wet and slushy underneath that fresh layer. With 8 inches already on the ground nearby in Rye, this winter weather advisory is legit. Stay cautious. We're live at Marshall Drive and South 66th Street in Superior, Colorado, where a vehicle has crashed into a fence, with reports of a possible fire.
Lookout Road on a report of a one vehicle rollover accident at 1704 break. Engine 209, medic 205, respond to Marshall Drive and 66th Street on a report of a...
Dispatch called a wildfire in a blizzard. but that's definitely a car fire from hitting a fence. Superior is an ice rink. Chat, slow down or you'll slide right into your own emergency. Looking at El Rancho, Colorado, right along I-70. Chat, you can see the winter vibes heavy here. Shoulders and trees are totally dusted in white. The actual pavement looks wet and treated, maybe a little slushy in the tire tracks, but traffic is rolling westbound just fine. We are still sitting in that winter weather advisory though, so keep it slow on these foothills. Mutt roads can get slick in a hurry tonight. Monitoring a rollover crash with a vehicle on fire at US 287 and Lookout Road, Erie, Colorado. Listen in.
E425, respond on a report of a one vehicle rollover and on fire and request of engine 424 at 287 and Lookout Road, just north of the intersection on the east side.
That rollover on US 287 just escalated to a vehicle fire, chat. The roads are so slick, cars are flipping and catching fire. Avoid Lookout Road immediately. Okay, checking in on Jefferson County, Colorado, right here on US 6 near Tunnel 2. Chat, it is dead silent. Literally 0 cars on the road right now. You can see the snow clinging to the rock walls, but the pavement itself looks treated and clear. Still, with 10 inches of snow reported just north of here, do not trust it. That blacktop might look dry, but it could be an ice rink tonight. Man, it is pitch black out there without them, isn't it? At least you saved them from becoming expensive yard popsicles buried until spring. Just crank up the brightness on your screen and let the weather map glow keep you company. I'm Yoobot with your national status check. The weather intensity score has dipped back below the 30-point threshold, currently sitting at 24.7. This decline is largely technical. High-severity incidents like that rollover on I-70 near Floyd Hill are finally moving out of our rapid response window. But do not be fooled. The physical danger has not vanished. Heavy snow is still hammering the Denver Metro and the I-25 corridor. And our forecast model actually predicts a rebound around minute 8 as new crash reports filter in from the slick evening commute. We are also keeping an eye on the Texas coast, where a marginal severe risk remains active. The score is lower, but the hazards are real. Stay verified. Let's jump over to El Paso County, Colorado on I-25. Chat, this camera lens is fighting for its life. It's super fogged up, but you can spot that wild pink sign on the left. Despite the crash reports, traffic is moving. But look at the pavement. It's streaky and slushy. We even heard about a fire truck getting stuck nearby in the Springs, so this winter weather advisory is no joke. Take it easy out there. We're in Boulder County, Colorado, where slick conditions have vehicles stuck on a hill, blocking traffic. Listen in.
Vehicles that are unable to get up the hill and are blocking traffic at 1711.
525, can you notify Sea Otter River handles
Lincoln 60 to welfare check.
Gravity is winning in Boulder County right now, folks. If your ride can't handle the incline on these slick roads, stay flat or stay home. Don't become a roadblock. Checking back in on Jefferson County, Colorado, right here at CO 93 and West 64th. Chat, despite that winter weather advisory covering the area, this intersection looks surprisingly chill. The map flagged an incident here, but honestly, I'm not seeing it. Traffic is flowing just fine. The pavement actually looks clear under those streetlights, which is wild considering there's 10 inches of snow reported just 8 miles north. Enjoy the smooth ride while you got it. Let's take another look at the winter storm warning for Saguache County east of the Continental Divide, below 10,000 feet in Colorado. It has been roughly 17 minutes since we last touched base, and we are still expecting an additional 5 to 10 inches of snow that will make travel very hazardous tonight. This warning remains in effect until 2 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday, so please avoid travel if possible, and stay safe, y'all. Looking at Jefferson County, Colorado, right here on CO 93. Chat, winter has definitely settled in. The road is snow-packed, especially between the wheel tracks where the tires haven't cleared a path. We've still got that winter weather advisory active, and with over 10 inches of snow reported just 8 miles away, these slick conditions are no surprise. Traffic is moving, but take it slow on that pack. Here's another update on the winter storm warning for the Sangre de Cristo Mountains and Raton Pass in New Mexico. It has been about an hour since we last touched base, and we are still tracking heavy snow that will make travel on I-25 very difficult with 5 to 10 inches of accumulation. This warning continues until 5 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday. So please give yourself extra stopping distance and stay safe, y'all. Heads up on US Highway 50 at mile marker 156, Gunnison County, Colorado, as we hear about semi-trailer trouble and chain-up assistance.
Other service truck out here, they're going to flip around and see about helping this guy put on change. He says he doesn't know how to, and hopefully he can get moving again, and I will head to the next one.
Copy.
If you can't chain up, stay off US 50 during a winter storm warning. Responders are already racing to the next one, so don't make their job harder by being unprepared. All right, camera in Applewood, Colorado, right along I-70. Chat, despite the reports of a crash here, traffic is flowing steadily. But don't let that fool you. Those lanes are reflecting a lot of glare, which means they are wet and slushy. We've got snow piled high on the shoulders and over 10 inches reported just up the road in Genesee. That winter weather advisory is still active, so expect slick spots if you're headed out. So it was an inside job. Buy the spectacles this whole time. I thought glasses were supposed to help you see the danger, not become the danger, Joni. You might need to switch to safety goggles before those frames try to finish the job. Let's see what's happening in El Rancho, Colorado along I-70. Chat, despite the crash reports on the map, traffic is actually flowing pretty smooth here. But don't be fooled. That asphalt is shining because it's wet and treated. We've had scanner chatter about vehicles sliding off nearby, so even if this stretch looks clear, that winter weather advisory is no joke. Keep it slow and watch out for black ice. Checking back on the Saturday outlook, the weekend setup remains active with a disturbance ejecting out of the Rockies and tracking east. This system is poised to dump snow across the mountains before spreading a wintry mix into the northern plains and upper Midwest later in the day. It is shaping up to be a messy start to the weekend for a good chunk of the central U.S., so if you have travel plans along the northern tier, stay alert. The primary concern sits in that 30% probability zone covering the central Rockies of Colorado. We are expecting heavy accumulations in the high terrain, which will likely snarl traffic on Interstate 70 and the mountain passes west of Denver. If you are planning to hit the slopes or travel through the high country Saturday, you need to prepare for slick roads and winter driving conditions. We have a couple more days to fine-tune the exact snowfall amounts, but the timing looks solid for Saturday impacts. Keep it tuned here for updates as we get closer to the weekend. Stay warm and drive safe, y'all. Okay, checking in on Morrison, Colorado, along C470. Chat, despite the map flagging incidents here, traffic is actually moving steadily. But look at those lanes. You can see dark tire tracks cutting through the slush, and that median is completely snow-covered. With over 10 inches of snow reported nearby in Genesee, this is prime territory for slick spots. It looks like a standard winter drive, but keep your guard up. Here's the current situation regarding the winter weather advisory for Wayne and northern Cayuga counties in New York. It has been a little over 15 minutes since we last spoke, and we are still tracking 2 to 5 inches of snow and 35-mile-per-hour gusts that will reduce visibility tomorrow. This alert holds until 7 p.m. Eastern Time Thursday, so please keep your headlights on and stay safe, y'all. Checking back on today's outlook, the map is transitioning as we head deeper into the night. The big snowmaker in the west is losing its punch, but the energy is surging east, firing up the lake effect machine around Michigan and New York. Meanwhile, the story in the central U.S. is rapidly becoming all about the dangerous cold and icy elevated surfaces. That slight risk zone in the southern Rockies is still active, especially for the high terrain along the Colorado-New Mexico state line. While the flakes are quitting in the Denver metro, the Sangre de Cristo Mountains are still picking up accumulation, making travel over passes like Raton extremely difficult tonight. The bigger issue for everyone else in this zone is the freeze. Anything slushy is turning solid right now. Heads up to folks in Missouri and Illinois. That freezing drizzle threat is live right now, so check those bridges before you cross them. And looking ahead to the early morning hours, snow squalls are set to race across the Northeast, so keep your head on a swivel. Stay warm and drive safe, y'all. That is huge news, Craig. Securing 20 covered sessions is basically winning the insurance lottery. I am glad you can finally get that soreness sorted out without stressing over the cost. Just think of it as necessary scheduled maintenance like we do for the radar towers. When does the first session kick off? Or are you heading back in immediately? Checking back in on El Paso County, Colorado, along I-25 southbound. Chat, this camera lens is having a rough night. It's totally fogged up. But you can clearly see the road is messy, with snow and slush streaks right in the lanes. Traffic is moving steadily despite the slick spots. We've got scanner reports of dangerous cold and stranded motorists in the county. So, this is definitely not the time to risk it. Stay warm, y'all. We are swinging back to that winter weather advisory for the Sandia and Manzano Mountains and Central Highlands in New Mexico. It has been roughly 20 minutes since our last update, and we are still tracking 2 to 5 inches of snow that will make travel on I-40 and US 285 dangerous tonight. This alert holds until 5 a.m. Mountain Time, Thursday, so please slow down on those mountain passes and stay safe, y'all. Let's jump over to Ashwaubenon, Wisconsin, on I-41 near Lombardy Ave. Chat, look at all those flashing lights on the right. We've got emergency crews working a disabled vehicle on the shoulder. Traffic is slowing down and merging left to get around it. It is painfully cold out there. Wind chills are diving way below zero tonight. So shout out to the first responders braving the freeze. If you're driving through, move over and give them room. Checking back on the Friday forecast, the models are holding steady on a significant winter storm setup for the Intermountain West. We are looking at a potent jet stream aiming deep moisture right at the mountains, which is a recipe for heavy snowfall rates starting early Friday. Meanwhile, folks in the mid-Atlantic need to keep an eye on a messy mix of snow and ice developing that same day. We are still highlighting that slight risk area across northern Utah, western Wyoming, and Idaho. The terrain is going to get hammered, with widespread totals of 1 to 2 feet in the Wasatch and Tetons, and some favored upslope spots could even see localized amounts up to 3 or 4 feet. For the valleys around Salt Lake City and Ogden, expect a tricky transition from rain to snow that could make the Friday evening commute pretty slick. We have just over a day before this system really cranks up, so now is the time to check your tires and emergency kits. We will keep tracking the exact snow levels as we get closer. Stay warm and drive safe, y'all. Yo, Chris, welcome to the Weather Fam. You picked a wild night to join with all this heavy snow hammering the Rockies and that Arctic air creeping in. Grab your new badge and get cozy, because the scanner traffic is heating up while the temps drop. Glad to have you on the team. All right, camera in Jefferson County, Colorado, right here on US 6 near Tunnel 2. Chat, despite the map alerting for an incident, traffic is actually flowing freely through here. But look at that shine on the asphalt. It is wet and reflecting those headlights, which means slick spots are likely. With over 10 inches of snow reported just up in Genesee, you gotta respect that winter weather advisory. Don't let the clear lanes fool you. That is absolute peak dog logic, L. Using reverse psychology on Luna by pretending the food is for the local wildlife is honestly genius. It sounds like she just wants the thrill of stealing a prize rather than being served a gourmet dinner. Does the actual fox ever show up to challenge her for those burgers? Or is Luna just winning a daily imaginary competition? All right, camera in Jefferson County, Colorado, checking out CO93. Chat, look at this pavement. It is fully snow-packed with just slushy ruts for lanes. We've got over 10 inches of snow reported nearby in Genesee, and you can see the impact right here. Traffic is rolling, but that winter weather advisory is still live. Keep it slow, folks, because those white patches are slicker than they look. Looking at Monument, Colorado, right here on I-25 southbound. Chat, despite the map saying there's an incident here, traffic is actually rolling along pretty well. But check out those lanes. They are coated in slush and snow. You can see the headlights reflecting off that icy mess. That winter weather advisory is about to wrap up, but the roads didn't get the memo. Stay sharp if you're driving through. Listening to Buffalo, New York, where fire units are on scene of a 3-vehicle crash. Conditions are slick.
Buffalo Fire, engine 33 on location, 3 car VA.
33 on location.
3 cars tangled up in Buffalo proves this lake effect snow is treacherous, chat. Visibility is tanking in those heavy bands, so slow down or you'll be joining the pileup. Okay, checking in on Jefferson County, Colorado along CO 93. Chat, it's pitch black out here. Despite the map warning about incidents, traffic is actually flowing smooth as butter. We've got over 10 inches of snow reported just up the road in Genesee, but this stretch looks surprisingly calm. That winter weather advisory is still hanging on, so don't get confident. Slick spots love to hide in the dark. The daily outlook score is hitting the snooze button, flatlining in the low teens to keep the weather house firmly in the mostly quiet tier. Winter weather components provide the only heartbeat, driven by hazardous travel in the Rockies today, and a long-range signal flagging next Tuesday as the week's top score. Operationally, we are in production mode, not alert mode, with numbers far below our broadcast trigger. There is zero chance of a live stream and no video for Wednesday. We are shifting resources to Thursday for a confirmed upload to track the incoming Arctic front delivering the season's coldest air. Remember, the DOS is our internal planning tool. For your personal safety and official local warnings, always rely on the National Weather Service. Checking back in on Wheat Ridge, Colorado, along I-70. Chat, look at this. We've got a massive snowplow train in action. You can see those flashing blue and amber lights working in a staggered line to clear that snow-packed roadway. The spray is flying, so it is definitely slick. Traffic is staying back, which is smart. Never try to pass the plows. Folks, let them clear the path. We are circling back to that winter storm warning for Saguache County below 10,000 feet in Colorado. It has been a little while since we last checked in, to 3 inches of snow to make travel tricky tonight. This alert holds until 2 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday, so please stay warm inside and stay safe, y'all. Heading up to Rothschild, Wisconsin on I-39. Chat, check out those flashing blue and red lights on the left shoulder. We've got police assisting a disabled white sedan pinned right against the median. It is dangerously cold out there. Wind chills are hitting 20 below zero, so getting stuck tonight is no joke. Traffic is squeezing by, so please move over and give those first responders some room. Appreciate the field report, Scott. Ground truth from you and your lab beats my radar algorithms any day. Definitely watch your step because that melt and refreeze cycle turns the whole state into a giant slip and slide. Tell the putt Nimbus says hello and to engage 4-paw drive on that ice. Let's kick off a viewer submissions slideshow. We have 4 submissions to share tonight. First up, Paula in Bentonville shared Sunset Sky. Keep those submissions coming at ryanhallyall.com/submit so we can spotlight your weather moments too. Sandra in Leopold, Indiana sent us some beautiful postcards of the snow that stuck around from yesterday. Check out that classic winter scene with the farm bell. And she's measuring about 3 inches on the deck railing. Stay warm out there, Sandra. Look at that Yolometer 3.0 mini in action. Kinsey in Commerce City, Colorado is showing us a solid 3 inches on the railing. That is exactly what we like to see, folks. Wrapping up with Bluesette La Faire in Chelsea, Maine, 04330, shared 27 degrees, snowfall from 11 a.m. December 2nd through December 3rd, approximately 3 a.m. Huge thanks to everyone sharing the weather where you are. Send your photos and videos our way at ryanhallyall.com/submit so we can feature you next. All right, camera in El Paso County, Colorado, checking out I-25. Chat, you can clearly see the white stuff tiled up on the median and shoulders here. The lanes look a little patchy with snowpack, so it is definitely slick out there. Traffic is moving steadily, which is great news. but with that winter weather advisory still hanging around, keep your speed down, especially on the bridges. We're monitoring Clear Creek County, Colorado, where a commercial vehicle is off the highway. Listen in.
Oh, and could you add a truck plate, commercial vehicle plate to the call?
Big rigs are sliding off in Clear Creek County, proving these roads are treacherous. If a commercial truck can't handle this winter weather advisory, your car doesn't stand a chance. Slow down. Let's check the status of that winter storm warning for central and western Chippewa counties in Michigan. It has been a little over 15 minutes since our last update, and we are still expecting 6 to 12 inches of snow combined with gusty winds to drop visibility below a quarter mile. This warning is in effect until 1 p.m. Eastern Time Thursday. So please stay sheltered and stay safe, y'all. Heads up, folks. A jackknifed semi is blocking the southbound lane near mile marker 222, Chaffee County, Colorado. Listen in.
Semi is jackknifed, southbound lane is blocking. I know I'm injured. Okay, I'm at the 222. I'll be there in a couple minutes.
A jackknifed semi has the southbound lane blocked in Chaffee County. That winter weather advisory is no joke near mile marker 222. If a big rig is sliding, your sedan doesn't stand a chance. Here is the latest status on the coastal flood advisory and beach hazard statement for the San Francisco and Monterey Bay shorelines. It has been roughly 30 minutes since we checked in, and the threat continues for up to 1.4 feet of saltwater inundation alongside dangerous sneaker waves and rip currents. This alert holds until 3 p.m. Pacific Time Sunday, so please keep your distance from the water's edge and stay safe, y'all. Craig, you are on a roll tonight. First the insurance win, now you are my boots on the ground in Indiana. That snow is the opening act for the Arctic blast we have been tracking for the Midwest. Watch out for those temps dropping like a rock behind the flakes. It is about to get real chilly in Terre Haute. Yo, Joni, look at you, leveling up to official member status. I hope having those shiny new emotes makes up for the battle scars from your glasses incident earlier. We appreciate the support, especially on a busy night with this Arctic front barreling down. Welcome to the fam. Let's take another look at that winter weather advisory for Wayne and northern Cayuga counties up in New York. It has been nearly 20 minutes since we last checked in, and we are still expecting 2 to 5 inches of lake effect snow to begin impacting travel at 5 a.m. Thursday. Winds gusting to 35 miles per hour will cause blowing snow and reduce visibility significantly. This alert is in effect until 7 p.m. Eastern Time Thursday, so please be ready for a slow commute and stay safe, y'all. All right, quick look at the 6 to 10 day temperature outlook, taking us through the end of next week, and the confidence here is sky high. We are seeing a massive split where the West Coast and Southern Plains bask in warmer than normal temps, while the eastern half of the country is about to get a serious Arctic reality check. The Northeast, specifically, is looking at temperature anomalies 10 to 20 degrees below average around December 9th, so do not put away the heavy winter gear just yet. We are live in Rothschild, Wisconsin on I-39. Check those flashing red and blue lights on the left. Police are assisting a disabled vehicle tight against the median. Traffic is merging right to give them room, which is exactly what you should do. Pavement looks dry, but keep your eyes peeled. Jumping over to Ashwaubenon, Wisconsin on I-41. The camera lens is totally fogged up, giving us some serious glare, but traffic is moving at highway speeds. Reports mentioned a stalled car nearby, but I'm not seeing it in this view. Just routine flow through the haze. Swinging west to Monument, Colorado on I-25. Now this is winter driving. We've got snow piled on the median and slush-packed lanes. See that Amazon truck pushing through? He's leaving tracks in the muck. That winter weather advisory is happening right now, so expect it to be slick. Just down the road in El Paso County, I-25 is still looking messy. You can see the wet, slushy reflection on the pavement and snow dusting the shoulders. Traffic is steady, but with the advisory still active here. Those wet spots are slippery. Don't get overconfident. Final stop in Glen Eagle, Colorado. The road surface here is crunchy, with snowpack and slush clearly visible in the headlights. Travelers are rolling through, but it is a gritty night for the Rockies. We'll keep tracking this winter weather, so you stay safe. Keep it locked here. We're monitoring a severe crash with a reported ejection in Delta County, Colorado. Listen in.
Just received word from another party stating that they were thrown out of the vehicle, so possible ejection. 1738. That's what you think of, 1738.
Hearing about an ejection in Delta County is terrifying, Chad. With this winter storm warning turning roads into ice rinks, you gotta buckle up. Physics doesn't care how good a driver you are. Here is another update on the winter weather advisory covering the Sandia and Manzano Mountains and Central Highlands in New Mexico. It has been nearly 20 minutes since our last report, and snow-packed roads remain a major hazard, with 2 to 5 inches of accumulation expected. This alert continues until 5 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday, so please be extra careful on I-40 and stay safe. Y'all? Back with another update on that winter weather advisory for South Park, Colorado. It has been close to 20 minutes since we last checked in, and slippery roads remain a major issue with up to 3 inches of additional snow possible. This alert holds until 8 p.m. Mountain Time, so please drive carefully and stay safe, y'all. It comes down to physics and vertical pressure, L. That massive weight forces the tires down through the slush to find grip on the pavement, while a lighter car might just float on top of the mess. However, that is a double-edged sword, because once all that mass starts sliding, momentum takes over and makes it nearly impossible to stop. They might get moving easier, but they definitely do not stop on a dime. Looking at El Paso County, Colorado on I-25. Chat, the visibility is struggling big time with that fog and haze. You can see snow and slush accumulating in the lanes, making things pretty messy. Traffic is steady, but it is definitely slick out there. See that bright sign on the left? It's barely cutting through the gloom. That winter weather advisory is still active, so keep it slow if you're rolling through the springs. Y'all bought online. Nimbus is tracking a chaotic evening across the Colorado Front Range. Hazardous travel conditions are triggering serious incidents, including a major crash in Erie, so expect delays and slick spots to persist well into the night. If you're driving anywhere from Denver to the foothills, keep your speed down. The roads are unforgiving tonight. We're also watching New York, where bursts of heavy snow are keeping the pavement greasy under active winter weather advisories. Looking ahead, the Texas Gulf Coast is quiet for now, but storms are expected to fire up later tonight, so keep an eye on the radar down south. Check the WeatherWise app for the latest alerts, and always heed official warnings. Stay warm and don't slide, chat. All right, chat, we're sliding south into New Mexico now. We just got a report from Cedillo showing 2 inches of snow on the ground. Now, this data is from about 5 p.m. so we're looking at a bit of a lag, but it proves the winter weather is definitely active down there. If you're driving near Bernalillo County, take it slow. Are keeping a close watch on that winter weather advisory for the La Garita Mountains above 10,000 feet in Colorado. It has been close to 20 minutes since our last check-in, and we are still expecting an additional 1 to 3 inches of snow to keep roads slippery. This alert is active until 2 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday, so please use extra caution if you have to travel, and stay safe, y'all. Checking back in on Wheat Ridge, Colorado, along I-70. Chat, you can see the leftovers of this storm piled up in the median. Plenty of snow sitting there. The lanes look wet and reflective, so slick spots are definitely possible. And look way down the road on the right. See those distant blue flashing lights? Something is happening downstream, so if you're headed that way, stay alert and keep it slow. Got some y'all casts in the queue, folks. I'll get to them as soon as this activity calms down a bit. All right, .Vigil50. I've got your y'all cast request for Grand Rapids, Michigan, and I'll get that forecast for you in just a moment. Okay, let's jump over to Colorado Springs, right here on I-25 near Barden of the Gods Road. Chat, look at how shiny that asphalt is. It's practically a mirror, which means slick spots are hiding everywhere. You can see snow piled up on the shoulders, and a couple of vehicles sitting off to the side on the ramp. But thankfully, traffic is moving. That winter weather advisory is real, so no speeding tonight. Huge shout out to @DVigil50 for the super chat. Appreciate you supporting the stream. We are checking in on Grand Rapids, Michigan, famously known as Furniture City. But tonight, it's gonna feel more like the inside of a freezer. It is currently overcast and 29 degrees, feeling like 22, which is honestly the warmest it's gonna feel for a while. The radar is quiet for now, but that Arctic air is knocking on the door. Overnight, temperatures are nosediving into the single digits below zero, and wind chills could hit -20, so please bring the pets inside. Tomorrow doesn't get much better, with highs stuck in the teens and some light snow trying to grease up the roads. This cold pattern is stubborn, keeping highs in the 20s through Saturday, before another Arctic blast hits Sunday night. We are also tracking a clipper system for Monday that could finally bring some measurable snow, so keep the shovels handy. The long range keeps the Great Lakes in the crosshairs of this cold trough, so expect below average temperatures and lake effect snow chances to stick around well into next week. Stay safe and bundle up, Grand Rapids. Y'all are in for a chilly one. Okay, checking in on Rothschild, Wisconsin, along I-39. Chat, traffic is moving at full speed right now, which is good to see. The real story here is the temperature. We are talking wind chills dropping to 20 below zero tonight. You can see the snowbanks piled on the shoulders, but the main lanes look clear and reflective. It is a dry but biting cold night, so keep that heater running if you're passing through. Whoa, chat. Look at this number coming out of Pueblo County. Colorado City just checked in with a massive 10 inches of snow. This report is brand new, literally 1 minute old. So we are seeing this happen in real time. If you're near I-25 south of Pueblo, do not go out. That is deep, dangerous snow. Heading back to the high country, chat. Pagosa Springs is putting up big numbers. We just got a report from 9 miles northwest of town showing 8.3 inches of snow. This hit the wire about 6 minutes ago, so it's a fresh look at just how deep it's getting. If you're in Archuleta County, you are definitely needing that 4-wheel drive tonight. All right, camera in Glen Eagle, Colorado, checking I-25 northbound. Chat, this is messy. The road is totally packed with snow. You can see everyone strictly following those dark tire tracks just to stay in the lane. And heads up on the right shoulder, we've got a service vehicle with amber lights flashing. If you're out there, move over and give them room. It is slick and icy, so take it easy. Huge welcome to @GBarn for becoming an extra supporter. It is fitting you join tonight because Mother Nature is bringing some extra cold air to the table, with this Arctic blast plunging into the Midwest. We have got heavy snow flying in Colorado and wind chills dropping fast, so settle in and enjoy those perks. Thanks for supporting the stream while we track this mess. Belay is officially the smartest dog in the chat for protecting those toe beans. Nimbus tried using wax once, but it just gummed up his USB ports, so he sticks to standing by the hot servers to keep warm. Give that good boy a pat from us for being so prepared, Scott. Checking back in on El Paso County, Colorado, along I-25 near North Academy. Chat, you can clearly see the battle against the elements here. The lanes are open, but look at those slushy streaks running right down the middle. We've got a semi-truck keeping it steady, so traffic is flowing well, despite the conditions. That winter weather advisory is still active, so watch out for those slick spots hiding in the dark. Looking at El Paso County, Colorado, along I-25 southbound. Chat, the visibility is still really soupy with that fog mixing with the night glare. You can see distinct tire tracks cutting through the slush on the pavement, which means it is definitely slippery. We see a semi-truck keeping it steady in the right lane, but with temps dropping and that advisory active, you gotta be extra careful on the bridges. Circling back to that winter storm warning covering central and western Chippewa counties in Michigan. It has been about 17 minutes since we last checked in, and we are still tracking 6 to 12 inches of heavy snow combined with gusty winds that will make actually moving cleanly. The real story is the road surface. Those lanes are looking undeniably snow-packed now. You can see the white stuff sticking between the tire tracks and piling up on the shoulders. It's slick, it's messy, and with that winter weather advisory still active, you definitely don't want to get overconfident out there. Heads up, folks. We're live on the scanner as CSP clears a crash on I-25 near mile marker 108 in Pueblo County, Colorado.
Here, once I'm done with the crash at the 108, I'll be en route.
Okay, thank you.
Troopers are clearing one crash at mile marker 108 just to rush to the next. It's relentless in Pueblo County. With heavy snow falling, stay off I-25 or you'll be the next call they take. Looking at El Paso County, Colorado on I-25 northbound. Chat, the system flagged an incident here, but the only thing I'm seeing is winter doing its thing. Those lanes past the blue services sign are coated in packed snow and slush. Traffic is rolling steadily, but don't let the movement fool you. Traction is low. that winter weather advisory is active, so keep your distance and respect the slush. Keeping tabs on that winter weather advisory for Texas County and Oklahoma, plus Armstrong and Hansford counties in Texas. It has been a little while since our last update, and we are still tracking narrow bands of snow that could drop 1 to 4 inches and slick up those bridges and overpasses. This alert is set to expire at noon Central Time Thursday, so give yourself extra stopping distance and stay safe, y'all. Let's kick off a viewer submissions slideshow. We have 4 submissions to share tonight. First up, Paula in Bentonville shared Sunset Sky. Keep those submissions coming at ryanhallyall.com/submit so we can spotlight your weather moments too. Sandra in Leopold, Indiana sent us some beautiful postcards of the snow that stuck around from yesterday. Check out that classic winter scene with the farm bell. And she's measuring about 3 inches on the deck railing. Stay warm out there, Sandra. Look at that Yellometer 3.0 Mini in action. Kinsey in Commerce City, Colorado is showing us a solid 3 inches on the railing. That is exactly what we like to see, folks. Wrapping up with Bluezette LaFair in Chelsea, Maine, 04330 shared 27 degrees, snowfall from 11 a.m. December 2nd through December 3rd, approximately 3 a.m. Huge thanks to everyone sharing the weather where you are. Send your photos and videos our way at ryanhallyall.com/submit so we can feature you next. We're live in El Paso County, Colorado, where deputies are searching for a lost person in freezing conditions. Listen in.
I'm looking for her. She's currently heading back to that address. The unknown lapse, 15:30 was when RP knew she was last there. We're still gathering.
Search crews are scrambling in El Paso County for a lost person in this freezing snow. Hypothermia is a silent killer tonight. Chat, please check on your